Yeah, what's up? How we doing? Hello, hello.
Grand Finals. This is a tournament hosted by Sword Gaming, brought to you by Asus, ROG, and Intel Gaming. Joining me today are the very talented.
Let me turn this up.
Mentally
Should be a little bit
and
better. What's up,
Key.
everyone? How we doing? How's everyone feeling today?
We're talent, yay!
I am the true blue. Thank you for the 10 months. Appreciate you doing that, dude. Thank you. Appreciate the tier
I got
1.
some more in the back too. But,
What's up? What's up? What's up? Desp? How's things?
Oh my god.
I
Wow.
thought I was subtle enough. I got some money on the game, so I got to show my support.
Yeah.
Virtual bits. I mean, it's a little bit.
Obug with the prime as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
That's like the channel points, like the
So
predictions.
How's everyone feeling?
Man, it's gonna be a good time today. I could already tell.
Absolutely, but for everyone,
Dude, let me move.
just tuning
Dude,
in,
let me
if you guys don't
move
know, this
and
has
shrink
been
my
a
camera.
Long journey getting here to the grand finals. It's been 2 online qualifiers featuring 16 teams, battling for a chance to play against the powerhouse squads of TSM and 100 Thieves, and also for a chance at $15,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be pretty awesome. $8 for first place. It's actually pretty cool, right? So there's a lot of money to be won today for an offset.
Love that. Love that.
And we haven't seen like TSM and 100 Thieves in a while.
Only good
Like,
things,
I
please.
know
Nothing is
everyone's
free in
super
Valorant.
confident
It's
to
very
see
true.
how
It's
100
very
Thieves are
true.
gonna
We'll
do
stay
with that
positive
new
today.
player,
Don't worry.
but to just summarize what y'all missed from the 2 qualifiers, it was an absolute gauntlet. We had all best of 3s.
I
We
will
had
be
3
watching this
matches
VOD,
today.
so don't
We
say
had
no
2
stu-
losers back to back.
Okay.
So being Trust and Plug from qualifier number 2. And,
Wait, that's you saying that you're gonna make it to
one,
Bangkok
so
though,
they get a
Boostio.
chance to face
So
the big dogs.
Yeah, that's the cool thing though, because if all of you in chat missed the qualifiers,
that's a lot of confidence, man. I like that.
Actually, a lot of decent teams.
Ain't leaving my house. That's actually true, dude.
Qualifier, right?
That's actually
you're
true.
looking at Brutal Troop, for example. You have signed team for challengers like Core and Sad Esports, and then you had a couple of them that are like core teams like Trust and Plug. That's coming from like the X-Core Blend or the X-Blend Core rather. And then you also had probably the most anticipated one going into qualifiers number 2, which we thought we were
On the
gonna
desk,
see
not a
in this
chance,
event
man.
Today, which was Cubert Academy, which had like the looks of Redux, Governor, Scuba, Victor,
Okay.
and Mitch. And they
Well,
actually
let's see what
did make it
happens.
through
Let's
in
see
the
what
last
happens
two
today.
Yeah, that was definitely a surprising upset.
Admiral
There's
with the
just a lot of
prime.
upsets
Thank you.
throughout
Thank
the
you. We got
entire
Vinter with the
qualifiers,
prime
I won't lie.
also, dude.
I really
Appreciate that. Thanks for the
expected them to do a
29
lot
months.
better, but again, some of these teams are just, it's the confidence that really shows. And
Thank you
anything
both
can
for the
happen in these,
prime.
like, qualifiers. I feel like we're back in 2021 Valorant again, where any team can beat
Alright,
any
we'll be
team.
doing all the
It's so
content. Don't
exciting
you worry
to
about
watch.
that.
Yeah, like what, Moon Raccoons versus 100 Thieves or something like that.
Yeah,
Like 2021. So that's definitely some good times. I'm actually pretty stoked about it.
We
as well.
both
Like,
love
we
the
talked about
content.
it, the joys of the off season where anybody could beat anybody. I think we're seeing that especially also in challenges right now as well, where a lot of the top teams.
Have I seen how deadlock pilled NA challenges is? No, not really. But I know it's legit on Split. Are people using it on more than Split? It's in a pretty decent spot. Maybe it's maybe it's a natural like good counter to Neon at the moment as well, I guess.
Lose to Mocking, right? Like, I don't know if people know who's in this roster for Wash.
People are using it everywhere. Oh, really?
A roster that you would think of for a team that would participate trying to go pro in
Split,
challengers or
Ascent,
individual
Abyss,
teams.
Bind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we talk about underdog versus
Abyss.
powerhouse, really, I feel like the underdogs here are TSM, and the powerhouse is
I
Mocking.
mean, maybe.
Said with the straightest of faces. So are we thinking like 100 Thieves are just gonna win the whole thing? Like, are we obviously expecting 100 Thieves and TSM to be?
Yeah, we're already getting the
finals, or what's
expectations
the
out there.
likelihood
I mean, I
of
think so,
fucking
but
Wash going all the way?
I mean,
Just
I
starting
think.
those.
am I gonna watch the
Yeah,
Monsters
I mean, I
Reloaded
think that
event?
100 Thieves
Yes.
And TSM, they definitely have that experience. They both have very strong
It's,
rosters. TSM obviously last
who is
season,
it?
they made a
BBL,
really great run in
Liquid,
2 Ascension, but 100
Giants,
Thieves, they
and
didn't change too much, but they do have,
Supermassive, right?
Xander
SMB?
now, which I'm super excited to see. I feel like this guy's been a player to look at over the coming years, just in general. Even before franchising, this guy was great on.
Only
Soul,
12
he was
days
great
of
on
prac.
M80. This guy has always just been a person to look at, and to see him now kind of surrounded by people.
Do I
who
know Rudy
might
or
be more,
no?
like, of
No.
the same like kind of tier 1 caliber. Not to say that M80 wasn't tier 1 caliber, but no shit to those guys.
Will I have a video of
To
the
see
new
him on the
format?
big stage
I was about to
finally,
do
I think
one,
I'm
and
super excited to see
then
him get his
I didn't have enough
opportunity
time.
to shine
So I'll
and
probably
show
do one
what he
tomorrow
can do.
a little bit and look
So,
at like some of the potential matchups as well. Could be nice. because
Before we get into all
the
of
new
that,
the new stuff's
we have to
pretty
talk
sick.
about the giveaways for today.
They
So
actually
we
give
had two
teams a lot
last
of
week, we had
heads
some
up.
giveaways, but today's giveaways are gonna make
And then all
those
they gotta
giveaways
do is
look
just tell teams when the
so
patches
much
are,
worse.
and then
So
it's a
these
pretty good
giveaways
year
are
for being
insane.
on a team.
Today for the very first giveaway, we're giving
Actually
away
corrected a lot of
graphics
crap
card.
from
That's
last
right,
year,
a
so Riot did
dual
good.
RTX 3060 Ti white graphics card. And that's not, you guys heard that right. It's an actual free graphics card for you guys tuning in to watch. Everyone in chat watching on twitch.tv.
Playing for EXO in the UK. Yeah, I think he's probably part of like the new UK lot that are coming up. I only know like the old UKers.
RAZE, that is Raze, RAZE, but the only kind of stipulations is that you need to be a lawful US or Canadian resident over the age of 18. So make sure you heard that last part, because if you win and you don't fit that,
I'm old, yeah, basically.
we're gonna have to give it to someone else. So sorry.
So, chat, you know the drill. I think a lot of people are currently watching it from Valorant Americas or from Sliggy's chat or any other watch parties right now, because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people watching today because they want to have like a clear-cut look of what the new 100 Thieves is going to look like with Xander, right? There's a huge question mark. Not the biggest of question mark, because he's still going to be a really good upgrade or a good player that will fit in the shoes of Bang like perfectly in a lot of people's eyes. But it's still yet to be tested. So a lot of people are watching right now. So make sure you head on over to twitch.tv/SOAR. Spam out your RAZE and make sure
I think we have the. I mean, maybe that we have the main link here. Let's find out, dude.
Watchers and your favorite parties.
Does this work?
Well, we obviously have to start with the most
Yeah, there we
interesting
go.
match of being 100 Thieves versus Trust and Plug. And don't worry for you TSM
wanna
watched
check it out.
fans, that'll be after this. But of course, we had to highlight the impact that Xander had during Ascension. Like a pretty good clutch percentage, a huge part of their success to go all the way to finals, but not making Ascension was a tough one to see. But we knew that
Check out the M80 logo. Yeah, they wrecked them.
And of course, look where Xander ended up.
This job's pretty
That's
good
the
though.
thing too, because when you're looking
Dylan
at
in
Xander
the YouTube
joining
chat, I'm
100
doing
Thieves,
good, dude.
the
How you
rumor was
doing?
also that he was going to play for Sentinels. So it was going to be bittersweet no matter who he gets to play with, because if it was going to be with Sentinels, he'll be rejoining with John Cutie. But now he gets to play again with his old compatriot of EU when they're both playing an M80 together. Unfortunately, didn't qualify into VZTs the first time that M80 made it into the Ascension playoffs. So Xander now, again, big eyes on him. And
These matches
big
be
looks
good,
on
or should
100
you play
Thieves
League?
overall,
No, they should be
because if you're
pretty good,
thinking about
dude.
this team, you talked about
You're
deep
only gonna
runs,
lose Elo
ethos
anyway,
for
right,
other
Pretend?
teams in the past, but for 100 Thieves
So you're
themselves,
kinda saving
they didn't
Elo
have,
and
like,
watching
the hottest
games.
of starts going into VCT in 2024, but they had one hell of a run going into stage one. They made it all the way, or sorry, they made a run into playoffs, sorry, to kick off to make it into the first Masters. And then going into stage two, unfortunately, they didn't make it to like the playoffs. We didn't get to see
That's
that chance,
uncalled
but
for.
they
Yeah,
had to play the
honestly, I
first
don't know why I
team,
did
so
that,
looking
man.
at the G2, the Sentinels, and whatnot.
I don't know why I did it. It was
the
too
Americas.
easy.
So, you know, it's
The
there's
low-hanging
still
fruit, dude.
question marks in terms of that stock, and a lot of 100 Thieves fans are hoping that
Too
this
much
addition
plat
now,
chat.
or this change from Bang to Xander could be like the thing that's going to bring
'Cause
100 Thieves
my,
back to the top going in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely.
No,
I think
I
100
can't.
Thieves,
I
they've
was gonna
always
say, it
had
might
that
sound, like,
firepower. They've
lower
always
than
had
normal.
that potential to be a top team, to even potentially win a whole Masters. And not to say that Bang is any worse than Xander, but
No,
Xander coming in, he
Plat chat.
has the mechanics as a
Tier
Source
list?
player, which is very,
Yeah,
very
it
fun.
got a little
Also,
bit out
he
of
has that
control.
IGL
Dude, everyone
experience
was
too to help out boost
doing
you if
way more weight
needed.
into,
So
like,
maybe, you know, we could see the team
last
fundamentally
year.
play better.
Than, like, what we actually thought was gonna happen.
Kind of cover those little mistakes and let those little mishaps not happen, and then we still see those miracle hero rounds come out, and just the amazing mechanical prowess of each individual player. I would love
And both
to
these
see.
teams.
Yeah.
Both these teams had mishaps, but this is kind of a tournament to get back
100
on your
Thieves
feet,
defender
right?
did. I
You
wanted
had
them in A, but
100
no one.
Thieves who missed out on champions by
it's
what,
one
like
against
a,
three,
a
and there's
couple
nothing
of
I can do.
points and one placement at stage two. Same
Yeah.
thing with Trust and Plug. They
They didn't want
out
anyone
on
in A.
going to
That
challengers
was the
proper
issue.
by being one match away from the group stage and losing to Ambrose, or no, it was Blue Otter in the group stage for challengers. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Trust and Plug can bounce back from that. That was only 2 days ago, but
It's a
there's
way
very
early tier list.
exciting
It should
players
be
this
based on
roster,
last
like
year's
Monty and
performance.
Teague, who come
I mean,
from
not if the
that
teams
Blinn
changed.
roster that surprised a lot
Like,
of
not if the
people
teams have
later on
changed
in
rosters
challengers.
fully.
I agree with you. I think this is also
That's mental.
not necessarily going to be a walk in the park for 100 Thieves. I think a lot of people and a lot of fans, including myself, will probably think that 100 Thieves should be able to win this 2-0. But if you all have been watching Trust and Plug in the open qualifiers of for those who they are presented by SOAR, Mikey has been popping off. But when he's not the one that's being challenged here, playing even a Chamber, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it
maps
is
like
what it
Haven,
is. It's fine.
Teague and Monty were such
We'll do our
good
own one like
initiators,
nearer
support
the
players
season.
for,
Maybe I get
the
Mini
team
involved. Mini is
overall
more
and really
sensible.
helping
We might actually be able to get like a pretty
Bao
decent tier
around
list.
to get the best of values. And even then, like Bao and Jerwin are probably players that you don't think.
The funny
about
thing
too
was,
much.
I kind of
think
wanted to move
played
Wolves up a
together
little
over
bit
at
as well, but
Stand to
I
try
also
to
didn't want to
qualify
give
Challengers
TMP
3.
the
And
satisfaction.
they were like up and coming players, right? They're all very, very young.
I actually think the
I also
Wolves
remember
lineup's
seeing,
really
like, even
legit.
Asna
Then
Hoppe
everyone
at one
else
of the
was just
watch
so
parties
far
saying,
down
"Yo,
that
keep
it's
an
like,
eye out
well.
on Bunbao. He's actually really cracked." So there's definitely going to be a lot of respect.
Mini is
for a
EMEA
player like
pilled, that's
Asna
true,
played against
but
Bao today, and I don't think it's going to be like the type
I'm not,
of
so it kind of
run
balances
down
out.
and no respect type of Valorant. 400 Thieves, I think they're going to try to take this as seriously as possible.
And Ethos, what do you think of the clash of play styles that we're going to see between these two teams?
Dude, look at
Because
this
Trust and
picture,
Plug
that's
did
sick.
win qualifier number 2. They went 6-1 in maps. They lean a lot on the Neon from Jerwin, whilst 100 Thieves, you know, have stuck to a lot of the traditional Raze and Jet with maybe the double duelists of ISO and Yoru every now and then. How do you think this matchup's going to go?
So as far as I know, coming from last qualifier, the team that they played against Ambrosia was they had a good game plan going into it, right? Remember on like Haven, for example, they had a good game plan for manipulating the map, you know, drawing rotations and having good
Best tournament
protocols.
this off season.
Plug didn't care. They just
Yeah,
straight
it's
just
hard,
stood
dude.
there and
There's
they
been a lot of
disrupted-
good
they
ones. I
single-handedly
think the
just
Asia
individually disrupted the
Invitational
game
was
plan
just.
entirely just straight with confidence
I mean,
and mechanics.
You just got to look
And
at the
whether or not
money
can
that
work
they
against
put
a team
into
like
it.
100 Thieves, you know, I think it will just come down to really if 100 Thieves can also
China
match
just
that
goes
same
crazy.
confidence. And yes, they should respect them. Yes, they should play with respect and discipline. And,
We get China,
not trying
China
to
Champs
make mistakes, but they
2026
also
as well.
can't kind of
That's gonna be
cower in
outrageous.
fear against these guys just because they're good at aiming either. Because if you do that, then you're gonna let them do exactly everything that they want, which is kind of what Ambrosia did last week.
When's the season
against
start?
teams like
11th
Mikey
of
and,
January.
You know, players against like Mikey and Jerwin, who's just getting up in their face and just stopping things before they could even get
Pretty
started.
early.
So it really, you know, I think 100 Thieves, you know, again, they have the highs and the lows. They really got to bring their A game here because I don't.
You're
think that
disappointed
Plug
with
will let
EDG?
them
Don't
walk
worry too
away
much
with
about it,
just
honestly.
Playing safe and just
They literally just they won champs and then just had a long break. Like most of them, you could tell most of them just came back and we started playing.
You nailed it on the head, pretty much, because it was
Haven?
making sure that you
Wait,
play with confidence.
Plug
for
played
Sun
the
at
Chamber on
that's
Haven,
ugly
right?
dog. It's not because
They could
you're
see
playing against
they could
such
see
a,
Chamber
you know,
first map.
prolific name as 100 Thieves that you should
Haven Sunset
break your
Binds,
boots.
these are
You know, You
nice.
have to play with a lot of confidence on your end to be able to bring this back in your favor. And I like it, at least when you're looking at the veto so far for Trust and Plug, they actually will be able to play their best map so far. They've been playing it the most as possible as this core, as this group, throughout this SOAR event and also through Challengers. And they had some pretty decent results
For
out of
Haven?
it. For Sunset here for Trust and Plug. But for Haven here is 100 Thieves' map pick. It hasn't been seen too many times. I think they tried to do some
100
cool
Thieves
stuff,
bind.
like for example, maybe bring in.
I wonder if they're
the
just gonna
Fnatic
use their
style,
normal
like the
comp or if they're
ISO
trying
and
other stuff.
Yoru, but didn't get the best of results out of it against Sentinels. But to have the Decider map being Bind, that's where it's going to be. I'd love to see the Decider map, to be honest with you guys, because Bind was actually, you know, a meta defined by a team like 100 Thieves, where once you got into stage 2, though, and you got into like the Masters playoffs, a lot of teams figured out how to play and counter that. So I'm hoping to see
Yeah.
a new look for 100 Thieves on how they approach Bind.
And you know, despite
Realistic
Haven
chance to
being
Plug win?
100
It
Thieves
could be a
map
lot closer
pick,
than we
I
think.
was saying that was also
It
a
depends
good
how much
map for
practice
Plug
100 Thieves have
because we
had.
had just finished highlighting Mikey and how good his
Yeah.
chamber was. They were undefeated.
This
on
is a
Haven
rough.
when it came to the
It's a rough
those,
tournament for 100
their
Thieves because it's like
qualifiers.
it's
Although
lose-lose.
They played this a lot in challengers.
Right,
in
you're
that group
expected to
stage,
win.
and they fell
You don't
both
really
times to
gain
Blue Otter, so it could just be
too
a
much
Blue Otter
praise
gift there.
if you
But
win,
I'm
other than
wondering
like
how
you should get
100
prize
Thieves
money.
are going to approach the chamber ethos. What advice would you
If
have
you
if
lose,
you were a 100 Thieves coach? Is the
People
chamber
are
going to be a
gonna
problem there for Mikey?
overreact a bit.
I think you just send Cryo to wherever Mikey's playing. And just
Mikey-
have him just
Mikey
face
is
off in a
insane, yeah,
one-on-one
I agree with that.
every single
Okay.
round, and just, you know, see how it goes from there. Because I think that, you know, Cryo, he has the experience playing chamber. He knows how to play against one. On top of that, he is one of the best aimers just when it comes to just straight mechanical hitting your shots when you need to. So kind of simplifying that, because that's exactly what Plug is looking for. But if you can
Time to
kind of
overreact no
get
matter
down
what the
your own
outcome is.
transfer
Oh
with
yeah,
these,
dude,
then
we
I
get
think
straight
that
into
things
this. Damn.
could go in the way of 100 Thieves for
I
sure.
thought we were gonna yap for a bit. This is nice.
Plug are going to continue with the neon, but what's interesting
they
is
actually
Cosmo's
got rid of
gonna
the
match it
chamber?
too.
Yeah,
I was
even
enjoying
more
the
interesting-
chamber,
sorry, Ethos,
but
I'm gonna let you
honestly,
say last words here
if
before
they
we
knew
move
that
you off
Neon
this
was getting
discussion.
played, it
But go
is
ahead,
better
Ethos,
to have
what do
a
you think about
Cypher
the
here,
100
so it
Thieves
kind of
roster? It
makes
seems
sense. We end
Cryo's
up
a
getting a
sniper.
mirror matchup.
I mean, I think that's totally fine. I think
Ass and a Neon.
like Sentinel players they fit people
Cryo
like
Cypher.
Cryo very well, like kind of baity, but kind of like you
Boostio
give them the
Breach.
opportunity to just focus on your gun and just take a 1v1. You even see Mikey getting swapped off of that chamber, put on the Cypher as well. This is going to be a straight up 1v1 between the slow mechanical aimers like Cryo and Mikey, and I want to see kind of who wins in that just like lurk battle in the shadows of the map.
The
while
team are
everyone else
together
is
apart
kinda
from
doing their
Xander,
own thing,
who's
making
playing at
noise and
home,
taking
okay.
map control. This is a very standard comp that we kind of see nowadays with the Silver Breach Neon, and I think that we're going to see some very good, not really textbook.
Am I
but kinda
surprised?
in
Not
meta
really.
Valorant.
Neon meta.
Cool. Well,
Makes a
thanks
lot
so
of
much,
sense.
Ethos. We'll be checking in with
Asana's
him
style of
after
play
the map,
suits
But Vans, I know you're really
Neon a
stoked
bit
about
better
this.
Yeah.
I don't think
than
it's too weird
Cryo.
to see
Cryo and
Boostio
Cypher
on
could be pretty good
Breach
if they
because he usually plays Breach on
I mean,
maps like
Duelist over
Split,
towards
but like you said,
Sentinel's been
Cryo's
happening
usually
a
not
lot.
the one playing Sentinel.
I'm already loving the role changes that's coming out of 100 Thieves for sure, because you would think 100 Thieves as an IGL, Boostio has always played pretty much a Sentinel role from like his EG days going to 100 Thieves. But to basically what Ethos was saying before, you have an opportunity.
No, Chamber, you've been scammed. This is what I was looking forward to as well. I was in for it. Okay, 100 Thieves on defense, and we got Plug on attack.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Cryo on an operator on the defensive side too, and this is where we're going to start, right? But we'll have a chance to witness that right away.
100 Thieves with a 4. Who would have thought we get a 4-1 pistol? Question is, do they like heavy push out? We had camera mid, we had info trip over towards
already, so they're probably going to force 100 Thieves' hand to start.
So probably reaction is lose B, 3-person push. But wait, what's this?
Yeah, Plug just
My
did
breach
not
got
like
ready.
what they were seeing over at A long, so good stack from 100 Thieves there, but that means a pretty weak B
Okay,
site.
kinda-
Jerwin opens
kinda
up with
liked
first
the
blood. You
reaction
gotta
from
plant
100 Thieves
smokes on the
though.
left side. Will be
If we played
Cryo
different on
waiting
B, it
for
would've
the
been
pull
cool.
and the flank from 100 Thieves coming through courtyard. Watching that closely is Monsi in a 1v2, and he could be actually taking an isolated duel. We'll see how that goes. Meanwhile,
what?
Cryo is still being a menace, getting 2 kills on his own. We're left with a pretty big advantage for Plug.
I
and
didn't
that is
get 2
starting
there.
to dissipate. Oh, and a good point to
Hey, it
mention
doesn't
that
matter.
this is patch,
Nice pistol from Plug. I have
9.09.
no idea
So,
how he's managed to
just
double
to keep
pop
that in
both
mind if you're
there.
looking out for
That must have
the
looked
patch
nuts.
changes, but it is Plug on the pistol.
Yeah, patch 9.09 is super important. Actually,
Time to
which is why
overreact, yeah, everyone
you can
start
still see
panicking.
Xander and Bunbao playing the Omen,
Everyone start
on this role
panicking.
on Haven. The one ways that you can play on the pulse plan on
Get the
on
Reddit
A
Fred
side is
ready.
gonna be very, very good to use against the Flood retakes, especially on a composition here of a Neon and Breach on these attempts. But I like at least from 100 Thieves with Cryo opening up.
Asuna attempted to go with the Bucky, and we're allowed 1 death, maybe 2 deaths, you would say. Kind of bought heavy armor, so maybe not.
But the fight didn't really work out. Plug opens up greatly
Oh,
in
over
that pistol
towards
round,
short
and they're
with
able
a
to
bit
come
of
in with full
sound.
force. The
This is
only
a
thing
weird
and the only
anti-eco
weapon
from
that they
them.
have that's strongest for 100 Thieves right now is a Neon
Kinda nice.
Sheriff.
They take a little
By
bit
the
of A
way,
control,
wielded by Asuna,
and they
who
get
gets
the
to
ult.
play a little bit more of a main duelist role in
Dude,
this
honestly,
composition.
if I have this
all the
control
question marks,
here,
it adds a lot of
and I'm on an
excitement.
eco,
A
and
lot
I've
of
done A
conversation for
pressure,
sure is gonna be,
I would
is
always
this
pull my
today,
team back and then
going to be the
drone.
right decision
Like
here
on this
out of
map,
100
no joke,
Thieves
if you
as
can
they're
get
testing out this
into
new-
cubby
these new
here,
rule changes
the drone's
with Xander
incredible
coming
for actually
in.
hitting over towards sight. Like you can always
It's a lot of
cancel if need
classic
be,
buys,
but
so you can
it's
just
so
max
nice
out on
here.
util.
I would at
100
least
Thieves
like
are still gonna
4-1.
heavy stack
And
this
then
A
you can
short.
drone in, and then you can take space.
Hoping to
But
just make
I
a
kind of like what they're
reactive
doing as well, right?
contact
They're doing the
from
4-1,
Xander's
and then if they
paranoia
push
or
here, they can
anything, a
react
fault
over
line
towards C
from
anyway and go
Boostio,
back.
who's sitting
But I'm telling you,
there,
on anti-eco,
Plug
getting in this cubby with a drone
usually
is
have
like
faced a
really
smoke
broken.
down this
You can do
way, so
pathing where
now
you
it's
can
just a
check
little
literally the
too
whole of
quiet,
sight
so
apart
they
from
have
logs.
to be very careful. As Monsi and Jerwin, yeah, could go for the trade, but Asuna managed to get out of the breach util. Monsi not so lucky, and Asuna gonna show Jerwin how it's done.
Double stun was so nice.
Yeah,
off
it's
contact
getting a
from
little bit
EU.
scary.
So that really is
So
gonna
they're allowed
put
1
a wrench
death.
here into the plans
They
of
go
Plug
over
to take
towards
control
B,
of
and we
A
still got
side with the
Xander
time remaining.
alive.
They're just
Oh,
gonna
this
pivot
might
right
be.
into B, where they should have
This
a free
might be
plant so far,
close.
especially when Boostio
If
doesn't
Cryo
have
can
a
get
fault
one.
line to stall.
Breach damage to stop
He
the
has the
plant.
aftershock to
10
play.
seconds, it's going to fast flood.
Only 12 seconds left to plant, and Cryo is just not gonna let
Yeah,
this
nicely
go
done from 100
easy.
Thieves.
100 Thieves are just
Plug
shut
definitely
the door
there.
on B, knowing
Like should have
Plug,
just
that's
done what
where
I
they like to
said.
pivot.
Like
That's a full
they had so
classic
much
round
map
with
control here.
at
So the
least
Cypher should have
80%
gone
of
over
kills
towards
used
A.
with free
Right, you could
util.
just lock yourself in towards
stun
short
that
or
came
here.
from the breach to
Honestly,
get
like the
this
cubby
assist,
short would have been
and
good.
then also
The other
just
should
the
have been
paranoia
droning
that
C
came
ready to
from
go.
Xander across the line. So the fact here that you were trying to work the map for Plug in that
Nicely
second
done from
round,
100 Thieves.
but you
They
have
did
to
good.
waste it too much of that utility when you're running into the site with so little time
Yeah,
remaining.
and they got a
You
lot of
just get
gun
flooded by
upgrades
so
as
much
well. It's
more
real
utility
nice.
that it just owns you. And unfortunately here, Plug, they're gonna have to go into a hero rifle in the 3rd round, and that's gonna be in the hands of Van Bal, by the way, not in the hands
setup
of
on short.
Gerwin.
Yeah,
They're
it
trying
was
to
still nice
leverage
from 100
the
views.
cracked aimer to play behind enemy lines, play behind the push, play the pulse plan.
Just using their neon as bait to draw the fire and get info out of that, but Plug
Yeah, I was
just
gonna
went
say,
in
hold up, we
blinded
actually got a
and
little
played
bit closer.
smokes, and,
It was nice from everyone on
well,
100 views
they
to
got
react into
crunched
this,
yet
but I would say,
again.
like, in
At
terms of
least
the eco,
Plug
they
tried
should be
to go
pretty
the
happy. Go a little bit
direct
close.
route. They usually
I think if
pivot
Cryo
into
doesn't
B
get
and
2
it's a
there, it's
later hit, but 100 Thieves
might even go down
just
to a 1v1.
crunch them.
You at least put a little check mark on what Ethos was mentioned before here on the desk, that you want a team like Plug to play with a lot of confidence.
Goes
so when they're
in.
getting hit by
We get our
Paranoids, I love
first
that
buy
team is
round.
close
Do
in
they
the
just
gap
have
while
a
he's being
set?
paranoid to
Oh,
go face to
strat.
face, close range, you get Xander
Maybe.
and still get that pick. And Van
Cryo
just
dependable?
runs
Yeah,
through
he's
smoke
just
as
getting
full
2
as quick
Ks
as
at
possible
the moment.
once that first wave of util has been wasted up by
Classic
100
King
Thieves.
setup.
They got some decent kills out of
Just
that.
block
They
all of
forced the
this, you can
buys out of
rotate
2
in.
players. So you're gonna have a pretty
Info trips at
you
the
know,
moment.
still a strong buy for 100 Thieves for this round on to the next, but it's a great attempt here for Trust and Plug to keep as much as they can that economy low for 100 Thieves.
Oh man, Asuna has kept A short on lockdown. Plug were trying to place a smoke deeper
you
into
can
long
relax a
A
little
to
bit if you
really
want. Go
fight for
first
that
kill.
control, because 100 Thieves really go for a deeper
Is this map 1? Yeah, first map,
defensive
dude.
smoke. And Plug were just more focused on A long, and Asuna had such a great
Yeah, you
cutoff.
can
He
kinda
took
just smoke
damage in the
against them, right?
process,
Insert
as
one over
100
towards
Thieves
here.
could still expect
pressure
a
elsewhere.
hit. They're just gonna lay low as Plug now have to re-clear these things.
A good start too for 100
They're
Thieves.
close
They're
enough
doing
to
a lot of
hear the
these crunches with
TP, so
the
they
fault lines
should.
into the choke.
If
Something
comms
that
are good
Trust
from
and
the
Plug will
breach,
have
they
to
should
start
expect
working
this
together.
bonus,
And now
yeah.
at least
But then the
they're clearing
bait's
right
pretty good for
angles. They push
Asuna.
Xander away. They have an opportunity to scale, but I don't think they're going to be falling back at this point because there's so many players lean towards the A side. The camera is pretty much
Look at
gonna
this from
attempt
Cryo.
to try to watch flank, but you
Cryo's
already
taking
saw
so
that
much
timing from
space,
Cryo.
yeah.
He slipped through.
Yeah, you could always, Omen teleport, like, Omen ult into heaven. We've seen that in the qualifiers before, but Plug just decided to
Kinda
address his
doable,
front
got a
to
lot of
back,
time to
and
get a
it's
plant down
Mikey
here.
who still has the spike as all the dust settles in a 1v2 with the neural theft. Knows one's in short,
5
one's
bullets.
at backside, has time to plan, was very wary on bringing out the gun in case Cryo were to swing early, making sure Boostio didn't make it out, and hoping to just take these
5 votes
duels
is gonna be hard for
isolated,
this.
but he has
This guy
got
is pretty
bullets.
nuts, though. I will say this
wouldn't
guy's actually
mind if
decent.
Mikey reloaded.
Cage triggered.
Now he's been revealed by Cryo. And he's just gonna try and do his best to hide and buy time and let 100 Thieves push into him, but a good cage.
5
This
bullets?
is 100 Thieves just playing.
That's unlucky. He gave himself in the
Oh,
right
playing
try. I feel like
against the
100 Thieves played it
fire, and it is 100
really well,
Thieves that
though.
defuse.
Like, really, really well.
But just for him to stay calm for that long and wait it here when the cage came through and still dodge a couple of bullets.
If he
there
had
was a
more
chance
bullets
because
there,
was
yeah,
a
he
last
never felt
lineup
comfy to
from Cryo
reload.
and Boostio right in front of his
It was like
crosshair that he
choose-
maybe could have lined both at
choose
headshots.
reload
There
or
was no
plant.
crouches.
He chose the
no
right
crouches,
one.
sorry, coming through. And if he wasted potentially another second and a half.
They didn't give him a chance, yeah,
that
they
was
played it
gonna
really
be the
well.
round there in a clutch
That flow was
coming in
awesome.
for Mikey and for Trust and Plug right over here. The
There was a
lineup
ward where
running
they
in
almost
front.
lined up there.
And thankfully here he gets the kill.
Force them down to an eco again.
Fire in
Still
this
got
game
the
by the
Omen
running
ult if they
comes down
wanted to try
rifles.
something
But
crazy.
100 Thieves were able to escape here what could have been
This Outlaw's lovely.
difficult
This
here for
Outlaw's
them
gonna
to
farm them.
continue the economy on their side. But they continue with this aggression. This time, actually, it's pushed more by the defensive end, or the attacking end,
Ooh,
rather.
didn't want to
And
go
Jordan
out
gets the
because
pick
honestly
onto
would have got
Asuna.
stunned by the recon.
Yeah, with Plug being able to be aggressive,
It-
they
it
got a
felt
deeper
like,
smoke from Bao
Asuna
that
just
creates that
tanked
isolated
double
duel for
stun,
Jerwin.
right?
And he
Breach
checks the
stun
corner
into
and
neon
kind of
stun, and then the
unexpected for
recon
100
was here
Thieves
as
to be
well.
pushed back that far. And it's
He's
Plug really settling
probably
in
got to go
into
in
this
there.
map,
I would have to
finally
see
getting
what
their first blood in
Asuna's
their
stun was
favor.
like as well.
Aftershock will force Jerwin back.
Like Asuna
so
probably
100
should have
Thieves
U-tilled, but
realizing
it's
they
really
can
hard in
still
that
be in A-long,
situation.
they're just gonna sit tight, and you don't have anyone in mid. Plug still have their camera there, so it'll be easier to re-clear.
And one aftershock is actually a nice little trade for against Jerwin as well, because Jerwin had to use his second slide, which then means they don't have the best space creation move.
Kinda
inside
close
the
to,
A site with no Neon wall, no slides.
close to
so you have to be a little
eyeball.
bit more grouped up on the hits. And it seems the idea is to try to sell a fake with this owl drone. Like a triple face right in front of
Oh my
the garden.
goodness. So
And
we're really out there. Dude, no joke,
Still
if Plug win
really-
this round, they're in a really
great
good spot in
information
terms
from
of
that rip
ults
from
as well. They
Crime.
can start like
Spotted
getting a few in a
Courtyard,
row.
so the
It's
beat
great
pivot could
smoke from
happen.
Xander
C's
to allow
open,
the
100 Thieves
flood
now
out.
race to get in sight. Xander misses the doesn't get flash, doesn't get paranoid, and goes 1-for-1. It's the best you could ask from him.
Damn.
Should be able to close this out.
Yeah,
Lucio
imagine he
is
does
a
it.
Huge threat here at the
Okay, it was a
back.
nice try. It's good damage at the end
And
too.
Val just locked him in, so Blood will stay within 1.
Yeah, I mean, first kill
something
just
about
kind
the
of
Phantom again,
snowballed
but
into a
at least
nightmare,
it's older
right?
patch. It's older patch, so it's
I would
not
have
no
to see his
shenanigans
util.
really,
Because
but,
the
it
good
was a
thing
nice little
about
smoke kill that
Neon
came out
is
from
it's like the
Lucio.
best way to
It was
util to
an
get out of
idea.
situations
I
like
love
he
this
was
right
in.
here. The triple face
Like, you
onto
should be able to
grass
get out.
when he threw the Allen drone up on the A side, because the last time they were trying to add this pressure on A, Cryo actually was able to push forward and slip through the grass, and that was never really challenged by Trust and Plug on the garage or C
Yeah,
side.
I mean, the
since
AD field
beginning
works so
of
well
this
for Plug
game.
that they're just going to do it again.
Outside of
Money's
the
starting to
pistol
get low.
round,
Money's
maybe
real
they
low
tried to
for
go a
100
little bit more
Thieves.
aggressive, so they'll
Okay,
go
money's
back
real
and
low
take
for
that
everyone. This is a giant round.
confidence for them to want to continue
We're
to fight
popping the
against
ults into it. You
AD.
see it on the other side too.
I like this
Yes.
adaptation from 100 Thieves to shut down this aggression at long A that Plug went for last round. And a huge reason they won that round.
Okay, they lose a Neon, but they
So
gain a
Jerwin
sight.
gets stopped in his tracks off the
Asina's
paranoia
ult
and the
might
Hunter's
run out.
Fury. So here's Plug pivoting to C.
In time for
There's
retake.
a flank teleport though from Xander, and this is up to Mikey to just kind of hopefully get some backup. Uses the cage to maybe try and rejoin his team and get into
He's
the
distracting
mind
well.
of Xander.
Knows that there's less people
But
over
this
sites
is a
they can
tough spot
flood
for
on.
Plug to be in.
Oh, he even got caught by the trip, so Mikey pushes down to kill him.
Works out, and now 100 Thieves though are on the side. You don't have to worry about pushing through smokes, but Teague fault line and one away from Rolling Thunder.
Okay,
It's
big
just
rounds,
EU
chat.
left,
Big
so
round. We got an
the
eco coming up
aggression
here
is
for 100
really
Thieves.
throwing off 100 Thieves.
They're doing a great job with conditioning, just as I mentioned before on 2 rounds ago with the Owl Drone, but this time continuing to add the pressure
They
up
just kinda
towards
got
the A
stuck
side,
in
but it
this
was a fake
area.
all along. Only 2 players were there, and everybody was still leaning towards the C side. So when Asuna gets the pick, yes, with nice combinations to take down Jerwin, he continued towards the A side. And then you had EU continuing to drone towards heaven, so they thought that it was a full hit, that they missed the timing, that Trust and Plug actually made it inside the A site. And now they potentially go back to an A side.
It's a giant round, dude.
Because you think there's going to be less players there because they've done 2 rounds of great conditioning. So now they have power numbers until this recon guard just pinged up 3 players though.
Whoa.
Now Plug are just
Whoa.
trying to see a different angle. The Rolling Thunder, though, from Boostio misses, and Jerwin pulls out his ult, the overdrive, and Asuna heads for the hills, and Jerwin's on the chase, but
Jump.
a lot more enemies that he expected. I like that Jerwin will take a step back, and that extra second for his team to get established. Plug overwhelmed the site, and now it's just
Big
Cryo in a
show.
1v4.
Reach out when your Neon's close. But
Money
no
is the
ult.
best too, but I like it from Trust and Plug to just stay behind. So traded out breach ults, but it was 100 Thieves that had to try to close that gap because they were on that lower buy. So
I mean, you got the
they
breach
went
ult
for
out
it.
of them
Plug
back
stayed
as
in
well.
spawn and
Just means the next
allowing
round's
your 100
giant,
Thieves to
really.
get the
The
best of
problem is
values
money's
out
just
there
so
behind the Rolling
strong.
Thunder.
Money is
Very,
crazy
very
strong.
nice
We're already
of them
hitting
to
9k
stay
here.
and adapt and change their gears throughout the pressures and the rounds that are coming.
This
through to
Mikey
really
guy,
push
yeah, he's
the pace
he's
down
definitely
since the last
insane.
3
I'm
rounds.
telling you.
I'm gonna
He
have to
carried
give him
so
that
heavy
advantage
last
for
time we
that
were
before.
watching.
And that's what we're talking about. Right?
Is
That
this
matchup
the
against
guy that
100 Thieves
Asuna was
and
saying
Trust
is like
and Plug,
really legit
it's
as
not
well?
going to be an easy game for her team like 100 Thieves, and already you're actually forcing a timeout out of the powerhouse team, the overdogs of 100 Thieves. So Zix is going to have a conversation here.
And I think you talk about just the setup of Boostio, Xander. There was a lot more focus from 100
He's a
Thieves on
ranked
A
demon.
short when A long has been. There's been a lot of
duos
approaches from
with him a
Plug
lot,
and
I
how you
get it.
insert Jerwin using the
kinda know of
neon
him.
walls, just running it down, using Bow's smokes to kind of isolate duels for Jerwin. There's a lot of strats from Plug being thrown at A long, so I think 100 Thieves just have to talk about where and how do you insert Boostio and Xander, just slow it down.
it
and to
embarrassing for
mainly
100
hit
Thieves if
Jerwin,
they
'cause
lose?
They tried the Rolling Thunder from Boostio, it didn't affect Jerwin. There was a sense of security that you thought you
A
hit
little
everything
bit,
from that
but
Rolling
it's
Thunder,
not
and
too
100 Thieves
crazy.
moved
Like
in,
they have
got
a
caught
good
by
amount of
Plug.
excuses.
And now you also need to calm yourself
Like
down
people
because
would
there's
people
a
would
3-round
flame them
streak
pretty
from
heavily,
Plug.
and
Yeah,
like there is
especially
ammo
that,
to flame them pretty
when
heavily.
It could have been
But like
even
if you're
more
actually
dangerous,
on
especially that
100
Plug won the
Thieves,
piss run, and thankfully
if we're
100
looking
Thieves
at
was
some
able
of the
to come back
rounds
with
at the
full
moment,
classic
like
and one
the
share in the second
neon
round. So
The
Plug,
Neon
again,
could have played two
manipulating the map
situations a
quite
little
well,
better
and
at
for
the
100
moment, and maybe
Thieves,
the Neon
they
nerf
wanna
will be
start
like
testing out
big,
a little bit
so
more
it will be
aggression
like a
towards
different
Brass
meta
and B,
anyway.
right? Every single one of these rounds for Trust and Plug has been
Track them
conditioning
down.
So
towards
I
the
don't know.
A
It
side,
depends
but
how you
there's
look
at
at them.
least two
But they should
players
be.
on
They
that
should.
side
They
consistently
definitely should be
at the
winning.
beginning of
But
these
if you
rounds,
haven't
so there's a
practiced too long as
potential
well,
here
then
that could be exploited by 100 Thieves down towards middle.
Recon goes short.
There's the adjustment already. Shock dart where Jerwin was hiding during that rolling thunder. So getting him weak is just one step closer to taking care of that duelist that creates so much space for Plug. And you had that smoke, so you're trying to draw that attention from 100 Thieves towards A main. As Plugger have liked to pivot at B previously, and they're going to smoke, or 100 Thieves
Another
are gonna
big
smoke
round.
it
We
off,
had a
not
timeout for
let
this
B
one.
go so
Give him a
easily.
lot of
Now Plug
space.
are trying to
We're just
explore
playing A
Garage
on
and
retake now. We're
avoiding
just gambling a
quite
little bit
util
more. They got early
well,
info on
mainly the
C.
fault line for Boostio
We
was a
want
good
to
start
stop
for
them from
Plug.
getting garage,
Everything
but
for
and they
100 Thieves so
successfully
far
stopped
has
them
been
from
good
getting
stalls with the
garage.
reposition from
And they put the trip
trip
down.
as
We've
well.
got nothing
Double
over
trips on
towards
C
B
site,
now.
and then as
Wonder
soon
how
as
they're
you
gonna
re-clear
react
it
to
and
it. Like a
smoke it back,
3-person
it's
push
given
on
up
mid or in
by
like
Plug.
5 seconds
Well,
would be
they
awesome.
themselves plugged the garage side with that trap, so everybody could focus back on the A side. This is great pivoting by 100 Thieves so far. And
Okay,
the more that, the more
honestly,
time
getting
you're
over
taking for
towards
Plug,
A
the
is
next
equally
fault
good.
line's gonna refresh you for
And they're going to
Boostio,
get
who's
over
already
towards
tried to
site.
look
They're going to
down
have
that
Silver
line,
Recon
but
that can
that's
help
the
the
40
two on
side
site here. Recon
Racing on
goes
in,
in.
Jerwin
Breach
just
rotates
trying to
as well,
see,
but they
like,
still
who
got
would be
early
shooting
trip.
his way
A
and
lot
just
is down to Cryo,
trying
but he
to
has good
fake it.
cages
Look
for
how
this.
100 Thieves were sat ready, but there's already noise in garage. Cryo's
Can he buy enough time? The
The
Asuna can get on site.
There's only one trip that could stop the garage push. There's 12 seconds. Time may just stop Plug from winning this round, and it's
100 Thieves
not
played this really
going
well.
well. Cryo and the rest of 100 Thieves have reinforced the C site, and Plug a couple more
This is
seconds.
great.
and
This is
it's
really nice
all
from 100
she
Thieves.
wrote. 100 Thieves
The whole way they moved
post-timeout.
across the map was
Figured
awesome.
it out.
Great hold by Cryo towards the end.
Yeah, Cryo
It
did
was a
great. Dude,
simple-
Cryo
simple,
held on to his
point of utility
cages
that
for
we
a
saw the
long
shot
time
first
as
from
well.
Monty
Like,
at
he
the
literally
default
waited
boxes,
until they were
but
out
unfortunately, it didn't break
before
that
he's
grip
popping the
that Cryo
cages. He's
placed
not doing
down
it like
at the default
preemptively. He's
box.
just like
That actually
100%
started
sure that once
everything,
they've thrown
in
util, then
terms
he's
of
doing
falling
it.
like dominoes for
No one
Plug Cryo
really
back
feels
towards
comfy
the C
pushing
site.
back a
That's where
site.
Asuna was able to get a full wallbang kill onto one player, and then the aftershock to get the second kill.
Good hold from
denying
Cryo, yeah. He
that
just
and 100 Thieves
him
is
waiting
very
that
close
long
because
for
they have a
popping
Neon in
cages
opposition too for this-
just kind
for
of
this,
secured it.
for this match.
This is good breach damage as well.
Works out quite well, and now you see this aggression towards middle that Zix was potentially mentioning and talking about with the team
Whoa.
for Thieves, that it was weak in the very beginning. Now drone already comes out early.
Bro,
I
middle.
don't think
With
it's-
how
Saw
obvious...
Asuna?
Did they make
But
it
there's
too
an
obvious by
opportunity for
shooting
him
this
to
drone like
surprise
this?
here.
No, apparently not. Okay.
100 Thieves also
Damn.
keeping Xander and Boostio in the middle of the map, ready to
Yeah,
pivot
sometimes you
wherever.
go to,
Asuna with a huge start.
I always say this when I'm
Fade
watching,
back into
right?
the shadows, and Plug
People,
will have
when
to
people put a
truck
lot
on
of
without
emphasis
Mikey
on
side. Of
shooting
all
a
the people
drone
lose,
before it checks a
Cypher's
corner,
not
I'm
the end of the
honestly
world.
taking it as like
Heaven
90%
is
someone's
open,
in
no
the corner that
smokes
they're
yet.
trying to bait. If you
You,
go back
is
and
he
watch pretty
gonna
much every demo out there,
swing out
if
and get
it's an area
a kill,
that doesn't
get
have anyone on,
information.
they'll just let
Asuna's
it.
around the corner
They'll just
too.
let it fly
And
out.
100 Thieves want to try and
When
flood in
people
and
are
at
shooting,
least
especially in
take
pro
advantage
play, you
before
just
Plug gets settled
I
in
would take it
pretty
as
much
hard
at
info.
A.
Someone's probably mid.
Deep though, Asuna
Massive Joe.
versus Jerwin, and Asuna just hesitated a little bit, but EU off the info is still a threat here on the high ground. And Plug only have 2 left, and the spike down. That's recovered there in main from Bao.
30 seconds left.
You don't have smokes to cover heaven, so you just got to take shelter behind this box
Yeah,
and hope
you got
for
a
the
drone
best.
to
The
make
shock
sure
darts
that
are
your
still so
util's on
annoying.
top.
Now you got the aftershock, the fault line. Here's 100 Thieves
retake.
evicting Plug from the A site.
It started off well from the pathing from Trust and Plug towards AA site.
If you're
And it
not
really
a
just
good
had to
shot
come
today,
down to
don't
how to
worry.
how to
There are other
hold
ways.
towards the end after you're able to get that first pick onto Asuna. Yes, Asuna did a great job pushing down towards that area. The missed calm from the
New map
Alamo
pool
not
has a few chamber
clearing
maps.
towards that window
Yeah, no
was
one
actually
really likes
the
chamber at
demise
the
here
moment.
for Trust and Plug to really get good back
But
control in the very
I
beginning.
don't know.
But yes,
All
maybe
it takes is that
losing
one
Mikey
team
in
to
that
like
sense
do it good,
might
and then
not
people are
be,
like, hold
it
up.
doesn't sound that heavy of a loss, but it's huge when
I
it
think
comes
with
down
how
to the
strong the
amount of
Outlaw
util
is at the
that they
moment
trust
as
into
well, with the
him
new
to make sure that
shields,
he
it's
watches that
pretty,
and see
it's
pushes.
pretty good.
So there were so many little bodies on the actual execution, and look at the continuous aggression coming out from 100 Thieves. I think they're just trying to work
It's a
the
hard,
match
like
so
this
continuous
meta right
continuous
here,
survival
it's
pinch.
hard for chambers.
Round's ready.
It's a lot of
So
double
many
initiator into
Now
sending a
Mikey
neon.
will have an impact.
So like you're TPing
The
away
neural
and then
theft
there's someone just in
is
front of you.
successful
Like you gotta be a
in
little bit
mid. He likes
smarter
that
with your
camera
TPs.
there.
Like this
Meanwhile,
meta, not
Plug have
great.
hit
Next
A-site
meta,
like
maybe.
80% of the time, and I like that Cryo's gonna help support this too with the trips that are deeper into sight, hoping to catch
How do they
Gerwin,
keep
and
getting kills
he
in
just
heaven?
got Cryo
I know
reacting to those
exactly
trips,
where you are.
shooting through
giant
the
kill.
smoke, and Mikey manages to
How much
find
space
a
are you gonna
corpse
take from this?
with his lurk coming through all the way,
I
wrapping
would
behind
honestly
B.
try to get a deep cage.
Plug,
That's
get
about it.
information to start feeling
Don't
comfortable
cage
to
that, I
start
dare you.
pivoting into B potentially.
I think they're going to split A side, especially with a double A control and that pick.
Dude, look how
So now
calm
the-
this
the
plug
spike
team
can
is.
go
This
back
is a
towards
nice
the A
round from
side,
them.
but meanwhile, Asuna still
Yeah,
has
there
the
we go.
overdrive. They still have a Hunter's Fury to delay,
Nice,
allow
dude.
Asuna to get behind enemy lines too.
Got a lock over to.
Yeah, a lot of good options.
Had to lock
for
over towards
Plug,
B.
And well, the spike's getting delayed, and the Hunter's Fury is such good delay because
Oh, good ping.
this scares T.
Big
back
3v3.
into main.
Breach damage.
The shock dart hits.
Yeah, get that breach onto heaven. You should be winning this. Breach damage for
Spike still
breach
goes
damage. Then
down,
you can
and
go
Plug
back
set
here and you
their
can
eyes
stun.
forward with Boostio having flashes in his hand, but
Breach
the
damage,
fault line
back.
late. Teague
Yeah.
is still alive, and it's just gonna be the battle of two breaches. In terms of delay, Asuna's gonna
Oh,
slide
this
in
is nice
with
from
the
100
ults,
Thieves.
And Mikey is cooked, but a better trade
Do
comes
you know what's
out
cool
of
from 100
Gerwin.
Thieves here?
Boostio and
They didn't like
Eve
throw
hold it
all their
down,
util,
though,
right?
and it's 100
They
Thieves up by
faked
two.
the push in. They got the stun out of them. Then it was like breach damage. Then we had breach damage back. But then they had an extra layer to actually go in. Neon's going in at the same time as the recon lands. Like we saved util knowing that they still have breach damage. Pretty sure the comms were really good here. Oh, that's how we get it. I love doing this as well. Like for people that play Heaven, just pinging the right side and just spamming down. Like everyone hugs the left wall because you don't want to get shot from sight. Like think about the whole of A site right now. Oh, they're not going to give me a minimap, are they?
For 100 Thieves in that previous round.
Coffee Goldfish, thank you so much. Thank you. Chat, I'm about to draw A site and it's going to look weird, okay? So this is box. This is box. This is you going into sight. This is the Kabi. And then this is Heaven, right? You got to think when you're pushing over towards sight, you want to hug the left wall, right? Because you don't want to be open to this angle. And you want to check this angle a lot of the time. When you're Heaven, you literally just ping the right wall when you get smoked off. Like that is the best chance of you getting people going in. You don't think how that looks? I mean, yeah, honestly, the box is back here, but
back to fight that head first, just like he did at the beginning of this game.
that was
And
cool.
after Asuna was able to creep through
Right, look it up
courtyard,
here.
maybe just
Think of angles,
Mikey's gotta
right?
figure
You're
out,
safe
okay,
from
camera
sight
there
here,
for sure. Have someone left behind.
and then you
don't
want to check
Asuna
here
getting
because of this
free
box
kills,
as well.
just
Like you can
running it
check
down
this without
main.
being seen from anywhere.
And then Trust and Plug, well, they've lost.
Otherwise,
a
you're
lot
in a
of these
crossfire.
post
So everyone
plays
hugs
now
left
to
wall,
retake
so
from
you
100
just
Thieves,
ping,
so
or
what
ping
is
right
the
wall,
plan
I guess,
B?
if you're
Well, I
Heaven.
hope it's not B because that
Right,
hasn't
2
been
more rounds left,
awfully
and
successful with
honestly,
Plug either,
Plug
with
got some
100
good
Thieves. If
ults.
they can have Boostio in their part of the
Change it from
retake,
100
he's conserved
Thieves
a lot of
looking
his
like a
util for
DRX
those moments.
special.
He's been pivotal
Three
for
passing
100 Thieves
aggro over
retake
towards A, ready to
success.
Omen flash as they
Plug,
come in.
Facing a smoke, they're gonna delay entry, but this gives a
That's
chance
nice.
for Asuna
Oh, it's
to
real
get into
nice.
Gerwin's spot and get 2
Oh,
free
it's real
kills and
nice.
more. He's got the overdrive and a classic. Monsi's gonna hold his own. Stoic at 14 HP. A very quick
Yeah,
round
this is cool.
though for 100.
Breach stun was good.
Yeah,
Omen
I
flash was
almost
good.
looked that it was a missed dart that came in the very beginning that didn't go into the choke. 'Cause
Okay,
they
these guys
hit
just
the
need to
top
off the
A
rip,
side
just do
instead,
some kind of
or the
ult.
A long instead, but I
The
think
most
the
likely thing
addition
you're
of
going to
that
see
smoke
here would be
throw by
drone,
Xander
insta
really did
ult,
allow
Omen
Trust and Plug to
TP,
take
garage
full
split.
control of that missed dart
Or
potentially,
you
and
could
with that,
literally
their
just
own mistake
go
was
back as
not-
C,
was
use
not
drone ult.
clearing, the right corners when they're trying to
It also made a lot of sense for
control
100
of
Thieves to
the
go
long.
aggro, right?
Checking
We
that
got
first corner,
ults that are
Austin
good
gets
at
3
X-secking,
kills
like I'm
on
saying.
that.
So if they go
Trust
aggro
and
here
Plug
and they
now
don't have
are
a chance to
in a
use their
back line the
ults,
last round of the half, and
just own them.
that condition towards the A side is not happening anymore.
What's
They're
up,
not
keeper?
as
How we doing?
aggressive as they
Locked
are,
in? Oh,
and
dude, I had a
continue
big
to
nap
get
before
stalled
this. I kind of just
by
woke
that
up.
one single smoke from Xander.
You're just so paranoid.
Yeah,
like,
we're actually
where
proper
could
locked in
Asuna
today.
be this time? And Gerwin's just out in the hunt. Look at him just shooting through the smoke. He's just so paranoid. And 100 Thieves are just not in sight, but definitely in the minds of Plug. So they run through short. They got the ult, and Gerwin's still looking for contact. You got Nop now ringing through your ears at the back. 100 Thieves just can't see anything. Asuna is just gonna slip through the defenses.
You got 2 there.
Still pick up 2 kills. Plug tries to hold him back with the Hunter's Fury.
Is
It's all
Mike
up
just
to
gonna
Mikey
solo
and
round?
Monsi with so many angles to cover. And Monsi and it's all up to him in the 1v1. Recon to see if he's still in heaven. Yes, it was shot down immediately.
70 HP,
Shocked doesn't
roughly
make
the
contact
same.
against Monsi.
Bro,
He's just
that's a
gonna
nice
solo
round from
bang,
him,
what a
1v3.
reaction.
That's what we mentioned before. When it comes down to these moments,
That was big.
you have Monty that
You
can
guys
step
still
up.
got to think,
You
though, pretty
have
good from 100 Thieves, right? We're
players
looking
like
at pistols. They
Van
only
Bell
got 5
or
rounds
even
on
Mikey that can
attack.
step up to the plate. And 100 Thieves
Hydrate?
are
Oh, sorry,
definitely
dude.
feeling that side. Everything looked so good on the retake. Look at how that util came through. How Arsenal got full advantage of sliding through off again. A flash recon, getting those picks. They had the power of numbers, and just somehow 2 players on the attack side just slipped through. Mikey and Monsi just catching 100 Thieves, watching the wrong angles. And they salvaged that round on the
Rex as
lower
well.
buy that they had,
7
and keep
streams in
this
a
game
row.
close.
Love that from you.
Pistol only here where Justin Plug wants to fight down towards grass. Fault line already set up, and I think we're gonna have Jerwin trying to peek through with this ghost. But there's already 3 players
All
as well.
classics.
Looking to answer
Dude,
back.
we've seen quite a few frenzies. Stray frenzies coming across here.
And
Wait, what
Bao
camera is this?
in positions.
Wait, this camera sees
Set
down
up
here, and then
Jerwin. There's
you
the fault
stun
line.
swing.
There is
Hey, they got
the
some.
swing,
They got the right
but
pistols, man.
It's pretty even. And now 100
I didn't even
Thieves,
realize
they
that
just
camera sees
reacted
down here.
better. They have the
Cool.
man advantage with at least making contact with 1 over at B. So 100 Thieves with that garage control that they fought for.
You could do it a little bit
It's
better
easy pivot
than what they
right
did,
into
but
C.
whoa.
Now flashing a bit early. Busio didn't
Hey,
make
this guy
didn't get
should
the
have
play he
them
was
both.
hoping for, and T gets a very good headshot. And well, this is continuing to be a
Unlucky.
very
Okay, we give 1
troublesome
pistols
pistol,
each.
and it still ends up going the way of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it was looking very troublesome for sure when 100 Thieves were trying to move inside the site with great util to stall. But initially, the setup, placing the pawns in the right place.
Cronin, though, with the 22 months. Thanks for the tier 1, mate.
It's actually quite nice. Just that
Appreciate that.
all the way back
No
towards
plant.
spawn,
Yeah, I thought he
continuing
had
to
time
watch
as well, but
that, garage door line. So 2 players get stunned, yeah, but there's still 1 person stunned watching it and the other one unstunned to set up.
I can't believe this is the first time I've seen this camera. You can do a really cool pistol off this, for sure.
Back into the front side, so nice little, not necessarily a read. I think it was just a protocol that they had overall, and Blood played right into it.
Now, that's
Okay, everyone goes to their attack anti-eco, which these days is literally just smoke here, get the
do any
orb.
damage they can, but look how Jerwin,
Sasquatch TV as well with the Prime. Thank you for the 10 months.
Couple of rounds, but Jerwin
How's the
pressed up
5-star
to be
Astra look
short
since the
with
changes?
Monty working that right map
Pretty
control.
strong, dudes.
Cryo
Pretty strong and
first-
relatively
or a lot of him in
annoying
first
to play
engagement,
against and
but
watch, just
Austin
because
tried to be a hero
there's
over
always
at C, and then
always
Plug
a
walked up and got a
plant
free kill with the sheriff, so
into
Cryo, well, he
Astra
managed to go 1
suck.
for 1. It was too late of a swing for
So
Jerwin
it's hard to,
maybe
like, retake
prevent
all the
that kill
time
from
on big
happening,
maps.
But trade's a trade.
Yeah, totally. There's going to be a lot of respect given from Austin to players like Ban Bao and loses that fight against the Sheriff. But there's still a player that slipped through here on the defensive side as 100 Thieves are trying to move it.
Okay. 1 versus 3 now for Bao with no util. Sheriff just vibes
Okay, I mean, they got a gun out of him.
100 Thieves continue their streak. And they get to carry the Vandal
Well,
into
they
the
still got
next
the plant
round.
this time. Gunner in with the Prime. Thank you for the 5 months, mate. Thank you for using the Prime on me.
Was luckily setting up 2 players that was watching that playing out. It looks like Austin is still got a shot there onto Ban Bao, but unfortunately.
There's a Baki. Yeah, they still have like 900. They
That's
can
it,
honestly
though.
buy something low if they
Jerwin
wanted
was able
to.
Drop maybe 2 more if there was a close enough space.
They do it. The NA buy. We're back in NA.
It's a nice little anti-eco.
No
that came
bonus
through
for this
towards
one.
The end for 100 Thieves. A pretty decent bonus round going into this one too. I mean, if you're looking at it, you have Austin and Cryo that are down to almost nothing on that buy, but they can still have something healthy in the next round, no matter what here for 100 Thieves. Full execution towards the C site.
Cool.
Cryo's watching the late flank. Off of camera too to make sure
Damn,
that he
that's a
covers up
lot of
towards
util.
garage.
It's nice though.
Yeah, he used the
Oh, that-
paranoia
that
earlier,
breach
and
flash is
100
pretty
Thieves,
legit.
And Plug try to swing out after it. Good dodge on the flash from Xander. Suppressing fire into the smoke. And now you see 2, but Xander was still adjusting on top of that ledge, so Plug puts really good dent into 100 Thieves. But Cryo's lurking garage goes 1 for 1.
Pretty winnable. 1 minute.
dwindling
Got a lot of time to play
his
with.
team
It was a
down to
nice
now a
C hit. They just messed up.
1v2.
They just kind of messed up. But like,
Can out-rotate the last 2.
they didn't do this much and like not get kills.
And I was surprised too because with how things started for
Jackalus with the
100
Prime
Thieves,
as well.
they
Thank you
won
the 3 months. Thank you.
majority of the fights on the first wave of util for Plug's attempt to fight through the Omen smoke on Seaside. I thought it was over. I closed my eyes, and then suddenly they're just able to fight back towards.
Would I ever do an
exactly
observing
what's really
event in
being checked,
Valorant
what's
just for
really
fun?
being watched, right? They were
Only,
playing for 1
only
year
to
from
show
100 Thieves.
people
Crowd was a little bit
about
too far back, trying to engage
delayed
on the late
observing.
lurk and the late rotate into garage, but that just allowed.
I'm done
I
with
guess, for
observing
Justin Plug
until
to just
until they
focus
add
on
that.
side
I'll
of
want
the
to try it.
site and just fight back here against 100 Thieves. So
I would stop streaming for like 3 months solid just to show everyone that delayed observing is the best way to watch this game. Just because it would benefit esports so much.
Through the cage. Big kill. Neon's gone. It's gonna be tougher for 100 Thieves to get into A if that's still the plan, although you have Xander with the ult. But no one's really gone for those deep teleports yet. Maybe that was just some fun we had in qualifiers, but Teague saw some flashes.
How's the game been so far? Pretty good for 100
orb.
Thieves. It's been competitive though, we can say that.
So at least you can be sure.
At least trying to get back Stewart's control, you can maybe ult that out and figure out where the Trust and Plug's going to be playing. So they'll realize a very weak garage and B site.
Have Prius do it. Prius will be fine doing it. As long as he doesn't want to get his kill stats up.
Oh, Cryo wraps around, he's blinded, and wow, Cryo still gets that kill, that's insane! Teague was just hoping for a trade at the very least. That was a 2v4 retake. With smokes at least for Pow, Mikey, and Heaven.
Where they have to be smart for 100 Thieves. You don't want to overextend, right? You don't want to give your position away because they have...
Even do as defense here. We just save now.
Yeah, with that smoke, that kind of just created an isolated duel once the player in Heaven there from Plug swung out. There wasn't a trade opportunity from...
Yeah, they get to save
Bao
nothing into this one. Running away with it a little bit.
100 Thieves really taking care of business.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Trust and Plug was looking for. You know, that's why you still saw like the player towards Heaven. I think that was.
Would you keep these roles for 100 Thieves?
Heaven, hoping that somebody would be aggressive.
I would always have Cryo play Jet on Jet maps, I think.
Right over here, Mike killed by Busio.
I would just do a straight swap there.
Like, okay, let's 4 players against 1. Let's just brute force the last person. We know that he's still going to play very close because these guys are just trying to duel against us. And now
you could do something similar to this and like lean on Chamber as well on certain maps if you wanted. Either wants to make it work. Again, Cryo's got one of the better chambers in the world.
A little bit more passively. You want to give them some space. Then they'll take full advantage of that.
But I think this is just because of Neon.
Crossfire set. And so far, it's being gambled towards his B site.
A lot of sheriff buys from Plug as they stack and gamble through mid.
Cryo can seem to play. Cryo can play quite a lot. Cryo's definitely better on that passive. The passive. Oh. Definitely better on the passive agents though. But his jet, he's just so good at opping that his jet's good.
Until EU just decided to spray it down, so that was a bit messy.
Yeah, it was a lot too, just to try to keep him alive as well. So to try to anchor up and delay here.
You sense that I'm a Neon believer. I mean, you would just play it every map until it gets fixed.
Maybe trying to get a timing off the recon guard after the second ping.
Oh, just
straight into a clip, that would be nice.
Now Asuna just could be playing a bodyguard.
Chill.
Plug has really struggled on the retakes. They'll have a paranoia this time and a flash from Teague, but Teague is low. And it's been tough to break the crossfire that 100 Thieves have set up now with 5 players. It was already difficult with 4 last round. Plug at least have 2 in Heaven waiting for maybe
EU shocking Asuna to prevent him from overheating.
To make the call with the paranoia coming through backside.
Then they're just trying to die to spike too. So or you push the players towards him.
You can just go back here. What orbs do you want?
You
want Neon
or just die to spike here on the top of Heaven. So yeah, I mean,
I like the idea. They got a good amount of money, and we really want Neon.
So that they could actually try to.
Neon's so strong there as well.
Forced to play the retake because they had the weaker weapons, and you want to try to save a lot of that utility going into the next round because it's still very expensive utility on the side of Teague and Ben Bao to rebuy if they used all of those aftershocks and flashes on their side. So yeah, I respect it. I respect it as well to try to go for the big play, but unfortunately, just Neon things with Asuna sliding through and surprising players right there in the A site and. They get a clean round towards.
How much time is left for the Neon nerf? Someone did the countdown earlier. Was it 6 days?
Best, like the best as possible when it comes down to the retake into
6 days, 2 hours,
also because they're losing a lot of
17 minutes roughly. There we go.
Beginning until they have to play the retake in a site for Trust and Plug. So or if they want to try to fight forward and they have to guarantee at least some trades to make it some sort of a winnable condition on these retakes because they're always at a player disadvantage in these moments.
And Mikey's been great. Don't get me wrong. I do miss the chamber.
What
though.
else
We
is
were just hyping it
changing
up.
in the
They've been
patch? We
playing
don't really
so
know.
much chamber on this map. And
They said
maybe just not
there's a
wanting to
har.
take that
The only thing
risk,
that
but
they've
now
said
it's
that
been
they're
so much
doing
of
that hasn't
Jerwin, and how do
happened
you
yet is
kinda
a harbor
insert him, and
change.
how do you
But they
get
also
those
said they
first
don't know what
bloods
to do,
off of him?
basically.
The aggression was really
don't know how
great from
to-
Trust and Plug on the offense.
They don't know how to
but
make harbor
defensively,
in a good
just
spot.
the retakes. I mean, they don't usually have the numbers for the retake. There's either 4 or 5 players in the post play for 100 Thieves. I kind of don't.
At the
blame
moment,
them.
we only kind
And I
of know
thought,
it's
well, Plug, if you're gonna sit
we know it's a
Heaven,
neon
Sheriffs,
nerf and there's a
it's
harbor
kind of
change at
tricky
one point.
spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, you were right about going out with the spike. I just thought, well, do as much damage as you can, because look how rich 100 Thieves are.
Yeah, and on top of that, when you were praising on how good
What would I do to harbor?
they
I
haven't
would
really
just
had the
take away the
autonomy to
slow,
bring
the
operator
teammates,
down that line
and I
as
would,
soon as possible, right? So,
you know, that
and
wall that you
with
throw
Dex
out
trying
that
to
can
just
only be
surprise
one
everybody,
direction,
trying
I
to
would just
confidently
have that
by
so you can like
just
pivot
trying
it
to
like
get
a
Jerwin
sage
out
wall.
and set him up. It's not really
Then
working out.
Harbor's
And now
pretty
they're
cool.
they're playing basically to try to react one more time. It might work out, but I think they could do something very similar to 100 Thieves too, to try to exploit this C and Garage side at the beginning of these rounds here, where 100 Thieves kind of just have Cryo like late lurking in those spots.
Like how 100 Thieves are just shooting trips. They're out in the open. They say, come at me, bro, in Garage, hoping to draw out this defense from Plug. And 100 Thieves offense has been so relentless. Now damage into Teague.
Uh-oh.
Flash, but this is all up to how
Wow,
Mikey
I
can swing
cannot
out of
believe
this.
they came
He
out on
picks
top
up
of that.
one and hesitates and is on the retreat. And now this is the Asuna playground with the overdrive activated and just quite literally mopping
Teague
the
guy's a
floor.
lunatic.
The site steps into the smoke, and that's where Bao shuts down the ult. And now Cryo holds it down at backside, reacting to who's gonna swing out again, just out in the open. Now the spike will be planted, and 100 Thieves setting themselves up for success. 3 versus 2 on the post plant.
Oh, they got caught here. Whoa.
Okay, Cryo's playing close while the rest of the team
Whoa.
was in main, and Cryo
That's hard to
clutches
do
in
against the Neon.
for the team,
Nice,
and now
8
they're
bullets
one
as well
round
the whole
away.
time, right?
Wow. Okay,
That
that's
off the Neon, I
Cryo
can't
days
remember.
all over again, but initially,
Okay,
I
6
just
chances.
unfortunately
Looking
didn't
good.
like the setup for Trust and Plug. You already have Ben Bao with the Vandal looking
Clean,
down towards
really
Garage.
calm.
You had a camera looking down the C and long
This
Garage.
Teague
Get
guy
the
was a
score, go
lunatic
for
the
a
whole
face
round.
check
Drive
from,
faces over towards Garage. Here's a
Teague
Neon
right
running
through
up
the
over
window.
towards here and
with him getting
pushes through the
ganked
smoke and
instantly,
fight
it kind
HB.
of forced players to try to run through the fight instead of using a camera for a
That's
fault line
a
double
that's a
swing or
ranked
something
player
like
right
that.
there.
And
That's
that
some
just
ranked
really
stuff
didn't
coming
allow
in.
for, Trust and Plug to have the strongest of holds here on that C site. At least a retake
It's,
looked good
okay,
that time.
so they go
But still
full
Cryo
back for
clutching it out.
the
So that point,
Fnatic.
for the
Recon goes
first map of
behind
the series
into
for
ult,
100
into sending it
Thieves,
on
and they're
mid,
looking
or
to close it out
Jerwin
right away
peeks
with
before the
Courage
ult
just
goes
dying
off.
It's really tough to lose your duelist like that, but the Garage swing out of Plug still did some damage, and it keeps the spike at bay, but
30
100
HP.
Thieves stood and delivered right back. 1v1, and we've seen this before, EU versus Monsi.
Do I prefer
72
Asuna Neon or
versus
Cryo
30
Neon?
HP.
I
Yeah,
guarantee I
different
prefer
HP
Asuna
though.
Neon. I think
And,
Cryo's
oh boy.
pretty insane
and it's
mechanically, but
EU sneaks up
he just
on him,
suits more
Peekaboo,
passive roles.
13-6 with what, like a
Okay,
6
dude,
to
that was
1
nice though.
offensive rounds for 100 Thieves. Ooh, they're looking good.
Yeah, they did look
tried
good.
to go for like I guess a crunch towards the NL Fnatic style when you went with the Hunter's Fury, the fault line, and try to push through, but just not enough utility to get the best
Did
advantage
I-
here for
no, I
German.
didn't.
Maybe
Chat, watch out.
Even him trying to slide down couldn't really find those
I'm
opportunities
on
to get
full
those
screen
first
as well.
picks. So great 100
Excuse
Thieves
me?
to
What's going on there?
realize those moments where they could
Open
actually
full screen.
be a little bit further out from
Let me
that
upload
gap
the
and
VOD.
just punish really what Trust and Plug were trying to do on the defensive side.
And Jerwin and Asuna looked neck and neck when it came to Plug being on offense, but once Jerwin is on defense, he was just shut down, even on slides, and it's hard enough to
I
shoot
don't interact with
enemy on
YouTube
doing
chat.
that, but
You guys aren't even
Plug will
asking
have
any
to go to
questions.
their map pick, Sunset, which fan says is their best one. Is he right? We'll find
Twitch
out.
chat's coming out with all the good questions.
The best clip I've ever hit.
The best clip I've ever hit.
The best clip I've ever hit.
Best clip I've ever
First
hit.
impressions of the
Memorable.
breach. I like
It's
the
probably a
breach,
harder one,
dude.
but the first one that just comes to mind is like the paper.
You got it. You got it
one.
after like
Shanghai.
the C
Ice
flood
Fox,
was
Team
nice.
Rex 1v4, and it's early
Gotta
in the game.
gotta kill the aftershock. Actually looked pretty clean though. The whole of Haven looked pretty clean.
I think I either TP'd or I was running up a couple people in showers. I started going into the bomb site. I killed some people there. The last person was hiding triple, and I ran up to him and I had 1 bullet left in my gun, and I just one tapped him.
What can you do to improve the second map, dude? What are you boosting? What's going on here?
It was a little ace to close out the game on bind. But yeah, I think that's the best clip, just because it's on land and like there's so much pressure.
I mean, I've hit a lot of clips. I mean, it's probably the super OG, just like
Damn, that's outrageous.
Like flash TP on Icebox back when Yoru like just came out, and like he was like pretty underwhelming. I hit like a 6-bullet all headshot pistol ace like literally within the first week of Yoru coming out, and I think that's what a lot of people like started to recognize, like, oh, this guy is good at Yoru. I think I remember even like Kaide like showed that clip to Tens and was like, look at what Alan did with Yoru. And she told me that she told him that. I was like, wow, that was probably like one of the most iconic clips from me. Yeah.
And okay, so did I watch or cast it? Okay, perfect. I think there was a John Cutie moment in a 1v3 on Split, and I think this.
Do I actually agree with the plat chat tier list? I mean, not really.
Coming up, so I'd like to think it was him against
But
TSM.
I think that's what happens when there's a lot of you there. Some of it's fine.
Split when he was still playing for Ghost Gaming. So he
I agree with
like
a lot of the
30
F
seconds
tier.
left. He like taps on the spike, fakes it, kills
That's where
one,
I'm
and
at.
then goes for the last 2 before even going for the plant. Like, it was crazy.
Any thoughts on next year's schedule? It's awesome. To be honest, everything's great. It's a big upgrade. It's actually nice to be in a team at the moment. The only thing that I hope they do is when they change maps, it's only one map out. And the teams get a lot of heads up. I think they will. Okay. Let me be right back.
The grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament, hosted by Sword Gaming, brought to you by Asus ROG and Intel Gaming. Joining me today on the desk is the great Vansili and Lemon Kiwi. We are in the middle of an amazing first match between 100 Thieves and Plug. which is so insane. And I'm super excited to get into that, but before that, let's pay some bills.
There we go.
We gotta talk about Asus ROG, our presenting partner. Asus ROG makes the best hardware for PC gaming, esports, and overclocking. Their innovations deliver top performance and premium experiences for everyone. Visit rog.asus.com/US.
You'll get the differences between the slashes sometimes.
Man, I keep thinking backslash because it's just one less syllable. It's just
like
rolls
Derek
off the tongue
Zoolander, you
easier.
can't turn left, so you can backslash everything.
Yeah, no. Oh my god.
No,
But,
yeah, it was still a good first map. I think when things kicked off, I mean, quite well with a piss around. I think won by Plug at the very beginning, and then even as soon as it got echoed by Full Classics right after, following a timeout or following the gun round rather, it looked pretty good for Plug to really make this a challenging game for 100 Thieves on that in this first map. But as soon as we hit the second map, man, it really looked like they didn't have an answer on what 100 Thieves were doing in their positioning.
Yeah. Or you mean Plug?
Yeah.
Yeah. But this game, like this specific meta on Haven, really is a game about tempos. And this entire game, we saw just the shifting and adjustments of tempos. Where starting off the map, we saw Plug just set the tempo going really fast. 100 Thieves even tried slowing it down, playing for flank, playing to hold, and Plug said, "No, if you're not gonna give us kills, then we're gonna go find them." They triple push C-Link. Even though Cryo got 2, they still got the trade on the Cryo, and they had more map control, more kills, and ultimately they had a more aggressive pace. Set 100 Thieves matches that by setting up trap plays. That's how they thrifted them with that 4 in short, just serious play with the stun. And because immediately see 100 Thieves never wasted time, just never been like, oh, well, let's just keep doing the same thing. Let's keep just letting them do what they want. They kept
What do we got
upping
next?
the
Sunset,
pace.
right?
And Plug tried raising the tempo again by sending even more people, more util instead of take side.
Did 100 Thieves even used to play Sunset? I'm trying to remember what their Sunset looks
finding
like.
Asuna like off in a long and whatnot, which was great. But then 100 Thieves again, they raised the tempo even more with super aggro pushes. They're quadruple pushing down A short with util. They're not setting up traps anymore.
Maybe they're permaban?
Four-man push-
Yeah, okay.
three-man pushing down C long.
So 100 Thieves spend their off season practicing their permaban just to find out that it gets removed. That's incredible.
Just like game of chicken where they just kept increasing the tempo.
Mono Bovo
Cox.
Coxo? Dude, how do I say that name? I went for it. Appreciate the prime, dude. Welcome into the Slug Club.
So they were biting on fakes.
I'm just gonna call
Even
you
when they
Mono
try to
for
fake,
short, because
you still have Cryo on the other side.
was a ride.
His full setup, his whole tricks and his whole kit. If you can't kill him right away on the exec, he will delay enough time for the flood to come in.
they got 13-1 by Heretics on it.
Works so well in this comp, in this meta, because realistically, it's about side hits. You have Breach, Neon, Sova. You're dumping all that util into a side hit, and if there's no
8
one
first
on that
kills.
site, and you just use all your utility, and they're about to flood, you have no util to counter that flood. So that's why floods were working so well for both.
What's on the
both
state
sides.
of
And
control
this
or
is just all
balancing
the
after the
time
Omen
to
nerf?
blanket, even in terms of retakes.
Honestly, the
Yeah,
Omen
really
nerf
retake on,
was
Haven,
pretty
sorry, on Haven
good.
on A site.
It's not good for like the
Yeah, it was
skill
cool. I thought we were gonna see
aspect
more
of the game, because I felt like one way is
styles
a
of,
skill, and
like,
it kind of
we were
dumbs down how
hinting towards
the
Iso look from 100 Thieves in
the
the
Omen
past,
works.
the chamber
But I think to
from
get it in
Plug,
level with the
but
other
kind of
controllers, it
different
makes
approaches
sense.
came in,
Or at least
and
it made
Asuna on
sense
defense, I
pre-Astra
felt like caused
nerf.
so much hesitation,
now,
maybe lack of confidence on the Plug
Astra's
side, because Asuna
way
got away with
stronger
so
than the
many
others.
first kills. You saw 100 Thieves had what, 12 first bloods, and a lot of that came from Asuna inserting into courtyard, walking
Yeah,
down
it was a brutal
long
enough,
or a
but I think
main
it
off
kind of
the
works
smokes
well
and
for
that
just
triple
like
kill you
ranked
saw in
as
the
well. I
montage.
think it's a pretty
Asuna
good,
really turned up
pretty
at
good
the
change
end,
if you're
and they
considering
just
how rank
knew
play
how to
works.
shut down Jerwin, even when he was trying to match, blow for blow.
How 100 Thieves
no, it
looking?
really
Look good on
comes
that
down
map.
to just who's adjusting to who better. I think that
Just
there
play
were a couple
Astra,
times
keep
where they
it.
would catch Asuna off guard with the pace change, and immediately Asuna was like, okay, if that's how you're gonna play, then I'm gonna play this way. I'm gonna just walk through the smoke instead, and I'm gonna walk up.
The
I'm gonna
original
take
Omen
that
nerf
space
that
and
made
get
it,
into
yeah, they
positions,
just
and
slowly
then
just
we're gonna
wrecked the
kind
one
of
ways.
Initiate from a more advanced position, like with the stun and the flash into A lobby. He was catching a lot of people off guard, and I think that 100 Thieves did a good job, not just about changing their pace, but also just changing their setups too. They weren't always staying in the same setup. They weren't always just playing heavy for A, even though
Common
most of
as
the time they were
him.
playing heavy for A.
Yeah, but
they
on
would
Astra
swap
you
to
get to
just
luck.
playing heavy for B, or playing, pushing down C, getting that extra map control. And they were doing a good job of just kind of floating around the rotations and floating around the setup overall on defense, which is
How do
so
you fix
important on a
that? Do you
map like
buff
Haven,
Harbor?
that
I mean, you
pendulum
buff Harbor
rotate,
no matter
whereas,
what.
if you're shifting one person over,
Astra will
someone's
get
gonna
nerfed
pick that
eventually.
slack,
I don't know
and
how
you
they're
do it
gonna do
so
it though.
seamlessly, so quickly, so that
Probably
the
just
flood
like
system can work, so you can get in there before they get into
times
those
of
post-plant
recharge
positions
abilities or
and get in there
something.
before their utilities recharge.
Yeah, just Plug went for so many
Or
retakes. on
honestly, even
defense,
like
and they were
cost
only
of
successful once, but
stars
at
could be
least
more.
they have their map pick coming up of Sunset.
Yeah, that's what
Jerwin's little
we
neon
kind of said at the same
playground.
time. Keep
Monty
it.
likes to bring out the Gecko. He's done that in the past.
Make it like an
But what
expensive
look we see out of
controller.
100 Thieves, they've already showed us that they're not afraid to put Cryo on a Sentinel on a different role. And is Asuna going to continue? I assume to see the raise out
Don't
of
want
him.
to lurk on
but
IGL.
who
Yeah, but you
knows
only
if they're
really
leaning
lurk in
more
like
towards
after
Neon
the
these days.
I'm
plant.
probably leaning more towards that than Neon because it's
Yeah, I
almost
get you. You might
looking
be
at
doing it
this point
before.
of the patch. If you're not playing Neon, you're kind of just capping overall. Yes, some teams could still get good value out of that raised composition, but with just seeing how
The current state of Cypher nerfs aren't doing too much.
If
The Cypher nerf wasn't as big as I thought, because it's 0.5 until it's like fully like wall hack or whatever you revealed onto the other person. You can see them a little bit earlier, so it's not as bad as I thought, but for ranked it still dominates.
They actually got caught off here by Blue Otter out in
You still think Brim is super underrated? I'm telling you, a Brim Astra next year would wreck some teams. Like it would get antied pretty heavy, but like for kickoff, if teams wanted to lean into a heavy Brim Astra on some maps, I guarantee they win that map, no matter who they play against.
Which I think is a good choice.
Like if I was one of the lower teams in the league at the moment, I would probably
which is like,
do some really rowdy comps like that.
It's like his, it's like a fish in water. Like this guy.
Boostio,
not only will
Breach,
he once
Thunder,
be able to
Omen,
find
Cryo, Cypher
where
again.
people
Yeah,
are
so they're just
that you
leaning
can set
heavy into
Boostio
the
and Hasa
Neon.
to go attack them. You identifying their locations, and that you then have EU just be able to close out a lot of rounds and close out a lot of kills, is being in something he's really comfortable in, versus where you're on Gecko, you just kind of
Deadlock Cypher. Yeah, the Deadlock
has a literal fish in the water with his ult.
the Deadlock grav net is
it's a
too
shark,
big.
right?
That's the thing. The Deadlock's in a pretty good
I
spot.
mean, I think Gecko is good. But
Yeah, I do think you
feel
gotta
like
have a
that
true.
maybe it might not be
You gotta
as
have a
good
true
on this map anymore, considering
Sentinel.
the post plants.
Saying that though, the Paper Rex, I know the Paper Rex Ascent Sage Deadlock didn't look great, but
for most teams now,
it had some potential.
So we're gonna see kind of like how good
Double
the old
Wall's pretty
metaverse,
strong.
the newer meta is evolving, and see if Sunset can be played the same way, or you do have to kind of try to adapt with the changes.
Well, thanks so much, Ethos. We'll see you after the match. I mean, this could be the end. It's series point
okay.
for 100 Thieves.
100
One
Thieves, map
away
up on
from
defense,
the
Plug
big
on
grand
attack.
final for a $15,000
No raid boss, but we go for a
prize
straight up
pool.
A
And our
split, or
semifinals,
at least
we'll be
A
finding out who
control.
that is after this. But let's start a pistol.
I've seen that as a default.
First blood off of Jerwin, but a big paranoia, big blind from 100 Thieves. Catches Plug, but that just really is delay for 100 Thieves to back up and play the back
Great
of the
stun
site,
flood.
but
Oh
emerging from the
my.
smoke, Boostio does not care.
Boostio wrecked everyone. 25 HP, super
double.
double.
1v2. Not even gonna stop the wingman. Doesn't want to reveal his position, but now you might as well, because now you have to spike exactly where you want him. Jerwin, 25 HP. Playing together.
Holy, yeah, the Ghosts, they had no idea where he was. Shout out to Boostio, shout out to Cryo. Big 1v2. Pleb, with the raid, thank you so much, dude. Hope your stream is good. Thank you for the raid.
At the same time, too. I think, or maybe even it was a relay bolt from Asuna. But yeah, you have to rely and count on Cryo once again.
Cryo,
like
yeah, Cryo's a beast.
To clutch a 1 versus 2 in your favor. Idea was great.
The
You
whole,
saw Jordan going for a lot
the
of
whole
beyond noise,
Sentinel
just to try to flush out a
Cypher
first
arc
initial
could have been
wave
pretty
of
nice.
utility. But as
He looks
did
good.
So nothing really came out, but there was still
I feel like that
aggressive
Sea-Hold
position
was
coming out
nice
from
with
100
that, how
Thieves.
long he waited
Plug
for
was able to
util.
punish that right away. But that slight mistake of just leaving the wingman alone allowed here Cryo
I think
to
Zix
just
is
win that
really
quite
good with
easily.
util
Now
management,
places the
and
camera
like
into
making
B
sure his
so you
teams
can
are good with
actively
util
watch into
management.
how many players will be splitting
EG
into
and
this B
100
site
Thieves.
is exactly what Plug is trying to do. Just try to get the splat down with the wingman.
Like his teams have
Fault line
consistently
potential
been
for Key
insanely good at
coming through the
util.
market side, and EU is just a menace. 3 He doesn't need help from anyone else, and even did damage
Whoa.
to Jerwin
What?
before he's underground. But I thought Jerwin was gonna
Damn.
go down after that.
My God, wait,
Lights
wait,
just
we're on
can't
for
see
an
the train.
absolute
Jerwin's
clip.
about to
18
ace this
HP,
team
12
after
HP,
I
18
thought
HP.
This round was gonna be dead, and it could be possible with Cryo at 18 HP, and he's babysitting the spike right now. So Jerwin has to find his way
God.
around.
And Jerwin's at 12, but for him, I mean, Neon things one more time and catches so many players 100 Thieves off guard. The thing is, the positioning you see from the rotate from Jerwin right now is
Yeah,
there's
the
still
longer
a trip
the
here,
longer he
being
waits,
placed
the
by
longer
Cryo.
Cryo
It's on
has
the
to
left side,
expect
he
to be
can hug the
main.
wall, so he has to be a little bit more aggressive, but the timer of the camera just finished. So now he can just stick towards that, watch towards B main, continue to tap onto the camera, and he should be in a good spot. Jerwin cannot go for
Okay,
any
mate,
more
you don't have to
stuns,
run or
but he
anything, you're
does
all
have a
good.
slide, though. He does have a slide.
Oh,
Now the jig is up, and Jerwin has to just
Oof,
almost
that's
free
unlucky.
fire. And
It
just
was a
the
nice
last
try.
place that
a lot
he
of
would have
damage
checked.
done.
That's where Cryo is. The perfect timing as 100 Thieves take the anti-eco.
And all he did was just watching the angle after, and mentioned in the last slide, it was actually used by Durin, thinking that somehow Cryocells was going to rotate over from middle all the way to market. So he watched towards that area. He
Breaking
went
the
for that
trip? Yeah,
slide
breaking
in
the
that
trip was
spot,
not
and
the
just
one.
Easy there for Cryo
Not
to win.
wrong.
And it was
I
gonna
think
be
he was
so
scared
close.
that he was
I mean,
going to
that
get
was
caught by
an
the
eco for
camera
Trust
once he
and
was
Blood.
starting to walk over
And
towards
look
B,
at
but
what 100 Thieves are
he
bringing
just
into the
chanced it
bonus
anyway.
round. Absolutely nothing where Durin has an overdrive.
Again, he did great damage to even get into that situation though,
Yeah,
so
I mean,
can't
what a
really
weird,
criticize too
well,
much.
Not a weird round, a crazy round where he almost had back-to-back aces. You know, both teams went insane.
Maybe they could have saved the ult,
Yeah,
especially
you
against
wanted
the
Jerwin to
low
really just step up pretty
guns.
much at that point.
Like
You're
the ult
hoping
here, I
you
would
win
always
that
be using the
fight after
ult
that
of
four-day, but yeah, it's just
actually
A-side
buying a
control, front
gun.
line to try to push them up
You
off
can take a
contact.
couple of risks,
But it
and
looks
it's
like
not
100
like
Thieves are
you're
deciding
giving them a
otherwise to
gun if you
just
go
hold back
aggro with
instead,
it.
even an attacking one
Then you get to
way,
reset on
just
the
to
ult real
isolate
fast.
an aggressive peak on that side so they could scale a little bit more deeply into the left. Nice little util so far by Plug to just scale up here towards the east side.
Uh-oh.
This judge is still gonna should be guaranteeing you a kill, right? No,
Ulti hate, it's a
Jerwin
nice trade from Asuna. Slide out.
sensed it and
Not
takes care
even.
of that judge.
Nice,
Could have
does
been
it?
devastating.
I mean, he just
Plug
kind of
will
got bailed
still
out by
move forward with
the
even
attack
numbers.
smoke here.
And
What
he
is
just
this
isolate
smoke?
that
Why are we
left
doing this?
side. Busio thinks he can just get a backstab, but Plug just had a delayed push. Now using the Gecko Flash and a Paranoia from Bao right through the center. 100 Thieves just don't have anyone protecting this anymore, and it'll be Cryo coming from spawn. Hope to do some damage.
Or save his weapon here, but he'll die instead. It's a clean round from Trust and
So,
Plug overall. Again, the util
what are we
was
doing?
great scaling up towards that A site. The one-way smoke, then throwing the
Double
dizzy to
judge.
confirm nobody's on the
Dinger.
left side, so you could just focus on the right. And I was waiting for a fault line or something to happen.
Buys judge and then
towards
buys
yellow, but I
judge
forgot.
again.
You are
I mean, I'm
playing
so
Neon, so
fine
you
with
can just stun for yourself
Good,
and
nice
swing
shot.
through to get the opener. So all very, very nice. In that last round, Mikey got great value of lurking up on this middle.
Bucky
and
overdrive.
realized here that Cryo did
Yeah,
not
I agree
place
with
a
that
trip
as
on
well.
that
That's
side.
what I would be
So
doing. I would have done like
potentially
this
realizing that the
by the
Cypher's
round
placed some
before,
double trips
but
on B,
then
this
your
could be
money's
an
just crazy
opportunity
good.
for
But this
Trust
is
and Plug to
also
start
it's also fun.
punishing that a little bit more on his splits all the way back towards Boba in the late rounds of this half.
Yeah, he goes Stinger.
Here's my buddy.
Similar situation, holds over towards A though, and then goes a little bit closer.
Plug will have their lurk in mid off the camera. Will be
Camera
Mikey
spots
just
everything at mid.
being as
When
careful as
does
he
Cryo
can.
check his camera? Because he's going to
Also
see
being
numbers
ready to
here.
react
Unless we're
to
saving it
if
for
there's a
retake and we're
push
just trying
out
to
of
do
A
double
off
kill
his
trip.
Meanwhile,
We
Plug
are.
have made entry. It is German maybe getting caught by some trips.
That's a
as
cool
100
recon.
Thieves were able to
Wait, what is
capitalize
this
on that
recon?
moment until now, until main was left open for Cryo. And Jerwin is still trying to sweep the back site with the ult activated and couldn't be steady enough against Asuna. He goes 1 for 1. Now you're left with
Yeah,
even
chill,
numbers.
chill.
Spike
You've owned it.
recovered. So kind of waiting for the smoke to dissipate, for this right side to be cleared, and the sync wasn't perfect, but it's just up to Xander to save this for 100 Thieves in a 1 versus 2. As Monty still has to get the
Ooh.
gun out, he gets the
Guy's
last
hitting
lap.
some shots
And
though, he's doing good.
unfortunately, only a stinger or two, so
100
he
V's a
has
pretty
to
cool
go for the
recon when they
right
head
stinger,
over
trying to
towards the
melt down
site.
his opponent, 'cause he
Recon the
can't
lands in
roll
the
back
back corner
in the
here, so it's
corners
hard for them to
with
shoot
the-
it.
with the stinger.
Did
But
they have
overall, it
kill
was
trip
almost
here at the
a
same
round
time so you
that
go
slipped
back
through
into
in
it?
terms of the execution here for Trust and Plug.
Okay,
Why is
I
Taylor
liked a
Warren
lot of
despite
stuff of
the
100 Thieves,
have,
but their
especially that
kill
wingman? Why are you
trips
still
didn't
using
make
him when you're not
sense for their
positioned with him?
positioning.
Probably,
Probably,
even
especially with the
every
recon as well, they should
composition
heavy
probably made the
prioritize
strongest
market,
thing
maybe more.
out of that kit to help you on that plant to play the 6 versus 5 on the site takes. But thankfully here, we're able to
who's killing
salvage
off of
it.
this?
One thing that's good for Trust and Plug is that they do have aim. So you bring these individual duels 1 by 1. You can make it work.
Oh, the defensive paranoia just to slow this down, and you're throwing the Huntress
Did they love an ult on an eco?
into the mix on a sheriff round that just put a dent into Plug, and it did get a kill, but without Boostio, without your leader, this could be a tough one for 100 Thieves. But you know, this was already going to be an uphill battle. At least good damage was done. Jerwin's down to 5. Bao at 75.
Unlucky 145.
Yeah. Now Cryo's gonna check things
Oh,
out.
nice
Monty's
shot.
watching the cross, and Xander, like,
Okay, nice
for
handle from
the
Plug.
Sheriffs to do
Not sure
that
about
much
the ult.
damage to get these kills is, I think, pretty important for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of investment that came through, or actually, should I say, a lot of it is
Okay, I'm fine with
investment,
this.
especially with the 2 ults. They're trying to utilize just crunch back into the Tiles play. So very, very nice on Trust
Okay,
and
either
Plug
way.
to just stay back towards the spawn. Yes, T got caught there towards that line, but it only makes sense because
Money
he went
diff is
for a
giant
fast
at the
lane down
moment.
towards
If
middle,
100
went
Thieves
for a
lose this,
stun
Plug's gonna
down
have a pretty
towards
good
the
attack
Tiles.
score.
So you're hoping that if people are trying to run away from the line, most of them will be converged back towards the
Yeah,
entrance
I mean,
of the spawn.
going
towards
aggro
the
A
site.
and picking up
But
Breach
unfortunately,
would make the
100
most
only got
sense
one.
for
So you
100
went for a
Thieves on
trap
this
play,
one.
didn't pan out in your favor, but at
Yeah,
least
we've
the
got the one way
Sheriffs
up.
did
We can break
to-
the
to
camera. No
force
one
a couple
pushes
of buys
through.
back into
Orb is
Plug
here
in
if they
this
want
round.
it.
But it was a little
Attackers,
gamble for
smoke,
100
mid.
Thieves.
Okay,
Unfortunately,
now we're
didn't
kind
pay
of
off
actually
with
having someone that can
where they're
capitalize off
hoping
of
to funnel
this.
Trust and Plug in. So good on them
Off
on
of the
the
trip.
attack side.
I like that change
Stay
up.
back passively towards the spawn.
I mean, didn't EU get
think-
like a 3K
I think Silver
market?
Market's pretty underrated with
Plug
what
just
you
have
can
to
do.
approach this a little more carefully on the flood, and there's even a trip there to support EU. As Plug destroyed the door, but didn't immediately jump in, just in case there's gonna be some fire back from 100 Thieves. This player just gonna take their time and. Okay, this market's left open. Wow, that's suspicious.
Cryo's got to do so
It's a
much,
drone.
but they're
It's
just
gonna
fighting
fire
here.
at least one
Retake over
ahead.
towards B. They might get away with it. I'm looking at the Breach kind of. Okay,
Yeah,
not
so
He's
yet.
just gonna go and support B.
Right now,
Oh, wow.
they were focusing a lot on, or giving a lot of trust here onto Cryo because he has the trips and cameras to just anchor up the B site so they could focus on fighting mid and A.
Okay,
But now that
fake
trip and
over
camera's been
towards
broken, you're
B.
spinning out
Cryo
defenses back towards
pretty
middle, so
much
I love your
clears
bet,
a
Trust and
lot
Plug.
of
They're
this. Not
reflipping the
really.
map,
Yeah,
taking
that
advantage
recon's
of
good.
middle
The
now
recon
after
clears
taking Royce
everything.
off B, after forcing a rotate towards
Yeah, I
B,
don't know
trying to
about this
split
round from
towards A.
Plug.
The
Might have
Boostio wins
overcooked
that
this
first
one.
fight, and that's gonna
Boostio's
slow
a
down that
lunatic
push.
on 10 HP.
Boostio only has 100 HP, so hey, just getting a kill is huge for
10
him.
seconds.
Xander reestablishes into elbow. Paranoia is to try and get the spike, or just to really
Plug really
shake up
overfought
the
this round,
site.
man. It was good.
Spike only has 5 more seconds to go
Yeah, it
down.
was good
and there's
until it
just
wasn't
not
good.
enough time. 100 Thieves' retakes are just too good.
So a little bit nice there by T to win that fight against Xander. You saw the tech of him trying to go.
There's
for the
one thing
Paragon
going on at
TP
the moment from
across,
100 Thieves
but
is really
I
cool, and
feel
it's
like the
EU's
Paranoid
recon every single
just
time
hit
over towards B.
Tika as he's about to TP, so Teague already knew of the repositioning of Xander there. But that first kill and that second one from Boostio right at that elbow. Again, manipulating the map very correctly for Trust and Plug, and they just needed to add a little bit more to guarantee the trade onto Boostio.
Okay, now we got a
Instead
lot of
being a
ults.
death ball
Lot of
and having
ults.
two
1,
players fall in
2,
that
3,
instance. It's
4, 5,
unfortunately
2 and
not the way
3
that you wanna
people that
rescale in
eco
the
on
map
this.
when you're trying to play contact after
Should
creating
be
that
should be a
diversion
big
here
round.
up
People
towards
should be
that
using
B
their
site.
ults on this.
Unfortunate there, he ties up the
He
game
missed the
at least
first map.
now
How was
as
it?
100
It was
Thieves
pretty
is able to
dominant
win
from
that
100
round.
Thieves.
Still not the best buy going into
They had
this one
him
as
had him a
Boostio
little
has
bit
to
worried
play
on
a
maybe
judge
some
and
rounds, but
Xander
other than that, it
has
was
a
actually pretty nice to
Guardian.
watch.
So we'll have to see how that's going to resume once we come back from this technical pause, but we'll take the advantage at least of the technical pause to give a huge thanks to our sponsors, Asus ROG, Republic of Gamers, and Intel Gaming for forking out the money and allowing us for getting some great giveaways, rather, and as well as a major prize pool for those who dare, presented by SOAR. So big shout out now for the
You
technical
see moving
pause,
to Breach
waiting
from
resume.
Gecko.
Again, I think
Yeah,
it's
Breach
still
on
quite
the
early
IGL
this
makes
game so
sense.
far, Lemon Kiwi, to really see how these players or these teams
And
are
it
really
seems
taking
like he's
advantage of
someone
this
that
map,
speaks
because
a
there's
lot
been
as
a lot of
well.
different looks here on both sides. Aggression.
I think that people will buy less half shields now that the Phantom is stronger.
Like these last 2v2s or whatnot.
I
So
think we're
both
probably
teams are
gonna
playing
get
this
a
map quite well.
world where
I think Plug has really had to adapt
people
and put their thinking
still
caps on,
think it's
'cause
like a
this doesn't feel
preference
like
and
set
people use
plans,
Vandal a
like,
lot,
by the book compared
when
to how we
honestly
saw them
I
on
would
Haven.
try
It's
and
been a lot
have
of, okay, well,
as
Mikey
many
is
people
low,
as
can't
possible
really
using
nerf, so
Phantom.
we gotta send Monty over at A, and then guess who's at A? It's just been Boostio shutting that down time and time again. If not him, someone else who has a judge, and it's been tough for Plug to get map control without
I don't know.
losing bodies.
Don't really know how
process.
teams are
And
gonna
we
go
talked
for
about
it.
these 2v2s, and that's because 100 Thieves are just so hard to take down without them taking you down with them.
That's a difficult thing in a
Phantom
composition
supremacy.
for Plug, right? Because you
Yeah,
don't
it is
have a
actually just
fade
better
eye, or
now.
you don't have a
That's the
recon
thing.
dart that could even throw into
Like, it
the
is
elbow
actually-
aggressively. You have to basically launch
Like,
your
I
Dizzy
love
as
the
soon as
Vandal, but
possible,
even I would try and
but
use the
you're gonna
Phantom
have
just
to be
because I
so
know it's
close.
better
So
now.
your elbow control is not going to be as good and as potent as 100 Thieves would have with
Like,
the
maybe
solo.
map dependent a little bit in terms of where you're playing, but
Drone shut down Plug, trying something new after the technical pause.
damn,
He
bro,
once
send it
again,
in.
he is a pillar
Wait,
in his
like,
stances,
this my guy's
and
calm
Plug
though.
can at least depend on
He killed the
Mikey
Sova
to be
mid
huge.
slide
Neural
from
theft
the
advantage for
from the
team,
neon.
and Mikey will reunite. Rolling Thunder now being used. Boostio still has his in the back pocket if they think Cryo's in
It's a
trouble.
really
they
bold
back him out.
breach ult, but
Getting
honestly,
behind the pillar.
considering their money,
Thunder from the
like they
offense
need
didn't
to
do
win the
anything but
round.
help
They
them
know how big
plant
this round
with
is,
the
right?
camera
So
in place.
they're going pretty
You know,
heavy for the
once in sight,
2v3.
one's at the back.
So it is worth.
100 Thieves have their own Rolling Thunder, but with the judge, it's
Yeah, we just
not
flipped
the
them
best
up.
place for Boostio to push into unless they were close.
Oh, wait, that was a
Now
nice stun.
Rolling Thunder, but look, Plug, we're in shelter. Mikey is in the
Boostio
smoke,
is so
hearing them
killing
walk
this cypher.
by, waiting to hear where that third one is. Maybe get the cutoff, and it's
Ooh, that
Cryo
was-
playing in
ooh,
main,
this
so he's
was
gonna get the packs down on
smart.
Mikey, especially because of the flash from Boostio. And it's just Teague left, holding the angle, has the reload, gets the jump peek, sees Xander
Time's
running
kinda low
away.
here.
The defuse gets halfway,
Damn.
and all the way now is
Dude, I really like this though. This made a lot of sense, right? The two person sending it over towards site, and then we're just holding like this angle. It gets anyone that's pushing out, and they can help it spawn as well.
Thunder that was available there for Boostio for the retake, but one single fault line came out
Yeah,
from
he's
Teague.
just waiting for the
Really didn't
reaction.
allow for 100
And
Thieves
then
to
no
really
matter what,
tempo
even
up
if they
at that
jump,
spot. And
damn,
look at
this
that
was really
replay.
cool.
Again,
Actually
Plug
played that really
reading
well.
the map correctly, reading the conditioning that they've been doing and what the reads. I mentioned before, like the Mikey lurk on the top
'Cause
middle.
no
saying,
matter
"Hey, there's
what,
no
like,
trip
this
up
can
here.
take first
There's an
contact here,
opportunity
then
for us
these
to
two
try to
can
take
swing.
advantage of that,
Then if
a
someone
little bit
pushes
later on
out
in the
here
round.
because of the
They do
sound
swing
as
around
well,
number 7, but
this
unfortunately
guy
didn't have
just
enough
is
utility
focusing
to
on
really
them.
try to support here the players and blind those that defensive line.
It's
rather,
unlucky
on
in
the top
5 HP.
mid.
Hey, Plug, when they brought out the aggression on Haven, it paid off. It got a little dicey. with
That
the
on-
fault
that
line
on the
came
new
out of
patches,
Boostio, and Plug still
Instacom.
found their shot into Xander, who swung off of Boostio's contact
shot.
and was creeping across. Boostio still gets away with that. Again, Plug lose bodies on their way into the site, and cutting them off at elbow is Boostio. Still with the flash in hand.
Dude, look at Cryo. He's taking
They'll just
so
hold the
much
corner,
space.
waiting for reinforcement as Plug hope to pivot, and they shut down the lurk in mid from Cryo. Now the sky's the limit for
Ended up
Plug
not
as they
being
re-clear
worth just
through
'cause he
mid
killed the
and
guy that was
hope
5
to get to
HP.
B before 100 these do.
And if Jerwin gets an opener, that's even better because you're really forcing to rotate
One
over.
person
Remember, we
makes
talked about
sound and
them
fakes
having
over
a hard
towards
time
B.
with
Dude,
that.
they've got
That's a
some
huge
low
thing.
HP.
We talk about them trying to
17.
re-clear back towards the A site, and they haven't been the best in terms of the buddy system. They still need to be sure that they're not overextending this where they could punish Boostio here.
Yeah, and
Spike
Asano
hasn't
was
gone
like,
down
well,
yet, so
they would have
100 Thieves is
planted
taking a
early.
little too long, getting suspicious, and the Spike is back at A, but look who's around the corner. Still Boostio with util. Asuna
Asano
got
makes a lot
speed.
of sound. Boostio's trying to play off the bait.
Boostio was hoping to
Oh
crunch off
my
Asuna,
god.
Who's still gonna take the helm in a
No,
one
slide.
versus one. Mikey.
Actual normal duel for once with a neon.
Shot Asuna versus Mikey,
And
and
nicely done.
plug that tie.
Oh man, and it looks like Boostio was trying to come through and surprise an opponent. He knew that after the fault line and from the line of it, that he was going to come in very close to fight against Teague right around the corner. But he did not expect that Mikey was going to be out towards the elbow to win that fight. And just off this, yes, lovely push by Cryo. But with him getting punished, a great read rather.
Mike?
from Trust
Yeah, he's
Plug,
really
knowing that
good.
there's the B side's going to be open, and Durin did a great job.
He was the guy that
to
impressed me
force
the
that
most.
rotate, especially after winning that fight against EU towards Boba. That had to be the
He's
most
calm.
crucial kill that was needed for Trust and Plug for them to be able to win that round. And yes, it did come down to a 1v1, but you're still 1v1 against a heavy
Timeout.
heavy
Everyone's
hitter
sitting
like Mikey.
around 3, bit over 3.
Surprised you're
They can
taking
still get a good
timeout here.
low
I thought
buy.
things have been going pretty swimmingly for 100 Thieves. I know the score is tied.
Too aggressive
but
from
they
Cryo.
felt very strong in the early rounds. Like EU, I feel like is always taking
Yeah, with
somebody
a
them,
3-person
if not
stack,
multiple.
yeah.
Yet Cryo,
But-
who was triple positive last round, 9-3.
The weird map. I don't even know where he's meant to
He's
go.
incredible too, and for your Sentinel to do this well on defense is amazing. Neural theft is
Because
gonna
no
give
matter
him an
what, he could get
advantage.
timed anyway.
I think the thing too is that they have a lot of this cryo set up on B side and not too much on A. So they're doing a lot of these ore crunches or these holds that are passive towards mid and A side. But it was very well read by Trusted and Plug so far. And when you're trying to play a little bit more passively for 100 Thieves, then Plug is able to manipulate the map quite well to continue with these default and force these rotates, right? So you want these rounds to be a little bit cleaner on the side of 100 Thieves, and maybe that's why the timeout is being utilized here by Zix, just to make sure that they can't keep
Okay, nice idea for the eco. One away from
could be just like Haven. You try to
one away from Neon ult. We had 4 people starting here with a stun that could have gone in reactively as well if they wanted to try and make some kind of trap play. So we thought of all the options. I'm ready to see if anyone's push middle.
The A hit, 100 Thieves.
They could have a pretty good retake here with the Neon ult.
An elbow this time. Xander's been holding the left
No
side,
doubt.
but not going for an aggro peek. Really holding his own. And now Monsi has revealed the team.
Okay,
off of
let's
first
go now.
blood. Plant will go through, and
If the Omen and the Sova died before we started the retake, that is devastating.
The Rolling Thunder. Jal just takes one for things to spill over for Plug to get the lead.
Well.
And there is Monsi that just gets greeted there by Xander, but Monsi will continue the streak and off of the wingman. Oh god, Monsi just can't see anything.
Oh god.
Yo can take his time with 3 with the Sheriff, gets an upgrade.
Oh dear god.
Doesn't get immediate vision on the side though, thanks to the neon wall. There's the flash. Jerwin knows not to peek that. Counter flash. Boostio versus the world it feels.
Damn.
Oh, and just
close
a better
though,
swing
got
out of
expensive.
Plug
I thought he was
take care
gonna
of
do
that.
it here.
Great shots of the Sheriff no matter
really
what,
thought he was
though,
gonna
for
do
him
it.
to dodge those shots too on a fully blinded Monsi running up. It looks like he was whiffing shots, but he was actually hitting players behind Monsi to get even Ban Bao down.
Vinyl
So a
with
nice
the
little
Prime.
3K
Chat,
in
everyone
that-
say
in
hi
that
to my dad.
position. That
Thank you for the
really
Prime,
is
Dad.
potentially
Appreciate
not
the
gonna
9
get
months.
best of buys here that
Thank
we
you
see
very
from
much.
Plug. I saw a couple of them were like at 200 or 300.
Let's say hi
after
to
this
Slug
round.
Dad.
So yeah, you're getting a spike plant. I mean, it's a spike plant and a victory, right? So it's still 3,300 across the board. So you should be able to get half shields, yeah, and still good rifles. It's just Mikey that's going to have a drop here, and we'll figure out what's going to happen now. But an opportunity for 100 Thieves to really break the econ on the defensive side. And we're looking at the setup, but something that I was
Okay,
mentioning for us.
money
take advantage
still
of
low.
off
Like
this
those free
timeout.
kills
Maybe try to
actually
flip the
matter.
map across and how
Like
you
they
wanna do
really
the
do.
setups,
There's a
but
lot of damage
it's
done. If they
still
win
gonna
this,
be
they
the same
force
here
them
to
down
keep
to an
corral cells
eco.
on this,
Same here,
B site,
everyone.
But you're not as aggressive down towards the middle or the A line. So you're forcing now a lot of util to come out on the A side with these one-way smokes that I don't think Xander has been throwing that many times here at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, not having to. I mean, they could just fall line off of Boostio, and it's kind of been back and forth on who's been benefiting from these barrier down aggression. As Plug, they go quietly. They'll use the first flash from Monsi to get info. Gets nothing. Jerwin is testing the waters, and he gets to slip by. And I like that Plug are just
Nice
gonna
line with the
depend
stun.
on Jerwin to pull aggro and to eat the util, because he could get out of it.
They wasted so much. Right now, you could just wait the smoke and just pop right out. You have
Yeah,
this
I'm
rolling
glad
thunder
Boostio
and
didn't stick
also
around here.
the
'Cause
overdrive to just retake
it's like
A.
nice sticking here, but not
Now,
against the Gecko. That
what
flash
is
through the
system two
window
for
can
for the
completely
contact?
own you. 'Cause
Again, they got to be a
you
little
can
bit more
just-
grouped up here so Xanders doesn't catch one off guard.
Oh god.
Xander gets out, rolling thunder from Teague, and
Dude, the
Boostio just
overwhelm
got
here
cooked
was
from the
so,
whole
so strong.
squad.
This is really nice from
Plug are not even
Xander,
done
TPing
yet.
up towards
Jerwin's
heaven, but
checking every corner.
gonna be a hard retake again.
Got the
Like every
spike.
single
You know,
time
we
they
use wingman
lose
for
someone
more
really important for their
offense
retake.
than objective goals. Jerwin clears the corner, 2 more, and EU takes care of Monsi as Jerwin bit off more than he could chew. And it's a 2 versus 3 retake. 100 Thieves
Whoa.
have Hunter's Fury.
Whoa,
Really have
that was
time to go
impressive.
for it. Xander's barely holding a line, but he still gets 2 and makes the job easier for EU in the 1v1.
Around the
But now the time is
walls,
running out.
breach damage. Can't really
It's
play the
tough.
breach damage
Teague
here.
just has to play his life. The spike has been tapped. Teague isn't gonna check it till he gets to the halfway point. Shots coming out of EU. Teague halfway diffused, and EU
Oh,
saved the
boy.
round for 100 Thieves
Yeah,
by 0.6.
Teague. It was like good, then mistake.
Not even swing at all off
Yeah,
after the
if
first
you felt
tap.
about the timing here, like if he just peeked on the like the 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds before his half in, like he had owned it. He'd actually done the hard work. He should have peeked a bit earlier. He let him get half fast.
To even get a better angle on that second spray, so they could actually catch T, go even for the spray through the box, and win that off the time. Very, very nice 1v1 here, won by EU towards the end. But a 5-5 scoreline. Now you're looking at the story of this
he's
first
just
half,
messed up
still
a
very
little
good
bit.
from both of these two teams. But finally here, the economy's
It's
broken for
oh
Trust and
man,
Plug.
it's a giant
They
round for them
grouped
to
up a little
lose.
bit more.
Like we
This
said,
timeout
force them
looking-
Dante. Yeah.
or coming out from the timeout, a little bit more early information trying to get gained by 100 Thieves, recutting back towards the attack spawn on the B side, not pinging anybody.
Him safe with the
So
prime
we
as
know
well.
now
Thank you
that
for the 11 months.
mid
Thank
is
you, thank
weak
you.
Here for 100 Thieves.
Oh. Oh.
Asuna with the Hunter's Fury and the Overdrive. Anyone who was pushing
Oh, dude,
A
this is nice with the breach
just
show
got
as well.
buried.
People are doing this at the
Yeah,
moment.
Plug
This
are
little
already
push
down
over
too,
towards
and
A,
now you're
it's pretty
holding in
cool.
Spawn and
I
Monsi.
wouldn't say doing this against
At
the
least
eco
get a
is the one,
trade
but I do
there
like the
before
overall strat. It's
heading
nice when you
back
breach damaging
away.
here, pushing them
There's
out
the
into the
Omen
open.
TP
You
to
can maybe
grab
get
the
your silver lines a
spike,
bit better than they
reestablish
did.
that A, Monsi's gonna sell the B fake, and hey, do more than just that. His lurk picks up Cryo.
And I think it's B. Because of that.
Yeah, they actually
Running back
think it's
towards B.
B.
Like, oh crap, it's not there.
That's
So now
incredible.
you're forcing a team at spawn. You're splitting both players too. So 2 individual 1v1s are about to happen.
Except Boostio has Rolling Thunder and Fault Line. Starts with the Fault Line. Mikey's around the corner and should be able to recover before Boostio wraps. Meanwhile, we'll check in with Bao versus Xander. And Nubla doing just fine on the 100 Thieves.
I compliment you so much.
Slow and steady does not always win the race. And
Okay, 100 Thieves kind of get away
up
with
by
one a little bit there,
round go for
to
the
be honest.
half.
Yeah, and that was actually on even Trust and Plug side that didn't stay grouped up on the post plant. Everything was so good on, yes, it looked like a great crunch from 100 Thieves, great retaliation coming back, keeping Monsi towards the spawn for that pick. And then flipping the map, knowing that the push was so aggressive for 100 Thieves down towards the spawn. Everything was so good until all of the spaghetti towards the end. Important fights that should have been won here by Button Bao, and also right here
I'm
from
silly,
Mikey.
just saying it
Players
how it
catching
is.
their opponents off guard. Landed
Is
or
this the
shot
only 100
first, but just
Thieves
couldn't
off-season
finish up the
event?
fight.
I think so. Yeah.
It's a round here for 100 Thieves
I
to
think
take the
that's
lead
right. I
in
don't think
this
they have
first
anything else
half, last
planned.
round of the half in itself. And pings
100
coming up
Thieves
here.
are
Yeah, sorry.
100
just,
Thieves are just really good at winning their,
They've been,
their
I
1v1
think
duels
they're
under
actually, like,
pressure, and that's
treating
where
the
Plug can
off-season as
sometimes
an
falter,
off-season.
but hey, there's Plug at least.
Because you gotta look
not
at
eating
last
the
year,
Rolling
right? They
Thunder
peaked
to
at the
the
wrong
chin.
time. They peaked at like
pings towards
Shanghai.
Boba means
Honestly,
potentially
you
even
could
a
maybe argue they
late
peaked like
push back
before
towards
Shanghai.
a split on B, depending what happens here.
Sherwin picks up the 2. Now can pick up pace because those are the 2 that usually like to hold A alone until support arrives. So Plug
Yes, what that?
just getting ready. Bao just got his smoke back, so isn't gonna go for the one-way quite yet. Just now, as 100 Thieves just quietly walking past some smokes. Could it be Asuna surprising Bao in that moment as he teleports on top
This
of the
boss
box?
is so
100
strong.
Thieves have a neural theft.
Oh, Omen
but
as well.
There's no corpses near
Like, this
Cryo to
boss should
use.
win him, man.
Depending on this 1v1 with Teague. Now 100 Thieves have the neural theft. They'll see a ping,
Oh, boy.
and someone's already on the
There's
spike,
no way they lost this
holding
round.
the
That's
defuse,
devastating.
And Bao
Yeah, they're
is too
losing
late
some
to the
criminal
party.
rounds.
7-5 half for 100 Thieves.
Oh man, the pulse plants are hurting right now. For
Yeah,
Trust
they
and Plug
really
the
are.
last few rounds.
He's not wrong.
Great job for 100 Thieves to even close out the half on just some clean retakes towards the end. And again, that's what we were mentioning before.
They
Something
cleared
that this
here.
composition's
Did they need
really
to
good
have
at
2
is
here
just
with this
the flood
plant?
retakes.
Right
And I gotta take a moment
sides.
at least though to
No
give
one on
praise
site.
at least on Trust and Plug learning from even their past games. Against Blue Water, they were getting timed a lot, and Monsi was also getting killed so many times.
Boost
as
here
he was
flaming
trying to
them
set
there.
up, like,
I mean,
thrashes
honestly, it'd be
to play,
warranted.
against
It was a
Bob
bad
and the
off the
rest of
plant.
team here against Blue Water. So maybe that's why they're having like Teague plant instead, so that Monsi could use Wingman to create more space, and then they leverage Rolling Thunders towards the post plants or even the takes on the site to try to keep this game close. And we're seeing similar things as the first map. We had a 6-6 half on the first map. Now it's 7-5. But Trust and
What
Plug,
date
this
is
where
that one,
things
Desk?
kind
Do
of
you
fell
know?
apart when they take the defensive side. At least they're not. They're still up in a tempo though. They're taking advantage of this round by pushing a lot of
They
players. down
peaked. You
towards
didn't
mid.
see
They
nothing.
already have
No, but in
Joey
terms
trying
of
to
like
listen for
form, that was
footsteps.
when their form
An
was
aggressive
best,
trip
right?
towards the
Like the
very beginning too,
qualifier, I
towards the
guess.
very
What was it?
front.
Stage 1?
So that Plug play the retake
That was
after.
their best. Stage
Right,
1.
100 Thieves
Summer
just storm
Shanghai.
into the site. Plug had their camera. They saw this coming. Smokes in position.
I mean, have we
Now
just not
it's a
got the
race
best
against
off the
time
plant
with the
pauses?
spike
We're
planted.
doing the one over
And you got the
towards
paranoia coming
side.
out of Plug as they
Yeah,
float
Asuna's
in.
done pretty
And
good
Asuna's
here.
barely trying to hold
Do we
the corner. It was a
swing?
good flash from Plug to try and limit this. And it's
Damn.
Monty that just take
The
over
5
the
pass
entire
and
lobby.
floods.
That was the quickest retake.
Yeah, the 5 person with
and again,
flood
the
was pretty
aggressive
good.
trip was just to
I
sound the alarm to
thought
say, hey, they're heading towards this site. We could just hold back towards Boba.
It's pretty
Camera
nice
up
from
or
Plug,
keep the
right?
camera down
Because
so you can actually
market
leverage
was
that on
still
retake when you're ready
open,
to
like
go
the
for
pressure of
protocol.
here was still
That's
on,
it,
so
sees
no
the
one could
info,
like
they go for
proper
the split
swing.
retake, and yeah, very, very clean towards the end. And just to tie a knot to what I was mentioning on the changes here of Monsi not being the one planting, the reason also is
Asuna
'cause when
alone?
he actually had the
Yeah, a little
flashes,
bit.
he was getting owned so
But I think
many
that's okay
times in
sometimes
his
on this
thrash
map.
by Aftershocks,
But
from
then they
Zeke
also
on
didn't
the
like
other
give
end
themselves
too. Again, which is
options.
probably
Like
why
they had a
changed
better
that tempo
plan
to
and then
have
played
TP be
here.
the one potentially even to diffuse for the team when it comes down to this defensive half, so they could use the Rolling Thunder a lot more than the Thrash.
Scanning ahead.
Got an outlaw by 2 from Jerwin. That's holding mid. It is smoked off. And you got a Bucky from Bow holding elbow. So 100 Thieves.
Okay, getting
Pretty
Boostio
confident
orbs, trying to get breach
about
ult
their
as
V
fast as
hits.
possible. B pressure
It's just about
confirmed.
grabbing the orb and
Route back towards
dealing
A.
with this one way. That's what Cryo's been trying to get
Smoke,
vision
top
on.
and
but he's getting
middle.
blocked off there by Bow.
Normally creates pressure and pulls this guy off.
Now where the smoke is from 100 Thieves, I wonder if they're trying to cross.
Yeah,
to
they're
mid
really
and
trying to
give
make it look
the
like a B
illusion
hit
that
right
they
now.
want to do that, and that's why in Plug are just peeking past the smoke and into mid. Now the paranoia from Plug is hoping to
that was
slow
nice from
this
Asuna.
down, and the
Dude, that was
Bucky
nice from Asuna. He did tank the Omen flash, but he knew that they hit the Omen flash as well, so he's just trying to get as much distance as possible so this team could come in.
They're about to plant, and they're trying to get ahead of the game too, playing
Oh
at the
boy, what are we
backside,
doing?
But Cryo's not able to stop the cutoff from Plug already retaking, and now you got the Outlaw in the side that gets 2.
And Busu just
Okay.
got spotted.
Yeah, nice shots.
Okay,
It,
yeah.
it got a little bit scary. I like the I like how they
That's
approached
how
this.
you
It was
enter
pretty
back. A little
methodical
bit of a
eco rounds
miscom
that
too,
honestly
and
isolated one over towards A for
Asuna, 'cause it
sure.
looked like it was gonna be
And then they jump
an
on the A
endless battle
player.
right here, but you definitely saw that the paranoia also hit Osnos as trying to slide across. But if anything, 2 players slipped through on the scaling that 100 Thieves was trying to do. I think it was on the person towards short to be a little bit faster on the tempo, so that even if he dies, at least they'll give an opportunity here for 100 Thieves to turn around from elbow, fight and trade in that spot. But just slipping through, allowing Jerwin to come across to get all of the
Bonus
value
is pretty
out of
good. They
this
know the
outlaw.
Outlaws here. Everyone
That's gotta hurt
prioritizes
here for 100
heavy
Thieves.
armor. Right, we get Bulldog. Meant to be a tick.
Being able to
Get a
carry that
Bulldog, we get a
Outlaw
Guardian.
over is always nice. And not gonna even bother to look at mid because it's been smoked off, so you might as well just keep supporting Bow.
It's a great call for you to say that the Outlaw's still there too, because now you're seeing here 100 Thieves are forcing full armor out of everybody, knowing that the Outlaw's still out. So that keeps economy very low.
the stun split them
Plug
up.
winning this round, especially with this first blood, if they're able to convert this into a 5v4 victory, then
You
that's going
patch
to bring the
now,
economy
patch.
one more time for 100 Thieves.
Because of these
Big
long-range
kill.
kills, Plug can't even go and recover the Vandal that was dropped by Boostio and B main. But that was Bucky may not be that interesting to 100 Thieves, obviously. And now they're just creeping up through A, slowly but surely. 100 Thieves could be selling a fake at A. Paranoia even through the backside. 100 Thieves want to
Yeah,
create a
there's Xander.
possible option as Plug or on
Okay,
the
now
flank
how on
through
earth
mid,
do you
and
react
it's
if
the
you're
danger of
Xander?
keeping no eyes and no lurk on mid, and this is
Jesus.
too much for Xander to handle. No
That's just
way,
individually
1v2
insane,
like
fair play.
that.
That's
And that
nice.
is the signal for 100 Thieves. Pedal to the metal. Spike about to go down.
That's how he reacts, yeah, apparently so.
We'll see how long this
A
outlaw
lot better than
lasts.
anything I had planned.
Probably not too long towards the end. 3 still players very healthy in the spot. And
Nice
Mike
shot,
has to try to-
dude.
has to
I don't
try
know
to
why you
retake
direct
with
up
the
jumping.
What a
You're killing me
shot
out
from
here.
Jerwin right there. Holy.
Okay, well, 1v2 and hoping to find a better weapon
Oh.
for this. Wait, Xander! was
Oh
trying
my
to
god.
prevent exactly
Bro, it's such a good
that.
clip.
Just
Oh my
when
god,
you
it was
think it's
actually
over,
sick
what a
round from him.
clutches.
Because it was a nice shot back aside, even though Asuna did do the direct up.
Back rounds,
Did
he's
the
the
no
hero.
scope.
There is no wrong
Back
I think I could have
aside.
said about 100 Thieves in that round. I think
Dude,
the
force him down
reposition
to
was
an
good, the
eco
jump
as
peek
well.
was good, the
2-9
fight
loss
info.
bonus.
He was just
They could have light
landing
armors,
shots
but they're
right
just
there
gonna
for
they're just
Jerwin.
getting farmed by an
And he's
outlaw
on
again.
something different on this map here.
Bro, give me this shot
'cause
back to
he
sight again.
Doesn't look like he wants to miss at all on the map pick of Trust and Plug of Sunset. Look at that
That,
shot.
that looks so
Oh my
nuts.
God.
It kind of looked like he
That
intapped
low
him. He
scope
was already
after
down
he
low.
slides here. Accuracy.
So good. That'll be different next patch, but for now, Plug certainly did damage to that economy from 100 Thieves after you talked about the shield buys. They
Yeah,
still got
they
Vandals,
force
though.
in. I'm surprised we
But
don't
this
have
is
an
such
outlaw
important
here.
round for 100
Thinking
Thieves,
that they
'cause this
might
has been
force or
3
eco. Like, you
unanswered
just win either
wins
way.
from Plug and Neural Theft from Mikey. 100 Thieves have their lurk deep into mid, so no flanks possible for Plug, at least not one that will go unnoticed.
And it's that one single plant too that allows for 100
Probably might have
to get
owned
that
it.
extra credit to buy what they have right now.
Hey, and you got a teleport. Sander can help.
I don't know if the luck
back
makes sense
corner
to
as
go there
Plug
when it's
hope to
vision block
retake,
here,
and
so
they're
they should
cut
only
off
be
from
watching
market,
one
and
way
they're gonna
though.
still do what they can because they have the trip set up from Mikey.
Like, I'll take a
and
little
the
bit of
neural
responsibility
theft, so
for
Plug
that,
are gonna
but
know
at the same
how to
time, did it make
infiltrate
sense? No.
this. And you see both corners held by 100 Thieves. The rest are trying to escape through main. And Plug have market open to try and fire back, and Plug with a great stun
Yeah, this
from
is
Jerwin
kind of what we
2.
wanted to see
Oh, now
earlier.
the
Low
smoke in place,
HPs
100
though. It's a
Thieves
lot
off
down
the
to Xander.
recon.
Does have one.
Too much information, but on top of the blocks, Xander peeks above the smoke, gets 2, and it's just Monsey. 100 Thieves Plug.
Doable.
What a map this
Really
has been.
doable.
So back
Really,
and
really
forth.
doable.
Monsey, the wingman starting to defuse, and the flash gets Bustio, but Monsey
Good water
couldn't
round
finish
from
the
Xander.
job.
It's huge.
Kills him while
It's the
blinded
first time we've
too.
kind of seen
What a
that
nice
though,
little
right?
try.
The bait smoke and then
Forcing
TPing
Bustio
on
out
top
after
so
the
you can
wingman
see above it. That was
just
awesome.
crosses and then
Had another
gets hit by
smoke
the
as well
flash
to
and still
actually
wins that
fuck
fight.
himself off.
That's actually quite clean. But that's something that's missed here on the side of Plug. Just smoking the B main.
Xander?
Yes, it's
Xander's
actually
been playing
quite
good.
strong now on
Real
the
good.
defensive side to actually utilize on, you know, a team that's trying to play the outside spray because it's not as effective as it used to be. But they negated the shrouded step sorry from Xander that could TP on top of the box.
Big round
and just
chat.
Annihilate Trust and Plug. So back
Big
to
round.
an 8-8 scoreline.
Was it
and
3?
Trust and Plug at least
3 and 3?
the rounds that you lose, you
3
learn.
and 3 are people that can't
hopefully
buy
they won't fall
next.
into the same mistake the second time
What else we
around.
got? Oh, you're getting this A orb right
So
now.
close. Fault line trap ready for 100
Yeah,
Thieves.
go get the A orb. Where you going?
Plug walking up to.
Dude, even 100 Thieves are like, he's gonna get the A orb, right? We can just wait
He's
for
making
it.
some noise, and that's when
100 Thieves are waiting for
friends
him to tap the orb because they're like, they're gonna want to get it. Oh my god.
100 Thieves. They get hit
Whoa.
by the flash from Monsey, and then Teague
How
picks
did
up
the Gecko
4.
flash actually hit all 3?
That was so nice.
Yeah, that
I
was
mean, what
really
you
sick.
do, just a
It was a
nice little
Gecko flash
combination,
into
trust
breach
the plug,
flash,
and
or
even
maybe
Neural Theft
other
gets
way
the
around,
ping
I'm not
onto
sure.
EU, trying to grab that orb on that B site.
Yeah, are
and
you
they're
like
counting
turning
losses
the
pretty much at
breach
this point,
flash as the
so
Gecko
stay
flash
behind,
goes
you're
up
hoping
so no one's there to
play
shoot it?
1v1s every single time and hoping to win a round in your favor. But
Yeah, I
this
think
should
the
be a
timing
round
worked
where
out so
EU
well
will
there.
Try to conserve his weapon.
I don't know if it was Gecko into breach or breach into Gecko.
Right.
Either
Walking
way,
forward,
it tanks
though.
flashes.
He's maybe trying to bait the Echo flash, knowing that they're still trying to clear back here, and oh, he was so
Oops.
close.
Guys.
He's still going for this.
Guys,
Wait,
it's
took away
okay.
2
Dude,
guns.
100 Thieves
Not
off the eco.
bad.
They're in a rough
Could have
spot.
taken 3
Actually
there,
in a
that
rough
was-
spot. They are on the
Oh,
easier
okay.
side.
No, for real. At that
But
level,
it's getting a
and-
little
and
close,
knowing
and
EU
we're
and
looking
knowing
at
how
like
good
the
he
ult
is in
diff
these
at the
moments,
moment.
That should have been some cleaner shots. We've seen some much cleaner rounds coming out here from EU in the past, and especially in VCTs. And in those moments, he takes full advantage of.
So
But
funny here. 100
unfortunately,
Thieves are
let
just
that
like,
slip
well,
and Trust in Plugs is
they
able
got to
to
be going for
convert
the
back
official.
again
They
off
have a good
this
setup.
Great W tilt that you mentioned for both.
It was
Monty
kind of
and
like
Teague
Plug
to
not
swipe up here this
prepping
4K.
ahead
Look
that
at
won
that.
them the round,
Three
which
of
is
them are
weird.
blinded. Everybody's so focused on that left side or behind the rolling
Ah,
thunder
bro,
to try
they
to crunch
tanked
back
so
towards the
much
elbow
util here.
that they weren't ready
Yeah,
for
the
Teague
Gecko
to
flash
just win out.
actually
I guess
wrecked
it's just
3
that
of
little
them.
fault line that missed that single line on top of that on the right
was a
side,
perfect
'cause if
Gecko
Teague
flash.
actually got launched at the same time by the rolling thunder, we would have been saying something much more different on the side of 100 Thieves and how good they were to take the A side. But great spacing, I guess, timing utilized by Teague to.
Whoever
allow
got
Tristan
winning the
Plug to
monsters
regain lead.
reloaded.
Just the multiple angles.
See,
of
probably
Utah,
Giants. I
whether
think the
it's
Giants
Monty
roster is
from
pretty
one
good.
side with the
I think we
flash, Teague
underrated the
on
Giants
an
roster
elbow
in
with the other flash, like
the plat chat.
kind of seeing what
be
100
honest.
Thieves use and then trying to react, but really just trying to play off of.
I would say Giants are
are
liquid from what we've seen so far. But then again, liquid's the question mark. And so is Giants, but I just think the Giants roster is really good.
Plug could build up some good insurance rounds from here.
Yeah, definitely. And a much different Plug than what we saw in Haven against 100 Thieves. Again, this is the reason why they picked this map, something they're very comfortable to play on. around here with a big split towards his B side. A team of flash, I think that once again hits Asuna, so he can get
Okay, Wall bails them out. Sova ult to get over towards the site. Another time that we've used the Sova ult into an eco, but I actually like this one a lot more. Get the breach ult out of him, kind of helps them get around the corner though. And we definitely got to keep an eye on Cryo. Cryo can annihilate this round. Oh my god. That is a giant kill, dude, the Sova season. I mean, Omen season. There's so many ults going out. They stopped tunnel visioning, dude. Oh my god. Big 1v1 Boostio, you're a lunatic, man. Chill.
Boostio playing a fault line. Great anti-util from Mikey with the cage up. He heard him. Heard him close.
Boostio, what are you doing?
Let's ring around the Rosie. Oh, the shot.
What is he doing? Surely not. That's how you play the 1v1.
But it's still Boostio with a sheriff and or Boostio with a pistol. And you know what Boostio could do here in those moments, especially on that map. But I love it from both sides. A bit of spaghetti, as I mentioned before, on how they were just trying to fight back with aggression on both ends. Look at that overheat coming out from Jerwin. Nice little retaliation. Everybody gets funneled out, and you're using your pistols to your advantage, right? Boostio almost got that one there on to Mikey, who knew Mikey was low, was playing the mind games pretty much at that point. But you wasted out a lot of defensive utility, a lot of defensive ults too on your eco round for 100 Thieves. That's a small win for the attack side.
Oh, this is nice. This is really nice.
The economy is in shambles, and Jerwin. I mean, there's Win in his
over.
name for a reason.
Wait, they got some alright stuff, man.
Dent into 100 Thieves, but at least they've made their way into B.
Guys, you gotta stop planning here.
They've taken care of some of the Sentinel util as Asuna pushing through.
Okay, you can see it from market, but
does what he can to get ahead of the game when it comes to the market. Retake potential from Plug.
big flash.
100 Thieves want more than
So
that.
close that they might not be able to turn
And
it.
this was after Plug were in a 5 versus 3. Things are not so decisive until now, until 100 Thieves try to
Really
surprise
nice
them, and
shots.
Mikey stands
Dude, they're
above
running
the
away with
rest.
it. They're really
Mikey
running away
and
with it. We might be
Jerwin
going
have
third
been
map
playing
here.
Lights out. I gotta say, Jerwin the whole map, but Mikey finding this groove here on this second map. On the second half, rather, on the defensive side. Just being so good anchoring up right now on this B site. And now 100 Thieves.
They're getting whacked. This is a really cool mid push.
Again, a scenario where a fault line, the aggression comes out. This is what 100 Thieves were looking for on their own defensive side to get the best value out of fault line and Neo moving down, and Neon rather moving down, and then catching bullets. I mean, I might as well call him Neo at this point because Jerwin's dodging every single bullet with these kills. But that said, Plug is doing exactly the game plan that 100 Thieves are doing on these crunches, and it's actually working on their side.
Revealing area.
Plug just stays so stoic, even with 100 Thieves swinging on them. They got neural
Hey,
theft,
Recon's
so
nice.
Mikey's
Know
role
that
in
no
this
one's
round is
close.
so important, and he's always solo
Go away
holding
from
B.
breach ult, break camera. You know that Cypher's here now.
After hearing those shots, he's like giving respect to that. Maybe hoping if he can get a kill with the weak buy expected at 100 Thieves, he could activate the
Okay, now we get the
as
good
soon as
plant.
possible.
Double lock
Well, the
over
plan just
towards
goes down
middle.
on 100
It's actually pretty hard
side
for
as they
Plug
can
to win
hope
this.
play to B main. And Austin is just gonna pick off Mikey, so no neural theft, but big
We
win
do
condition
double
card for
luck.
Plug.
Like double luck's gonna
They've
own
already
this.
started to flood in, but Monty and Tiger
The problem
behind,
is that
Triple
like
doesn't
Xander
carry,
needs
like
to
the
be the one
one-man
over towards
army.
A main with this
Now his
plant.
initiators are by his side, and
And
there's
that flash has just revealed it. Dude, he got double with Stinger.
Xander happens, but his position's revealed and he's blinded. He's got to take a
But
second.
you're done
the
for.
defuse will get halfway. It is actually being stuck, and I don't know if Xander can do
Damn,
anything
nicely
about
done,
it.
though. Nicely done from Plug.
He tried TP
Yeah,
across
the
two,
Omen has to be B
praying to
main.
somebody that he could actually pull out his
Even
weapon
though
on
the
time
double
to get
flank
the
was
wall
like
bang
kind of
and
cool
at least
idea.
a drive-by to get the pick, but it's still the full defuse towards the end. And somehow
dude, 100
that could
Thieves
have been
definitely happy that this
pivotal
map's
because
going.
Monty threw a dizzy towards the air. It actually did blind Xander, and there was no audio cue for him to turn around, and nobody calling him that he was still behind the map. But thankfully, they still had more numbers for Trust and Plug. And dare I say here, I mean, I guess I will because we are casting for those who dare. But Plug are at map point, and they have an opportunity to push this into a third and final map against 100 Thieves, where to a lot of people is a surprise.
For sure. This was the winner of qualifier 2, and it's Jerwin had first and second last time, but gets caught by the Asuna util. And 100 Thieves keeping Jerwin in check just like they did on Haven.
This should be one though.
100
There's
Thieves
3
still
more
have a
after
road
this,
ahead of
and
them.
Plug can just disable their
And it's
ults.
Plug that just need 1 round. It's 100 Thieves that you have to demand perfection from them. And this is Plug's map pick, and you did say this was their strongest map, and man, through blood, sweat, and tears, they've made this scoreline happen.
Thing is,
So I
there's-
thought 100 Thieves were trying to be like stealthy, but then they're
That's the
just
thing.
shooting.
Still giving so much respect here onto Trust and Plug, despite winning the first 2
The
duels
Plug
against
Mark
Monsi and
pick, dude, they
Gerwin.
had some nice stuff.
Again,
I'm
because
telling you.
they hadn't really found
They're,
real information around the map. You see that Cryo still consistently tapping.
I mean,
into
their
the camera
Gecko's
in
been
case there's
doing a
somebody
lot.
else moving around. But for Trust and Plug,
But
just
they
for
feel
their
like they're
position,
setting up the neon really
watching
well.
middle, making sure they're watching each other's backs and gambling that they can have a lot of these bodies on the B site and potentially even just save their weapons if the plant comes in. But as I say that, and you heard the TP over towards A,
Down.
they're gonna try to go for it.
Asuna jumped right into the trip. Unlucky. Trying to prevent the plant, and yeah.
Breach damage.
Thieves
It's a
have
shame
to try
they
this
didn't
again,
time their
and
breach
Plug
damage and
have completely
spam.
surrounded them.
They would have killed Spank.
There's a flash from Teague, and Cryo reacts. Double kill right off the box. And Mikey is in a 1v2 neural theft, but
Oh, this
it's
one
just
got
gonna hope to
close,
drop the
though.
last one and couldn't
Yeah,
turn
this
in
3v5
time.
got
100
close.
Thieves
No joke, if
barely
Plug
clutching
times
these rounds to
their
get through.
breach
Cryo's
damage
continuing
into
to
the
just
spam
be
here, that
a
is
saving
different
grace right
rounds,
now
no
for
doubt.
100 Thieves. It almost looks like his lurking capabilities, his playstyle, kind of like just suits into this Cypher role. Mikey, nice little wall kill from that trap kill. But
Yeah, the
that said,
Cypher's
with them trying
popped
to go
off.
for it, which was surprising because it was a 3 versus 5, but dropping 4 players in the process.
They've got a lot of ults. If you're Plug at the moment, though, you just, I mean, you just get the
on this side of
breach.
the attack, not the best of utility too.
Just
I
get
mean,
breach,
they have 4 traps
orb
here
on
the,
this round.
attack side that was missing, but it was already placed.
They go for a 4-1 heavy retake, just info either side, so they want to retake no matter what.
Don't want any more shenanigans of getting pushed here towards
Okay,
tiles. They just want to go
100
for a
Thieves,
5
let's see
minute
how you
towards
play
B.
it this time. With the full sight,
Well, who needs
you get
shields
all the
when you
back
got speed?
control.
Asuna's got the
You don't
overdrive.
fully plant it in the corner,
Locked
which
in, ready
annoys
to
me still,
go.
but
Plug have also their trip
guys.
at the backside. 100 Thieves.
Dude, they're so
wanted
happy
to
this
take
map's
the
going out.
initiative like they've done in the past.
The
but 100 Thieves are just
amount of
gonna
practice on this map is really
hide their
minimal, you can tell.
fortress. There is the fault line, rolling thunder in response from Boostio to stop Plug from flooding back in, giving a chance for Asuna to
Yeah,
get the
just
edge
bait
against
for the
Gerwin
Omen
at
now.
5 HP.
Oh, it's a
Yeah, just not
great
feeling
breach
very
damage.
Sharp. Asuna's just hoping to use his body to do as much damage against this retake as possible. And a 3 versus 2. 100 Thieves are barely holding on, and Plug are at the doorway, testing, and Bao comes from behind, crunching. Teague just has
so
one
close.
left. By the skin of their
Okay, it
teeth,
always goes
100
down to a
Thieves
1v1. Rexa was taken with the
away in
prime.
these
Thank you with the
rounds.
2
Cryo,
months. Thank
again,
you,
the
thank
last
you.
one is
Pansy,
just
what's up? How
sealing
we
the deal
doing?
for 100 Thieves. But at least I gotta say, probably Slink is gonna be like, oh, crap, look at this. A little nice play here by 100 Thieves on a post fight. I mean, just if you're looking at Boostio's position, where they're placing a rolling thunder, it doesn't hit those 2 players hiding behind the boxes. They have the walls too to just make sure that nobody could flood back from Plug back towards the staircase. After that decimates, they throw an Omen smoke on top of that, just so that Trust and Plug cannot get the best value of running through the smokes and trying to fight back here.
Go out.
And retake from the staircase.
Yeah, Brian,
very,
it's
very nicely done. I mean,
yeah,
that's
just
the
an
weak
eco as
side.
well, so this one should be a little bit
If you're gonna
easier, but
try
then
to
they got
hold
this.
back here in the post
All
fight, and
5
you have great
ults for next
utility to
round.
Just keep those 2 players and 3 players anchored up inside B and not have to
Good
be
enough
forced
with
to
100
play
Thieves
outside the
call
site.
against that. Probably
Now the
mid.
economy's broken for Trust and Plug. All this moment where, like I said, dare I say, Trust and Plug to try to push this into the 3rd map. 100 Thieves has a little bit more to say here.
Yeah, and Asuna didn't even use overdrive last round. You got the judge with it too, but 100 Thieves have dialed back their aggression. They're not trying to overextend.
Algo buy is pretty good.
Really test
Gotta be
the aim
pretty
out
scared of
Plug.
this,
I mean,
though.
100 Thieves had the confidence earlier in this map to do stuff like that, but definitely respecting that any mistake that 100 Thieves do could be the end of the map for Plug.
Fake B. It's 1, 2,
Thieves gonna break the
3.
recon
So
over
one
it.
person moves over from the
Some
rotate.
attention from Plug.
They sell it with
Asuna's just
Asuna
gonna
going in. Does that pull the
one-man
other
solo
2?
overdrive into the
Almost.
site. Just giving at least an
At least
option,
pulled them
giving
out of
really
position.
scaring Plug, if anything.
Okay. Stinger back a sight.
because they don't have enough
Yeah.
players.
Ooh.
They're hiding behind a not so sturdy box, but at least 100 Thieves get a
Oh.
trade, and Jerwin's there with the
dear
overdrive,
God.
and he got a thrash on top of that too. This could be the end of 100 Thieves on
20
Sunset,
seconds.
especially on a half buy from Plug.
Okay,
Lucio
Plug,
went
take
through, and
one.
it's an intel
You
to
take the
Rifty
map here.
to
You could
end
tell 100
things.
fees. I'm
Plug will send us to a
guessing.
deciding
I'm
map
guessing
3
6
of-
games on
Oh,
this
what is
map.
it? Behind? Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm behind.
Not
Dude,
too
I
many
can't
games
believe
on
that
this map
happened,
for
that it was,
sure.
a Thrifty that was from Intel that allowed here Trust
I
and
don't think
Plug
they
to
had
push
much
this to a
practice,
third map. I just maybe was not behind the, hey, let's sell a fake on the B site with just Neon. They were missing a lot.
Yeah,
more
I
utility
heard
to
it.
really make that
I heard
work, but,
eventually.
I mean, they were playing an anti-eco at that point. Technically, that shouldn't have happened. They had 4 players against 2 on the B site, and then suddenly Jerwin gets a double overdrive kill where, again, an angle not being watched, and 100 Thieves gets punished for it.
Ooh, it just took a lot of clutches from both sides. I mean, oh, and had to be a perfect
We got next,
game
Bind?
out of 100 Thieves, but
Yeah.
Jerwin the overdrive. Oh, he has found himself after a shaky Haven second half. But we got one more map to go. Stick with us. Don't forget our giveaways. We'll talk more about that after this.
Yeah, would we be crazy bothered about this? Not really. Sunset's going out. They look good on Haven. I'm alright with it. Like, Plug did just look better on this map. No doubt about it. Okay, chat. I'll be back in a little bit, right? Last map. Again, this is singular limb, chat. Singular limb, so the big map.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament. We are in an insane series. It is tied 1-1 between 100 Thieves and Plug. And that was such a crazy map. I'm joined by on the desk by Vansily and Lemon Kiwi. Let's talk about it.
Let's do. And yeah, grand finals and grand finals day at least, right? There's still a lot of Valorant to be played today for those who dare, presented by SOAR, and also thanks to our partners, Asus, ROG, and also to Intel. But yeah, we were just chatting a little bit and trying to digest this map, guys, when we're during the break. We're like, none of these teams really played like badly on this map, especially in these moments, or just in these moments where you had these players like Jerwin that's able to pop. Actually, just Jerwin himself was able to pop off this whole map. It's been a crazy difference between him and unfortunately the Knee on the other side of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I think what really was the difference maker was that these types of comps, the Neon Breach comp, it's really centered around like these set plays, these set retakes where it's like, okay, we're gonna stun flash, you're gonna slide in and try to kill these people here. A lot of it was Plug was disrupting that. They weren't letting 100 Thieves do those things, and when they did get to do those things, there's no one there. And they had great counter util, and they were able to pick Austin off. There was a time where he slid into towels, got stunned. There was a time they tried sliding into A main. They got Omen paranoid. It was a great util overall, but really what came down to it wasn't the aim duels. It wasn't the fights, because blow for blow, 100 Thieves was definitely putting up a great fight. There was a lot of great 3Ks, a lot of great 2Ks, a lot of great just kind of moments where people were holding their ground. But it's about where those fights were taking place. A lot of it was in favor of Plug. They were having battles where they wanted those battles to be and gaining really great development of their, if there were chess pieces on the board, and getting that really crucial map control that would allow them to win the rounds in the late round. Even though I think that greed did get the better of them sometimes. They would stretch out a little bit too thin. People weren't grouped up. They lost a couple rounds because of that. But overall, they understood that they can't just, take the site, plant the bomb, and then that's it. They win the round. No, you need to go disrupt. You need to take back site. You need to fight. And you saw like multiple times they took A-Link. They pushed A-Link. Even on their eco, they were pushing A-Link. And even Boostio got a 3K. But still, the proactivity, the aggression, the greed for map control overall was what really set apart Plug. I could tell that they weren't scared to play off a textbook. They weren't scared to put themselves at risk of losing the round, for the benefit of potentially just securing the round right then and there, which is kind of where you saw 100 Thieves. They were playing a little bit more passive, maybe even a little bit more scared, which is surprising to see from the champion powerhouse team.
Yeah. I mean, everyone had their shining moments. Like, I thought EU holding market on defense was untouchable. Cry almost had an ace. Boostio was so close to clutching so many things. Jerwin dropped 32 kills, though. And you talked about someone who found their confidence, like, after Haven, Jerwin really popped off. Because I was starting to worry if 100 Thieves were just way too good at aiming, because even while Jerwin was sliding, like, this guy was getting caught. But Overdrive solo, Jerwin was so dependable throughout Sunset. But we have one more map to go of Bind, and I don't know how to feel, guys.
Yeah, Bind is going to be a very interesting one for sure. As I mentioned before, when it came down to Bind, 100 Thieves kind of just like coined it being their map when they brought out the Fade and the Brimstone with a Gecko on this comp, and it looked pretty good, and almost everybody was using it. But again, as I mentioned, in the last four times that they played this map, I think one in Masters Shanghai, and then in the first weeks of Stage 2, they unfortunately just suffered nothing but losses. So you're hoping here that with, again, the addition of Xander in this team and having some time, to just redefine their roles and potentially even redefine the look here on certain maps, especially if Bind is going to stay here in this rotation. There's a chance here for
okay, what comps do they use on Bind?
But if there's anything that's
classic,
new, Trust and Plug most recently in qualifier 1 or 2. I mean, last weekend there was so much Valorant to be played, but they actually played a Vice, and it looked really good against Ambrosia. And I hope the 100 Thieves has something to prepare against what Bonsi was doing on setups with the slows that he was setting up the Vice in the snares that he was setting up here towards the same.
What are you lot trying to make him do?
Yeah, Ethos, what did you think about the Vice, or just Vice's role as maybe a new Sentinel to play on Bind, especially maybe with
this bob his head like
next
this
patch, or just the change in Sentinels next patch? What do you think about Vice and kind of holding that A short A main
Look
area?
at him.
I think Vice is actually a good agent. I think that in terms of just strictly rating them as a Sentinel versus other Sentinels, Vice lacks in a lot of areas. mainly info, right? But the thing is,
He's still going.
factor is that Vice has
That's
good
incredible.
stall still, but also allows Vice to move around the map, and which is, you know, a little bit more kind of synonymous with how we played Chamber back in the Chamber meta, right? When the Chamber could kind of move around, get those deep walls, those deep trips, and also just rotate around,
That's
which is
so
not something you'd
stupid.
expect a Sentinel player to be doing, but it allows for that freedom to.
Bro's been doing it for a minute
where
plus.
you started the round on, and you can go take space, you can go fight with your teammates, and you can rotate your flash around for that info. And it's actually important to be doing that.
Hey
and making sure that
Troix,
you're not
how's
always
things,
doing the
man?
same thing
Thank you so much for
every
the
single
prime.
round.
Appreciate the
Which
14
is why
months.
I really like Vice, and I think that we see a lot of different looks in you know, round by round from each defense setup from teams that
Look at
Vice,
he's
and
jamming
how,
out to something.
Bind is that type of map where it's like you need a Sentinel, but you can also do without a Sentinel as well. You see a lot of teams that don't run Sentinels at all with the Viper.
There's no way he does it the whole
And
time,
I
right?
think that Vice is a great choice actually for a map like Bind. That's weird, you know, where there is no such thing as a perfect comp, but you get an agent that can kind of do a little bit of both, do a little bit of flank holding, do a little bit of stalling, but then can also move around instead of trap
Locked
plays
in,
and
he's back.
I think that's the thing in terms of Vice on paper with what she could provide here on the attack side.
What a
it could be
legend.
very similar to what a Deadlock does, where you know you could throw a little bit of those vines here towards the spawn, pushing it towards the area, and your wall is going to be your flank watch anyways, right? Where a Deadlock would be abysmal to use sonic sensors on people that could flank. So I feel that Vice could be very complete so far for a team like Trust and Plug. With especially the way that they're
David
playing,
with the prime
and
as well.
how
Thank
they
you
work
so much
around
for
that
the
map
20
with the
months.
Vice
Thank you,
utility.
thank you.
Could be very
Good
fun to
question. Do you
watch.
think there's enough
We'll get our initial
pre-round time?
reactions here. So
Pre-round
sound
time?
from
Is it
Monty's.
before the
That's
barriers
kinda
go
what they
down?
usually
Yeah,
do,
it's
but
like
Deadlock
perfect.
has been in Monty's back pocket for Plug, so no
I think
Vice
it's
either.
so
no
fine.
Vice. All right, well then, you know, scrap all that. But
Yeah, I was
Deadlock
just,
again.
we're just gassing her up, and now we're going back to Deadlock to say how Vice was so good in their hands of Monty instead of
Breach.
Deadlock.
Yeah, I mean, still, you don't
We heavy
necessarily
leaned
need a
into
Sentinel. That's why a lot of
the
teams don't run
Breach
Sentinel.
and
As you
Neon
see,
is
the Thieves, They
OP.
don't have a Sentinel. You just need to be aware of that.
Is
flank. And
Breach
often,
good
you know,
against the
when you're working
Deadlock
team
stuff?
setup, you
Honestly,
have kind of
yeah, because
someone
Deadlock's really good at
controlling that half of that
taking
map,
long and
making sure
taking
that nothing
showers,
bad
and
goes
Breach
on
is
over
really
there
good
and
at like
hold that,
punishing that to
kind
an
of rotate if you
extent.
wanna take the
With a
TPs
Neon, I
and
would say,
abuse
yeah.
TPs and get those fakes going.
Honestly,
So I think it's not
Not the
that
biggest
big of a
fan of
deal.
this
The
comp,
Gravnet, the
but
wall
against this, I
are
am the
great
biggest fan of
still,
this
and I
comp.
think Deadlock still is. The Gravnet itself is
This is
still
one of the
the
cooler
single
comps on this
best
map,
piece
though,
of
to be
util
fair.
in this game. I do not care. That thing is
'Cause
just so broken.
Sky
It goes
means
through
that
walls,
a
it
little bit more
crouches you.
viable.
If you don't start running away the second you see the Deadlock, you're gonna get crouched. So it's a really good piece of util. So I can't hate on the Deadlock, but I would have liked to see Vice for sure.
Thanks so much, Ethos. Well, I'm gonna love to see the result of this map, no matter what. Are we gonna get, I think, the biggest upset in the offseason of Plug beating 100 Thieves, or will 100 Thieves find
Okay.
back that
Plug on
that
defense,
peak
100 Thieves
form
on attack.
that we
Last map,
expected
no
them
matter
to
what.
be at,
Single
especially
limb.
with this great new addition of Xander.
Yeah, and now again, this composition that comes out is nothing
It's a
new as well
trace
on the side
pistol.
here of Trust and Plug. So 100 Thieves should be ready for this one, but it's going to be very interesting for sure. They keep almost everything the same, but 400 Thieves, except EU playing a fade this time around. And they're starting things off with a very, very slow round. I mean, there's been so many times where
on the
Trust and Plug
attack
have been
default,
quite
we
aggressive
throw
at the
the
beginning of these rounds, so
smoke
they are
deep.
trying to play for
That's
flash
nice.
info and using that to
Flash
even just
oh
insert
no,
Asa
that's
and wait.
it's nice to get
Okay,
info,
so I don't know
but
how long they're gonna wait after this, but they gotta find some
Dude,
way to add
Asuna
more
is-
tempo into this A
is
site
he really
so
gonna
that
wait this
Asuna
whole
gets the
time?
best
To,
value
I mean,
inside
they
of this
surely
TP.
need him for this hit. Maybe
Still
not.
think you're missing out not having the boom buy. I think everyone still runs a lot of rays here. So
Junus
Asuna,
as
you
well
know,
with the
sticks
prime.
to
Thank
what
you for the
has
17
worked for
months. Thank you,
them
thank
and the
you.
style they've been playing throughout the series, very fast and loose with Asuna, but the loss of the boom bot to clear these corners to get into U-Call could just be that extra layer
Okay,
of
get to the
trouble
50-second
for
mark. This is when you want to start getting proactive on the sides,
This will be
and
Xander
Teak
going
does that.
forward. Not really
He goes
needing
through the
help of
Viper
util.
smoke, goes
Just
fast
got-
behind. They
just
get the
got friends, just
fast
got backup.
4-person stack here
Going
as
to
well.
the back of this site,
Breach
Monty,
grab.
that's
Oh,
the net
dude,
you
did it
were
hit both?
worried
No, this
about.
one.
Xander manages to get into safety and dodge the nade thrown by Jerwin, and Muncie up close and personal against
Yeah, and the
Cryo.
Sky flanked it
And Plug
good.
can now wrap
And
the
this
way
is a nice pistol
around.
from Plug.
100
So in terms of
Thieves
what do they do
dismantle them
really
one by
well,
one.
teams group
I
at 50,
like the
55,
idea, again, of
45,
keeping
right?
Asa
And
inside
anywhere
the
around
TP,
here, they
but
went
with them
proactive at
pivoting
pretty much
and templing up
55,
towards the A
50.
site and saying, hey, wait,
And
we
then
gotta be careful
4-person
about this
flood
lane,
here.
right? But
The
nobody's calling,
grav net
nobody's
into the
watching,
nade
and
was
they
pretty
really
good, and then they
create
took the
a
space
ruckus here on
after.
100
Yeah,
Thieves
see them
trying to
talking
play
about
a
it now.
full sweat,
The grav
after
net
they
naded
got that
here.
into the site. So Plug, Trust and
Bad.
Plug continuing to be very, very good, and how that deadlock could be so annoying. At least the idea of it, right? Because Monty was trying to throw that wall, she missed it, but it's going to be very good here for these retakes that Plug is going to be doing for the side of the defense. So now 100 Thieves, I mean, this is gonna be all right. Full classic, nothing else in terms of weaponry, not even
Or
armor. So they can just
eco
try to
for 100 Thieves as well.
maximize here
So
the plant that they had on the first
good
round.
chance for Plug to get some
Just maybe
ults
try
up.
to go
Got to
for
start
objective
looking at this
control.
one for the ult for
Add the
sure.
pressure, trying to push players back, get some more controls, trying to control it here for EU.
Just hoping to slow down. Yeah, 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves just were aggressive off of showers and got Plug's attention. Now we'll be up to Teague if he's
Gotta
gonna
wait
want
out the wall
dogger.
here. I'm
Here's
ready.
a flash again.
Dude, it would
Info right
take
now, it's just Jiggle Peak
Boostio
trying
so long to
save
break
as
this with a classic.
much of these resources as possible.
Trying to get the fault line. They're just going to try to smother Teague if he can. Or if they can, rather, here for
It
100
wall
Thieves.
breaks.
So
And
Boostio's
then
trying to
we're
get
just
the
going
line
to fake
maximize
Prowler
that
towards
space
short.
So they can get the best value
Oh.
off the stun. You made it out. You can't
Not
storm
too
up,
bad.
though,
Stun
unfortunately, you
towards
get that timing
long.
from Asuna. So
Reach
you're
damage
managing to
on
escape,
top.
and you actually forced even the aftershock against
With the
100
wall
Thieves,
going
so
up to the
you'll take it on your
3-person
side
stack
here
here
for
though,
Plug.
so
Teague
Could be
managed to
so,
keep the
so
flash,
fine.
but now the outlaw is insane. Ooh, Asuna slips by and grabs that. Now they can teleport out, go through showers. Who's waiting for them is Bao. And this is going to be a tough road ahead of 100 Thieves, but man, at least Bao's shaking
they
up.
get
They're
a
going to try
bummer.
and wrap around U-Haul, and 100 Thieves got to set their sights on so many entries, and they're doing a good job on the post plan, but there's still a man down, and there's a judge lurking around and up close and personal. Motzi could do some serious work, but not if they don't watch their backs. Asuna gets through U-Haul, and with the speed,
This is a nice
tries to get
repositioning.
the
Thought they might
jump,
swing a
but
little bit
Plug at
heavier
a
into him.
distance,
There's not
too
too much he could
strong.
do.
The cryo kinetic
They
kill, the
did
classic kill
good
at that
damage.
distance was
Let's be
kinda
honest. They
crazy.
did good damage on
But some
that.
great
Eco.
damage
On
being
the
done
rebuy
on the side of
guns.
100 Thieves. Again,
This
full
is still
classic,
pretty
nothing else
fine.
that was being purchased. They actually managed to drop 3 weapons, get a second plant too, so you're now having, what, 2,400 plus a 600.
Yeah,
so
this is
3K,
going to get a little bit scary. They know the outlaws in place. They're going to buy heavy armors.
Bonus round that Trust and Plug's going to bring through. Which
Deadlock's
should be
one
neutered on
away
their
from
side.
ult, right? So
But look good out here.
they
on
could
the
try
bottom,
go
just
heavy
stay
for
alive on triple
orbs,
just to make
or
sure
at
that
least
Asuna
one
can
orb.
bring in and get that backstab kill. So look at the bonus that you have. I mean, it's an outlaw, but those double plants is perfect enough here for 100 Thieves once again to go for full shields. And last time I said that, though, Jurin still got a 3K that run, right?
Yeah. Also,
luck.
Jerwin
Up
just
towards
looking
short.
for full
4-person
vision on
starts
E-main,
here.
but
We have a bit of pressure. We had
Viper Wall's gonna be an
showers, eye,
issue.
and then
It's
we
not
had
up
smoke
right
go here
now.
as well. So a bit of pressure into
100 Thieves have left
group
the spike
B
behind,
here.
and Teague
We have the wall down
two
here, and
flashes
obviously
and
they're
a
going to hold
dog, so
this
has
full
it
for a
doesn't
little bit.
throw anything too early
As soon as
around,
this
just
pressure goes in, you might see
jiggle
3-person
peeks and
rotate with
tries to
wall
use the
here.
flash for delay, and has been able to get into safety just like Teague does
Nothing.
again.
Okay, they're not in for it.
100
solo,
Thieves
though.
just encroaching though, yeah.
Not
All the
best.
deadlock util has been over on the A side. Usually there's been a Sonic left in Hookah, but not this time.
That's where they're gonna call the
Outlaw
tempo after
into
spending 100
headshot
spotted
from
by
the
dog.
ghost.
So Teague's gonna fall back.
Yeah,
which had
they
player
get a free
advantage.
sight for it though,
Now it's
but
just gonna try to
honestly it's
delay,
looking
kind of a
alright.
full retake play now for Trust and Plug.
1-2, crossfire set up for 100 Thieves. Still no
Took a bit of
plant,
time
by
for
the way.
100 Thieves to get into the site, but Cryo has the
This is
cutoff.
nice.
Just reading them like a book. And that stabilizes things for 100 Thieves. And even gonna invest the overdrive into this. And just spraying through the smoke, just full paranoid, but now Plug can only come from one place. And
Yeah,
it's at the
it was nicely handled
backside.
from 100 Thieves of what was going on.
Make quick work of that round.
1,
That's
2,
just
3
very good
armor
for 100
rebuys, 1
Thieves to
gun
just
rebuy.
slow
Actually
the
worked out
clock
alright
down as
for
soon
them.
as they went for the execution.
Not crazy
Double
expensive.
smokes, 20 or triple smokes.
He
double,
ulted here.
20
Yeah,
second
they had
smokes
to
running
get
for
back
Brimstone
sight.
before
Like
it
this
actually
smoke
fades.
owned them,
So you're
right? The
creating
flood
that
smoke.
ruckus, you're creating
They
diversion,
didn't know if
even the
like
flash
they
gets
had pushed
contact
back
from
a
Teague,
sight,
but 100
dropped
Thieves are
the
still
tube,
holding
or
their
if someone
ground
was
to make sure
inside
that
the
they
smoke
have the
itself,
perfect
so they had to
crossfire
try
and
get back
trades
sight
right into the
control.
players teleporting.
And then there was
So Trust
like
and Plug was a little bit too antsy going through.
1
and they got
here,
fully
3 on
punished, and
sight. So it was
then
only
you
3, and
allow
there could have been
yourself to
4
play,
people
like,
trying
what,
to
a
flood
5
in.
versus 2, and even a 5 versus
was
3
well.
if you go for a plant inside the B site. So again, just too antsy there, and that's the experience of 100
It's a
Thieves
nice change up
versus
from Plug. They realized that the
overconfidence
fade
of 100
eye
Thieves.
got free
Trust and
info
Plug.
over towards showers last
And
round.
you're almost confident
They
after
want
you
to actually
dodge
shoot
the
it this time.
fault line if you're 100 Thieves to
Oh,
take advantage of that
Oh.
window or that sense of security. 100 Thieves are still not afraid to just dial things back, and look, Austin stayed in
damn!
showers.
Stunned. We got that kill.
got
It's
a
giant,
trade.
and then the big kill over towards B.
And it's an
Xander one as well.
offensive advantage with B
Just
control,
by
Spike
3
heading
HP.
over. See if Plug take the teleport, just wrap around back.
Probably don't want to at this point. The economy's pretty much broken. They're low on HP. They don't have the best weapons or utility to retake, with the exception of maybe the Viper Wall that's going to isolate 2
Deadlock,
spots,
yeah,
so they could
Deadlock
potentially
was
get
just trying to do a 1-for-1.
against Xander in the back of the site.
Still gonna try for the retake. Wrapping around through elbow. They're taking their sweet time as Jerwin waiting out the smoke. You're gonna die of old age, so might as well go in as a squad buddy system.
Yeah, Xander hits them both.
Okay, first
Xander.
corner, but they walk past someone in the box. Xander is
Yeah, really
just
nice.
so
Xander played it very well on the
stealthy.
33
Kinda blends in
HP.
with the black of the
Holding
blocks,
smoke,
but hey,
whole
we got
time
2-2.
smoke's about to go
That's
away.
the only spot they really had to
Repositions.
check when they went towards that back of the site, realizing that they were not getting pressured from window. They're not getting pressured on the top 10. That eventually, potentially just 100 Thieves are trying to play the lineup here that Crosshell's just did. But at the same time, you got to be ready for somebody still lurking for a forward position. And that was a slight mistake here, especially after
Plug
again,
a team
they
you
lost
should
so many
know.
players in the process
It's
before
just
they tried to go
it's
for
a
the
mixed
retake.
team
And good
of
on those
ranked
2 players.
demons,
I think it was
right?
Austin
From what
and
I can
EU.
tell.
2 players in showers kept 4
Because
players
everyone
on Plug
talks
out
about,
there,
well, everyone's been
forced
talking
Teak
about these
to
two,
peek out to
this
get
guy, and
information
this
on
guy's
B-side
been
and
good
gets
as
punished
well.
for it. And now
But it's
Trusted
only really
Plug, do they
Teak that
want
maybe
to
people haven't spoken about in chat yet.
tempo up a little bit more. German going solo, but I mean, half of his body
Used
was
to be
already
3
taken
at the
out
Bling
before he actually
core.
went for the full peak.
Okay.
Easy kill for Xander. As this Chico round for
Who are the
Plug
2 ranked
is
demons?
not
These
gonna
2.
pan out, at least to start.
And these other
Shout
3
out
with
to
the core.
Pansy in chat so far, just for coining the Chico round.
Right there.
And just for Xander to be, or for Mikey, no. Yeah, Xander to be watching that. Oh, there we go. We got
Going
the right
Bower.
one.
Okay.
You're just kind of expecting something crazy to be coming out of Plug, to be desperate to go for that, and 100 Thieves are gifted a kill, and
Yeah, it's
Just
hard for
trying to
100 Thieves
wait
because they
this
got to
out
come to
and
like
see
wants to
what
kind of
info
send it, but
comes
at the
out of
same
Plug
time,
and
this wall makes them have to
limit
play
the
slow.
resources they can have. Really, any site that 100 Thieves want, they're gonna get. But it's what's gonna stop them in terms of deadlock util. So you saw the net in B long, so you know Monty's gonna be around here, and Asuna
Asuna's
is
look-
just kind of
Asuna's
playing
looking
free
pretty
range
nice.
over here. Meanwhile, 100 Thieves will get the objective done on the other side of the map.
Another simple, just wait out the clock. and
Sean
just wait
said
out on the
Mikey
anti-util,
trialed
really.
for MXS.
Wall
I
being
can
thrown
see
down by
that. He's
Monsi,
good.
They waited for that to dissipate.
Definitely
or
worthy
at
of
least for players
trials.
to push out where Asuna gets free kills. Is just farming orbs pretty much at that point. Phantom against the Sheriffs. And you're gonna have a pretty clean pulse plant towards the end. For 100 Thieves, I don't know if you really want to try to push and try
What's
to
on
flip the
Chambers
map
a
to
Cypher
get the last
replacement
two
on some
players down
maps?
because you're gonna get Bunbow
Yeah, maybe
really
new
closer
patch.
to the orbital strike. But
This patch doesn't make sense.
Lucio's making that call.
Nice shot.
Oh, he's farming. He wants to get in their heads.
Yeah, he wants his Rolling Thunder instead too.
Yeah, we got
That
double
too.
good
And
ults
Asu's
as well now.
flawless for 100 Thieves. 3 in a row for them too. And just being able to stay quiet, stay put, and full execute. Of course, the buy was definitely in their favor here. They got to just kind of wait and see what Plug were gonna do. Like, this is just holding angles and Plug
This
pushing
is a
into
good
them.
this is a good anti-eco. Kept everything real nice.
Like
Yeah.
onto Bunbow, too.
Farmed up. Didn't have
We
to
talk about
waste
how we're
any
getting
money
close
now
to
as
the
well.
yoke Cycles for Trust and Plug. One away
Like
for
that
Gerwin,
helped them
one
a
away
lot
for
really
Bunbow.
from where they're at.
So far, really, nobody's trying to go for any aggressive control. I mean, look at Jerwin. He's just set up here at the spawn, so could fast
Sounds
rotate
kinda
and
nice.
potentially just try to delay with his paint shells and could brute force their way in here to fight back towards B.
Oh, he tried to hug the corner and the dog
Rachel
still
over
got
towards elbow.
Asuna,
Sky
and
Flash
it's
owned
not a punish
Asuna.
yet. If anything, it just made
Dude, he
Asuna
tanked
angrier.
both Sky Flashes.
And
He's still
100
gonna
Thieves are
get
on
a
the
kill.
side, but with all the smokes,
Oh, this is nice.
100
Tell you
Thieves
what,
are really
the Sky
split from
Flashes
each
here were
other, and
really
that's
good.
where Plug
Sky Flashes
conquered.
into
You talked
Brim
about that, the
smoke
split,
so
right?
they
And
can
that's
flood
just off
out.
the paint shells of Jerwin. So as he
Yeah,
went for the rolling
this
thunder, 100
this
Thieves
the smoke
aside,
that everyone's doing
one
is really
paint
nice
shell
at the
behind a
moment.
Viper Ball just kind of
So hard to deal with. Gives you a bit of safety here if they've done damage, like we can see hiding in it. It kind of funnels them over the top or around the
I
side.
think it was Busio. He has the
Gives you so many
showstopper
angles.
available, and there's just so much to flood back against just because of one piece of util from the Rays that really separated all of 100 Thieves to try to group up for an actual hit inside the site. But
Like I said
this
though,
is
100
still
Thieves'
both
money's
cycles
like
that
really
continues on
good,
for
so
both
it's
of
gonna
these
take a
teams.
couple
Now
of them.
Bunbow has his, and for 100 Thieves, they have the Nightfall for a full site hit too. But they're continuing with the simple protocol of showers control from both Asuna and EU.
Yeah, might have a free orb here for Neon ult if they need
Now,
it.
just making things difficult. Deadlock util all over this Showers entry if 100 Thieves were to go there. And maybe they sense that Asuna has been kind of letting loose in there, but not fully diving in. He's gotten kills from just holding that corner, and that's been kind of the Asuna style of making it look like he's going to be aggressive, making it look like he's left, and then Plug walk in, and it's Asuna that gets the last laugh. Now we got a minute left on the clock, and the spike just got picked up. And Teague is still jiggle picking at B, and that could be shutting down the lurk from Xander or giving Xander the signal to get into B.
Damn. Instant pressure with it.
This just keeps two players anchored up, and I love the trade.
Surely.
Xander's gonna try to go for a
Okay,
play.
I like
He
it.
gets his own orb up to try to sneak
Oh,
up.
this was cool. That was really cool. Wow, he played that well.
Good trade though, and
30 seconds left.
Plug have their attention pulled to B main. 100 Thieves still haven't pulled the trigger. It's now the Nightfall. It doesn't hit Monty.
A great breach flash.
Where everyone's coming from. And
Deeper
Asuna's on the
smokes,
hunt.
breach flash goes in, Brim
No
all means
kills
it's
out
going to
of
be hard to
100
plant.
Thieves.
Everyone else is going to
Straight
absolutely
from
send it in.
defense to prevent the
Dude,
plant.
honestly,
12
Asa needs to
seconds left,
W
and
key to
100
back his
Thieves
side.
are just only starting to find
Yeah,
their
8
footing.
Gravnet.
Thanks to
3-8
Asuna.
Gravnet, was it,
They
or
can only
2?
do so much. The spike is down, but at what cost? Plug have already infiltrated. 2v1 on the retake. Bao is
Sticking it.
Yeah, just stuck it.
some
Dude,
damage.
the Gravnet
And
was
at the end, it's
awesome,
still
huh?
Plug's retake that is successful.
Gravnet was so
Crowd's
good.
just a little
15
bit off
seconds
here
with
as
the
it is trying
plant,
to
and
spray through the box,
again, when they
but
need to
the
like
net
retake back of
Again,
sight,
the
and
utter
Asa needs to
chaos that
send
Plug
it, he's
has to
just stuck
retaliate off
crouched.
the orbital strike, and that's actually the demise of 100 Thieves, just waiting way too long before they went for the plant.
Yeah, they did have
So
to speed
realize
up here
potentially
against
that the orbital strike
Brimo.
was available here for the defensive side, that they had to try to waste that out a little bit quicker. But so far they've been just doing the same default. Both teams are kind of just
The
reacting
Gravnet,
the
yeah, it
same
is a
way.
little,
The
it
double
is a little bit
pressure we have
overpowered.
towards Showers kind of like forces Teague to
But it's also
really try
like
to jump out and jump spot to find info towards long B.
something needs
So
to be
you're still trying
overpowered
to
in
pressure
this
that
kit.
spot. You're trying to keep players at bay over at that area.
It's not
You
like
get a
this is
nice
great.
opportunity
It's
to
not
get a
bad,
first
but it's
pick,
no
not allowing
like the no
your
real
flash for
info.
Teague to get any value on the retakes for Plug. But because of that, you haven't wasted any util on that A side. And you already had like 3 more players already there with the extra util from the net and the orbital strike. It's so hard for you to just get
The
in good
deadlock? Yeah,
positions
the
right
deadlock
after,
is
and
good
everybody
against
really
Neon.
got caught off, spreading out like cockroaches outside of the orbital strike and getting picked off.
He got 2 Viper's pits too, where Xander was really trying his best over at B to kind of break things open or at least do damage, but that could still be a really strong post-plant option. If 100
yeah, I
Thieves
think
can
so,
get
Des.
settled, which 2 defensive rounds in a row for Plug, and they got Seekers, and Teague hasn't kind of had too much of a. I mean, he's doing his job of holding B long and staying alive, but if you could get early kills, that would just give Plug even a better edge.
What are we saying money-wise?
Not the
He's doing
time
his
Yeah, they
job.
could still
I mean,
buy
they're
next
just
if
trying
they
to
lost
fight
this.
Teague
You would
pretty
just
much
take a
at
bit
this
of a hit.
Fault line up, keeping my bay.
And this was a
Found
timeout
the
to tell them
crossfire
to
with
speed up.
Muncie, and 100 Thieves just break through all of
They
it.
really want to speed up
Plug
because like
only get
before
away
they were
with
just waiting
one
for the
kill.
wall and then like respecting
And
the
that
wall,
means
wait for it to
100
disappear, and then
Thieves,
they could be
they
anywhere
don't
across the
even
map. Now
really
we're just
need
absolutely
to
sending it.
invest the pit. You could just plant. Boombot will be shot down, and you got Brim Smoke set up, so 100 Thieves should be confident.
Even Prowler spawned.
That's not did good to get one, did incredible to get
nobody's
one.
Pushing out close towards the elbow for the retake, so yeah, in a great spot.
But, like,
Great
everyone
little
was
smoke
stunned,
too.
right?
Molly's, you're not retaking this for Trust and Plug. Now you're just gonna play.
I think the
off
guy he got
swinger.
was stunned, but I
EU's
think
gonna wait for
he
the
ended up
contact.
getting
I was gonna
stunned
say
as
a
well.
Contact from Boostio, but a second smoke coming down after the pulse plant. That confirms here the player is falling back and 100 Thieves to get the round. So a nice little change coming out from 100 Thieves after the timeout. Just pushing forward, getting these picks and just brute forcing their way against 1 or 2 players. I mean, Boostio confirmed it a few times ago. Xander confirmed it the last round. So they did a great job just to isolate out of that timeout, that one single fight, to at least guarantee this 4th round. So as the spike goes out, we're waiting for the next
Did I
round
have
to
to
start.
get pams? Yeah, I
Take a
had to
moment
get
once again
pams.
to give a huge thanks to Jesus, ROG,
I might be able to
and Intel
ask
Gaming
for someone
putting
though
this on.
who's trying to get
Forward the money,
permission.
lots to give away. Spam your RAZE into twitch.tv/SOAR chat and make sure that you stay in the chat too, because we're not announcing a winner here as casters. We're just yapping
This is what everyone
about
just
the
types
game.
me.
If you want to know if you
Yeah.
won the graphics card after the series, you have to stay in the sword chat because the admins will DM you, will whisper you on Twitter. On Twitch. To be able to claim your prize, which is the 3060
all right.
graphics card from Asus. Now, pistol round underway. And It's 100 Thieves here.
What's
with
up, Bacan? What's going on?
an overdrive and pit available. You mentioned it here, Lemon Kiwi. They didn't have to invest it the last time they executed
So
into
much
the site because
Valorant.
they just
Is there
did a
other
great
maps
job fighting back
rewatching?
in that spot in the beginning.
We haven't
Now
really
going
seen
back
too
and
much, to be
trying
honest
to
speaking. We're
just
kind of 2
defaulting,
maps
but
deep.
without that same pressure into showers. They're still leveraging Austin on the left side.
There was
of
one
this map.
round
Yeah, and
that
Plug doesn't
I
have to
didn't
be too
know
proactive.
existed
I mean, they kind of lost the round
camera-wise,
based on Monty
Bacon.
and Teague just when they had
On
that crossfire set up in
Haven.
Garden. It couldn't do more, but it was
Second
also
pistol
5
round,
of 100 Thieves running
I
it down.
think.
So it's I don't blame them. But maybe just going back to Teague playing his life at B, being able to
Nidavellir with the
escape
prime. Thank you with the 11 months.
a fault line
Thank you
or
for doing that,
anything,
dude. Appreciate
and
it.
go to punish Teague, and he hasn't seen any action at B main. If anything, 100 Thieves, they're trying showers, and that's usually been Asana's
Honestly,
little
Bacon, you might know
playground,
about it,
but
though.
with the Sonic in the way, how much is this going to limit 100 Thieves on the entry? You got Jerwin who could just throw a nade in there if they get netted by Monty. So 100 Thieves have to get around this pit literally, and as soon as Plug emerge, they surprise 100 Thieves and cut 2 down. It's Cryo, Xander, and EU working together, and Xander can't even get a pit
That's
going.
a
They
lot of
have
people
no
surviving
space
for
at all
money
to
being
work
so
with.
low.
And this is where you
They're
realize
putting
that
up
the
a pretty good score
composition,
here.
the weakness that you have against
This is, if
what I
you're
like to call
100
the
fees,
sweater
you got to
pit
be a
or
little bit
short A,
scared
because it
right
kinda
now.
looks like a sweater.
It's
That
good.
said, usually when you have a raise, you could actually throw like your
Viper held that
colors
down.
and your
Yeah,
fade inside
this
and
is
satchel
this whole
above,
setup
you
is so
just narrow the
strong.
gap
I was
and try to
talking
take
about
your
this.
Viper down as she's
I remember
trying
who
to
was in the
exit
call when I
towards
was
the
talking
back
about this.
U-haul.
But
But
like when you
because
have
you're
the
playing
ult
Neon, you
here
actually
with the
have to
smoke
go
with the
through.
wall,
You're actually getting decayed
the
down
nightmares
low
play
HP,
against.
and when you slide out, you don't have
It was
information
Bonkai, I
what's
think.
above the pit or behind.
He said
the
he had
pit.
a,
So
he said
by
he had an
having,
anti though.
Jerwin on the top of the box and Mikey towards the back, there's just too much of a crossfire for 100 Thieves to get the best value to fight back against that ult.
I like this
And
change up.
Trust and
Honestly, I
Plug
like that B
continue to
long
have
hold.
an okay round so far. I gotta
Where they
say,
do a
5 to
deeper
4,
smoke, and
it's
then
a
if you
close
try
game
force
in
through the
this
deeper
first
smoke,
half
you
so
got
far. They should be finding
Whoa.
a lot of good value on the defensive side, and it won't.
It
this
doesn't
time
really
around.
matter now.
How does
The
that
sense
How
is
did
dead,
Monty
but-
catch the smoke?
Yeah.
Like, I
Yeah.
thought Teague was going to be the one who caught that after
Monty's
the jiggle
gonna
piece.
uninstall after that kill.
See, I'm always that guy who gets shot in the very... I'll have all my teammates in front of me, and I'm the one who gets headshot in the back. So that Monty is not going to be alive and well to delay this. So 100 Thieves got what
Adai
they
goes over
wanted.
towards
Finally
showers.
getting a punish
Pressure
on these
created, pushing up
jiggle
short.
peaks, and
A little bit disattached,
now 100
but
Thieves
they're gonna.
can still
Okay.
look towards... They got eyes on heaven, sort of the back sight, no control of U-Haul.
This is nice from Plug. They need to get some info. Honestly, with this, they should just double push.
And it's just Bow on the site.
Exactly. The more that they wait here, I mean, Bao still has a molly. He could delay for a bit. So he's the one that's throwing these smokes.
I mean, they
He
could
wants to
delay
go
for a little bit, for
potentially
sure.
molly.
They
You
got
probably
deep
still have
smokes.
paint
No one's
shells.
taking
You could
back
cycle
a
this
sight yet.
across and try to hide inside that smoke. Good on them to keep Mikey inside this B site.
Viper Molly cross map was pretty cool.
Still
Yeah,
sucking.
Bao just has to watch
it's
the,
a shame.
the
They
U-Haul
had to
flank, and then you relied on your teammate to watch the offensive half, and Plug coordinate that very well. They got all the kills they needed. It's just Xander and EU, but you have the edge of the pit. Xander has to preserve his life. The spike just on the outside. He can still be defused on the outside as Xander.
Holy
just
hell,
even
how
Jerwin
and
on the
how?
flank with 2.
How?
And at 1 HP to spare. Plug get the retake.
My gosh, I thought at some point they're going to try to go for some sort of combination with the Viper Molly to try to go for double damage, because that Viper Molly came all the way from
Were
the
they
B
trying to
site.
prioritize getting into showers, or were they trying to prioritize shooting back a site?
And had other utils to fight around that pit, and they just isolated every single one of the. I can't-
That's why.
It's an overcommitment that you saw here from Asta and Cryo off this replay. The wide swings coming through from Triple. All of the players pretty much at that point where you can't really focus on the pit. The only other areas to cover is where you can actually see, and 100 Thieves just
Yeah,
kinda just
it's
slowed
weird
into
because
the
it's like
crosshair
they
points
tried to
in the flood.
focus
That-
this, but
that's
honestly,
unfortunate for
and I
that
guess they're
round
trying to
for
not
Pulse
let them
Viper
have too
Thieves.
much space,
That could've
but
been much more different here.
like these
if
two
they just
positions
let,
should
their
kind of be
opponents run
priority
towards
when you
them.
got 2 in the. Oh, already.
Yeah, Plug don't really have to push the
It's
issue.
been nice
they
from
just hold the
the
site,
sky
wait
as
for
well.
100
Like
to come to
Teak's
them,
doing
and
pretty
it's
good on this map so far. Flash goes over
worked
towards
out
long
in Plug's
spots
favor
enough, and they
more
can
than
keep 3
not.
strong here.
So overextending has
Asuna
only
full armor with
hurt
his
them,
ult.
but hey, trying to
scary.
switch things up is how you keep 100 Thieves on their toes, and Xander's no longer on his toes.
There's a
First
bug in.
blood, annihilation being pulled, knowing 100 Thieves could be coming through A short, A main.
Gonna hit him.
Someone's eventually going to be the victim of this, right?
Close.
No.
He just got around the corner.
Now 100 Thieves are at
All
a
goes in as
3
well.
versus
Dude, are
5
they only going to get
deficit
4 rounds on
with
attack?
an overdrive from Asuna available. They're still believing in this. He could be just stopped by the sonic sensors. He just wants to go crazy here. Trying to go above on the box. He's shooting through the box and trades with Bao. All these trades are only favoring the defense who have the numbers, but now only up by 1. Showstopper. Good dodge by Boostio, but as he readjusts, it's Plug that extend their lead even more.
You force up the showstopper at least, but for your last round, it's not going to be the best econ for yourself. But I don't think they're really out of this yet, not because I'm trying to glaze 100 Thieves here, but with the composition that they had so far and what they brought in terms of value with this comp on the defensive side was how much value they're able to get out of.
It's
the
a pretty
Fade and the
easy
Brimstone
call in
off
this.
the
Full
walls, out of
send.
the
Full send with the
information
breach
you're
ult,
able to get out of
neon
the
ult,
Fade as
then you
well.
get fade
And now
ult.
you're adding extra, even double stuns off a breach and a neon.
Plug get 3
to play
people
the
over
retake.
towards
So
site.
we'll
Dude,
have
they're
to see how
gonna
that's gonna,
double. Dude, honestly, if they
unravel
double
here
up
on the
Hookah this round,
defensive
that'd be
side, but
incredible.
You're definitely seeing
They're actually gonna double up Hookah. Wait,
strong defensive hold from Trustin
team
Plug at
unreal.
the very beginning
Oh,
in this
okay.
first half. And this is the first time they're actually seeing a lead finish at the half
Wow.
here for Plug.
flash.
Ooh, Judge versus
It's unlucky.
Stu,
It's such a
okay.
good idea by them, though.
Asuna taking
The idea
out
is
the
so right
ult
against
and kinda
what's going
panic
on.
Mode, and Mikey's on top of the box. Manages to get up there, and who expects two to be in Hookah when Plug have been holding B long this whole time? But the Rolling Thunder
Big
ensues
Joel on
from
short.
Boostio as
Oh my
100
god, they got
Thieves
8
wanted
rounds.
to make the most, but the rifles from Plug at a distance caught 100 Thieves down at the heel. Nightfall from EU. Last round of the half. Throw everything you can at Plug's defense, which has felt very impenetrable, at least on the A side. And 100 Thieves trade out, leaving Boostio with a Bucky in a 1v3. And if he could bring the fight towards U-Haul, that would
Damn,
be
nicely played.
ideal, but
This doubled
he
up
gets
in
shut
Hookah
down.
was
Better
awesome.
teamwork at Plug with an 8-4 start.
100 Thieves got to win
6-6 on
pistol.
the first map of Haven. 7-5 for 100 Thieves on Sunset, and now it's 8-4 for Trust and Plug on Bind. Again, where this should have been a map that was pretty much predefined by 100 Thieves with what they brought in as a meta and the way that Bind should have been played. But ever since you've seen a little bit of Deadlock coming out and a Neon meta here that continues in patch 9.09, there's been different approaches going into Bind. And so far, it's been
Breach on Bind?
pretty good.
Yeah,
for
I've never
Trust and Plug on their
I've
defensive
never
side.
liked it.
I'd be mad for Asuna there. That overdrive.
I feel like
on
100
the
Thieves are
replay
really
looks like it
happy
hit
that the Neon's getting
Mikey.
nerfed.
It makes sense because you go for the overdrive, you could still double slide. You're
Doesn't
trying to break
doesn't seem to
angles as you're
super suit
sliding
them
across,
really.
and
Like they're
just
definitely trying
unfortunately,
comps
you're
to
not able
enable
get
the
those
Neon
hits
pretty
with
heavy,
the,
but
with the lightning right onto your opponent. So a nice little shot that came through in the end from Mikey.
when you kind of look at all the
Just
other teams doing the
somehow
Neon
get the
stuff,
lucky Phantom.
well, I feel a lot better about the other
Tracy spraying to
teams.
get the kill.
Plug won the last pistol too, in pretty decisive fashion. See how they can leverage Teague's flashes brought into this round.
There.
A spike left behind, and it's about, well, creating the best offensive option and seeing if 100 Thieves, how they're gonna react to the dog. You get shots, how close are they? Kind of sensing multiple shots, one of them in garden, and as Plug creeped up, Austin is gonna keep them in check.
Nice
No
heal
kills
though.
yet.
Yeah, good info. Does the rotate get here in time? Probably
He's
should
gonna
because
play
it's a
very
Neon.
similar here to the Deadlock wall. He's trying to hold the C's here to try to delay.
40
So far for
seconds.
Tristan Plug,
40
again,
seconds.
just
My
manipulating the
spike
map
still
every single
here.
time. Spike is still down
Flash.
towards the spawn to even give a little
We
bit
flash
of audio
in,
by
we
flashing
create
inside
pressure.
Hookah, paint shelling towards that
Trying to
B
make
site,
sure that there's
forces the
3 on B
rotate from
site.
Asuna towards
Yeah,
B.
they're not buying it at all.
Fours and orb emitting.
Sleepy Bear,
Even if Asuna's
54 with the
rotating back, I
Prime.
don't know
Thank
if
you
they
so
have
much
the
for the
right
9 months.
positions
Thank you,
unless
thank
they
you.
hide inside the smoke, which is
Self
what
Season's
EU
been
is.
delivering. Yeah, I mean, that's safe to say.
EU is in the smoke right next to the planter, and just wanted to stay as hidden as possible and didn't know what to do. And
Kinda got
Plug
caught
were
in
already
2
pushing
mines
in
here as
5 versus
well.
3 when it came to the initial
Holy
side
hell, they want
hold, and
pistol.
because of this barrier, you keep the
Oh
defense.
Okay, they're in
Just
trouble.
trapped.
Dude, E
Plug
there
holds
as well
him
had
down.
fade
And
eye,
that's
but
what
it's
we're
like he
talking
wanted
about,
to be on the other
strength
side
here
of the
that
fade eye, but
Deadlock
then had
has
no
on the
map
attack
control, so
side.
didn't
Just
know if
walking
they
off the
could
rotate from the
leave
spawn,
the
something that he could have
smoke or
done
not.
with a Vice, for example, from Monsi in the past too. But just going back to the tried and true of what I'm assuming it was what Turtle Troop was doing, or no, Dobros was doing here in the past when they brought the deadlock on this
Yeah,
map.
it's weird on this
It
map
works
when
out
you're kind
well.
of
They
looking
even
at
flashed
the
across. I love
neon.
that he even planted the spike
Because you gotta
outside
like
of the
send
radius
it a
of the
bit more
smoke
than 100
so
thieves
that
are
you
doing.
cannot get the best value of creeping up
But on
inside to get the
defense,
pick.
you lose so much like
Now
stopping
Trust and
power,
Plug, I mean, this
especially
is,
with like the plant.
This is unheard of. I would not expect here to talk about Trust and Plug playing in an anti-eco and potentially winning the series against 100 Thieves, who were the kings of Bind in 2024.
I still respect the heck out of 100 Thieves to like be invited to this tournament, to show up, to give a chance for Xander to get some serious play time, and to give fans a first look of
this
what
will give
100
them a
Thieves
lot of
have in
belief.
store for this season. But this is just the first chapter to 100 Thieves, no matter the result
Who
of
do they
this.
lose? Raze?
Exciting things are ahead, especially with a player as good as Xander
didn't
on their
clear
team.
back
But
a
for now,
site.
Plug have a 5
Well, the Breach
round
could
lead,
own this.
and first blood,
Whoa.
or no, second blood, I should
Okay.
say. But Motzi is
Goes
going
good.
for all the blood.
Nice.
100 Thieves trying to escape with two
believe the
classics.
dog
One
didn't clear back
sheriff, one
sight.
sheriff down. Busio, the captain, falls. It's Xander and EU.
Honestly, maybe the comms
heaven,
came
but
in and the
they've been
dog didn't
sussed
clear it.
out, and Mikey's already
That's
putting
why he checked
suppressing
it.
fire there.
Dude, Deadlock
It's just a
comp getting
matter of
over
time.
towards site. It's done.
Leveraging the wall to try to be as safe as possible to die from the radius. You can't really let
The
Trust
dog
and
here,
Plug
yeah.
start snowballing with
It's
these
similar.
ults.
It's similar to like
Obviously,
the
Mikey
one we
already
go
getting
here,
close, if
right?
not
Bacon.
in the next round,
It's
potentially
same
even
thought
halfway.
process.
With the way
You
that
just
things
leave
have
all
been
of
going
this.
here
You
for
know that
Trust and
everyone
Plug.
heavy
From the piss
prioritizes
run to the second one,
lamps
this one
because
was
you're gonna have
pretty
like a
clean.
shorty or
Despite them
something.
losing to Austin on the first duel, the rest of the hit was actually quite good for Trust and Plug.
12T
I mean,
with the
that
prime.
again,
Thank you so
as
much,
much as we were
dude.
talking about
Appreciate
that
the 10
this is-
months.
This should be unheard of for Trust and Plug to have this much of a lead and such a fight against 100 Thieves. Remember, this was also a next Blinn core, that made waves. I mean, their team, I think they went through open qualifiers, if not even through Premier, as a second collegiate team in Challengers. And when they came through, they actually made some heads turn. They did a lot better than Winthrop did in Challengers, and were a couple of maps series away of making it to the Ascension playoffs, and potentially could have been ascended at that top. So when you're looking at the gap between what M80 has, so many people are saying, hey, M80 should have deserved to have a spot here.
Bro
for,
is
for
popping off, by
Americas.
the way.
And you have
17
teams
to
like
5.
Blinn that's making them run for those victories, making them fight for those victories. The gap between challengers and even at the tier 1, it might be a hot take, but it's not that far off.
Yeah, 100 Thieves are so good this past season. Even if they miss champions, they are still a top team and one to be feared.
Some of the
And Xander,
attack
having a
defaults that
vocal
people are
player
doing
like
with
that on the
Deadlock have
squad,
got,
back up IGL,
have got
I
pretty
don't know.
good.
I'm excited to see them. This is just Plug with the post plant util, like the Deadlock we've already highlighted. And 100 Thieves not knowing how to shut this down. Plug are gonna be able to just get looks at the
Shot again.
site, but Busio
Double entry, so
locks it on
Busio.
Jerwin's head, and it's first blood for 100 Thieves.
Down
A lot
goes
of rounds to
in.
make up for, but they did make Sunset
Oh,
close, even at a
Jesus.
deficit. And Austin just jumps right into the heat of the action. Busio spotted one already jumping through main. So now 100 Thieves have to be wary about U-Haul, and Monty just crosses through the smoke, and 100 Thieves just didn't expect it. Now you got the barrier on the other side from the Deadlock. 100 Thieves are gonna have a
Okay,
hard
nice
time
shots
getting
at the end
around
here.
it, but they already had.
2 guns down in the bonus. You're alright with it.
T
Doing okay.
was missing a bit of flashes to help out those players for Trust and Plug to fight behind Triple. A very nice pick from Monsi, but as he swung out and got that kill, he had 0 visibility and 0 information that there was actually 2 more players hiding behind Triple. And when that happened and we're still executing towards that wall, yes, the pings came through right after to say, hey, wait, they could actually slip through the wall that I'm throwing. It was just a little bit too late. And you're still looking at players that have incredible aim, and they're still able to anchor it up. So nice little hold here for 100 Thieves towards the end. And again, I got to a point where I was talking about how
People saying that
Blinn was
this
able to
guy
make this
tried
very,
for
very competitive,
MXS.
but,
Who did they get
just
instead
before
in
we got
like
into the second half,
the
we were still
Sentinel
talking
role?
about how good this comp is for 100 Thieves still on the defensive side. So they still have a chance here to fight back, especially with a somewhat clean hold. I like to say like a semi-clean hold on the anti-bonus here that
ganks?
Trust and Plug was bringing into that round. So there's still a chance here to fight back.
Yeah, 5 rounds and
Sometimes you feel
finally
like tier 1
getting
teams are
100
easier
Thieves
to play
getting their
against than
first
some of the
one
tier
of
2
this
teams because they're more
half is
predictable. There was one
bodes
round that I
well.
put down to that Bacon. When they were like 1 away from an orb and then
they had
the
already
100
taken
Thieves
a
had like
timeout in
a
the
orb
first half,
punish.
and it
And then they just like didn't Even
them
try
one
and get
round,
the
but
Gecko ult.
It's been a tough road, but
Yeah,
you know,
100
this
Thieves,
is an
you could tell they were
experimental
like confused
stage
with what
for
was
100
going on.
Thieves, like,
Mood_FM with the prime.
yes,
Thank you
just
with the 4
one new
months.
player, and it's just
It
maybe
happens a
just
lot.
integrating him,
Yeah, I
but
can see
we
that.
don't know how
But I think
much he's
sometimes that
maybe helping in the
it should
RGL
also be learned by like
department, or how much
like tier
Boosters
1 teams, that
giving
maybe they
lead over
can
to
use the
him, or
pressure of
just
this to do something else.
what are the changes they're
I always
trying to
talk
look
about that,
for?
right? Where it's like
How much
one's one away from
preparation
here,
has gone into
everyone's
this?
fighting for the edges, but you could just like contact short.
5 more rounds. I gotta hope that 100
But I do
Thieves
agree with
came
you.
prepared with
But there was only
something
like one
different.
round that was like super noticeable of it.
The look is the same though, right? They're still playing lots of double stall with this Neon and this Breach, and just crunch back towards the fight towards Shower. So the approach is slightly different on the defensive side. Usually you're seeing a lot of the fade pushing across, the raise, and you're double fighting inside Showers. But now it's a little bit more reactive where you're trying to push
Shot.
Asuna in. And EU unfortunately losing that duel to Jerwin. This is
Big opening.
really nothing that's bad in terms of either of these teams. It was just a nice little
Over
contact play,
rotate,
individual
like-
duel that Jerwin was able to win.
What
but
do we do here?
again, the idea to try to fight back towards Showers is there, and
The
the rest is just
re-push
trying to
of map
find
control is
some
giant.
more passive information,
And,
jump spotting, be on top boxes.
honestly, as long as he just holds
Unfortunately,
this,
just
he might have
losing a
done
fight in the
enough.
beginning of this round.
Still
Oh,
clean shots from Jerwin after dropping that 30 bomb in the
Uh-oh.
last map, and
whoa, timing's really
Raze
good.
versus Neon.
Really, really good.
Jerwin has to change things up, and he's just been locked in. This means so much to a team like Plug to upset a team in the VCTs.
Oh, the recovery's
but
incredible
Xander
from him.
with 2 gives back the lead, or the numbers, I should say, to 100 Thieves.
Oh,
Now Busio does his best to get on the flank, but 100 Thieves are not kind of connected together to get trades. They're split up, 2 at the top side, 2 coming from Hookah, now splitting off into long. Plug
And they
have
had
the
a double.
spike and they know exactly
Dude, is
where
he
this
gonna
is coming
solo win
from,
this round?
and
He's absolutely
two
bailing
piece
him
by
out.
Xander's going for the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Never mind.
Cryo, no
A
smoke.
pain
My
shell's
bad.
available. There's still a molly towards spawn that Cryo could
Yeah,
do,
this
but
molly might be
I mean,
giant.
right now, Jerwin doesn't know where Cryo is, and vice versa. So you're kind of just trying to walk up here and hoping that it works.
30.
Oh, Jerwin had the jump and he couldn't get the kill.
Damn,
possible.
dude,
Oh,
Sanders
Cryo.
absolutely
Hope
bailed
Xander
them out.
finish
Dude, it
off
was like
what he
twice as
started,
well.
And 100 Thieves hold
He
on.
really, he really bailed
I
them
know
out
at
twice.
first we're talking about the stats here
The
for
push
Xander's
here
for
got
Xander,
really
sorry,
good
in the
timing, and
clutches.
then
So
got
far,
wrecked,
this
but
is not
then
defined
owned it.
as these clutches,
And
but
then
in
the
terms of
other
these
2 over
1v1s
towards here
and
die, and he
scenarios
still
that
gets
Cryo
double and
is
30
left as the
HP.
last man standing and is able to salvage this round, where exactly I agree with you, Lemon Kiwi, of how this looked uncoordinated. After Xander got that double kill, and that Busu wants to push in alone towards Hookah without waiting for his teammates.
The,
If it's
the
not for
inspect,
Xander to get that double
the
kill right
comms
after
on the
that
swing
lineup
was off.
and Cryo cells to actually win this 1v1,
Because they both
I mean,
like lined
this-
up a little
this
bit.
would
Damn,
potentially even
there's
be
a
GG,
massive round for
pretty
Xander.
much
Forced
there
him down
for-
to an,
for
an
100 Thieves for the
eco
rest
as
of this
well.
map.
Like if you're looking
So
back
they
at,
definitely do need to be
like if Plug look back at where they
a
lost
little
this,
bit
if they
cleaner
do
here
lose this,
on-
that is the
on
round.
working with this buddy system that we know they've
Because
been
that is
really
just
good
so
at in the
low
past.
play. And it wrecks Econ.
Annihilation too. As soon as
And
Monty sees
maybe-
any contact, he could
Then
just
maybe they can
pull 100
get
Thieves
some
into
money.
a fight. And at close range, Plug would love
Double
that.
push
And
on
they're
top of
gonna
this.
get
Grav
into
net.
U-Haul.
Cryo's just
Jerwin with the
tanking the
buggy.
grav net. Oh
And
my.
even
They
tries
only got
another
one on the
player
way
in
here.
U-Haul, and
And he did.
now the Annihilation is gonna pull someone, and Plug
Spike planted.
are just dismantling anyone who gets in
I
their way, and this
think
is them
I
having
pop
SMGs.
all?
And
I don't
they're
even
looking
know.
for upgrades too. 2 Vandals got picked up. You got a showstopper. 100 Thieves are trying to be as quiet as possible, flashing in case someone from Plug was overextending.
Is Gravnet
back
going
alley.
through walls too
Xander
strong?
jiggle peek
Probably.
through heaven, didn't really see much. And it's really tough to retake when you just there's so many nooks and crannies to check at this A site. Smoke's
Whoa.
clear. Nothing stops 100
14
Thieves,
HP.
except maybe a showstopper. And Jerwin
Yeah, and they
still
didn't
has that
check
ready
because
coming
of
out
it.
U-Haul, but
Honestly,
you
there
don't
is a
even need
world
it.
where
It's
the
a Intel Thrifty, the second one
the
from
sonic
Plug
sensor saves
to
him
get
there
up
by
to
tanking
11.
a bit of the
And
damage.
just to push.
there is a
Cryo
world.
right
I don't know if
inside
the bullet
U-Haul.
would have hit him
I
in
mean,
the
that
head or
net, You're
what.
saying the attempt was to try to grab somebody
14
there, and they
HP
actually
is crazy
did,
unlucky. It
'cause the
felt
net
like he
does
fired
go
enough
through
bullets
walls,
there
and
to
it
make it
actually just kept
happen.
him there, and you're just hoping that Cryo's
Yeah,
gonna be able to
they
win that
eco
fight against,
they
you
eco
know, the
them and then
swing
forced
that
them
comes
down to
through
an
from the
eco.
buggy of
They got
Jerwin.
one hero gun
Unfortunately,
and a
Jerwin's
neon
able to
ult
win that
and
upgrade
no
weapons,
armor.
and just it's going to be Plug flipping the advantage on their side, taking
I
control
think
of
that's such a
U-Haul
big
themselves and not
round.
really allowing
That's so
100 Thieves to
unlucky.
really
Dude, look at
rotate
these
back
two.
and
They're
retake the
farming
site.
them.
And now they're gambling, trying to go for some sort of a net, some information to stun here, even from Hookah, so that they can get the best out of the overdrive. And look at Plug, they avoided all of that.
You're so happy with yourself with that one,
everybody gives up
Bacon.
towards
It's
door A.
crazy.
You can re-hit it towards that side, although the idea is still going to be the same. Bustio is still there, getting ready to set up the fault line so that they can still have the same similar crunch on the A side, just not as aggressive as they wanted to on that pistol round. So Kraussel is just going to have to be selfless, pretty much, playing it out in the open and be the bait.
And T got a ping off his flash, maybe realizing someone's on the left side of the map, so Plug don't want to waste any time.
Yeah, you
and
gotta
it's first
solo win
blood,
this.
Sherwin on top of the box,
Keep
and
moving.
It's also
Keep moving.
Janitor Duty cleaning up the entire
Sucks when you-
site. He is netted.
Sucks when you gotta
22 HP.
perma crouch.
Asuna heard the swing, but
Dude,
couldn't do anything
deadlock
about
zone
it.
in the neon.
3 versus 2 rifles versus a sheriff in a classic.
That's just so nice from Trustin
Huge
Plug
hill.
to play it
There's a rifle.
so slow.
He picked up the
Bustio right
classic.
next to him.
No shot.
It's just out in the open. He just couldn't go for it. But hitting a trade is still massive for Bustio against the odds. And now it's a dog barking on the inside of the fence. And Xander at least doesn't want to be revealed by that. Hey, got a headshot, but the classic's not going to be enough against Monty. He was not
5.
getting healed by Teague.
What?
1v2.
3?
Wait, Xander with the
Oh,
lucky shot
boy.
while moving, but Monty
God, they got
finishes
6
it
chances.
up.
6
One round
chances.
away for Plug
Single a
to go
limb.
to the grand final.
And it was just so nice from Trustin Plug again. Like the idea
Yeah,
was
they are
already
doing good
drafted
stuff.
up for
They
100
actually
Thieves on
are.
how they want to crunch through. This is not a comp that I'm familiar so far in
I like their
what
comp. I
100
think their
Thieves have
comp's
brought
good.
out, and probably something that Plug has not practiced against. But they stayed far back, they avoided the haunt, and they waited long enough so that Bustio even steps away from his line. So when the actual hit came through, he had to react a little bit quicker. The fault line didn't get the best value.
Yeah, like,
and
look
then
at that
he
double
flooded
swing.
into
There's
the
no-
site,
you can't
and
get any more
Asuna
than
can
one
get
there.
the best value out of the overdrive. Yes, he
The
got a double
breach.
kill, but that could have potentially be even
It's
more.
it's
if
just
we
like
were
their
even
whole
more
the
ready
whole
for that.
thought
And you
process
had
is
Aziz
we
around Cryo's
we
speed that
enable
they're trying to do
right.
towards
How do
short.
we enable the
So,
neon?
man,
We play
they
breach
now
on every
have
map.
to try to come back.
Some fade.
A 6-round
Some
deficit for 100
Sova.
Thieves. And Trust in Plug, I mean, they got
But
econ
I don't know,
galore.
the
they
breach
got
is just not
ults
good on this
galore,
map.
They could cycle off with
But
an
that's the full
orbital strike
process.
in a Viper's pit.
Am I
If they
worried about
lose
100
this round
Thieves? Not
here,
really.
This is going to be
The comps
a
are going to look
tough
different, so the
fight
way they're
and a
going to play the
half
game is going
for
to be
100 Thieves
different.
to try to push this back into overtime.
And I think Plug can
I think they might
dictate
be the
pace.
team that
They got
benefits the
Seekers
most
to just
from
run out
the
with. They got
neon nerfs,
Annihilation.
though.
As soon as they get any contact, they just pull someone in, force 100 Thieves to play out of cover. And maybe that's where 100 Thieves want to dance. They got a Rolling Thunder. They can fight fire with fire.
Neon doesn't need
And even
enabling.
just pre-pit, if they kind of want to limit all the entries that Plug could be using. We've seen Xander, I think, pit at
I get what you're
A
saying.
main, but he's over at B this time.
Yeah, and they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive. inside
It's
showers
impossible
just
for them to lose
at
this.
least try to
Surely.
get some sort of early info
Look
instead
at
of being
they're on
more
the
reactive.
easiest
So
side.
both
They're about to have
extremities
all the
being jump spotted,
ults.
being peaked, and
Six
you're trying to react
goes
out
at
of
it.
that. Xander's gonna get spotted, and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get shot."
They got a comp that if they get deadlock over towards the site, they win.
And now Plug have to make a decision whether to fight through this pit. It all depends. And
Okay,
this
I mean,
pit is
this
pretty
is
far
madness
forward,
what they're
so there's
doing.
only
Damn.
one place you could expect Xander to
What?
be, and it's in
The-
the left
the
corner.
boombot
or
kicked
in
the-
garden, and Plug already committed a dog
The
and
boombot kicked
a
the
boombot,
molly.
But then Plug hesitated on how to keep going.
I think the snake bite bounced off the boombot too, where Monty had a timing in there, but then
That's
unfortunately
just
he's gonna
cracking
stick
up
out,
about
so
it.
he dies.
He was so eager to talk about it.
All right, Plug just decided to go around through hookah, ignore the pit after they were not successful at snuffing out Xander with the boombot and the dog. Now Bustio can just be ready to Rolling Thunder as soon as they jump out. He's doing so
30 seconds left.
from the back of the site.
When 100 fees good at bind. I mean, yeah, it's different meta though.
For now, they're fault lining into the Rolling Thunder as soon as you sense Plug, and
Dude,
it's Sherwin that
100
falls
fees are using
immediately. and T
everything just to
never
get some
really used the
confidence on the go.
Seekers.
That's an overstep by
3v4.
Asuna, but it's okay for the
12
time.
seconds. Aner smoked off. This round is cooked.
Got to save two, pretty much for the
Yeah,
last
I mean,
two
they can just
players,
save
and
all their ults though.
a good thing that time was on their side for 100 Thieves right after, because when Asuna went through to TP and died, I mean, if that was a round where Trust and Plug tried to sell some sort of fake, that was going to be a free A-side take and a plat there on their end. But Asuna felt the urgency that he needed to try to help out the team that, you know, they're 6 rounds behind and they have to try to convert this, and they can't lose that many players in the process. So with him dying, at least it's good enough. because they're able to salvage 3 weapons.
End
on
of
top
last
that to
season, they got
confirm
fanned
that
out on Bind.
Trust and Plug were not
Yeah,
going for a
I don't know
full
how.
right
I
after.
don't know what the right
But
wording
well
is.
done
It's
from
very
Thieves
similar
to waste all
to
those
the
smokes from Bundao.
Fnatic
But really didn't
Lotus,
give a
where
chance
everyone
for
just
Trust and Plug to
understood
go
how
for that
to
second
play
wave
it,
or
so
even a
then they
third
kind of
wave
knew how
before
to
he hit
play
4
against
seconds.
them.
But again,
Whereas
we
it had
talked
that
about the
sweet
ultimate
spot of, like,
cycles.
what,
That's still
2
very
months?
strong here for Trust and Plug.
Maybe not
Some
even 2
very
months, maybe
strong
like a
ones.
month
They
and a
even
half.
flush out U-Haul and even try to
Where
take
they were
control
dominating on
here
Bind.
of the back of
Just the fact
barrels
that
they've been using
Fnatic's
Monty with
Lotus
that
lost it
ult
for a
with.
whole year because
Yeah, 100 Thieves
mean,
have to be in
it was
prevention mode. You
EMEA's fault.
cannot let Monty on the post
Really?
plant. Now the Seekers, you know, one's in U-Haul, 2 at the backside. Plug being aggressive. They already got people shooting the Seekers.
That's
and
it,
Sherwood
dude. That is
still
it.
gets
And
away
unless
with it with less
Asuna...
than 20 HP
Okay,
as
yeah,
a
that's it.
responding Nightfall came out from EU, but it was too little too late. Plug were established.
Brim
And it's not
ult.
even the end. You had Annihilation pull
Brim
down,
ult.
still an orbital
Brim
strike in the
molly.
back pocket for Bao.
We
He
got
sends 100
wall
Thieves
up, we got
backside.
vibe, we
And now you
got
got a
vibe
post
roll
plant
up.
pick.
That is
How are
it
100
done,
Thieves
dude.
gonna
Look at this
fight through
util.
this with no
Jober.
util, just Xander and EU.
Yeah, yeah.
An orbital strike 2 on the pulse plant, net to delay.
He grab nets him and runs away.
We gotta
That's
believe. We need
disgusting.
100 believers here. Xander in a 1v4.
Okay, 100 Thieves counting down the days for the
got
Neon
Monty
nerf.
low.
No doubt about
Wrapping
that.
around.
Am I worried for them? Not really.
Now taking a pitch, just knows he's running out of
It's
time.
not a good meta for them, so they're
This
super
is
happy the
100
changes are
Thieves
going on.
Falling against, yeah.
Okay.
Plug of all things.
100 Thieves
in map
off-season
3.
stint
After
is short.
100 Thieves had such a good start on their map pick, an upset of the century, but
Oh, a sunset?
holy cow,
They
big congrats
didn't
to
practice
Trust and
sunset
Plug.
much.
Dude, this is why I love these off-season events as well. I mean, you're able to see what
Shout out
the
to
new
Plug,
look, the new
though.
100 Thieves
I
is
think
gonna
this
look
Mike
like
E
here
guy's
going into this
great,
event, but
dude.
also how the teams
I
that
think
have
he's
been
really
grinding for
good.
so long in tier 2.
And they actually had like a lot of nice setups.
And Trust and Plug looks so good here, Ethos.
Yeah.
On me on Discord.
Ethos doesn't care.
Yeah. I.
Hopefully he's talking. I'm just gonna
wait.
shut up here.
Oh. Sorry. Sorry about that. Oh, I forgot. Wrong Discord. Yeah. I'm just sorry. I was just so astonished about what I just saw. I thought that, it felt like I was watching a scrim. It felt like 100 Thieves they had a game plan coming into this, and obviously they wanted to play their own game, which is respectable, which is what every team should do. They should go and try to play their own game. But in order to play their own game, it seems like their plan was
Plan with the deadlock, yeah.
tick a couple boxes here.
Got a lot of
They
plans
need to meet
considering
a
this
few
comp.
certain requirements before being able to execute their game plan and their execs.
Plug?
Before
Nah,
they would
they're
tick all those
actually-
boxes,
they got some
Plug
cool
was
stuff.
Just way too aggressive and way too disruptive, and they were just basically able to deny them from getting in position to be able to do what they wanted to. So, for example, Xander was getting double pushed, just dry up B long, or Xander was
100
trying to
Thieves?
get a
Yeah.
pick
I
up.
don't think they've been
They short or
practicing
even
too
just trying to get some
much.
space and boom, they're just
I don't know. I would love to
triple
know. I would love to
high
know.
moves, so they're not biting
Fully.
these fakes.
I mean, Boostio said
And
12 days
overall,
at the
it felt
beginning,
like
I
100
think.
Thieves was playing so hard to
So I think that would kind of
just do
explain
what
what's
they
going
came
on.
here to do,
Am I gonna watch
and they
TSM? Oh, dude, I'll just
weren't
watch the whole tournament now
adjusting
for sure.
to what Plug was doing, which
So I
was
think this Plug
just getting
Plug
in
team can win it
before,
for sure.
100 Thieves had that decisive execute moment.
I also
And
think
again,
this
that's
guy
exactly
gets
why
sniped by
it
someone
felt
this
like a
year,
scrim, because
surely.
it's not in a bad way, but in a scrim, teams will be more confident. They don't feel like they have anything to lose, and that's exactly how Plug played. They felt like, okay, nothing's gone on for a while. We're gonna make something happen.
Washed is a
And
legit
they,
team as
without
well. Oh, really?
Ever hesitated?
But
with
they're the same
full
lineup
confidence, They
as-
would just push something.
Oh, no,
just
I didn't watch the
absolutely
first
ruin their plan.
qualifier.
And once they do disrupt that,
Yeah, this will
game
be my
plan,
first time.
They simplify 100 Thieves' options by so much. They have no choice. They lose their alert. They lose an entire half of the map. They have to hit A, and once they do, they're just 3 there with full util, full stall, holding backside, and there's almost nothing they could do. I would have loved to seen some more combos, some more aggression.
12 days
out of Arsenal
prac.
with EU.
Sanders not
and
in
with, like,
Canada.
the dog
Yeah,
and the
I
stun
will
and
say, even
all
with the
these things
prac, I would
could've
be worried for
maybe helped set
them
them up more for
with
just
this
more
meta,
discipline,
though.
simplifying things and just fighting.
If
without,
the Neon nerf
letting
isn't
weird
big
stuff
enough,
happen in the mid-round, but, it
that
is
could
what
be
it
a
is.
worry.
I
But
hope
they will
100
just
Thieves
move
shake
away
off. They
from
still
Neon. It
look
doesn't
like a
fully
very
suit
good team.
them.
Each
Like it
individual
actually
player was
just
great, but
fully doesn't
this is
suit them.
unfortunate.
Dude, I can't believe that Plat Chat put 100 Thieves into B tier in the tier list at this point. Should they be like under DRG or something after that?
Dude, Van's having way too much fun, man. Someone stop
man.
him.
Yeah, no, I mean even DRG, they look good with like Stu and whatnot. But I was I was ready to be a full 100 Thieves fan all the way today, as you can tell.
I mean,
have
you
the
still win a
jersey on.
shirt, so it's all good. You know.
Yeah, you have all the options. But yeah, Austin, I still think the
That's
Rays.
silly,
I mean, he
yeah.
kind of played it like a Rays. You know?
He's loving
just wishing he had the extra util to get.
You
that
know he's just got
information
the
to
chat
flood-
up,
flood
just
out these
waiting.
corners, because Austin wasn't that fast loose that we remembered from map 1. So. An off day for 100 Thieves, but still a bright future for them, and I think
Plug
an
in, put him in
exciting
A
day
tier,
for,
honestly, yeah.
the community to know that there's just this next
Dude,
generation
he's doing the
of
cat
talent
thing
that
again.
could upset VCT level talent, and it just sucks because Trust and Plug did get through the group
Oh,
stage of
that's silly.
Challengers, so we'll have to see what awaits them next split.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, Asuna, just no worries, man. Neon's getting nerfed anyways. Like,
No, that is
Asuna
actually
on
the
Neon
that is
for
the
3
big
months
cope at the
in a row
moment
is
for them.
just, you know, that's crazy stuff. I still think he did very well, considering that it's not necessarily like the agent he has the most reps on. So
Yeah, I agree. I think the meta going into 9-10 and whatnot is still gonna look pretty good here for 100 Thieves after all. I think a lot of teams in general are gonna be happy that they don't have to play this double breach Neon
Yeah.
anymore, and that's
That's
gonna
true.
change
They
a
got
little
the
bit
they got
in
the
terms
pressure
of,
off them now.
you know, maybe seeing a resurgence of Sage or something like that, and put that on Cryo. That's gonna be pretty good.
yeah. Cryo Sage, I'd love to see that. Some good slow, some good walls. Have him stand on a wall and just try to just 1v5 every single round. I think that'd be sick.
Yeah. Take us away here, Ethos. You know what? I'm going to do it. So
Go ahead,
we're going to take a break. We actually have an interview
Oh.
with winner winners, which is going to be Monsi here of Trust and Plug. So make sure you stay tuned. We still have another semifinal series happening. It's going to be Washed versus TSM for those who dare, presented by Sora. And also, thank you to Big ROG Asus and Intel. See you after the break, after these highlights.
Fans want to know, yeah, I owned him. Yes, he owned him. Take it away, host. Let me let me do your job. Right, him memeing and doing his job. That's nuts. Okay. Back in a bit, chat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare Grand Finals. Joining me today is one of the players who just took down 100 Thieves, Monsi from Plug. Monsi, how you doing, bro?
I'm doing pretty good, you know, like it's something happened, you know. I'm excited to see the reactions. You
Yeah.
know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you've been around for a minute, dude. I remember you from like
Mhm.
BBG and it's all that from entire time. It's great to see you still playing, man.
Yeah.
I know you guys just lost yesterday. How did
Yeah.
that feel?
Okay, well that was great. Honestly, like I think we watched the VOD back right after, and at first I was like, man, I'm probably like a fraudulent caller or some shit like that. But after watching the VOD, you know, we kind of saw it and we were like, okay, it was just like, you know, shit happens. Sometimes accidents happen, and it was just like poor loss on us, but very fraudulent win in my opinion. So now, well, I
Yeah.
mean, look at us today. Something better happened. So you know.
Yeah, no, I mean, you guys were looking super confident today, and it seemed like you guys had
Mhm.
a good read on how to like mess up 100 Thieves' game plan. I
Yeah.
want to ask
Mhm.
how much practice time have you had with this team?
I mean, so we just got two of our players picked up from previously Blinn, and now they're on Shopify, and that is Paint and Spaz. And so far, we picked up Bao and Jerwin like maybe 2 weeks ago, but we've had a lot of issues, I guess, practicing. So in total, we've had 3 days of practice. Now, take that as you will, you know.
Damn. Oh my
People can
God,
cope all
three
they want.
days.
Yeah, so it's looking good, I guess.
Wow,
You know,
that's
sometimes maybe
crazy.
good, sometimes maybe shit. You know, that's how it
Sometimes
is.
maybe, yeah, I got
Yeah.
you. No, I got you, man. I was impressed that you guys were so confident, even only having 3 days of practice. You guys looked really good. Are you guys confident going into the grand finals of the grand finals? Like, do you guys think you guys can
Obviously,
win?
like I'm expecting to play TSM. TSM's always, in my opinion, a lot harder to play than 100 Thieves. Because 100
Yeah.
Thieves, like, well, I'm gonna be honest, 100 Thieves lack an op, and TSM likes to op. And
Mm,
we like to swap comps around, like our comps a lot. Like for example, yesterday in challenges we played Chamber on Haven. Then today
yeah.
we put Mike on Cypher on Haven. Obviously we fucking suck or some shit like that. But um, then our
Yeah.
previous matches on Bind, we played Vice because like it's kind of
Yeah.
similar to Deadlock, but you can also still flash for ops. And then I
Yeah.
knew I was playing on Thieves, so I was just like, I just play Deadlock, and the op didn't
Mm.
matter, right? So we
Okay,
had a good
that's
game
why.
plan going. Yeah, we had a good game plan going to 100 Thieves, so we might swap our comps again against TSM and stuff like that. Obviously, TSM might not win, but I'm expecting them. I want to play them. You know, I
Yeah.
respect T Dog a lot as a caller and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I would be excited to play them.
I mean, I get it, man. I mean, on the other hand, you'd have to play, washed, and I would be afraid to play, mocking. So
No,
I don't know. It's up
absolutely.
to
I would be terrified. Like, there's just too many. You have too many thoughts going through your head when you're playing mocking and stuff like that. So I would rather play, like a very light TSM. Not a mocking. That would be great.
No, I hear you, man. Well, thanks so much for taking the time to interview with me, bro. Best of luck preparing for the grand finals. You made it. Up to
Thank
see
you.
you in like what, like 2, 3 hours. You guys
Yeah,
better
I don't
be
know. Yeah,
awake and ready.
yeah, absolutely. We'll be here. Thank you.
All right, sounds good. Thanks so much, Monty.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Well, there you have it. That was Monty from Plug, who just took down 100 Thieves in a dominating fashion, 2-1 on the last map. They absolutely smoked them. Yeah, you heard it here first. 3 days of practice, and they are already taking down one of the powerhouses of Tier 1, a team that actually made it all the way to a Masters. And also, just finally, we have to do our giveaway. We have to talk about the giveaway. Vance and Lemon, if you guys would like to join me back here. I'm not all alone reading off the details of this. Oh, never mind. They're not here. Never mind. Oh, Vance is here though. Okay. Anyways, if you guys want a free, if you guys would like a free GPU, is it? We're still giving away the GPU. All you have to do is type the word RAZE in the chat on twitch.tv/SOAR. That is twitch.tv/SOAR. The only requirements to be eligible to win is be a lawful resident of the US and Canada. And all you have to do, again, is to type RAZE. We will be drawing the winners right now. Or actually, the stream is delayed. So if you're watching this, we probably already drew the giveaway winners. But just draw them anyways. Just draw them. They'll be announced in chat. Just look at chat. They'll be announced in there and you guys can get a GPU. Anyways, go win a GPU. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll catch you guys right after this break.
All right. Yo, why are you flaming me? What have I come back to? Yeah, let me upload these videos
Welcome back,
on
ladies and gentlemen,
YouTube.
to the For Those Who Dare main event finals.
Probably need to change
Right
the
now
title
we have
as well.
the second match going up between Washed and TSM. But before we get into that, let me introduce you guys to my lovely talent joining me on the desk, Vansily and Lemon Kiwi.
Yo,
And
Ethos.
Hmm?
Why are you such a bandwagoner, dude?
do
You
you
went
mean?
from a 100 Thieves hoodie to a 100 Thieves jersey to get upset by Trust and Plug, and then you're just gonna change shirts?
He got into his washed shirt.
It
Okay.
is Washed, yeah. But
And it's TSM colors, so he's playing both sides.
yeah, actually. Now this
It's
time
because
I
it's
know.
gonna be a gentleman's game, so you just dressed up for the moment.
Yeah, well, I had to get out of the 100 Thieves jersey.
I mean, that is a
man,
banger,
after they
Bake, you're
lost.
not
You know.
That's true.
Oh man, that was rough. But before we get into today's second match, we have to talk about the second giveaway. Today we will be giving away an ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard, presented to us by our presenting partner Asus ROG. If you guys would like to enter, just type RAZE in the chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. All you need to do to be eligible is be a lawful US or Canadian resident above the age of 18. This motherboard features an ATX form factor, bringing a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports. PCI-E Gen 5 support.
Did I check the new
Wi-Fi
VCT
7
schedule?
capability,
Yeah, it's good.
and much,
Really
much
good.
more. If you guys would like to win this motherboard,
Bit of
again,
time in
type
between. The only
keyword
thing left
RAZE
is the map
in chat
stuff.
on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/.
But I'm pretty sure teams get a heads up very early on.
Yo, Ethos, are you single?
I am actually. Yeah.
Dude, that means somebody could marry you if they're not from Canada and the US, and then you could maybe get into the draw and then maybe try to win them.
Vansily is
Actually
really
true,
on
that's a
one
kick-ass
today.
motherboard.
Yeah, as long as you're above the age of 18, you can marry me. Wait a second.
This is so cooked. This is so cooked.
Let's move on. Let's talk about TSM. Let's talk about TSM.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. Yeah,
When he-
TSM,
Yeah.
awesome team. I think if you want to look at TSM overall,
He's going off today, yeah, he's
Sim
really on one today.
At a moment where he was going out to trial with EG, and maybe it fell through. We're not too sure what's happening with that yet.
He's
I
so
think
back, though.
He's so back in TSM.
He's just banned ever
Exactly.
yeah.
And then at the same time, they picked up T-Dog and Zith because they lost 2 players in the process too. So T-Dog coming in from core with Zith as well. I think this is actually
The
two
desk
great
is top
additions
tier today, yeah.
to TSM.
Vansily is really on it.
Playing their challenger scene, they've been pretty much the comeback kings, right? Losing first maps against opponents or just major comebacks where it's just
Course, it
so
happens
one-sided
next
for the
year?
other
Wait, what are you
team,
talking about,
but
Bakan?
brings so much resilience to even
talking
close out
about-
the series. So
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
this
now I
is
think I
gonna
get
be a
you.
fun game.
Yeah,
And
so
Sim just
what
has such
what
an
normally
incredible
happens is
story.
Riot like
Just thinking
give
about how he
teams
missed out on 2023
calendar of the
Ascension,
year
left Moist Moguls,
of when
and
updates
impressed
are going to
people
happen as
enough
well,
on
so they
Lemonade
should
Stand that he
know
finds his way
roughly
on TSM.
if they look at
And
it
I
when
think a
map
lot of people
changes
are
come in.
excited
They're
about
not
the
going to know
T-Dog
the
Zip
maps.
additions, 'cause Core
They're going to
finished
know
top 8
when.
at the mid-season cup, impressed a lot of people, but couldn't really
And
replicate
so
those
that's
results
going to
in
be
stage
nice for
2,
teams.
hence
They also get
the
extra
roster
break in
blowing
between
up,
each
but a
Masters,
fantastic
which could still be a
additions
little
of
bit rough if
T-Dog
there are
and
map
Zip for
changes
this.
in, but
Yeah, absolutely.
think Riot will
I
ever
was
do it.
able to actually play a lane with
you know
both
major
T-Dog
or
and Zip
minors.
before,
Yeah,
and I
so,
just
so
know, like,
basically
firsthand,
it will
even,
give you
like,
dates
years back
and then it will say like major or
these
minor,
guys
and that's the
they got
update.
some good head on their shoulders,
But the
and they also
major
have
ones will
good
be
lane,
the
but T-Dog, this guy is
will
always
either be
has such a passion for the game, and he has a love
new
for the game,
agent
and
changes or
understanding it
the
and
map
just
all changing.
improving at
So
it. So I'd love to see what he can do with this.
how many more
squad.
big off-season
Core
events are
Core
there?
did well
There's
with
like
Core as well, but with
2
TSM under
really
this,
after this, I would
well-known
say,
just
if we're not including the
champion banner that
Asia
TSM
invite
is
going
in
on at the
esports.
moment.
I'll have to see
There's a
what he
couple of
do
smaller
also.
ones.
I like to see what he can pull off. Also, we have our
Maybe
star
there's like
player
3
here, Sim,
depending on
and his
what
stats,
you
and
class.
just seeing how much he did well at Challenger Stage 3. This guy was an absolute demon.
They released a video
Yeah,
about the
I
dealing,
think,
the
everybody
map
remembers how he
changes.
popped off on, like, a
This
raid on
was the video they
Sunset
were
back
referring
when
to
Neon
that they
wasn't
released today.
introduced as much in the meta of Sunset, but he has these moments where he just, when you need to rely on Sim, he's definitely gonna find those right moments and those openings for you. The only thing is that sometimes
Just
there
land
might
now
be
this
some
online.
commitments and slight overheats where the team is not too far or a little bit too far behind to actually close the gap on the space that he's gained. So it's not
Did you see the
necessarily just
Giants
on,
announcement? Yes, I watched the video.
buddy system to instantly trade. Is just more to be on the right spot to take advantage
It's a good team.
of those angles. Of that
Waylander
position
coaching them?
gets.
Wait.
So again, as you mentioned,
Waylander and
because
Pipson?
they
Is that what you're
brought in
saying,
T-Dog
Bacan?
this time around to even replace Poised and GMD potentially as
Ooh.
IGLs for TSM that
Dude,
they exchanged those
Giants
roles
will be
back to
good.
challengers.
Giants will
This
be a good
allows
team
for
next
even,
year.
I guess GMD to just
I like that
be
pickup.
more
That's a good
committed and
pickup
just
in
being
terms of
a main
Waylander.
controller, just laser beaming.
Yeah, and we've already seen some looks of TSM because they were just competing in the group stage of challengers not too long
Sim
ago.
already in
and
TSM?
Thankful to report that they
Yeah.
did qualify to playoffs after beating Lemonade Stand and Ambrosia. And so clearly these
That one
additions
tournament
have been
kinda
working
wrecked
out
his
for them, but
chances,
they're
it
going up
feels
against
like.
Washed. And you heard in the interview that Ethos just had that no one wants to face Washed because they just play weird comps. They play weird. They're aggressive. They're very puggy.
Wait, they play weird comps as well? Am I going to enjoy this team?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, half of Wash's roster is rankers from.
Did they play Clove on
absolutely
Sunset?
demolished the competition. They were so good. I mean, just mechanically, these guys were on another level. But not just that, it was really the confidence because mechanics can only take you so far. It's
Jesus.
being able to have the confidence to and the courage to take those fights, take those timings, and win your team rounds. Just single-handedly.
They
Just
play
off the bat,
Clove
known
every map?
for.
Wait,
Which is
really?
Kind of what Rankers is just known for, and they have all these, I'd like to say gimmicks, but not in a bad way, but they just have these individual plays that they know that they're good at. They have their strengths, they have trust in their own individual abilities, and that's what makes them such a scary force to play
Clove
against.
your every map. Wait,
Yeah, and by
what?
weird
That's sick.
style, we know that Knights really only plays Clove. Kane has been seen a lot more in ISO and Yoru, and of course some Neon when they want to go crazy like on maps on Sunset. So this is a team that's going to be hard to prepare for if you're TSM, and TSM got invited here. They didn't have to grind through a qualifier the way that Wash did. They won the first qualifier with a 6-1 map count, so I wonder what TSM have ready for Wash specifically.
Yeah, and especially when you're looking at the roster of Washed, and you're almost thinking, well, this is just like a puggy team, but there's still a lot of experience that comes in with like the main core of that as well. Like Ion 2K.
How do you go about
shot up in
designing a
Zero
comp
have
for new
played
maps?
d-
Yeah, you kind of
with
just
each
look
other
at
for,
the
like,
map,
the
choke
longest
points,
time, but quite a long
rotate
time. I think
time.
we were playing with a team called Torch back
Choke
then
points are
too.
pretty important, like
So
how
again,
many
just
bits of map
quote-unquote
control
puggy
lead
teams
into
playing
other
like
bits of
Mr.
map
Fun
control.
Never events and whatnot,
Like,
but
can you
that
hold
in
the
itself
site?
is
What are
just
the
a lot of
after
experience
plants
as a core.
like?
Then you're adding,
Which
like, a
one-ways are
one-trick
there?
Clove player around
Probably less
Knights who
important now that
gets a lot
Omen's
of
gone,
value
but
of being like just
still
a main
a
support
thing.
fragger for the team too, and then mocking as mocking.
You pretty much just go by like
Getting his moments as
roll
well,
by
but,
roll
like,
and just
jokes
work it
aside,
out.
As much as the community laughs around like, oh, mocking is like, how
Like,
the hell
is it
he at
open
this,
roof?
at this part?
Because
But
then Silver's pretty
he's
good.
actually done an incredible
And then, like,
job
once you get through the choke points
qualifying
onto
through the
sites,
open
what's it
qualifiers
look like
of
behind
qualifiers of
them?
last weekend,
It's loads of
to
stuff.
allow Wash to get through. So it's not just on what Kane was able to do as just the in-your-face.
Choke points are the most important
neon
bit,
type of,
really.
like, I'm gonna beat
But every
you,
map
or
just has
1v1 beat you as an ISO.
tiny choke
Mocking
points.
was still a great pillar in terms of util and clutch factor for the teams. I mean, look at his util kills.
Yeah.
10%. It's not bad.
Yeah.
A lot of Sova and Fade, and almost a 2 KDA for Initiator.
Joba already has a
I'm
video
down with it,
redoing
but
the
we have to
patch
look at
chat
the
tier
maps
list.
to see
Dude's just putting RRQ
where
at the
we're
top.
going to, because TSM got first map pick, and Wash had
You
second.
think a map like
pick.
Nuke would
It's a
work in
best of
Valorant? Not
3,
really.
And we're gonna
A
find
lot of the
out
util
who's
is
going
like
up
higher, lower,
against,
especially when you're starting to look at
Plug
stuns.
in the grand final.
I think that
and
would
it's-
mess stuff
I
up.
don't know if we could easily say that this is a TSM
saying it won't
win
happen in
after
this
what
game,
we
but-
saw from 100 Thieves. So let's roll the maps. See
kinda
where
see
we
it a
end
little
up
bit on,
first.
A
TSM
Fracture.
picking Haven, and we'll find out what's next. But Haven first.
Yeah, Haven is good.
Ascent?
I think
Do they
for
play
TSM,
normal
I think
Ascent
this
comp?
is something that even, GMD himself is very comfortable with to play on this map. Back in the Gen G days, moments that they have really one-sided victories. I think most recently, out of recency bias with the TSM roster,
If a choke
they
is small,
even
which
had, like, a
agents
12-0
are
attack
good because of
path
it?
against their
Just like the
opponents and challengers. I think it was
smokers,
against,
dash
I think,
agents.
Ambrosia, I'd like to say.
That's every map
but
though,
finished the
dude.
map at like 13-2. So if you're gonna smoke a team at a 12-0 half, you're definitely going to confidence saying we could play this map. And I think looking at TSM, usually comfortable to play on a map like Haven.
Normally
Sunset
ciphers,
Split.
depending on the
So the vetoes turn pretty well for
bit
this
that's
team.
on the other side of them.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think that Haven is an interesting pick out of TSM because while this might be one of TSM's strengths,
On Ascent
it's also
previously, they
played
ran
very
Clove,
much
Cypher,
to
Sova,
benefit
Yoru,
from
Jet.
Washed in their
but
ability
this is a
to
different
find
team, okay.
gaps and find openings and put themselves in positions where they can find an individual fight.
Yoru,
where they
Sova,
can-
Omen,
Knights can
Clove,
get up behind
Killjoy.
them 1v,
They just
1v2,
run double smokes the
whatever,
whole time and just put a
gives
Clove in
them
there.
chances
Honestly.
to find those aim duels. I think it'll really just hinge on whether or not TSM
Some teams
can
make Clove
deny those
look
opportunities
pretty
and
decent.
make every fight based off of util, based off of protocols, and based off of strategy and the fundamentals of like a team. If they don't do that, then it's gonna be an issue, and Wash is gonna run wild, and it's gonna be chaos.
So the big question mark is like, what duelist is Kane?
Opinion
gonna
on the
wanna
100
run?
Thieves
Last time we
match?
saw
I'm not
Wash
super
on
worried
this
for
map
them.
was in the grand
It's
final,
definitely not a good meta. They're getting saved with
for
the
those who dare,
change up.
and
No
in
doubt
that
about that.
qualifier. So he went ISO
Like,
at
they're
that
getting-
point.
they're
you know,
getting
Knights
saved
is
with
gonna
the
stick to
Neon
Clove
nerf.
no matter what.
And
But
the new
GMD
patch.
likes Astra on Haven, and that's the only maybe difference that
That's
we
like the
see.
main
No
takeaway.
Omen.
Yeah.
See if he runs out again.
Yeah, I mean, here really it's like.
Wait, this
Haven's
is their
not a
comp?
bad
That's
pick for Wash, even
crazy.
though they're lacking in initiating util.
How are
do
they-
have the double smokes, which kind of frees up Knights, because otherwise Clove would be a problem in Haven. It's a big map.
I mean,
you
they
need to
can't
have
go
the
C.
range to be able to smoke off both sides if you need
They
that,
can't
but
go C
Owens
ever.
being on that Omen and then Knights also having
But
that freedom
honestly,
as a
B,
Clove is
Garage,
pretty much the second duelist here.
A
and they can
is
do
pretty
a lot of the
open.
lure plays that they want to do. It's really just going
They
to be
can go
whether or not
C.
TSM will be able to catch them in their little
I
traps.
mean, they shouldn't be
stun
able to go
jet
C.
plays and the Sova darts, and if they can find kind of those openings to use their utility. If they can get that opportunity to use their util, TSM will definitely win. But if they aren't able to find Washed and they can kind of slip
They're
through the
going
cracks,
C a
then
lot.
They might be running into that little bit of trouble.
this should not be able to go
We'll
C.
see what kind of trouble we run into on our first map.
You
of
just
Haven. Thank you
play-
so much,
you just
Ethos.
play Cryptics
TSM
and you
versus
own them.
Wash semi-final to see who goes up against Plug in the grand final.
Cryptics
And
plat.
what do you think of the Astra? I feel like we see Omen such a mainstay
Sure, let's see what
on
they
this
got.
map. Is GMD gonna have time to kind of set up all these stars?
Even
yeah,
Lux.
for sure. I think Astra is still a very good agent to play on this map, especially if you're going to be ready for patch.
ISO wall and just
9-10.
follow it.
You're
Yeah,
pretty
but that-
much going to be running
okay,
Astra
sure.
a lot here,
T-
in these
TSM on
moments,
defense.
especially when Omen can get the best value.
Washed
you can already
on
see
attack.
That, GMD is setting things up, right? Very similar to how you can play with a Viper or an Omen.
Okay,
with these
2-person
smokes
walk
that
down
use
in reaction.
anchor
Just gonna
smoke.
do it
So
anyway. We get
pop
Astra
right away,
smoke.
Seven can play inside of it and dance around it.
We
I
just
mean,
gotta keep
7
track
is
of
in
these kills
trouble.
live. Actually, I don't even know if they're updating, but Wash
shot.
is just getting ahead of the game. Kane is already at the front door, and they haven't even planted yet, but I guess no one checks 7 in the corner. It's okay, he gets a trade. And Wash, off the paranoia, will push that
Oops.
breach of T-Dog back. Getting in heaven, though, is Sim. Could easily just float down, but now he's getting smoked off, so Sim is gonna try and be elusive, because Ziff is on the other side, going for the longest flank. Should be able to get a win against Ion. No, Ion gets the better swing, and Washed should be able to lock this down on the post plant.
Oh.
It's just one breach, but T-Dog got that dog in him. He's just got Ion and a full line left.
We pushed through his stun. That was
Despite
sick.
that,
Okay,
Ion
I like
gets
it.
the job done.
I like
Pistol
it.
for Wash.
There's a lot of
And
confidence in this
just,
team.
not
We're
counting on
solo
Team
pushing
Zero
the
being able to
smoke.
dance
We're
through that smoke in
we're
itself.
waiting for the stun,
shot
tanking the
very
stun, and
effective,
pushing
broke
out
the
the
shield
stun
in
because they're not going to
first place,
expect it.
Again, this is a team that plays with so much confidence too. If you
Two,
haven't watched how Wash has played,
two
or you haven't
heavy
even watched
confident
how
moves
even
there.
the core plays on ranked in challengers, they are not afraid to go in your face, especially when they find these lurking opportunities. So to be able to put, Kane into the smoke to catch GMD off guard, get the pick and recharge the shield, that's the type of thing you want to
The
do.
hard?
Especially
Yeah, I think that's what
why
this
they're
pause is
playing,
for.
like, in a sense, playing double controller with an ISO, you're able to smoke a little bit more and allow the ISO to just scale through behind the team, or the team in itself to scale around the smokes. So if you're adding a third defensive smoke around there, and you're going to take that to your full advantage on this side here of Washed, because you're allowing your opponents to just create the space for
I think
you
we are,
by adding
Prius.
the extra smokes.
Pretty sure we are.
Yeah, just kind of a
I agree
Wash
with you,
being
though.
able to play the
You
fundamentals,
just,
which
you
is
just let
I know
him.
it's
You
not
just let him
something
play
we
it
can
out.
say all the time about them. They're just so aggressive. They run it down. That's why they lean so much on the Neon there with Kane. But this time it'll be the ISO and being able to use that shield. We've already talked about it. And Ethos said maybe there'd be a lack of good initiation tools.
What time is it here? Coming up
Maybe you guys can
to
take the
half
initiative
12.
in our giveaway if you go to twitch.tv/soar.
It'll be a late day.
giving away graphics cards and motherboards and whatnot, and they're going to be hosting more stuff in the future, so you won't want to miss that. But I like that Kane just comes in with confidence, just already playing backside, already expecting the entry. But I would have liked if TSM's retake was
5 a.m.
more
Yeah,
synergized
around
together.
that.
Yeah,
Might even be
again,
6
it's a lot
a.m.
of stuff that
honestly.
was being blocked out on the side here of Wash too, just throwing the smokes. Not necessarily one ways too that was being thrown here from the Omen. It was just a deeper smoke to allow just players to lurk out on both
Just
ends.
run
and
at them. That's
whoever
pretty
gets
much
the
what they
most
did,
punish
yeah.
Or not, but yeah, definitely. Make sure you guys watch this over on twitch.tv/Sor.
Go Masters Toronto, dude, that'd be fun.
We're giving away a
That'd be real
ROG
fun.
Strix Z890-A motherboard.
If I get offered to go, I'll
After
go.
this
I wanna
series,
go
but there's still a
Canada.
monitor to give away in the grand finals as well. So big
Also, it's so
giveaways
fun to stay at
happening
home
for
and
today.
watch
Way
it.
better than the ones we had over last weekend, but still a big thank you to Asus ROG and to Intel being our main sponsors and forking out the cash for that. And you talked about installments of this. event.
I haven't
mean,
watched these
this is
players
already
at
the
all,
second one
so
in a
I have
row
no
since
idea.
the
This is like my
off-season
first time watching a good amount of these
that Soar
players.
has come into the fray for Valorant, and I love it because, you know, back then Soar was trying to go through a gauntlet with every other team, every other org that was trying to make it into the VCTs. When partnership was announced to try to make it to be picked as one of the main teams in the partnership program. And ever since that kind of like
Yeah, we
fell
back.
off and some teams just stepped away from Valorant, at least the org is still around that continues and still wants to continue to support the tier 2, tier 3 scene here in North America, which is great because if you look at it, you have an opportunity to see tier 2 teams.
They
and
go to Champs
tier 2
Paris.
cores
It's
such
just
as
basically,
Blood
it's
to
just
upset
basically
partnership
on
teams such as 100 Thieves. And
if
that
Riot
is
offer
crazy
me
in
to
itself.
go,
And,
because I wouldn't,
yeah,
I would
again,
only
think-
go
I
if I'm
think
allowed
it's
to
looking
stream.
back at this team for Watch
And obviously
too,
there's a
I
lot
think
of
they
streamers
went
that are
through
like
bracket
bigger than me,
even,
so
was in the same bracket
Depends how
as
many
the
setups they
Cooper
have.
Academy. So, you know, what could rumored being the Sentinels Academy roster getting denied and stopped here in the open qualifiers as well. So again, the gap continues to be argued that it's
Yeah.
quite close from tier 2 to tier 1.
Wash did a good job of. I mean, just the initial win against Sad Esports told me.
Yeah, I mean, we
okay,
hit
they
crazy
know how
numbers
to
Red
break
Provides for
down
sure.
Very structured teams, and well, this is a pretty structured main event that we have. Only 4 teams made it here, 2 invited, and every team making it here gets a piece of that prize pool: $15,000, $8,000 for first, $4,000 for second, and $1,500 for third and fourth. So you know you're getting money just being here. And we are going through a technical pause, but we'll get into the anti-eco very shortly, where Washed, I mean, they're running things.
I think that's why Monsi didn't care to drop F-bombs and whatnot and get fined, because he's already into the money, you know. Awesome interview, by the
That
way.
was a crazy
Monsi,
interview.
yeah. Awesome interview that he gave with Ethos, who's doing an incredible job with his first time as hosting here for the SOR event. So for those who dare, rather, in terms of the title of this event. So well done to them, and again, big shout out to everyone that's also watch partying us so far. I know I mentioned always the same ones, but I think Sean Garris is watch partying today. We also have even Shanks that was watch partying earlier on. So this is actually pretty awesome to see even the support from the top streamers and major parts of the community that wants to continue to watch and see, you know, firsthand what 100 Thieves looks like, what TSM could look like potentially going into Challengers 3, and who could be the up-and-comers. I think this is super important to continue to have these events.
Work
in the
hard, eh?
off-season,
That's true.
especially if you're going into a point where, you know, not a lot of players have an opportunity to get scouted, right? You're looking at, you know, probably conversations already of like, hey, how come nobody's given Kane a chance so far after seeing him for the last 2 weekends? Ions is currently playing. He was on the blip on the radar at some point in 2023.
Reformed Cat Boy,
potentially trying to
thank
make
you
it
so
big,
much,
right?
dude.
this
Thank
is
you
a
for the
great
5
opportunity
gifted.
for, you know, some
Felt sorry
teams,
for me
some
because they
scouters,
didn't
some
shout me out.
agencies
That's
have
crazy. We'll take the
opportunities
5
to
gifted. Thank you.
present players,
I appreciate that.
to organizations so that they can
If anyone got
because
gifted, make sure you
I don't know
add and
how
say
long-
thank you
I
to
don't know if
Reformed
we're gonna
Cat Boy.
get a replay system or GTA 6.
Yeah, it's true.
at this
Eventually,
point in Valorant.
not wrong, not wrong. Thank you, Reformed. I appreciate
Yeah, I
that.
don't know.
Chat,
Are
let's
we
get some
gonna
kind
our
of
next round soon too?
slug or the
But,
spam going. Come
Hey,
on.
this is just building tension. Are we gonna get our second
See
upset?
some of the thank yous coming in as well. Love that from you.
Take down the likes of
Mariku,
TSM, of course,
thank you,
with
thank you.
A pistol under the belt. You would think that could
Again,
carry
Reformed,
on
thank you for doing the
some
5,
good
dude.
momentum, but
Appreciate the support.
you never know, because Washed have had very strong offensive halves when it comes to Haven, even with the less conventional ISO pick. But
That's such
I'm
a
wondering what
flex
version
up
of
of those.
Kane we're going gonna get today? The one who can 1v5 or the one that loses every kill contract?
The
So
Raising
there's
Cane. He's gonna bring the sauce.
no, that's actually a really good song.
You don't know how pricey the Masters tickets are usually? I'm not
You know
even
what? You know
sure.
what? Let's
They're
grab a
not
snack.
um.
How about that?
Yeah,
They're not
as
too
we're
much,
talking
right?
about Raising Cane, I'm starting to get hungry here, so let's grab that snack. So we're just waiting for the barracks to update, and then we'll get back in the game as soon as possible, Chatterinos. So stay
Wait, is that how much though? Okay, maybe that is a fair amount. Wow, Bacon. Look at Bacon, man. He's always trying to make me out to be a bad guy. Nuts. Trying to take me down with him. I think you buy per day, Reprovice. Vika Cash, thank you so much for sending that also, dude. My Angels win with the Prime also. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you doing that. Yeah, that's also an issue as well, where provides you just kind of gambling. We back? Music stops? Nice.
All right, let's get into round 2. Thanks for sticking with us, folks. We're just building up all the tension, the excitement for Washed versus TSM.
Okay, we
Let
get
us know who you
a
think
sheriff
is gonna win
on
in chat.
defense.
Who's
That's
gonna go
about
against
it.
Plug
And
in
we
the
decide to
final?
push down middle, and they might get some for
one,
this.
though, it is a best of 3.
Shout out
Yeah.
to Sliggy. Chow is getting mad. That said, yeah, they're pushing down here, anti-eagle.
That's so funny.
And we're trying to go for
Dude,
the
he actually
surprise,
caved.
but Wash is ready for it.
We are just not kidding around. Like TSM getting the heads up, but Wash just fire back
He
stronger.
caved in, chat.
That's
Peer
it for the
pressure.
round. Like, what the hell is going on? Wash?
You guys peer
They're
pressured him.
just running things and winning all the duels.
And totally understandable. I think if you're looking at the buy too, like Sim went for a share of the previous round. You're trying to get utility around it too, and I think it was very similar to what we saw previously.
Then we
Teams
just take it off though,
realizing
right?
that there's going to be like some aggression on an eco from the from either team that loses a pistol, right? So Wash stayed all the way back. They avoided all of that utility. They counter on TSM's aggression. And
Okay, so it is a buy v buy.
So we'll get into the third round now, and
Let's get rid of this
we'll
a little
see
bit,
TSM
so you guys don't get too confused.
And this
Buy-
is where
buy
it's good
v
for
buy.
Sim. The way that he takes space for the team, but it's just the overcommit when he
And
pushes this
'cause they
smoke,
got
and I love that
so-
he's already falling back,
no one really went
allowing
down on the
TSM to
bonus,
play
so-
the numbers.
And working on the fix, folks. We are in round 3 with
Oh my
bonus for
goodness.
Wash going pretty well, I gotta say. 3 versus 3 and established on the site.
My Clove just solo
got
sent it through
T-Dog.
Garage.
With hopefully some util coming in. At least the
Dude,
drone.
this team must be a
Try to clear
nightmare
things,
to play
and he
against.
force out the teleport, so TSM.
This guy's got
thought
some
that was
beast
the
aim,
window,
though. Fair
the
play.
swing, and they get a trade. It's 3 for Knights.
That's crazy.
And now dashing past that 7. Can't turn around fast enough.
Okay,
Sim
chat.
in a
1v1.
Against
Yeah, there we
Mocking,
go.
Playing
1v1.
through main. Now we get to see more of this action. Okay, I'm locked in, and Sim has no idea where this last person is and doesn't really have the time to suss this out.
Dude, the one way
Dodges
as
the
well.
recon, but I was hoping Mocking is gonna peek, which he's just not. It's just the mind games against
Okay,
Mocking.
really,
and he's
really
already
nice.
rent free. It's 3 rounds in a row
Honestly,
now
the
for
Clove
And
impact was
that's
through
why,
the
as I
roof
mentioned
on this
before,
one.
Mocking could be the pillar to
Double
the team
entry
when
over
it comes
towards
down to
C
these
after
clutches.
plant.
A 1v1,
Smoke as well.
a nice jiggle as soon as Sim went for the tap of the shot. To not even give a chance for Sim to even set up on the spike to put it halfway, and plays a time in the favor here of Washed. And again, a great job. But after that, the full pivot that came through after Watch just lost their first player onto A.
Yeah,
I
dude,
love
they
that
got
push.
so
And they
much
have
for it.
unlimited smokes pretty much. Look
Does
at the
so
amount
much.
of times they cycled smokes right in the back of the spawn on
Yeah,
the C
3
side.
now.
You're gonna have to waste so much utility here at the very beginning from TSM to try to just fight back.
And
Recon.
TSM Eco?
from the
What are we doing?
defense
Force
just to
buy
check
into
out
it? Light
terms so they
armors?
can insert Sim. Even go on a flank if they're feeling things are a little too quiet.
Okay,
but
TSM changed it up.
offensively,
They insert one over
player
towards
control
A, so they can
going
hold this
into
with one. They
garage
got
with-
drone coming in.
Now the Sova having to re-clear, and I don't know if it
Oh,
really
drone
caught
coming in, but no
Sim.
one cleared it after. Like, TSM should be
So
in
this
an okay
offensive
position.
rush will
Breach,
truck
damage
on
to stop the plant.
Towards B, already smoking the right side. This Astra Star could
No peeking.
delay things. They don't care about this smoke. Watch, they're just gonna go on in. Meanwhile, the
Oh my
sheriffs are
goodness.
doing
Oh my
damage in
God.
garage, and the paranoia from Bones. He teleports behind them. Are you serious?
He
got away
teleported
with
beyond
that
the smoke.
with 2 HP.
Is everyone a
He
lunatic
gets
on
shut
this
down
team?
Eventually, I don't think he could continue flanking into spawn, but good info to call out that Sim is coming through the left side of the spite or
Nice
of the
shot.
site. You see all eyes from Wash are in that direction. And still having mid control too. You're denying every single entry. We'll see how long this fortress lasts there for Wash as 7 just unleashes through the right side, and Mocking's trying to get ahead to dissuade.
Yeah, nicely done from
T-Dog for
TSM.
pushing
Yeah, in terms
but
of like
finally
watched here,
TSM has
once
some
they've done this
signs of
drone over
life.
towards
And
here,
just
they've
very,
either
very
got to
nice
like
patience coming
smoke
out from
close, or
both
the
players
reaction
on
wasn't
the
like
lane.
proper,
They
right?
leveraged
They
the
saw one
initiator
close, but then they
utility
smoked
to
deep.
Just try to delay, try to focus, have the opponents
And
focus
you-
towards them on
with what
either
happened,
side
you
so
know
that
that the
Sim
Jet
can
didn't
actually
get
get
pushed
that
off.
timing,
And they
right
went
through
over
the
towards
garage and
B.
the backstab
The
on
garage
last
play
kill.
was
So
crazy.
that's very nicely done. I love the crazy plays coming out from Bones. That's what we're talking about. They
Oh,
have
they
to
do
be ready
that.
for these
They're a
so
crazy
far
team, you can tell
for
already.
TSM. But
Nick, thank you so much,
incredible,
dude. Thank you for the whole year.
important wins that had to
I'm
come
doing
out here
good.
from TSM
Thank you for the
off
whole year.
those duels too, to
Appreciate
allow
the
that
tier
flank
ones.
to happen. And that wasn't the best of buys that we saw from TSM in that previous round. So to capitalize on that one and to get the first one on the board is actually a nice start here.
Chat, you want to HUD?
How Mocking was able to play that one against Sim the round previously. So Odin, rifles, you know, just
Ooh.
inserting Sim towards that front. But the breach is not going to. There you go. He separates himself well enough so that there could be a fault line to support if needed be.
Oh, Bones is so cooked, but he's just got 9 lives like a cat with everything looking at him and a KJ turret. He's gonna have sad meows. Cue that going
Yes,
later on, but he lives. I don't like
Am I
that.
doing wash
5 to
or
5.
washed?
I think this defense isn't like taking early damage either.
Especially with that kill.
Oof. Ooh, this spike's just going solo. Nope,
Just
it's
wash.
not. Checking things out at A, but it's all a ruse.
The ISO made it through though, so they could still have a backstab. This is the most important thing. Kane to get the timing, kill Sim, then they'll push through. Rolling Thunder is not going to
Rolling
do
Thunder.
anything,
big
especially after Kane 0
4v4.
got the kill onto Sim.
Wait.
So that's a wasted ult, and it's
Wait.
going to be harder for the retake for TSM.
What was the breach ult?
I was just hoping for a delay.
Kind of
but
tuned
yeah,
in late
Kane
to the
is
round. The breach ult's nuts. The
very-
Astra can still
very
win the
comfortable.
round. Big
Now
1v1
playing
is a
from
good
down
shock.
below, Seven's
Okay,
able to
that was
get
a
a
really
catch
good
in front
shock.
of him. Rotating to
Now
main,
this
kill
ult
contract,
kind of works
first
against
one
him.
for Kane of the day,
Did they get there in
and
time?
he's
Smoke
locking
to
on
block.
7.
Ooh, the
Still
clove,
2
by the way. The
left,
clove.
1v2.
Damn.
Oh my
And
god.
manages to isolate a duel.
I was
And
gonna say
even
the
through
clove
double tap,
smoke
Ziff takes the win and
actually
denies
saved
the ace
them.
out of Kane.
Oh, that is so good as well to just
Yeah,
from
it
the
is a
grave,
nice
the
try.
clove.
Double check it, please.
Knights putting up the smoke so that TSM cannot run it down and actually get Kane outside of the kill contract. And almost actually even wins that. He almost got an ace to win it and just single-handedly opened the ace side. This is what we're talking about. The space that's being created by Wash is not on full exits. It's just on these timings that the Wash players are getting. And it's not just on Kane. You saw the TP from Bones earlier on.
Yeah, that was a
Just
nice
every
try,
single
though.
one of these players are finding
2 rounds in a
their
row
own
that they
timings
lost.
and
They
just
wrecked
activating the map
money-wise.
based on the plays that each of them
Little
are
tab would be awesome.
individually making pretty much.
Think this is a
And player just
timeout.
called for a tech
Or a tech timeout.
pause. Their house
It
someone's
ain't
having
us.
an issue.
Are we
and
back?
Not our fault.
Kind of
Hashtag
look
don't blame the
back.
casters. But this got a lot closer after 3 back-to-back wins from Washed off of Pistol, and TSM trying to humble them a little bit. I feel like there's more
You can't
pressure
tab with
on
the minimal
shoulders
HUD
of
enabled? Oh,
TSM,
really?
right? Because Wash get to come in, and no one has expectations.
Okay, chat. I'm gonna
I
keep
would
this up
think.
until
So
they
it's TSM
remove
just
this when we
trying
get
to
the
not look
sides.
like 100 Thieves out here and lose to
Or
a
what
team
a-
that you
yeah,
shouldn't
they had
have,
the
at least
sides in
on paper. But
That's exactly
TSM
it.
are, yeah,
The-
TSM aren't 100 Thieves level, but still,
Or
should
maybe
be able to win this.
maybe at this point after that game, no, I don't want to overreact. I don't want to start adding fuel to the flame of everything that's going on in the conversations in
that's-
chat, most likely, and Reddit.
2 rounds in a row, so they do
That said,
have
though,
no money,
it's
really.
still some
Sheriffs,
good
couple
caliber
of
teams and
armors,
some
hero
big
gun.
organizations that you have to try to still
Yeah,
represent,
okay. I
right?
think
So
we're good. Right.
despite that, Wash is
Take it
coming
off
in
too early.
As you know who they are, and they're still playing against a big org like
Well, I might
TSM.
have taken it
and
off
a
too
lot
early.
Of, a lot of these unsigned teams want to prove a point. Like, why are we not the ones that are being picked up? Why are we not the ones that are being signed? Why are we not getting the hold here towards this B site hit?
Yeah, I wanted to 5
Another
person over
Odin buy
towards
from
B.
Seven.
Nice,
I
we're back.
respect it. Just spraying it down. Who needs
The
util
pressure
when
over
you just got a
towards
lot of
B
bullets?
normally
and then
gets the
you
rotate
insert
from
Sim
garage, walk
into
into garage after
a
doing
main,
it.
which can open up a flank opportunity. He's currently testing that out. So
Shot.
Wash
Hero
will have
gun.
garage control, and they'll start carving the way through.
Big
GMD
ult,
double
though.
swings. You usually expect only one person to hold C, but
There's no
GMD
patience
is
on this team.
really brought down the forces of Wash.
Really?
With a 3K. But now you're just trying to hunt down where this Clove got out of ult, and GMD still took damage in the process.
Yo,
but
give me the 6K.
Yeah, it might be a 6.
GMD ace? Question mark?
14 HP. Whoa.
Oh, GMD's looking for it. He's already walking up through the smoke and everything. You heard the TP.
This
So
is
now
what I
someone
love,
has to
though.
watch garage.
Nomad
Playing
Senpai with
high-low,
the
you're
Prime.
playing
Thank you for the
to
5
your
months. Thank you for
advantage
doing
in
that.
terms of the bodies, so it's very nice that GMD is not overheating here.
20 seconds. 14 HP, 70
Okay, someone's watching
HP.
garage. It's 7 though with the Odin. Bones is to look at both ways. Clearing logs will get the jump on the Odin. 10 seconds left. All GMD has to do is prevent the plant. And at 14 HP. Oh no.
Managed to win it.
I
GMD had
thought
a
GMD
small
had that, but
chance.
he's
Had
just
to
gonna
hit the
spray
first
through
2
the
bullets.
smoke or wait for him to come out and
I mean,
Hey,
I
I mean, nicely done. The 1v2 is nice. The Clove again with the smoke.
Towards the back or towards the front.
The
And I
Clove
think it's
value
one of
is
those moments you saw
insane at the
GMD
moment.
walking
It's through the
through that
roof.
smoke, right?
It's
So
a
he
good
went
kill over
into
towards
the,
B also.
I'm gonna flick 90 degrees in and hoping that as I'm flicking in, I see him and I can adjust my spray so I could get the kill right over here. And unfortunately, it didn't happen, and he just got picked off.
Every single time the dead smokes are like
allowed for us to
impressive.
crack a few
Everything's
of
been
them
good.
open after
Okay.
celebrating that victory for GMD, but it's still Wash finding an answer towards the end.
I like this
they
default.
stabilize themselves. Now it's mocking with an Odin by versus 7. We'll
Okay,
keep track of
but
that.
dude,
Garage,
they gotta
something
re-clear
Wash
over
should
towards
really like to
A
fight
though,
for. It's
right?
been successful for them
Dude,
to
if I'm
pivot
TSM,
into C, they'll just have to keep a
you're
better
not
eye
just
on
inserting
GMD,
one
who got,
hit
like,
every
you know,
single
4 or
round.
5K on them, so
They clear it, but they don't like
Hunter's
push you off.
Fury is making things difficult, and from the offense, they cut the back, and Wash are doing a way better job of checking these corners, but Sim's got knives out. And now
Okay,
it's just
dude,
Ion in a 1
they
versus
gotta
2, so
they
that's
gotta
not gonna work.
proper clear
Wash
A. They're getting
fall
so wrecked by
behind.
stacks.
Yeah, very, very nice for TSM to be.
Dude, if
reacting
they actually
very quickly
defaulted
into
a
Sim's
little bit
aggression.
better
When
and actually
even
like
Sim gets spotted here by
created
the
good
trip and
fake
he wastes a lot of
pressure,
that util, it was
team
very
would be
similar to
pretty
what Wash
good.
is trying to do. They realize the pressure's coming towards the A side. They fast pivot towards C, but this time TSM had a lot more bodies and they were ready to actually trade out instantly this time around and not be caught off guard. Again, previously it could have been a similar scenario that Wash would have won more cleanly if it wasn't for GMD that got a 5K.
Yeah, well,
that
at least they're
round,
talking about
that
A and the
previous
fact that they
round.
need
So
to
nicely done here for
do
TSM
something
to
towards
readapt.
A. I
There's
think
a
they're
lot
just
of
gonna
things we
absolutely
want
send
at the
it,
start of the beginning
but
of this round. Looks like they really want to try to fight back against Sim this time. Breaking
okay,
the
we had
cameras
insta
big.
drone over towards C to create pressure like we wanted to go
Wash have
C.
just take
Like
their
all they're
time
doing is like
reclaiming
fake pressure
this
into
after
send it,
just
right?
the
Every single
hail of
round.
bullets that came through sewers here, so Wash with shares.
Still, it's
Still
2
been
people on
very
site. They could
impressive
easy overwhelm
mechanically,
this.
even from the
We're so close to
qualifiers
ults to
now.
snowball a little
And
bit,
they won the
especially
pistol for a
ISO.
reason, but
Double smoke goes
seems
in.
like Wash have been the ones to really dictate the pace. Now they're showing face at the site, and it's Sim just through the smokes. He's just been kind of gambling on where his lineups are and doesn't see anything. And Wash are losing bodies left and right. They don't know how to fire back, but TSM, Sim on top of the box. He's got 3 that round.
And that's something that's nice here from TSM that I actually also enjoyed watching for TSM.
Right,
that in
ISO ult
Ascension where we're
should,
trying to,
honestly, with how they're playing ISO
qualify
ult should
through.
just be a free
In those
round.
moments
So
where
they're going to
Sim
capitalize
looks
on the
like he's
space no matter what.
overheating and getting a lot of these elevations or dashes and whatnot. In those moments where there's actually players that are ready to train, they are not afraid to go inside and fight with you. So the double push inside the smoke, Sim continuing to spray with the Odin. I think there was already a 3rd player trying to help out at that point as well for TSM, and they don't mind just dropping the gloves and
They're
bare
gonna
knuckle
do, try
fighting
to get
against
this
their opponents, and
over.
it's just a
Oh.
nice little matchup between both of these teams. It's gonna continuously be
Yeah,
explosive
ISO
this
shield
series.
gets done. I mean, he got one. Killjoy. No, Jet.
Kill contract, Kane versus Sim. Ooh, I've been ready for this one.
Whoa.
Oh, Kane did damage, but
And the
Sim
Omen Flash
gets
went
the
too
last
early, so it
laugh, and
doesn't hit
Sim
Jet.
Or TSM have
He
had
gets
first
another
bloods a
great
couple
stun from
times
the
now,
breach.
and Sim continues to just now be on the
Yeah,
flank.
they're
and
like-
it's Bones caught in all the middle of that. So TSM have really started to find their stride with 3 in a row.
And the mistake out of that one was just trying to send your solo
It's so
solo.
funny.
I
Like,
mean,
you
he
can
drove
tell already
towards
this team's
sewers
like
to try to
pretty
see if there's
stacked
anybody behind
individual,
that got
but
hit by the behind the kill contract that watches that body. He does get the ping onto Zip, but then he's still moving there alone while everybody else is so focused on moving up towards the A side. You lose a spike in the process. It's going
West
to be
ISO, they just didn't take space, and like drone spotted.
But again, all spiraling down.
It was
from
like
Sim's
too
winning
late.
that
They
duel,
really wanted to go
against
like
Kane.
3-1.
Sim
With
continuing
your
to wanna
pathing of
prove that his
the
stocks
ult
still
is
very high,
here.
and that he deserves
You
a
do
spot
not
here in tier 1, which I'm
prioritize
all
just
up
going
for it.
short more.
Just a short recon from Mocking. You have no vision, no info on A besides, I don't know, the burring of an Odin. So just checking out A short isn't gonna be enough for Wash to get an upper hand. They've already lost Ion. Garage control has been
Damn, dude's just allowed to be out in the open for this long. It was another good breach done again.
All over
Like
again.
T-Dog's
except you
util at
don't
the
have a
moment is great.
global to go after. Asu's flawless for TSM.
TSM starting to find their groove again, and remember that when I was saying that they were able to just laser beam their opponents on this map, it was 12-0, and then I stand corrected, it wasn't Ambrosio against Lemonade Stand, sorry. And I think it was also on their attack side for TSM. So for them to have now 6 rounds on a defense, and with this comp, with the Astra, how much space you could create and allow Sim to get the best value out of his dashes, it's
The
in a
Odin
good
guy new
spot
meta,
that,
yeah.
that the defensive
Everyone's
side
in for just a
are in
I'm
right
an
now
Odin player
for
these days.
Team Solo Mid.
Kind of fine with it again. Big pressure over towards A and to hit somewhere
And
else.
look how TSM have also stacked the C site. That's just been the way to go for Washed, and there's just no end in sight. With so many first bloods for TSM, now an op on A main. So Wash will be forced to funnel into B or C, and Wash, the jig is up. They've already been revealed by a recon from or something revealed them.
this is
And
like-
then there's just an Odin.
This is like rank strats
Wash,
against the team.
they
It's
have
just not gonna
gotten
work.
absolutely screwed the
Like
last
it took
couple
TSM a
rounds,
little
not
bit, but
close.
they kind of got it down now.
Yeah, I think it's just the op that was a surprise for
Like
Washington.
this in ranked, it's fine. Like you would over rotate, right? People would over rotate because they get impatient. There'll be 3 here, side will be easy, plant. But here they're like,
so it seems as though they wanted to give that
they realize
responsibility
whatever the
right to
first
try
bit
to
of
win that
contact is
1v1 at
fake.
that spot, but surprise, surprise, an op takes you down, and now they're going to be
What is
afraid
this
of that
one?
for Wash. They're already avoiding the op at the very
Yeah,
beginning and
is
trying to
it
deathball into C.
similar
The
place
last
with the
few
Sova
times, it's
ult?
been just
Yeah,
Jimmy
we
laser
pinged on the
beaming that
floor as
spot,
well
but
to make sure that we
thankfully
can
he's not
either
playing
spam or
the C
ult in the
side
same
this time.
place. Dude, the turret takes away the shield,
Turret
devastating.
1, shield 0.
Hunter Fury from the defense right into C main. That's just not where you want to be. We'll keep Washed humbled and Knights at 20 HP. Guardian, you could still do work, but not by yourself. Washed just barely getting their rifles together, and multi-kills coming out of TSM to farm orbs, to farm Washed, and Drone doesn't see the person in the nook. The spike is still left behind, and Washed in a 2v4.
Dude, 7 is
We got the global.
annihilating.
Nice, trying to leave.
And count those seconds, and Chloe's going to fall.
Jesus.
Fall with
1,
a
2.
wall bang.
Yeah. Well, that was-
Yeah.
How many seconds was that?
1-2 punch.
1v4. Okay, the ult to grab the spike. Bones hasn't given up.
Yeah, well, he should soon. I mean, everything's really locked. Right, you have 2 players on the A side. The
30
C long is
seconds
pushed up. You have a turret and alarm bot watching Garage and B. It's pretty much GG at this point, but TSM continuing to not be afraid.
The,
to just
the
fight
comp
back
should be
against
fine
him.
on
I mean, you're still
defense
looking
though.
at GMB.
They got a
He's
nice
guy that's
defensive comp.
Streaming 24/7 in the daytime.
They-
with
they
his
might be
duels
able to win
to
with
Rosa,
4.
Just grinding the rank scene and
10
probably
seconds
playing
left.
against players like Ions and Kane Zero non-stop. So
I'm just worried
kinda
they don't
just
have
know how your opponent's
any.
gonna play
I'm
and
worried they don't
just
have
outpace
any of
some
the
nice
normal
little
stuff
shot
that
by
they
Jimmy
need, like
towards the end,
ISO
and
damage
TSM, I mean,
into
after
shock.
a very close back and forth in the beginning of the half, they've won 6 rounds in a row.
I'm curious to see how Washed now on defense can take advantage of this map control that they like to fight for at all ends. There's 3 sites and a lot
I think
of
we'll be
ways that
seeing
Wash can just
Killjoy as Sentinel
push
in the new
Kane
patch on
solo,
Haven.
go on
I
a
have
weird
no
flank,
idea how
and
the Scythe and
why
Nurse have
teams would
affected
be
pro
worried
play.
about playing against
I would have to
Wash
speak to
is
like players
expect
to
the
see if it's
expected.
actually
So you just
big
never
or
know
not.
what
I think
lane
it's
Wash could
big,
be
but
pushing down.
I'm
So
not
as soon as
100% sure.
TSM avert their eyes, maybe Wash can
Like, I
get
don't know
some
if
lucky rounds through that.
kill trips are
but
just
an 8 to 4
officially
half is
dead or
still
not.
very strong considering how one-sided it felt.
It's not that bad.
Later on for
Yeah,
TSM.
just because they don't
And it's
like,
them now being
just
able
'cause
to
they still appear
dictate
pretty
the
early
pace.
on,
We
right?
Talk about the Astra and what the breach could do, but for Washer, just trying to fight early into B main, thinking somebody was going to swing out towards the window, but it still allows for you to fast pivot left and right. The stop in Tembo also creates that extra paranoia for Wash.
Yeah,
So you're
I don't think we can play retake with this comp, can we?
For TSM, and the retake's not going to be the best here for
Maybe you
Wash. I mean,
can.
they could maybe wall up and
Is
paranoia
a shield?
and potentially, hopefully, get the middle at the right spot. But there's just a lot of util here for
Oh, that was kind of
TSM.
nice. Trying to wreck the planter with double damage
Now
shock.
Wash,
Honestly,
no
the timing of
smoke
it was
standing in
really
their
nice.
way. Checking the first corner.
Looked like they
ISO
knew it was gonna
shield
happen,
out.
though.
Shock bolt from heaven. And TSM are brought down to their last limbs. And
Whoa.
TSM still managed to take some people with them. 1v2 now for Ziff on the post plant.
40
Just
HP,
here to
22
drop. He
HP.
saw Ion 2, but didn't get the shot before revealing her position.
Another good clove
It
smoke,
still
though. Might
adjusts
actually work.
Very well. Bones 22
Oh,
HP.
my.
And the one way that Ziff
Kind of need
plays
to play a
off
little
of
bit different
the
with the smoke
clutch for
being up, but I
TSM.
think he was
Super nice
scared he
from
was going to get
Ziff,
spammed.
towards the end. But I love the idea from TSM. They already know what they have to play against. They were expecting this vulnerable and the combination of the shock dart
Let's see the
from Monkey.
possible
So you
MIBR
kept
leak.
tapping on that spike. You
Someone
raced that
posted a
out, and
picture
that's
of
what stuck you
Fast
through,
Bass,
though.
right?
The counter
Devastating for them. They've been hiding it for so long.
Running out with the shield just started dropping TSM.
I say hiding it,
as
people
they
kinda
wanted
knew,
so many
but-
players in the process, and thankfully Ziff was there to be able to clutch that 1 versus 2 and save the round for TSM. Again, Ethos mentioned that he's played with T-Doc and Ziff before, that they have great minds, great heads on their shoulders. They know and they think well about this game. Ziff also played under the Knights and Challengers a couple of years ago where they had this unstoppable run on Ascent.
See how unstoppable TSM can be. About to be met by Mocking, who, hey, gets a shot into GMD, but Mocking not thinking that's very funny after that. He's on his last leg, and Wash are not even going to play for retake. They're going to try and scramble against them up close and personal. And it's not going so hot. Sim already gets around the boxes. And just this wave of damage is gonna wash over this
Jesus.
defense.
Dude, Seven is
almost gets
really
the
farming
ace, but
them.
At least it's an ace who's
I'm not sure he's had
flawless
a
for
kill with a
TSM.
normal gun yet. We've got
That's
stingers,
very, very
stinger
nice.
multi,
Ace
and
was flawless and almost
dude,
one
how many of
away
these
from 7
19
to
were
get the
from
Hunter's
an
Fury.
actual like
And I'll
Vandal
take it any day. I think that was
or
classic,
a Phantom?
how 7 just danced around
There's
and
a
just
lot from
mowed everybody down
Odin
with the stinger. And that
into
said, though,
Stinger, into Classics.
it's looking to be a very fast first map here, 11 Kiwi. A lot faster
Yeah,
than the
jeez.
series that we witnessed previously, because you are playing against a team that is not really, that hasn't really activated around the map on their attacking side for Wash and just staying as a group and fighting. And
First big
TSM
buy
has a
rounds.
great answer out of that.
First big buy round, and they
Wash
didn't
not
even
really-
double.
Okay,
They
finally
didn't
now
even
they put
damage
Kane
shock
through A main, and they'll
Yeah,
have
they can't win
Mocking there
this.
too. And I've been waiting to see Wash do something silly, something unexpected, but they're really just sticking to their guns, and their guns are losing. So 10-4 for TSM as they try to break through Garage, and Bones just sprays it down and wasn't expecting GMD that close. Couldn't react in time. So the trade favors TSM with
Nice
now
shot.
Garage control.
Yeah, they got
for
some
Ion looking
aimers
their
though.
way
Give them that.
from the corner. Punished there by Sim. TSM will get onto the C side, but Zip losing Garage control. You worry about stepping into the KJ nade,
the
I guess.
heal was gonna heal them
Wasn't the play.
faster.
No choice.
2v2.
But
I'd
then the
like to say that
heal
Nanosword
like
probably took the whole
stops
control
once
of the
you
garage
take
to get that into the corner,
damage.
so no choice, but as you said, it narrows down to 2v2, and it's still
Right.
Kane and Mocking.
Coming from opposite sides.
ISO shield
Kane has forward
maybe
full
becomes a little
util.
bit obvious.
Mocking
They're
can
gonna
maybe
send
get
it
him-
through, so
get
they
them into
might
the
be
right
able
position with the
to
right shock dart, but
do alright here.
you don't know
Like as soon as
where
GMD
these last two
hears
players
this
from
pop of
Sim
the
and
shield, he
GMD
swings.
are.
Oh, okay.
As Kane waits for the smoke to dissipate, and
Damn, this is done
Mocking
from
gets
TSM. Yeah, they're
crunched,
disowning
and
them.
TSM win their duels, and they're up to 11.
Looks like the
Continuing
map
to be a
pick was
very
pretty
fast
smart
half
from
on
them,
the
for
other
sure.
end, too, and I love the purchase of the Outlaw and the understanding that TSM currently has what they're facing up against in terms of the econ.
GG? Oh, at
Every
least for
single
this
one of
map,
those
yeah.
players are playing half shields.
Old patch?
So
Yeah,
just
this is old
isolating
patch.
that one fight, dropping all of that
My
side
thoughts
for
on
Thieves,
100
they'll
Thieves?
open up the C site. Look at the
I'm
amount
not
of
that
stars
worried
are being
about it,
placed
dude.
too as they go
It's,
for the
they're not
zigzag
good with
thing.
Neon.
Like it's really
That's safe
good
to say.
what GMD is currently doing.
Do they
to
need to force
making
Neon?
sure you can
Nah, it's good
stun,
enough.
clear
It's
out the
okay.
backside and smoke towards
At least
C
they
on
got
these hits.
confirmation that they're not good with
Maybe
it.
that's the thing that's unstoppable right now for how TSM
They also forced the
currently
breach
plays
too
this
much,
map.
especially on bind, but I think that's okay.
And that was the closest round we've seen out of Wash in a little bit, so just not being able to play off of each
Wait,
other. It's tough.
you got the
but
guy
also
at the
from
back.
First Blood is awesome.
Wait, was
They
that
already have Sim
double
dashing
damage
through
as
the back
well?
corner.
Ash just
Where
like
is Ion?
they
It's
did
not
double
him down.
damage. They got the ult.
TSM can set their sights forward.
Pretty sure he's aiming for the Omen
to
though.
preventing the retake, and Seven is already on flank duty.
Dude,
He's got
Seven
help
is
too.
free farming everyone in this game. He's perma Oding.
King's coming through with the Guardian on the flank, and you got Bones maybe in the garage with a Judge. See how close he can get. Oh, just not close enough to T-Dog. The range really hurts, and Recon played to maybe try to shoot through the wall, but man,
He's such a beast,
TSM are
man.
making this quick.
They are not carrying. This is the Wash that we kind of saw from last week, where they had moments where they had such a strong lead and just threw around by just doing shenanigans. Mocking, I was looking through the minimap and I heard a Guardian
Right.
being shot long range. He had a
8
timing to be able to go for a
chances.
backstab, and I think he just went for a jump 360, 720 to just clear every corner, spamming the Guardian. And he just
Washed,
like,
yeah,
hey, here's
dude.
my position.
100 Thieves must
Come
be
at
like,
me,
man,
bro."
why didn't we get
And
to
7
play
just
against
died,
these?
so I think we're just into a GG. Let's go next. Where Wash could
It's
potentially play
again, I
their,
don't think they're
their
bad
receptor
players,
there
but
to the way
if
that
they play
want.
like proper ranked, they will just get wrecked.
Which is surprisingly not the standard comp that you'll expect, but we'll talk more about that with Ethos, the brains behind the operation. As we'll see Wash brains on the floor after a first blood from TSM, and when it rains, it pours. And you already pinged the Clove and Garage.
Mate, Seven's
Seven
incredible, bro.
PC check. Sim trying to gift
I mean,
him
it was
over a
gifted
kill.
to him
Kane
this kill at
will be
least, but he is
tested.
just so he's doing so
Looks
good.
like we have a
And-
4v2 after this.
Yeah,
too.
no, another heartbreak, but 4-2.
But yeah, I was like, wow, there's a lot of people left for all those bodies. Is there a Sage somewhere here?
They're playing
Jeez.
Battlefield now.
He's gone.
20 on
He's
20
gone.
battle. But King Zero at
Respawn.
least has the ADS.
Wait, Ice is
Oh,
still
never
alive?
mind.
He's
Way
sick.
to
There we go.
ruin that.
Yeah, my bad, chat.
Now he's about to get ADS in the back.
Yeah, my bad, chat.
Well, from the shadows, if Bones wants to make this quicker.
Or just go to the shadows. Let's go
Yeah.
to the next map.
Yeah,
Boom.
nicely
Zip for
handled
the
that
last
on them.
pick.
Yeah,
TSM
if anyone's wondering like what would happen
first
if
map, no matter
a
what.
if a
Like I said, I
coordinated
feel
team
like
plays
it's-
against a
they've done
ranked
such a
team,
good
it would
job
look
just
like this.
adapting or
But this is
just being
probably the
comfortable
best
fighting back
map
against
to
Wash
have
and
that
end up playing
happen.
that Wash, or what
Just
Wash
because it
was trying to do, which
rotates
was
and not being
pretty
pushed off of
one-dimensional.
angles.
Yeah. But I like that Washed.
Like
There were
it should be a lot
attempts to get
closer on
some
every other map.
flanks to try and go for these 1v1 duels, but they lost with TSM, who are so warmed up right now and taking this fully seriously. Yeah, then you had Sim, do a 360 at the end. We don't count that part, but 13-4 is a statement to make, and we have a lot more statements to make on the other side of this break.
Oh yeah, we're gonna continue.
I'm
We're gonna
break.
continue.
Our production's on break,
Dancing,
but
kitty
we
jam.
will have Ascent next, which is exciting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think
we-
it's going to be a good map. As you mentioned before, it was a crazy composition that comes out of this team. Again, one way or one trick pony with the Clove. But we'll see how that is going to pan out right after this break.
Okay, shall we be back in a little bit? Again, the next map won't look as bad as this.
A new agent.
If I could create a new agent, what would I want the agent to do?
I have no idea. Some agent that can like steal abilities, use other agents' abilities. Like I don't know if you played Dota 2, but like Rubik, or like Silas from League of Legends, they can steal the ultimate. I like characters like that. It adds a lot more like variability and thinking.
Ooh, I would make an agent that has some sort of smoke and scan. Like it wouldn't be like a super good smoke or a good scan, but like you could potentially smoke yourself off and also scan and then shoot through your own smoke. Because like right now that's a combo play with like Jet and Sova, or like, you know, Fade plus Omen. But if there was one agent that could do it all by himself, I feel like that'd be pretty cool.
Well, if I was to make a new agent, I'd probably make the most broken character in the game. Give its regular E ability, a Molotov that detains people. Just add something broken into the game. Let's give it a Neon Slide too. That could be pretty good. Maybe some Clove Smokes too. And then have its ult be
Yeah, what happened? Unlucky timing. How long is it like that for? Did I kick my router? Nah. It's connection to Twitch when it does that, I think. Like the connection from my internet to Twitch server. I kicked Twitch's router. Yeah, something like that. Took my roots of the wingman. That would have fully been ripped, dude. The whole stream would be dead.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare tournament. We are in our second match of the day in the finals, and joining me are the wonderful Vansili and Lemon Kiwi. We just watched an incredible map 1. I'm so excited to get into it between TSM and Washed, but before that, we got some bills to pay. Today's presenting sponsor is Intel Gaming. From cutting-edge PC hardware to advanced gaming technologies and major esports partnerships, Intel is a leader in PC gaming. Visit newegg.com/Intel Gaming. Also, exclamation sponsors in the chat if you guys would like to learn more. Yeah,
Well done, bro.
Go click that link like a bunch of times, and then some more. So yeah. But wow, that map was incredible. Really. Hats off to
The map
TSM.
was
That is
absolutely savage.
That was exactly how I expected every other team should have played against Washed. They had the util, but they just didn't know how to use it. TSM, they knew exactly how to use it. They knew exactly how to contain these guys, their lurks, and knew exactly where they beat them out, which was, again, util. They have more util to take a main control, for example. So they were able to control the lurks. They were able to basically set the boundaries of where Wash could play, because they didn't have the util to fight out the A main control. They didn't have the util to just stuff
Another
the
man's
roads
game to
and
have.
see.
Yeah, that was fun doing that,
Just
actually.
stuffed and
It did
just
have fun
the
doing
amount
that.
of space that they had to work with on a map that typically has a lot of space to work with was very
Noodle sponsor,
limited
I'd take that
because,
as well,
again,
yeah.
T-Dog, this guy, he's been playing since the very beginning. This guy knows exactly how to play against the best of the best, to also maybe some people who play a little bit more unorthodox. This guy is a very versatile caller, and we got to see that in this match specifically. They were able to dominate each side of the map and just basically keep Wash under control and
First
not
kills,
let them have
12,
any chances
holy.
to find those aim duels and have any space to go for any crazy plays or picks.
What if Riot invites you to Toronto
Done.
under the
Sealed sign.
condition that I have to
Basically
promote
the analysis
Wingman?
right there.
I mean, I would
I'm actually
promote
quite
Wingman, but
surprised, Ethos,
it'd be
that you were
promotion
able to
by
find
just
so much
flaming
out of
him
that,
all the
'cause
time.
I was holding W. Sometimes
What are they
for
trying to
great
promote?
timings
Just
and opportunities, but overall, TSM just not being
all of
afraid
his,
to fight back, right? Like,
his
if they're
plushie?
like, hey, you wanna
We
push
could
against us
promote the
against our
plushie,
spawn?
man. I
We
would just
don't
bring
mind
Mini
not
and we'd just
allowing
throw
you to
him,
set up, even to get into
him into the
fights.
crowd every
And
time.
GMD had so many
would
moments
work.
where he isolated somehow a triple swing in
23 to
individual
10
D1s,
using
moving up
Odin
every
only,
single
basically.
time, just funneling players moving up towards garage. I think the aim was just very good coming out of all these players across the board here from TSM. And I mean, that's just a one-sided thing. We talked about how difficult it was for other teams to get good defensive rounds against TSM's current state on this map of Haven, and that was just proven here on TSM style.
Yeah.
And to point out that, well, Bones
non-Shim
is playing
sponsorship,
over
dude,
Shut
it
Up
would
as
actually be
the Omen player,
perfect.
and
It's
Bones
so
comes
quick
in
to
from,
make
what,
as
Wolf
well.
Gamers and also
Like
YFP,
it's a good sponsor.
and-
That's who's missing. I was trying to figure out too. I was like, wait, this is
Yeah. And he's like a flex, because I remember him from his like Raze days and challengers, and now he's kind of playing Omen or in
Yeah.
the Shadow of Cain when it comes to duelists. But either way, whoever they're playing, they're losing to TSM, and that was a very quick map. But they go to Ascent, and you would think that's the traditional comp coming up. But Cain has played Yoru before. Knight sticks to the Clove. Ethos, you're a Yoru enjoyer. What's its viability on Ascent?
Oh, I think Yoru is fantastic on Ascent. I think Yoru is great just because you kind of because you know you have the KO, which you have the KO and the Jet typically on meta comp, which allows you to go for aggression with the flash. Yoru combines those two, but on top of that you can op, and on top of that you can play both sides as well. So whereas before you kind of got to choose a side to play with your flash plays and your flash traps and whatnot. But with this, you can play a lot more just committed to one side and still be able to support the other side with just the snap of a finger. You just TP the other side, you have your flash ready. And then also that decoy is great for burning out any sentinel util, which will definitely create some space towards the attack side and just mess up all the defense setups. Like imagine you have mid, you throw the decoy up market, you can destroy the line bot, the trip or whatever, and just you can constantly fake pressure and just make the defense rotate. If they don't have
Gaspar, thank you so much for that as well, dude. Good to have you here.
Because you're just always going to be on a weak side.
I mean, really went in for Yoru here.
So I'm a big fan of Yoru. So I will like to see what Washington cook up against TSM. But again, TSM, these guys are so good at making the other team play their game instead. They're like, we're not playing these weird ranked.
I feel like we haven't seen
our game, and we're gonna do it.
You know, like a proper one-trick Yoru in this game, or like someone that makes Yoru look like really broken, or like really strong. There's always some nice stuff, but I feel like every time we see a Yoru, kind of gets antied eventually, like 3 games in.
Again, you know, that comes from T-Dog.
Maybe Sentinels is Yoru was like the longest lasting, where they had 10s taking showers all the time.
I
But even
think
that
I think we should
kind of
not
got cancelled a
underestimate
little
Wash
bit.
going to the next map. It's their
Alex
pick.
Tsunami with the Prime,
And
thank
at
you for the
what
13
point did
months.
Wash just
Thank you for the
mentally
Prime usage,
disconnect
mate.
from the previous map? Like, I
Instantly.
think instantly, I don't know. I mean, sure, they know how to lose, they know how to move on. They won our first qualifier, so it's been a while since we've seen them. But I'm looking forward to seeing if we can finally get to see some flashes.
There you go.
Some Kane.
Monty rubbing me off on you.
I just stuttered and finally get to see some flashes from Kane.
I thought you were
And
going
with
for
the
a
Yoru.
rampage there. I was ready for you to like just.
No, I
bam.
was stuttering through the final part.
That's so
PG
good.
stream, we're allowed at least one, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
Reina.
Yeah, no, but
God.
You have to
really,
be 18 and over for winning draws, anyways, right? So.
I
honestly,
don't think
the bait
Wash,
stuff can be
are gonna
kinda
mentally
nice,
just at a disadvantage at all.
But now,
I think that
the problem is the
these guys are
TSM
ranked
can
players. These guys,
literally, on attack,
you know,
just
they
run
can
fast
queue
stuff the
till
whole
end of the
time.
rank, get farmed, and
But then they
will
would
still
be going
shoot
into a
from the
free
first one.
stack.
These guys know what it takes to play this game, and they know how to deal with
So
they know how to
maybe
deal
it's
with, you know,
okay.
unfortunate circumstances and know how to maintain their confidence all throughout. Like, trust me, I know that these guys, they have what it takes in the tank for sure. So even on Haven, I don't think that they actually like disconnected or lost steam. I really think it was just they weren't given opportunities to take fights in advantageous scenarios.
Sliggy, you feel like current coaches might not want to say it, to throw their players under the bus, so to speak, but you've always wondered how actually true is it that we don't think about who we're playing, we focus on ourselves. I mean, some teams actually just do. I think there's also some teams that think they do, but actually the IGL and the coach has probably done a lot of anti that is more just based on like the calling, on how they want to call and what they want to punish, so maybe other players don't realize it. There's a good amount that actually do just focus on themselves, especially in off-season stuff when there's no demos.
Well, we've had
Also,
a
some
fun day
teams
so
like
far, and we're
can't
in for some
handle
more
anti, and it
for
just
Ascent
means
coming
that
up
they don't
next
play their own game and they
episode.
focus too much on the
Nights
anti, and then their
What's
own game
happening?
goes out the
We get
window.
to see some Reyna, so
So
a
it's
lot
probably
more
actually
entry
a fair
options, it
amount.
seems, from Wash side.
I'm down for it again.
It's a good
another one
mixture of all
those
the stuff that I
scenarios where
said.
It's just gonna be run it down and fight. And I think when we're just presenting and giving a highlight of this team of Washed, why Knights was playing a Clove. And
Alright,
Clove was
let's see if this looks a
potentially
little
a
bit
second
better for
entry
Washed.
The team might as well just literally use an extra duelist to move through, because you're gonna do enough with just an Omen smoke on your side.
Well, Sim is just gonna dominate
Five
middle of the map.
passing.
Unless
Yeah,
someone
5 passing
can do
crunch
anything
on
about
middle.
it, and wow,
I used
Kane's
to
gonna
talk about
take his
this all the
teleport
time.
To the side of Sim, and then everyone
And I'm pretty
behind
sure
Kane
they've watched some
got
demos here and
demolished
they
from
realized that they
TSM
like to
taking
do
angles
the...
from
Is this the
catwalk to
M80
backing up
default where you
Sim.
TP to here? Again, I love
So
it.
it's all up
But
to Bones
I think
and
they just
Mocking.
did a
They'll
bit of
close
a
the door, so
anti, or at least
TSM
a
is just
pistol
gonna
that
barrel
has
through
very high
that.
success
They're
rate of
hoping to get the
crunching
spike
middle.
planted in time.
Crunch middle,
TSM
insta-react over
stealth
towards
their way
sites, going
into
behind.
Heaven with Mocking, trying to keep them in check, doing some damage, but there's the flash, there's a drop down, there's Mocking, keep
Okay, big
holding
kill.
his own in the 1v1,
Actually doable.
and TSM still gonna finish off what they started. This was what, a 4 versus 2? Either way, Bones, he's brought
The
down to
shock
his last
darts did
leg.
damage though. Yeah,
It's
the shocks are
just
pretty
Sif
good
at
here.
the end of the
This is
day
nice from
for a
TSM.
TSM pistol.
Pretty sure
I
they
thought it was going to be
they
a much cleaner
did
region
it because
for
of the
TSM as
default.
well,
I'm not entirely
especially when
sure.
you had Paranoia, KO Flash, and a Recon to try to get pings, but Mocking just staying in hell, and then his teammate just staying towards the generator avoided most of that utility, if not all of that utility. There was even a teammate flash that didn't allow for TSM to really flood down the way that they wanted to. Like 7 got hit, Ziff got hit, and that really gave a chance here for Wash to play 2 individual 2v2s.
Chucked out some pistol.
That
Yeah, they're
could've
really
came
strong.
down
That's
to
why I
the
kind of
wire,
question
or
mark
that did
the
come down to the wire, 'cause thankfully
the.
Ziff was there to get that pick. But
See a couple of
TSM
teams
still
doing
wins the pistol, still wins the
Sheriff
round,
on
Outlaw
Sova,
out for Sim,
on pistol.
fighting against Kane
Yeah,
Zira,
I feel like shock dots are
and it's
incredible.
looking for a fight on middle for the
Maybe
attack
map
side,
dependent, but
but for
all the time
TSM, they're just
you can
playing a
find a
little bit
use
more
for 'em.
passively to try to hold the A angle.
And with
Dude,
all
this-
the
this
Odin
team
buys
is-
that TSM
whoa.
went for last map, they were able to just stop
Yeah,
any choke with just
dude, it
bullets
looked like
because
he
there was
was
just a lack
behind the
of
corner
flashes
there.
from Wash.
Must have just
and
got like a
now they'll have more options with
side
a
of the
Reyna
arm.
and a Yoru, but
This team is really Odin pilled.
it is also Wash doing this a
Team
man
is
down.
massively
Team already
Odin
has an
pilled.
Odin, so they kind of have B on lockdown.
See, oh,
Dude, people who are good on this gun, it make it look beyond broken.
Okay.
It fires way too
Okay.
fast.
Unscathed.
Not breaking a sweat. Spike down 2. Yikes. Sheriffs. No Lear for Knights either. Who needs a Lear, actually? We got
Everyone?
Overheal. We still got Sim.
Damn,
Lurking
nice
around,
shots. What the
But
hell?
Knights denies
Get the Reyna
him
heal
the
as well.
ace. We are not done yet. Knights is not able to heal either, which kind of sucks,
mean,
but
Knights would have been not done yet if he was still playing Clove.
One bullet, we're swinging out into the open. Dude, how confident is this guy?
Zip
Oh my
already
god.
revealed that he's dropped down and still getting forward. You'll have the Empress regardless next round.
What team does this
but
guy play
Ziv,
for?
The last man standing yet again for
The
TSM.
VLR check after that. Why is he so confident?
That is insane shots coming out from Knights. First off,
Why is he
backstab,
so
I love
confident?
that he disrespected the fact that the turret got information on top of the switch. So yeah, he's gonna break it, realizes that he's not getting punished or pushed.
He's
So
16,
just gonna
and
take
that
full
explains
advantage of
it.
Looking back towards the catwalk and get into the backstab because of the initial 2 players on the top of catwalk creating that diversion. Look at these shots, man.
Wait, am I looking at this right guy? This guy's stats are awful.
And thankfully,
can't be the
Zip
same
is
guy.
there one more time to save the round on a 1v1.
He hasn't played much.
This is insane. I'm looking forward to Wash starting to dominate here on the attack side with just watching these shots.
T-Dog takes a second before throwing the recon. That gets shot down immediately. So the lurk will remain there for Ion.
The rankers?
We'll
Dude, I have
see
to be
how this
okay. Yeah, dude, it's a
goes.
different guy. Okay,
Oh,
now
fine,
we're
not too
talking. Okay,
far.
these stats are legit. Dude, the guy has the same name as him that has some
Okay,
unfortunate
nice.
stats.
Kind of really impressing me on this Reyna. And now with the one way, you're able to check things out. But what is the move from Wash? With all this mid control, Sim has denied entry so many times. Not hanging around at tree this
That
time.
poor guy caught a
rotating
stray. Oh,
back
dude,
and
yeah.
He's gonna catch a surprise from Kane.
I would just change my
This is gonna
nickname, I
give a
think.
lot of opportunity
Get a
for Wash to
rebrand. Yeah,
actually
that's exactly what I was
maybe swing a
thinking.
couple of
You want to
rounds
stay away
down
from this
because
guy.
it's twice that Kane
Reinvent
gets so
yourself.
much value on just
Okay,
pushing through
this
middle,
guy's-
fighting a turret, there's no alarm bot,
This guy's a
there's no
beast, that
pressure on
flipper.
top of that from TSM to fight back against the information that they find.
Okay, Kane, this is the version I wanted to see.
Yeah, but this was just a bonus. But as we can see, obviously,
First round on the board
nothing
for them.
damage done
Ziff
at
will
all. Not even an armory
Try
buy
to
at
go
the
out with
moment.
the spike, but hey, if you can do damage. Just saw someone drop a gun, so ooh, there's too many people there. He almost dropped mocking.
So another
Ace
ace
is
flawless for Washed. But that's the thing. So to continue on with that point.
Alright, double
with the-
armor
with
rebuy.
the free real estate
Do
that
the
they're
big
getting
buy
on top
round.
of middle, there might be a time now where TSM's like, okay,
The
we're
op
gonna
comes
go
out. They
around,
have
we've
enough money for
exploited
the
that
op,
by
so we're gonna
Knights
see
on
like
middle twice. We should
over
now converge a little bit more. Maybe
just
put
like
an alarm bot there. So what does that
rear
do?
use
That's
of the
gonna
Reyna
weaken a little bit
flashes.
on, the information that you're trying
Default
to get off
over
the alarm
towards
bot on
middle
the
probably
main,
has
for
to
example, that you're
happen while we
currently
TP
placing,
here.
and you're also potentially
Now
adding
you're up
more
against the
bodies like
op.
you are right now, so you have an opportunity for Wash to work the extremities a little bit more. So all that works. They're working towards the side where the alarm bot should be gone from. The turret's potentially still going to be on the switch. They have 3 players from TSM on middle, and
Wait
Wash
for the
just avoided the
recon mid.
recon, so they could late hit into B now. Oh no, you're peeking with the spike blocking.
Yoden's still a threat, but
A
Jerome
good bait for the
gonna
Omen.
suss out the op. Almost got body blocked from getting away.
The giant
Still
bait.
threatening
This depends on how
Wash,
long they look at
making
this
them
for.
think twice. Now the offensive smoke just to creep up, take real estate step by step, and now the op and B. This is Washer not gonna like hitting that site. So into tree they go with the alarm bots, with the KJ util. They're aware they have to take care of. Lear into glass, drawing out some fire. Knights with the peekaboo, but didn't swing at the same time as others.
At least they're on the same page for it.
As it
I'm
evens
in
up the
for
numbers
it.
3-3.
Him dodges recon,
So
or
that's
recon
gonna help
under
them push
even.
towards tree.
Oh,
A
that
lot of
turret's
good focus
actually
on
sick.
generator now, and almost got that timing with the turret before it spotted Sim.
Did the Odin off on site, it's gonna be good
Time's
here.
out. It's better than the op if you want to brawl through
Oh
it.
my god, the shock that was pretty legit as well.
Dog gets ready to recon into the site to set up Sim, but wasn't expecting Wash to be that close. And Ion still remains, and that fumbled or foiled all the plans
Okay.
out of TSM as they
Just go
really
save it,
just
dude.
trying to execute a plan, and Wash just ripped that all up. At least T-Dog gets one for the road to try and keep the op, but Wash have now tied things up.
Walking just saw him too, so they're gonna try to
Yeah,
run him down.
pings go
So
out.
they'll reload. They'll
Wow.
trying to come through
He
from
actually
late
nearly got
into
him through the
main.
door. That would have been sick.
At this
Imagine
point,
it.
potentially T-Dog's gonna be able to save his weapon, but as the clock runs down and the spike's going out, and we have a round coming out from Washed, I gotta say, initially it looked really good from Washed's positioning to
Okay,
really
saved up.
add that conditioning onto TSM, and then
So
everything
you
was
know
like,
the
what
ops
hell
in
is
play. I
going
mean,
on?
for
Why are
sure,
you
we're
peeking
just
with
straight
the-
up
with the
hitting a
spike
site
into
with
main?
this
Yes, he's droning here
Euro
from
ult.
Fridge back into M2, but if Sim was actually pushed a little bit more forward towards B-Link, that was a free kill and that was spiked down. And then you're walking out and peeking towards B main to get her freely picked off by Sim again. Thankfully, they still have a buddy system to fight back and brute force their way towards short, and somehow converted a 3 versus 5 in their favor because of the buddy system that they themselves instilled on the link hit.
Oh, dimensional drift with a judge buy?
Nice though. Double flash just
sat,
because you know where the
ready.
op was
I wanna
instantly
see
from the
this.
jump peak. That was good.
Because once they Wash figure out what site to hit, this is gonna be interesting.
They still got an ult to clear all these
Because
angles as
everybody's
well.
pivoting back. Yes, he's TPing across here towards that B site. And I was gonna say, are they trying to fake towards B and leaving Maki alone with the spike? I love
This is nice from TSM.
Clear towards that spot.
Yeah,
find
trying to get a
information.
little bit of
You see
info.
that the
Realize
orb
with
is
this
gone,
fake
there's
pressure.
nobody there. The B
Your ult, they're still just
is
gonna have to
definitely
retake.
coming,
Like,
but it's gonna
Watch
be
this
so
so
hard
fun
for
with
them
this
to
round.
retake. I mean, Sim's already down to 23 HP with the op that they saved from that previous round. This is probably just going to be the ones with the lower HP, the lower rifles rather, trying to just get some exits and save the op in the next round again.
And the judge in that spot too, just you're gonna drop someone guaranteed unless Kane just
yeah,
gets
the
hit by
killjoy,
insane util. But there's the
killjoy just
flank
sits in the
that
off angle. How many are you good
Ion
for?
has to do damage against with the turret smoked off. Ion knows something is up.
Thanks the
Difficult
bullet.
to keep
That's
down, and
incredible.
TSM throughout the paranoia, but Walking was unaffected, and he picks up 2 with the Odin. And now TSM are in a
Poor,
whole lot of trouble.
poor
You gotta
KO.
save the op, and Ziff wants to go down with the ship.
Wash doesn't want to let that happen though.
Oh, Ziff hit the flash, the decoy of the Yor. That's so sad.
Yeah, and actually, Bones picking up that kill allows for him to get the from the shadows in the next round on top.
Yeah, they at
of
least save the op and they get a full buy
Conspiracy.
behind it. But
Potentially
now they just have
provide
the
something
silver
here.
ult, so
But
they're in a
this
good
was
spot.
gonna
What's
be more weapon
the
for Sim to
defense
save in the next round
ults
too,
like?
so
Okay,
trying to
so
go
it gets a
for the
little
hero
bit
play
weird.
at the
It's
beginning of the
definitely more
round,
tempted to
knowing that his
save the
teammate's gonna
silver
be low
ult
on
when they go
HP,
for the
if you can actually
killjoy.
peek out and get an early
Could
kill,
also be a
that
step
allows for
ahead
them
with
to potentially
this.
just win on power of numbers
This is
or
an easy
whatever
call.
rotate would have happened in the end towards Wash. But you saw towards the very beginning of the round, the jump spot on top mid, Lyra on top of that as it spotted contact onto Sim. So you're wasting out the dash, you're wasting out the free escape card from TSM, and they have to play a little bit more passively, and Wash took full advantage of that. That's a really nice read that they played around the map. And Sim's trying to do the same thing again, and they already
Recon
expected this
mid,
because they knew
recon
Sim's
over
been off it
towards
for the last
A.
2 rounds. So smoking them out quite early here is actually huge.
You have Kane, who's already thrown his teleport back and trying to be aggressive. Able to
Yeah, I
cross
would like
to
to see something
mid.
different from
Drone.
Washed on this, but
From TSM
Oh my
has
goodness.
met some presence, and yet the offensive Hunter's
Yeah.
Fury.
Dude,
and
he
T-Dog
randomly
was
hit the
hoping to
guy on
shut that
site as
down,
well.
but
Who
was
cares?
more
In a
than he
lot of
bargained
trouble. I
for.
think this is gonna work.
Now Wash can maybe access the back of this site, and I'm surprised. And Sim doesn't want to stop
Gotta get
looking
the
at
up.
mid.
Yeah. This is going to be a late crunch back into B.
Not a
Knights is gonna find
chance
this full
Sim
timing.
expects this.
Ziff is not going to have any help at
Whoa,
all.
he
Can't
actually
even get a
just
smoke
looked
from
at the same
GMD,
time. That
'cause
was
GMD's
nuts.
in wine, so you can't even play
No
back
joke, if
side
Knight
by
went for this
yourself.
swing here, he would have
They're
gone down.
so cooked.
Knights is just on an adventure.
Yeah, and Recon got shot earlier from A main, so should expect A
Has to
main.
re-clear towards Sim, but
Meanwhile, head over towards
meanwhile,
B
Washed
site.
have thrown their
Just
teleport,
gotta kill
they got their
everyone.
Yorun placed. They're at the back of site. Is Ziff? He's not gonna go for the lockdown. Just hoping to slow them down, do damage, and really does neither. It's just about time for Wash to wrap up this round, but
I mean, you just save the op
Sim at
again.
least
It's another round where they
gets
save
one
the
with
op.
and hopes to
Money's
disappear
already out
with
of
it.
control. It doesn't
They'll be
matter.
safe to save their weapons
They're gonna
again.
get crazy score
Again,
on
remember
attack,
the
yeah.
conditioning that Wash was able to do since that second and third round by just continuing to insert players towards middle. They've been focusing now for TSM to have
Save
Sim
the op
just
every
opping
single round, yeah,
continuously
pretty much.
down towards middle to try to shut that down.
They just
But
gotta
he's
try to get
been
better
denied
starts
by a
into the
leader
round
on
with
the
it.
previous round. He's now been denied by
I tell you
Smoke.
what though,
Now
Wash are doing like
probably
really good
TSM
at like
wants to try
not
to
giving him anything.
Put this op somewhere that could actually cover the extremities. I wouldn't be surprised now if you're gonna try to be a little bit more proactive, try to get T-Dog to owl drone so that Sim can get the line here towards B main.
Last player standing.
And when that happens, though, Watch can go back to the tried and true of working back towards middle and splitting towards A. I mean, they're having a very, very good Ascent attack round so far. And as I've mentioned,
You'll never
they
forget the
aren't able to
2023
dictate
Lev
pace
saves. Yeah, it
because
was
of this
non-stop. It was like
crazy
this just every
comp
single
they're
game we
running.
watched them.
It's not as crazy, though. It's not as like the double controller smoke thing. These are still quite standard. The only thing that they're missing is that second initiator right into that default comp. But the thing is
They're going to talk
they
about
still
the
have
op here not
Yoru. He's
getting
gonna
any
do exactly
value.
the same thing that Keo
And they're
could do.
probably
He's
just
rotating
going to
faster.
try and set
TSM
it
are
up
going for these small
more.
kind of
Standing.
Like instead of
confident
just waiting for the
plays,
picks to come to
peeking
them
a
because they're not
Hunter's
getting
Fury,
picks, they're
hoping
probably
shut
going
it
to have to
down,
like...
thinking you wouldn't be able to escape to
Most
the
obvious is
backside
they'll
of
just
B
push B main
open
with
to
someone, rifle
just
goes in fast,
soloing this
shoots
off
the turret,
mid,
and then you
not
hold B
applying
main.
anything, not pivoting, not
I would
doing
probably
anything.
like him to do
Washer
it
just
on
getting
A
away
because I
with
think it's
just,
too obvious. But
like you said, deathballing into any side they want. We know Ascent is more attackers heavy, but TSM can't
the average age of the Wash
kinda
team,
let-
yeah, it's pretty young, you
let
was saying,
their
right?
foot off the pedal when it comes to
I could tell from
Washed,
Haven,
when it
not
comes to this
they were just
series,
like
and they're gonna take a
they were just like
timeout
good
to
players.
regroup their thoughts.
They didn't
and they still got the op carried through.
push them off enough.
And the thing is with TSM, with this timeout, they don't really have Faded anymore. That used to be the coach here for TSM, right? He's rumored to be going somewhere else. I don't know if that's even confirmed yet, but TSM has lost a little
Would
bit.
I
by
give
not
Viper
having
the
that
ability to pick up a
extra
orb again?
voice to go
Nah,
and help out
Viper's
the
still really
team
strong in
these
pro play.
calls. But hopefully they find an answer for it, and they go back
Viper's
to
still really, really good.
working that extremity. So the op's going towards A main instead of towards B. At least they still have the alarm bot. Aggressive information that they're trying to get off KJ util. The standard that you kind of want to have here from having a KJ on your composition, in your composition to
Yeah, they
get that
fake
info
the
as fast as
original
possible and try to
pressure.
react off that while
They're going
blocking
back to the
line
Haven
off. All
strats.
this
Fake the
makes
original
sense now,
pressure with the fast
and
A
Wash will see if
recon.
they can manipulate the map,
And then
continue to manipulate
hit the
map
other
here.
site in group.
I know Odin to stop them this time, but TSM hit the decoy and still managed to pulverize Washed and
Oh, nice. He's
trade
done.
out
This guy gets a
until,
lot of impact.
well,
Fair
Bones
play.
was still left in the corner from the shadows to go towards the site with the spike, and Seven and Sim.
Okay, it's the
Seven
first time where
almost
they
had
actually
the
go for it with the
cutoff,
op.
and he's already wrapping around boats. But Sim had the peak with the op, and that op is down. Great shots coming out of Knights.
That's fast.
He
Knights,
cleans up the
Knights.
round.
About that op,
These are
yeah.
crispy shots coming out from
They
this duelist,
saved
man.
the op.
That's insane.
They actually got
But it
like
almost
nothing
looked
for
at
the
very
op
beginning
every
here for
single time
TSM
they
that
had
they're
it.
trying to go from some sort
Like
of
they were
trap
so
line
on
to see
top
what
of them
gun
having
here
an
they
op
have.
and they just
14
didn't give it
I don't know if
any
he had an Odin.
any
No, it's
chance to
just
get
a
anything.
Vandal.
But
I
it was
thought they were
impressive
trying
to
go
be
for
fair.
some sort of like recon paranoia, Odin spray, and double swing off the turret contact, but
Yeah, swing off the
just
recon
like
was
you
nice
said,
here as
one
well.
single Yoru
He's fast.
clone is able to break crosshair placement, force players to turn away, and then they get brute forced by Wash. They have more numbers on the side of Wash to trade that out. I think it was like a 4 at least. 4-on-3 at that B main. This time it's going to be a 5-on-3. Make that even a 6.
They're gonna tank the knife. They're not gonna be able to go out.
Even through the decoy and everything, and good suppression with the knife from Seven, but Washed really
still
don't
should be
care.
wrecked.
They're just trying to bulldoze their way through the smoke, and TSM have angles watching that doorway, so Wash just flooded into their demise.
Still, they're in a crazy good spot.
walking-
If this guy can even just
They're
kill
so
one
rich, They
more,
really don't have to save the weapon,
like,
but
the
you also
damage
don't
would
want
be
to give an ult
awesome.
orb. Either way.
He's going to go plant. knowing Mocking, he's gonna go try to win this by just booking it towards A. I don't think they're gonna be the team
This
that's gonna
Bones guy's
try
been
to
playing for a
save
long
as many
time. He was the
times as they
original
want
rank
to. I
kid.
think they're just gonna
Farming
try to
in
win
Act
rounds
1
more
when
than
he was
win rounds,
14.
no matter
Is
the
that true?
situation.
Awesome.
But that said, I think for TSM off this timeout, you're definitely seeing them being a lot more proactive, going to what Haven was. Just
Oh, he
continuing to
considered
stay
it.
close and
That was
trade
nice.
as much as they can and
That's a good
fight
sign.
as much as they can. And it allows GMD to really activate, just like he did on the Astra on that C site of Haven.
Post timeout for TSM works out to just where to place that smoke right at the front door, B main, and to really hurt Washed. And now you want to start hurting their economy. Washed are pretty rich with the 5 rounds in a row that they won previously. But TSM look way more coordinated and confident when it comes to
TSM even kind of messed up a little bit here. They peaked
these
before the
delays
smoke
and
went
these
down, but
attempts to shoot back.
right.
Another op 2 for Sim.
Honestly, the reset here
towards B main
could
this time,
mean
so
it's a
keep the alarm
wild
on middle.
half.
Scanning ahead.
So I think you're trying to get an aggressive line here towards Sim, potentially off a contact of a turret, so you can try to dash away. It's already being pinged out. I don't know if it's a red here on the side of the attack that they kind of just know the setup that Ziff
They're
is
doing
trying to do.
TP here.
But after realizing that, look at the split towards A.
I don't think you needed that leer there, but because you could always have a leer for tree and a leer for glass or a leer in
Yeah, but they're
sight,
faking
but
pressure.
always good to be sure. And Kane will still get first blood for Washed.
Ah, he got a lot from
But
his
man, the
ult.
Hunter's Fury from
He got
TSM
a lot from his ult.
really ruined things as Washed now have to go
4
through
tags.
Market and Pizza, and I guess all the way towards Spawn if you're nice.
Yeah, that's
Blocking the Empress.
It's a nice spam on top. Keep an eye on
This
that
gets the
Omen just
attention
insta
of
pushes over
Ziff
towards A after
and
winning the
Sim with
duel.
the
He's
op.
hiding wine the whole time.
Can just play from B main, wait
Yep.
for info from Ziff before
Ah,
swinging with
boy.
the op, but anywhere Washed go, they're met by a TSM member lurking around, picking them off. Dropping that
But,
off
like,
really sucks, though.
God,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. These
pre-aim
I don't
that
wanna
after
necessarily
seeing
say
someone
overheat, but
middle.
He's trying to close the gap, but
Look
he
at where
can
they
out the
were
way
on
that
the
he does
radar.
with the rifle, with the operator.
And
I
you,
mean,
you wide
Kane's
and
gonna see
then
that
scope?
miles ahead before Sim can.
One enemy remaining.
Thankfully, GMD rotates back for that pick, and there's a winning condition here. The spike's down.
Yeah, against Ziff. Oh, the
10
paranoia.
seconds left.
And now GMD can just run for his life, knowing Kane probably doesn't have time to plan.
I mean,
and
big round
Ziff
from
can hide in the
GMD.
closet, and that's a nice round for
It was a big round from
TSM. A
T-Dog as
weird
well, to be
one?
fair.
Okay,
It's
still,
still
I thought Ziff was gonna
pretty
hide, but hey.
good. Like, they're still, their money's good, and everyone
Got the
from
dimensional
TSM has to, like, rebuy.
Yeah, already had it too, but it
They're-
adds the
they're
credit. at
still,
least
like,
for
so
the rest of
close
the
to
team.
forcing
They'll
them
stay
to an
rich
eco.
now for the next round or two. But that said, this was GMD winning this round for the team. Second pop damage after getting the first kill onto the rotate back from Kane. I think he got that lurk kill onto Bones at the very beginning, but hiding inside Wine. But he
That was
won't be able
nice.
to do that anymore because that should be cleared.
Yeah, that was actually nice.
You're gonna see Wash trying to walk back towards
okay.
the A site and work it.
Still think that, I
So
still think they're
GMD
good
two
for, like, a
rounds in a
couple
row,
more.
2 multi-kills. Focusing on what's in front of his crosshair instead of what's on the minimap.
Scanning ahead.
And as he was the ex-IGL with Poise before.
So close.
You definitely see
you
here the
fake
value that he brings
TP,
as his
but the
controller.
knife clears the fake TP.
Wash going back to mid-control.
Kane won't be able to
Have to break the alarm bomb.
drone into tree. TSM.
Yeah, they might have
TSM's
owned this round.
Quietness. They could take back mid control, but we'll see if Bones will spot that
Wait,
out.
we
and
actually
cut it
taking this
off,
TP
but
in mid? We might take this TP here.
TSM
We're
will
gonna
just wait
flash
for the
over,
first
take
move
this
from
TP?
Wash, and
No.
look how much map control they get to maybe just walk towards the defensive spawns where Ziff, the very
Yeah,
back,
and
could
TSM
meet
are just so
against
fine with the
Knights.
retake of B here.
And Ziff cuts him down. Now got the paranoia swing from TSM into mid, and that gets traded.
Yeah,
Still
you
the
gotta
number
stay alive. You
advantage
got
for
the killjoy out.
defense, with just Ziff. We trying to hold a position for the lockdown, who's still yet to be used. He's had
Whoa,
for a couple
Omen up
rounds.
to back his sight.
Now,
Down B.
danger is pretty
Dude,
close.
GMD's playing pretty well on this map at
And
the
I guess all
moment.
Ziff had to do was wait for support.
Yeah.
And there's your Omen right on the site.
Exactly. TP towards the site, drops the
30
spike
seconds.
again.
One enemy remaining.
So GMD continuing to be a big anchor for the team.
See what Bones can do in the 1v2. Not with the spike. Nothing but smokes and vibes. And 10 seconds left.
Shout out to
Just
GMD again,
speaking out
back-to-back
loud,
rounds.
Turns us back at the wrong time, and TSM have tied things up 5-5. On a bit of a streak,
You're
too.
in Reina.
Watch
I can see
has
Paper
seemed
X
to be
running
finding a
this.
lot
Yeah,
more
you're not wrong.
successes with their fast tempo plays of just trying
They're
to
doing a
brute force
madness
and
at the
trade
moment. They're
back
doing
against
a
TSM,
Deadlock
and
Sage on this
again,
map.
you have great aim coming out of players like Kane and Knight so far as this double duelist. But this is 2 times in a row now where, you know, you're trying to mid-round, trying to move for some sort of play to crunch back towards the spawn, but then you lose the spike in the process of like, oh, wait, we got 15 seconds of plant. We have to make so much noise, and we're giving all of that free information away here, which TSM capitalizes on. But that's also 3 rounds in a row that we get a multi-kill from GMD.
Okay. Oh, this is gonna be tough. He's gonna be revealed right in the middle of this smoke.
No way.
Yeah.
It was
to get
awesome.
Sim
Oh,
to
they
top
spotted the guy in heaven. Wait,
Shorty, I think, and Hunter's Fury is gonna get a ping on Simp and dances around him. This
did
delay
they
from
pop
the KJ.
Sova ult too
Volleys.
early, or we just find to ult?
Delayed watch so much. You could have
Yeah, do
capitalized
pop
on so
KO
many more
ult?
kills.
Damn, there's
and
a
now
lot
the
of
smoke's in place. It's gonna take
the
an
calling
extra
has
step
to be good for
to
TSM
get in the
here.
glass. This keeps TSM's position in heaven safe for now.
Oh, dude,
You
I'll
got
take that. What is this Killjoy?
Lockdown. And TSM had a sense of security and washed, maybe left that gap open on purpose. I don't know, but it's a 2 versus 4 retake. GMD
Damn,
and
okay.
T-Dog.
Nicely done.
are
At
just
least
gonna get
forced them
flanked
all
through
to go over
glass.
towards
Only a
heaven.
matter of time. Wash with the lead.
Six, no matter what is good. They probably will lose this just because of ults. Like you would imagine, these ults are too good, but 6
I
is
think if
great.
7 popped his null command, Ian probably wouldn't have a chance here to plant his own lockdown towards that ground. You were talking about the isolation they were trying to do. I mean, he's planted in a safe spot so that his teammates could try to stay alive towards tree. You're funneling everybody towards the right side. You could pinch here from the top of heaven through the window, and you're running the clock in your favor. And you already have players playing inside hell.
Wait,
and
they got these ults and we 3 pass and push middle.
And then hopefully here the double ult will work for TSM on defense. Shark attack to push towards main. But it's GMD that dies.
Knights is so good in these duels. Now still has 1 Lear in the back pocket.
Whoa.
Trying to fight for mid, and then they're just
Oh,
Sim.
whoa.
Just, that's it. That's the sentence. Sim, period. Just with mid
They
control.
get away
and now
with this.
The round looking
I
pretty
get
shot
it.
for
Like
Kane and Mocking.
they
even
they
though
push
got
middle. They
Vandals,
want to
but
fast.
You doing
They're
a
trying to like
Cortex commercial?
create all the pressure over
No.
towards B that
What?
they react over towards A, and then they can just
Period.
Killjoy or retake.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
Old jokes versus new jokes. We'll get
At
them.
least the people that went aggro didn't have the
We'll get
ults.
them
But
up to date, guys.
Still a good fight though towards middle. But
Sim,
I'm
yeah,
so
Sim did incredibly
surprised
good.
that Null command wasn't even popped
Sim-
up by
Sim's
7
very
this
hit
last
or
round and a
miss.
half, but man,
For sure.
just having enough numbers for TSM to just.
dude has a lot to learn,
fight
but he's also
against
pretty.
Wash. He had enough of.
He's
Wash's
also like pretty
shenanigans
gifted.
at the
Like,
beginning.
he's good at the game, but makes a lot of mistakes.
Kane. He's just still going for it with the flash and everything. Oh, man.
30 seconds left.
7 went around the corner. It was so close. What a good play out of 7 and get in that moment. We get a 6-6 half. I wasn't expecting
Silver,
this
like,
after
Wash
the
should be
map
pretty
we
happy with
previously
this.
had, but
It
glad to see
sucks
it
when you
Wash
look at this
locked
and
in
think you could have
until the
got more,
end.
but honestly, with this comp, getting that, it's fine.
That's 6 rounds on the attack. And you have to expect here for TSM that Kane and Knights probably will continue to be quite aggressive on their defensive side, just because they
Dude,
only
it'll be interesting to
have,
see how TSM will
really
play this,
locking that's able to
because
get some early,
normally it's like no
initiated
KO, you
information
can send it.
as a Sova.
Yours here, so you're gonna
So you're
hit
probably gonna
a site
double
with
up,
3.
trying to
But
get
honestly,
your
with
Yoru
how
out
this
somewhere a
map
little
is
bit
laid
earlier
out,
on, trying to get
your
Reyna to
fast
try to go for
site
picks and
hits can be
dismisses.
so good that
But
it doesn't
TSM
matter if there's 3
probably
here.
could try to read
So
into
do you
this
just
to
do fast
stick
rounds
together
until
and
they
trade,
prove that
or
they can
play a
hold
little
a
bit
site?
more
Probably.
passively towards the spawn in these defaults, and really force the paranoia and force
The
Wash
fast strats on,
once again
especially
to
over
move
towards
inside the
B, is
crosshairs, but
too good. The
this
utility you
round
can
is a
have,
full hit towards the
especially
B side.
KO.
The pings are already coming out.
Oh boy.
Kane with
Bruh.
2 before the punish. Just for free. Still got a flash. You still got a knife if you're 7.
It's a great recon.
And even through the pings, Mocking and Ion get another double kill. So GMD is missing, but now he's getting knifed. Okay, don't let him knife you.
Dude.
Do not let that happen.
Okay.
Wash still get the pistol, and that's
Yeah,
concerning.
they're
That's
kind
what
of
I'm
in
saying, man.
control on
Wash,
this
it doesn't
one.
matter how many rounds they're
This
up
was
or
nice
down,
though, right?
will
They walked in
not
front of
be
the
afraid.
turret.
If
But
they have an opportunity to throw some shenanigans, and he will.
no, if the
And look at
turret
that,
can
just
be your point
unfortunate
of contact when you do this,
misplacement
I would
of
rather
that
KO
turret.
despise all the util.
Because we stayed
wanna
outside of
fast
the
B?
radius of what the turret could spot, even had the timing there from Kane before the turret even.
Huge pistol,
was
yeah, they're
fully
massively in
deployed, that
control.
TSM swung out,
Especially if they
and he
get
gets a
this
double
money
kill out of
going.
that, which doesn't give TSM any chances set up at all for the execution, and this is an opportunity now for Wash to really start snowballing the confidence they've just built in that first round.
Yeah, it's like we said, we're just gonna go for side hits. Side hits.
Spike down.
Just another double kill on
One
defense
enemy
for
remaining.
free. And Ziv, last one left. Just
get the
no,
orb.
no flash, no help for Sim when he was dashing in. No kind of immediate follow-up. It's just like a second behind if you're TSM, and kind of an off map for TSM, but
Yeah, it's a free orb
they'd
though.
only be down 2 rounds.
Just pausing a bit too before he meets his demise. I think that's totally fine. There's probably something from T-Dog to say, hey, just wait a bit, I got something to call.
How's the
I got something to
bonus?
say.
Not bad. Got
and
the
then just
outlaw
go
out, so
get
they have
the
to buy
orb and
heavy
then
armor.
just
They will have
continue on,
classics
so they don't
anyway,
have
so they
to
will. Wait,
waste out a timeout. So I like these things that sometimes I deal.
do light armors when you know they got an outlaw?
Especially in eco rounds, sometimes when you hold a question mark of like, hey, where are the, you know, the ones that are saving still in spawn?
Okay, this one.
Because you just don't want to lose the round that quickly enough so that you could actually have the conversation.
Think about Chamber and
Pretty much a
Sunset
free
after the
timeout.
Siphonus. Yeah, I'm not sure the Siphonus has changed too much
Outlaw,
from
Bucky
what Bacon was saying. I don't know,
Ares,
again, I need to see it
okay.
in things. I'm a
I mean, this
Chamber
Ares
believer,
isn't
but
even
also
holding down
Sunset's
B, it's
gone,
over
so
an A.
I would even
They're
just
just
not
gonna keep inserting
bother
Kane
thinking about
with
that
a
map.
Bucky. Got away with murder before, and he's trying to do it again. He's got Ion to swing off of him too. TSM gonna take their time instead of just having Sim dash in. Sim reacting off the contact of the turret, expecting this player to be close and checking the corner to be sure.
Oh, person far away
Now
breaks
the
it.
jig is up, and
Nice.
Sim's kind of just
Person
going
far
in
away
solo.
breaks it. They don't think they're
That's
close.
KJ there, but coming at different angles. The rest of TSM were like selling a fake somewhere else, and well, this is a better round at a TSM
Yeah, I mean,
just through
this
frags.
was nice from TSM. It's just a
That's just bones.
bonus though,
It's a
so
very nice round played by
this
Sim
is
and
okay.
Sim at the
TSM
very
needs to make
beginning.
sure no
I
one goes
think there
down,
was a
even
lineup
armor
of
here.
the Nano Swarm to go in front of B main so that you force Ion to pull his turret back. So as he pulls it back, King Zero is like, well, let me try to move forward. I have a get out of free jail card. He spots the turret, he TPs away, and off that timing, it allows now Sim to start moving up and to get into a corner before the second turret even comes back up from Iron's refresh. So then you have the swing that breaks it through. He thinks that the other player is too far back, and then Sim just swings out to get the pick onto Ion and open up the site here for TSM to take. And a nice little chess match between that 2v2. And that's what dictated the round here for the attack side to take another
Any
close gap by
damage?
1.
No, they hear him.
And for Wash, the slow pace, the slow
Is
tempo.
the armor already low? I
Maybe
wasn't
it's
even
something
sure.
that they
Either way,
want to change this time around.
not too bad.
Going into the next.
They got enough for an op if they want an op.
Now that they have money
TSM
to work
are
with.
There'd be
yeah,
no
TSM
armor
are
though, so.
trusting that Sim doesn't need all this util support to go in, that Sim can just frag out, and
One enemy remaining.
how long is that gonna last? I'm excited though. Sim's definitely the GOAT. Out of a lot of duelists and challengers, this is the guy I would trust to do that. And TSM are at arm's reach, finally getting their first round and a half.
Okay, big
Have to
rounds.
go up against
Big
an
rounds.
Odin
Money's low.
on the B side, but the spike is leaning towards the right side of the map. There's already some contact off of just reacting to an orb touch there if you're washed, and his Bone's still with a paranoia, and he's sitting in wine. They don't, and TSM don't know this. They could be walking into a hail of bullets, but Bones is gonna manage to teleport out thanks to the smoke, so he could get out of
Yeah,
wine.
this is a good reactive push though. Dude, look at them. They're
Didn't
picking
wanna
middle.
take that risk.
Then it could have been
There's
a
already a
thing.
member down.
Yeah, I mean, it's just once again Wash trying to get some early lines with
Turret,
you know,
then
just
Molly.
tugging on their aim.
Oh, he
Now
insta swing.
TSM worked the map. Nice shot by Iron though.
Damn,
Got
dude.
the dash out.
This guy's
Doesn't
got
even
some aim as
care.
well.
The spike is still heading
Bones
towards
needs to
A,
get one
though,
on
just
site.
through a knife and glass. And
Is there a good supportive
Paranoia
Yoru
coming
flash
right
you can
through A
do?
main. Reinforcements on the way
Oh.
from
Doesn't
Washington.
look like it.
Bones will still get a trade. 2v2 with TSM planting. Still 2 shock bolts left for T-Dog, but Wash are not going to
40
get the
HP,
time.
that
Kane
is so
And
close.
there was
Oh
almost a
my
chance there for
goodness,
T-Dog.
they'll
It
take
surprised
it.
both of the players.
Win's a
But
win.
that 2v2 was clean once again for
This
both
is a
teams.
giant
This
round.
is
Everyone's
looking
just
to
got
be
no money.
A very fun ascent that we're currently witnessing so far. This is not as
T-Dog, yeah, and nearly
not
did
as
good
many
her.
shenanigans as that
I mean, he did good to get this so close.
Haven map, but there's been some good heroic plays coming out from both sides. Wash has an opportunity or has a chance
Sim
now
gets
to
the attack up out.
spread the lead here as he lead this game by
Honestly,
2.
they're not going to
The
expect
economy
this.
has an op for Sim. He's gonna try to go for this pick on middle or catwalk. The smoke, I think he might be up on cat after a contact. A little bit of a misplay.
Oh, you take that.
Pick, but it still works. He plotted his team in the first place when 7 threw the flash, but Sim doesn't care.
Oh.
He'll still pretend like.
Oi, 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 oi.
Oh, I was gonna say, wait, Knight got spotted in that smoke, and just gonna leer behind him. And hey, drone for
This
leer,
guy,
not bad.
this guy plays way too much ranked, man.
Washed already
He's
to
got to be in the team
jump
for
out of
longer.
this market to
He goes for
surprise
some
TSM,
mad
expecting
stuff.
with that mid control
There's a
that they would
couple of
come
them
up like
that
they
really go
usually
for some
do,
mad
and
rank plays.
Sim is only delayed, and he's got now sights up with the op, and as the rest of TSM flooded in, they got kind of cut off, but
Hey, that's nice.
with the
Oh,
Ion
that's
to get
nice.
some kills
That was
going,
awesome
and he
from
just
Sim.
gets Goomba stomped by the whole squad of TSM.
That's what I love. Wallbang too. I mean,
One enemy
TSM's back to
remaining.
play as a team.
Good paranoia from Bones.
Yeah,
but
I
just
gotta
a better
start
reaction
looking at this.
out of TSM, and this lead is not escaping anyone. I think the biggest lead we've had is what, 5-2
Should be 9-9
for Wash
hit.
at the beginning.
Maybe some kind of mad play with the Buckies.
closing.
They got good ults.
Yeah, and it's definitely again different than what we've witnessed on Haven. Haven just one-sided for TSM after like a timeout or something that happened when he salvaged the rounds that they had on the defensive side and took the attack. It was pretty much GG at that
They're
point.
loose on defense.
But
Yeah,
now
these
Wash
these
with
two
3
are
ults
really
available.
trying to get picks the whole time.
Knowing
But
this
it's
team
kind of how this comp
wouldn't be
works. I would
surprised if
actually
it's-
like them
especially
to
after
try
a Bucky
baiting
with
each
the
other
dimensional
more and
drift.
play. Like at the moment, they're not like playing the same. Oh boy, they're not playing the same
Kane's gonna
place,
have
but
to do it with,
honestly, they could.
no help. So that plan is foiled for Wash.
I think it should be
and
heavy. They're
it's gonna
fighting
be a quick
into.
one droning in. You have Knight sitting
Killjoy
in
server.
tree, smoked off though, and just hoping to get good timing as TSM run in and well just tried to meet Sim halfway.
How is Sim still full health after those 3 engages? Oh my god, the overheat.
Z, way to go, Vance. You just had to say something.
I
Could
mean,
TSM
he is
even get
gonna
the op
overheat,
back?
right?
That'd be
So-
nice.
This should be fine.
Spike
This should be
planted.
Oh,
fine.
Walking, go get the op. Oh wait, did the op not get dropped on the high ground? I thought it did.
Yeah, no. At least TSM will
Oh.
pick it up. But
Yeah.
dude, for Sim to
start an
just jump
esports
through, like,
team.
old school
Yeah, the mix well.
Valorant, jump
Hope he
into
does
the
well.
off, and then somehow the Bucky does
He's so
not hit him.
popular that he'll do well. I
The
think.
first pick was nice, but right over here,
I think it's
we don't see it, but
I
it's
think
still-
in
he's
Spain
able
as
to
well. Like esports is
jump
so
in,
big.
force out the Bucky shot, and then there's just so many players of TSM behind him to support him for the kill and to move in for the A site. Now we're tied up 5-5, or sorry, 5-5, 9-9.
Like he'll get
But I was gonna talk
sponsors
about
easy.
the amount of ults that are available, at least 5 in the round. And Ziff is a 1 away of getting a full deck here for
Right,
TSM
similar
in this
situation, lose
round.
this again, the
Although they're
eco.
not focusing on that, they're still going back to the default that works. Just trying to activate Sim here with this operator towards A.
Yeah, TSM definitely pacing up. And now after punishing Bones so bad on just the off peak, Wash are not even gonna bother playing at A main this time. And just hoping that once they shoot the KJ turret, that maybe that could be the moment for Bones to be present, but now the teleport for
Oh.
GMD. She's gonna paranoia through hell and even clip some of Heaven.
It's kind of nice.
Now GMD can just
Jesus. Oh my God.
yell back at this
I
Odin.
still got one. This is smart though. As
disrespectful,
they're
bro.
trying to get the res, they know that someone's going to swing. It's kind of a
Well done,
distraction.
for Kane and for Knights.
I didn't mind it.
Shock Bolt hit both on that high ground. Kane and Knights.
Oh.
Oh my
Oh, but
god!
Knights heals back.
Whoa.
2v2?
Enemy remaining.
Okay, it's just the duelist gang from
Whoa,
Wash.
my
Jeez.
God, dude. Fair
Knights
play.
with 4
That was
saves
sick.
for Wash.
Bro, that shot on Sim
Yeah,
was
felt like
incredible.
watching Scream back on Raider,
Yeah, a
man.
2v4, but again,
That was
you're playing
nuts
against a
from
double
him.
duelist with double ults. I mean, Knights went nuclear that round again. To allow Knights to get this, you have to watch this replay.
Yeah,
there's a
yeah, we
little
gotta
bit of
watch this
spaghetti there
replay.
that was funny as hell,
This second
but
kill
man,
is
these
incredible.
plays-
Whoa.
Boom!
Wait,
Yeah,
he
that
dinked
kills.
the Yoru.
Knights have taken
Oh no, okay,
just
yeah.
taken damage too from like a shock ult or something, and I thought that started off really well for TSM and like where
Yeah,
they
the second
inserted
shot
Jamie on the
was really
teleport
fast
and
one. Okay.
they had the smokes in place.
Now the
like,
money must be
all the
good,
ducks
bad
were
for
in a row.
everyone.
There's too many flashes on a
1, 2,
4 there for Washed. I
1,
mean, it was
2,
a
and
decoy
4.
Leers coming through. I don't know if Kane's had another flash on top of that, man. TSM was fully blind throughout the whole time. But they could still
Cracked
fight
arena
here.
player?
They
Yeah,
won-
dude,
they
it's so
won,
fun
sorry,
to
a lot of
watch.
rounds in the past, so
But it's
not
just
so
like they
good.
actually
Why don't
have to
Kane-
produce those rounds to warrant the arena.
the timing on that.
Oh, just clipping the barrel like that.
Yeah, I think Sim's weapon also blocked his own POV. He
Yeah,
probably
it
had on a
did.
right-hand model, and as he tried to outscope, that's when actually Kane Zira peeked through, and it was actually he wasn't able to see him. Sorry, because of the barrel of the op. That's just unlucky timing.
Got the op back though, if you're TSM, so
Yay.
yay. You don't have Sim, that's kind of charged. You got a Hunter's Fury.
And
got
Yoru's
a
probably good
lockdown.
for
They
another,
could just
right?
buy the site with
No
just
drone?
pressing the lockdown button.
Oops.
And now you know they're down below too, not even in heaven, but Wash are just playing close with the judge. So
One enemy
TSM
remaining.
not even gonna, I guess, waste any investment here. T-Dog's in a
Yeah,
this
very
one
nice.
and done spot.
They're gonna be scared of
So
the
Wash
op
get up to
now.
11 and we could very much see a
They're
map.
picking up
3.
the op though, right?
And
There
you
we go.
called it right, Lemon
Yeah, they're
King,
gonna
when
be
you
scared
said
of the
there's
op.
still
They should just
100 Fury and
fast send
lockdown,
it.
there's still a good
I
way
wonder if
that you
TSM
have a
even
double
have
up to
like
go for
a
standard hit
coordinated
towards
fast
the A
rush.
side.
Most people don't just because of
But
K.
when they
Well,
were trying to
most
just
people
move
do
into
honestly,
A,
but
and they're still facing against the op here of Kane
sometimes
Zero
you
when
don't do it
even
because
the
of KOs
Flash
just
Recon got
wrecking
good
you.
info. These guys don't care if they're getting pinged.
Like a fast
They're
B,
still gonna
but
fight.
if the KO util is
You
good,
might have to
like if
start
you literally just
leveraging
flash,
those ults to make sure
nade,
that
flash,
you're
dash
at least
sight,
able to get sight control.
stun.
But now even harder to do because Iron and Mocking have their own lockdown and Hunter's Fury in round number 21. And 2 rounds away are Wash to be able to push this into a third map, another series.
Whoa.
Of a distance potentially.
Oh, any pings?
Okay.
Nothing got dash out, but and no op for TSM. Just can't afford it or just didn't want to. It's been so impactful.
Honestly, the
for
op
them,
might
and
get him
now
another kill here.
Kane,
But Killjoy all go
all the
in.
way at the back of B.
Wash was tempted to
A blind ult will
Killjoy
not
out.
allow for you to break this lockdown, so this should be
Are they
free
just gonna
real
let him
estate
go into
for
sight?
TSM to take.
Rain is gonna try to get a kill beyond
If
it.
the op doesn't just slice
Uh-oh.
them down, and well, Sim manages to jump above all the competition and slip by their defenses. Hunter's Fury.
That was nice, though.
Huge from T-Dog.
They have to play up. Okay, I was gonna say they have to play close because of the Killjoy ult, but now they've just absolutely owned it and they can just play normal. Go back to sight.
Back in TSM, an early paranoia, and Sim tried to follow through, but then they lost eyes on Market. So Kane's gonna dimensional drift Claw where everybody is. Hoping to work with
Just
Mocking.
insta ping here.
TSM again, another good start to the round, but maybe a better ending out of Washed. Even despite the lockdown, you thought TSM had it in the
Enough
back,
taking
and
in.
it's
It
Washed.
felt
Match point.
like Sim kind of got caught out. Like they did really good to get the kill. And then they had to just get out of there. As soon as that Omen Flash goes off, they gotta get out of there and just play normal, right? The reason they're going aggro is the Killjoy ult, and
Just
then
again, like Sim had
and
a
they just
nice
kinda
entry at the very
stayed.
beginning, but then was kind of
It's
like
like the
out in the
original
open after he got
call
that
came in
push
to
into
play
the
aggro.
market. Stayed out.
Then no one
recon
really
guard
understood
tried to
why
clear
they're
it out,
playing
and
aggro.
The Owl Drone just kind of like stopped it like a deer in the headlights.
3?
And
What is
he
the
left
next map?
himself exposed to
Sunset?
Kane,
Dude, it's
which
always
then
Sunset. People love
makes
Sunset at the
TSM lose
moment.
the whole control towards Switch and
Watched
Logs.
so much Sunset
while
in the
everybody
past
was
2
still playing
weeks.
so far back here towards the back of the B side and B main, so that's just unfortunate towards the end. Great util for Wash. Now
Wash is so
far
good
away
at-
for these ults for TSM.
Wash are good at getting damage in the early round, mostly on the B side. A main, that's been going more TSM's way, and maybe they're sensing that too. Already heading that direction, going through all the one-way smokes from Bones and getting a pick onto Kane and Elbow. Things are boding well for TSM.
One
but if you're
duelist
TSM
via
fan, you know,
smokes.
you
It's a
gotta just
giant
wait
win.
until they actually win.
Not so much.
And Sim continues. Now he's gonna pull rotates towards B, and he's got Knights' attention, and the ball is not rolling for TSM despite, you know, the first couple of picks going their way. I thought they'd be all playing it up at A by now.
Well, there we go for the 1v3.
So 1v1, but you're playing
We've
against
got a
Knights
turret
here.
as well to spot Heaven.
At least he has
Oh.
so much utility for the hold. The door closes, it's being broken. Now he knows that his opponent is close to door.
You swing off as soon as the turret shoots.
It's
No,
watching Heaven.
don't trust the turret, I guess.
Yeah, watching Heaven, so.
Damn, nice
Oh, it's going the other
1v3.
way. Ah.
Keeps him believing. 3
I mean, it's
chances
still
down
pretty
to
good,
2.
right? The doors to, if it
Yeah,
gets
just the
broken down,
Killjoy
it's coming
kill over
from
towards
me, or
here
from
was just too
three.
much.
The
It was a little bit hard
watching
for
Heaven,
Killjoy
he has
because like
everything in
you
his
kind of have to play for the
potential in his
Omen, like
arsenal to
there's
be able
no
to fight that
smokes, but to
1v1
cross back
and
here,
safe.
like the Killjoy was so
Just
committed
similar
so
to what we
early
saw
on that
previously is
can't even be mad.
the man of the hour that's able to keep TSM alive here in these clutch scenarios. Also, actually a 1v3 pretty much at that point for him to win. Although the 2 kills that he got were just instant trades.
There's duels everywhere. There's duels at B main, there's duels in mid, scuffles in tree, like it's kind of TSM conforming to the chaotic style of Washed. Now after getting sussed out there, TSM gonna back out of A, only for a second. And Bones has a one-way there, and he sees nothing. So he's getting comfortable. Now you definitely heard something. He gets ready for paranoia.
You know what? B site's the same thing. They're still throwing this nanostorm towards B main, forcing a turret out. There's no pushes this time around though from anybody on B main, so TSM's not looking to regain that space on B. This might still finish towards a split
Got
towards the
no
A site,
smoke for a little bit.
especially if you're trying to recon to get Sim across here and getting more control up towards M1 and M2.
Yeah, it's like TSM left mid open on purpose so they could just
Well, that's
see
unlucky.
if Wash would go for a cheeky
didn't
flank
do
after
enough
they got
damage.
nothing off the mocking drone. Now with this mid control,
Shot dart missed too, so he's gonna have to shoot it to break it so they know the jet's there now.
Good amount of pressure. Mid pressure to try draw
30 seconds
the
left.
third person off here.
it's just the early
25
lockdown
seconds,
on B,
3
just
people
being
on
that
A.
paranoid about it, and TSM are happy with that.
Someone's
Gonna
gonna
just be
frag out
aggressive
heavy.
over at A.
The close of the
Wash
door is
are gonna stand
devastating
there
with the
and try and
Odin here.
prevent this from happening, and Wash
That
are
was
just
nice. This
one
this
kill
guy took
away,
over, by the
32
way.
to
The
10.
Yori did so good.
We will be deciding this on Sunset. Who is going to our final, a
bad.
qualifier, or an invitee? This is a crazy day.
Yeah, that is quite insane. It would be even more insane if the grand finals is actually 2 invitee or 2 qualifiers. Or actually, sorry, 2 qualifiers because
Yeah, 2
100 is already
qualifier.
out. That's what I meant. So there's a chance here. I mean, these guys are cracked for Wash. It's not over in this series.
Yeah, you would have not expected that after a 13-4 on Haven. Woof, that got ugly. But we're gonna end it with one final map. We gotta throw it to a break. We'll see
Yeah,
after
I
this.
mean, it's a better map to play for a mixed team like this. Or the ranked play style, everyone knows how to play the map better. Oh, didn't upload? What is this? Don't you think keeping double limb playoffs everywhere makes it all plain and boring? Like, how about double limb playoffs in all regional and champs and the first masters, and keep this second masters singular limb? Or a singular limb in this game is the worst thing ever, I'm telling you. Because like you can have upsets, especially with like the 7 maps and how many just differences there is in this game. Like it's the worst thing ever. Too few events, that's also true. Like you want to actually find out who the best team is a lot of the time, like in form. Think of a limb, you can have one upset and it's just fully done. Like look at how many teams win champs final from like the lower bracket. It's through the roof. You don't want singular limb, it would change so much. We had it at the first champs, it was awful. Okay, let me try upload this again, see if it works. Boredom has never been an issue. Yeah, I agree. Like, we can have certain maps that are like a little bit stale, but best of fives, single elim, best of fives. Yeah, it can be like matchups as well. Like some teams you're good against, other teams will have like a different style you're not good against. You could be better than like everyone apart from maybe one team because their style. Trust me, it's just not good. Like best of fives, especially when it's like single elim, maybe like stomps. Like a best of five stomp is not fun to watch, man. 3 maps is stomps as well. And then that one team then has to go home. So yeah, trust me, single elim is awful. Like the only reason it's like done in some of these tournaments is because like 1 day tournaments, and that's kind of fine for like 1 day standalone tournaments, so fine. But big master tournaments that like everyone's just grinded for 3 to 4 months to lose 1 match and go home, not a thing. Valorant is a really heavy snowball game. Yeah, exactly. Imagine you play a single elim and you just lost all the pistols. Like, I get you can say it's their fault for winning a pistol, but pistol is like the most random bit of the game. Okay, I'll be back in a bit.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the For Those Who Dare main event finals. Presented by Asus ROG, powered by Intel Gaming, and hosted by Sword Gaming. Joining me on the desk is Van Silly and Lemon Kiwi, and we just watched an incredible game of Ascent between TSM and Washed. But before we get into that, I just want to remind you guys about the amazing giveaway we have from our presenting partner at Asus ROG. They're giving away a ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard with an ATX form factor, bringing a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports, PCI-E Gen 5 support, and Wi-Fi 7 capability, and much, much more. If you guys would like to enter, type the keyword RAZE in the chat of the Twitch chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. All you guys got to do to be eligible is be 18 or older and live in the US or Canada legally. But yeah, that's it. All right. Wow, guys, that map was insane, and really, it just stands to show I'm glad Ascent's getting taken out because, man.
Well, I mean, at the same time, it wasn't like the same quote unquote compositions or whatnot. We saw some just nice little TDMs here and there. I gotta highlight how good both Kane and Knights looked in this double duelist role, but Knights more specifically. I'm just questioning why he hasn't been playing Reyna the whole time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I think it really does come down to like these guys know how the map works. These guys know how to play the map as if they were seasoned veterans on a team already, because this map has been in for so long. So the overall skill gap, like strategically, isn't really there on a map like Ascent, where a lot of teams already have that figured out. So you can see more highlights in things like gunplay, decision making, and just overall aim, and just the confidence from Kane's era and Knights to absolutely take control of these rounds. They knew exactly what was happening at all times. They knew exactly how to play, and they knew how to be aggressive and disruptive, which is their, you know, bread and butter. So again, you know, TSM, unfortunate for them, but they did play, you know, a very standard Ascent with the meta comp, which was, you know, the meta comp does call for a very defaulty kind of slow contact, put pressure here, push up here, walk around, figure out what's going on. Unfortunately for them, that doesn't really work well against a team that has such relentless aggression like Washed, where they're going to get in your face before you can really get set up and do a lot of things, which is why I feel like Ascent was just such a struggle for them. They started to figure things out towards the end of both halves, but I just feel like it was a little bit too late. And then also you just had, again, Nice and Kane's era absolutely taking over just completely by themselves sometimes, which was just, it was a treat to watch, don't get me wrong, it was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, TSM got cut off every time they tried to enter. There wasn't like a retake attempt from Wash per se, but just an absolute brawl at the front gates. And there were some slip-ups in the TSM camp, whether it was like the KJ turret that we pointed out wasn't looking the right way, or didn't detect Kane who was in the corner, or just TSM not being synced up with each other when Sim were to dash in. They try to add more support, even some flashes weren't synced up in mid, and it's just these tiny little things that would maybe give like a 4K to someone like Knights, or just a lot of fragging too. I was surprised it's still 0-0 clutches when it felt like there was a lot of clutching happening for Wash in these rounds where they had number deficits. TSM would have strong starts but not strong finishes.
Okay, we finished this one on Sunset. A final match after this? Yeah, we have the actual final.
Those rounds came a lot into just instant trades. Something that, you know, I was talking a lot about that first map, where I didn't see too much come out from TSM at the very beginning of the game, then a little bit less coming out from Washed in that first game as well. But that second game, everybody was always working in tandem as like a 3-man workforce, if not a 5-man hit. Through smokes or whatnot, right? So there was a lot of chaos in those executions where you know those clutches doesn't really come into play, and you had a lot of these 1v1s towards the end that doesn't count into the clutch. So I gotta say that I think personally it was some very cool Ascent that we saw from both ends. Nothing really.
Glad Ascent and Sunset are leaving.
Break the meta. Or
yeah,
break the
it's a
mold of
really
how
good,
Ascent's
really
being
good.
played. But
Apple
teams
for
are
next year.
manipulating and conditioning
It's a
themselves,
shame
each
it
other
might
rather
not
quite
last for
well,
too long.
which allowed for us to have
But honestly,
finish here towards the end.
imagine they take out
We'll see what happens
Abyss
on
and put in a new
Sunset,
map.
which
The new map's a
you're
decent
not gonna
map.
expect the standard comps. Not when
And
you're
it's an
watching a
incredible
team like
map pool.
Wash. They have done ISO in the past here. Sim has played Neon the last time we saw him on Sunset. But I don't know. How do you guys think it's gonna boil down?
Kane on Neon.
Kane on Neon. I mean, if they have a breach, maybe to support him, because I don't think, again, you know, a Neon by itself.
What do we get? Do we,
with just
Chow,
a
do we
fin
get a
might
next?
be,
Is it a map next, or is it
that
an
might be
agent
a little bit
next?
harder, in which case then
Was
the
it
ISO might come out, you know, as a solo
Vice
duelist.
fast, or was it
ISO will
Abyss
be a little
fast?
bit more suited for Kane's
It's-
style, where
it's
he can
Vice,
just kinda
right?
take his fights with his
Oh.
team, versus just a solo Neon where there's
Agent
really
for
much
sure.
they can do to support him. But again, I think overall, I think Sunset will be a much different map than Ascent, because based off of TSM's comp, they will have more utility to be able to kind of limit their play space again.
Means they'll use
and
an
have
old
these
map.
super aggressive lurks that come out from the side of Washed, and if they can do that and kind of limit the ability for Washed to find those more 50-50 aim duels, because as we've seen before, Washed will usually win those 50-50 aim duels, so maybe they're more like 70-30.
What old maps
So
do they bring back?
it really is about just whether or not they have the util to stop
Agent Icon
that
was
and
leaked
put
by Riot
some,
in a video.
you know,
Oh, really?
kind of boundaries on Washed and stop them from being able to just play.
Isn't it meant to be initiated
I
now?
think that's
I,
something that
mean,
you
honestly, I
mentioned
thought it was
during
meant to be
the qualifiers
initiated
too,
last
where
time.
I think we were watching a team like Wash play against Rose, or going through the qualifiers. It's like, yeah, they're playing solo Neon, and Kane was just activated every single time because he didn't need that extra util. But you've also mentioned here, Ethos, that if there was actually a team that's, you know, more organized, or that's been playing with each other for a longer time, or a strong core that plays into like a a stronger tier 2 league or tier 1 league, that they should be able to counter.
Vice came out during Champs Final.
I think it's
Okay,
another
so then
one of
it is
those moments
map
where,
chat.
yes, maybe you have utility to stall a Neon, but
true?
these kids over on the side
What are you
of
talking
Wash
about?
just have such good aim.
Vice came out during Champs
Yeah.
Final.
They are not gonna. Last time we saw Wash,
that
they don't
right? Oh, maybe that
incorporate
is right.
Reach. They like that fade, the omen.
I kinda
those
not
are
even
their-
remember when
their
Vice was
tools to
added.
Get into the site. And do you think that lack of breach is gonna hurt them, Ethos? Because we just saw kind of how the lack of flashes on Haven really hurt Wash's
This came
attempts
first,
on
then it was
offense.
Vice. Okay, so we get a
I
map
think
next.
that if they choose to run the ISO over the Neon for Wash this time, I think that the lack of a breach really won't matter. I think it will be rougher if they do choose to run Neon without a breach, because again, he doesn't really have the proper setup to get in. And if TSM are able to respond correctly and in time to counter util the Neon when he comes out, there's no one there to help him.
Which means we would
And
maybe
overall,
get
I
rid
don't
of
know,
Abyss
I
and
don't
put
care
a
how
different
good
map in.
Kane is, if you're being stunned and paranoid, you don't really have a chance to shoot back. So it really, I do think that if they run ISO and they keep the Omen fade, that's totally fine. And I think that they can.
It's not
definitely
map
work
then
the map with
agent.
the
It's
rest of
dude.
them.
I swear it was
Mid,
like.
up to
I
market.
swear it was
Those
rotation and then
definitely
every 3
always
months. But for
work
some reason we
very
didn't get
well
anything
against
this
teams,
month.
especially structured teams. But it really will come down to whether or not TSM will be able to play their own game, because it seemed like on Ascent they weren't even able to get into the positions to do so.
Dude, playing
without
this map
Knights
with
or King
solo
just
Clove
having a
is
say before that
crazy.
happens.
Cool, we get to see a different look from Mocking Twos. Usually just running a lot of Fade, a lot of Sova, but he's on the Gecko.
Oh.
Any thoughts, Ethos, before we let you go?
Well, it looks like they put bones on the breach, so now it looks like we're gonna actually see Kane's era fully unleashed, fully supported, and it looks like they are, you know, they're not messing around. Like, I know Wash, they like to troll around a lot, but I can tell that they're trying actually really hard. They're doing things that make a lot of sense. Mocking's calling very well, I'm assuming, and I'm pretty sure that we're gonna be able to see Kane's era at the absolute peak of his performance, and I want to see what that looks like versus another tier 2 team.
Well, we got that ready for you right now. Thanks, Ethos. We'll see you after the match. And yeah, we're going to decide if we're going to get any invitees at all in our grand final vans, or if we're going to get a
Okay, let's see how
qualifier
let's see
winner
how
versus
solo
qualifier winner.
Clove looks.
And that's the thing.
Where they
looking
start
back
on
at
defense.
what Ethos and your spotted out your Bones playing this breach. I think it was
If
just
you're
looking back at the open
TSM,
qualifiers and having shot up as a sub
you're not
in the past week. He's been playing a lot of
AD
radar,
falling
just a
all
lot
the
of smoke, so
time,
they're
so
just going
Clove
double
has to
patrol
be
no matter
here
what,
to
but with
smoke
Bones
here and then
moving in
hit B.
and switching out from a main duelist role back into an initiator to support.
Okay, we'll see.
I think this looks to be a Wash that actually wants to clean up the act a little bit
Because
more.
honestly, you
and
could do it
activate
opposite
here
way
on-
around as
on
well.
their defensive side to start. Look at this double push that they have. They could flip the map to take control towards
Whoa.
B main. Knights of Zord on the
Whoa,
flank.
the confidence is through the roof.
A lot of good map control for TSM, just surrounding and now conquering these ones. These defenders left on the site. I like that Mocking.
Yeah,
tried
dude,
to
they just got
get the
spike.
corner and just
Oh
hope to
my
get a
goodness.
trade, but now it's all up to Knights
Enemy remaining.
and friends of Wash to keep this spike out of TSM's hands. And Ziff
Wow.
is actually getting really good shots,
Damn,
especially
dude,
against
that was
a Neon
nice.
sliding,
Knights is so confident
not
when he hears him
joking
going
around.
mid. It
Neon
feels like no
slide
one's
with the
holding middle.
Gosu and Dingser.
The insta
That's
goes
actually quite
behind,
sick
kills the
by,
spike.
by Ziff, but somehow a raid boss. You have what was it, half shield at least.
He
coming out
walked
there
in
from
straight in
main,
from top mid.
and
Yeah,
that
it's like he was
saved
part of
them
the
in that
group.
round. That said, this leaving this open, not having a late lurk towards the A side after we set up that trip on A. That's a slight mistake that's going to be very costly for TSM, because they instantly dropped that spike into market and couldn't pick it back up. And when you're playing against Knights the way that he is so far, it's just
Okay, we
so
got
hard to
Shorty on
retake
attack.
in
What are they
that,
planning to do
in
on
that
this one?
area with less util.
Dude, Clove is just
even
gonna
shot from the
is gonna
beginning, I think that
palmer
was-
play this box.
Accidental now that they've given their position away, so TSM's just going to tempo to try to get a plant.
Makes the Prowler take care of the trip.
Oh, man.
Nice, and Sim is already at the back of the site before
A
Ion
pretty
can
good
blink.
plant.
Now you got a market push, and this time
And
TSM
they
are gonna
got
get
kill
ahead
trip
of
as
the
well.
Game. GMT still has a
Damn,
paranoia, and
dude.
It's Knights before they could come out.
Closed
TSM
door with the
tapped in
instant
very
decision
well
to go
in this
fast
anti-eco,
behind.
but the gun's still better. You got Mocking at the top site, and Wash are playing together with the better weaponry. Despite TSM having that good start, it's gonna be tough with a Ghost and a Classic with Sim
That
and
was a
Sif
nice
being
try on the
split up
equal
like
though.
that,
It was pretty
so
cool.
Anti-eco for Washed. And
Dude,
bringing 3
Neon's
guns
just
over.
so busted
Classic
when
ding 2 at GMD.
when you can
Had
get away with
the
that stuff.
backstab and a free kill
Making
onto
a
Kane,
shorty
but
look
Kane
unbelievable.
again having armor that saves his life for a second time in a row.
They didn't end up
And
losing
at
too much.
least I like it from
So,
TSM that
actually
they were
alright.
very, very aggressive to fight back. I mean, they dropped 2 players, almost a third, got a plant on top of that. That was a lot better and probably something
Get
they
an
were
icebox
looking here,
rework.
to achieve, in their pistol
Do
round.
that.
And I like at least the attempt of trying to wrap back
It
towards
just
Solo,
never,
but on
you
the
never
other
know
side,
what they're
the
gonna
false run
change.
from Maki
They
to
just always
tempo back
change
up and
the wrong
fight
stuff.
back in the aggression towards the B main instead, and just kind of leave Sim on an island. Allows for them to just capitalize the anti-eco. That's quite nice. The bonus round is still going to be pretty decent. Knights is with a Vandal and could still buy in the next round pretty much.
Oh boy, Kane.
Okay.
Already keeping them in check, and look who's ready to
Yeah, that was
just
nice
bite
at
right
least.
back. And Sim bests him, but Paranoia is going to force TSM back. Or some Flash force them back. I should say. Washed have Bones in position after that fault line, and
Nice shot.
Hawking's going to leave him.
This
TSM
team
may
is
have less trouble
stacked
now
with
getting into
aimers
A,
who want to
but
take
they
aim
don't
drills.
have a mid lurk, so
This
TSM
reminds me
have
of all
to
the
be wary
Turkish
of the
teams we used to
flank.
play.
Still going to take their time.
Yeah, they definitely got to go a little bit more quickly rather. Bones only has a flash, but now his fault line is available off the refresh, so he could stun to allow Mocking to rotate back into wallbang with the Ares.
Right there. Right there.
7 knows they haven't cleared elbow. The party sussed
Ah,
out
that
this
was
player,
nice.
and GMD goes to capitalize off the fault line. It's another day at the office. It feels
Okay.
like it's TSM until, well, I thought GMD was gonna win that and watch these duels. Like even Knights has time to take out his gun against Sim, and this should have been a wrapped up round for TSM. 1v2 now for T-Dog. It's not over yet. About to bump elbows with someone
Okay,
right at the
nicely
side of
handled
the
again. The
smoke.
actual close smokes are
And it's
pretty good.
Washed. 3
The
in a
confidence
row.
once again pretty much wins them this
Knights
one.
getting, what,
Push
a
down
double
over
kill
towards
out of that
middle when
one
they lose
for
over
the
towards A
flank.
control.
1v1 against GMD if you
And
want, but
a
like
lot
this
of
to
aim
start
duels. Like,
to just
I
say,
mean, the
hey,
Clove
Kane
just
likes
won
to play
3
aggressive.
individual
We
aim
have an
duels.
opportunity to just play through the one-way smoke and
To lie, 2
slide
individual.
across and stun back against our opponent so that Kane cannot get that type of aggression. So I love that they're playing fire with fire for TSM. But then you just see somebody like Knights come out with a blowtorch. A
Yeah,
flamethrower,
if you
just
miss the first 2
burns out
bullets on this
everybody
guy, you're
else
dead.
from TSM as he retakes the site. I mean, this guy just seems like he's able to play the game solo when it comes down to this map or just in general in Valorant. Just such good heads-up plays when he has to play 1v1s.
Ooh. Sim with the overdrive. Gonna make this a quick round, already heading to the back, hoping to catch some off guard, and he continues to dismantle every duel. Walking gets around the corner, and
Look
there's
at
just
the
too many
HPs,
bodies
man.
to melt through.
There's just no
His
like there's
presence
just
known,
no
and
support of
TSM
util. Like, how is this agent?
Getting ahead of the
how's-
game too is
how?
T-Dog. He's out of util and getting pushed back by players like Kane coming in with the judge, and Maki coming through market. TSM hold well, but it's another 1v1 that TSM have to pull through despite the first
Damn.
blood, and it's
That was
just
nice.
a judge slide from Kane that gives Wash
Can't
the
even
win.
win with the.
And that's what I was talking about in these moments
Can't even
where
win with
Sim is
the
so good at getting first blood and entries. Great
double,
pathways,
the
great
double
util.
entry,
For him-
and
for
even
him to get
everyone
across
going
and
down
open
to
up
like
that B
60,
site, he
60,
just
60
continues to
HP
push
in
forward.
this.
He gets a dink on
How
the
did they
first one
lose
towards,
this?
towards the spawn, towards quad.
Yeah,
and still
okay.
wants to
Wait,
fight the finger
give me this
blasters
replay. How
against
did they
three
actually
players
lose
swinging
this?
against
Okay,
him.
entry
And
with
him
a
dying,
stun,
looking
then
for
we
Beast
have
Tail to
just
come through.
straight up individual
That's
damage.
just so unfortunate because the
Flash is
util,
sick.
Look at that, so clean from Wash to retake it the way that he did.
Wait,
on
what
that
else
market
happened though?
side.
Do they just want a
They
heavy
had
fight
such
market,
a
even
better
though they could
up-
play B main?
a much better chance to play a 5 versus 3, run out the overdrive, and still play the crossfires instead of being left alone in these spots where, again, the players behind Sim cannot take control of the space that he's gained. You saw that, what was it, T-Dog? I think he went for a prowler back towards the spawn, and then he's just there alone. There's nobody else there to like help him out because everybody's just trying to protect the spike getting planted.
Yeah, I feel like Wash have pulled you into this kind of chaotic style of just having to act first, think later. Because look, Sim has all the kills and he's doing his job, but TSM can't close out the rounds. You really need to maximize the value of this util, and Wash playing together. Their retakes have been successful every single time.
Yeah, the night
See
sky
if
does look
TSM
insane though. You're not wrong.
kind of shake things off. They probably got a huge sense of confidence after the 13-4 win they had in map 1 to getting humbled on Ascent to now you're worried about losing to Washed in map 3.
This should do.
Not something you want to deal with. You got an overdrive, neural
Wait a
thefts.
moment.
Just wait for a camera to see if anybody's gonna try to walk.
Another
back
big
from the
buy
door.
away, buy round. One away.
Yeah,
I was gonna
that's
say
open.
one away from breach. Or
Tough one. Sim knows how to dance against
do they
kind of the
force them
counter
off
pressure
of
that
this
comes from the
angle as well? But they have
defense.
no idea. Dude, do we triple
Looks
reclay
like they're all
this?
just following
That's
Sim's
nice.
call. Re-clearing through mid.
Insta
smoking
triple
out, knowing that
re-clear.
Knights is
That
peaked
one up here
mid
once you realize they
forward.
haven't pushed. Rotates
There's even
fast.
a defensive trip to just cover their market
Ah,
side
dude.
so there's no flank from
Bone should have held this
TSM.
the whole time.
And TSM were just kind of playing with their food with just faking pivots back and forth and the spike not leaving its spot yet. Until now.
Okay, he does
Sometimes
this at a
this game
different
will
angle.
survive in these moments,
Why
man.
he
It's
walked
3
all
HP
the
after
way
getting
around
kicked through a wall by
and
a
goes
vandal.
back to this off angle.
Oh yeah.
The giant jaw. Oh, he dodges
Well,
the
it's just
stun.
up to
That's sick.
Bones. And we were just talking about Washed really good at stopping TSM on these entries,
I
just
mean,
like they did on
they've been
Ascent.
they've been
It's
doing
happening again.
retakes with less people alive than this and less util.
30 seconds left.
Problem is if
Camera doesn't see him too.
Seven
He's gonna be able to
gets
walk up,
the
there's a trip there.
plant, he gets all.
It's gonna force him out. So you got util out of this neon at least. A lot of time being burned off too. Only 15 seconds for TSM, and they'll get the plant through. But Nice is gonna try and challenge this because he's got the
Comes
ult.
breach shot.
He's gonna be able to do some scouting, rolling thunder from 7. And TSM are just gonna wrap a bow on this, it feels like. With just the advantage they had in the util with the ult. Still a 2v2
So
though.
close though. Use your breach
Still
shot back.
Mocking in Bones. Rolling thunder. Sim's gonna dodge. Spots the head of one. Those one
Oh,
could have slipped by. Sim gonna try and use the speed to his advantage. And Washed or Bones comes
Yes.
out, but it's still a
It's
clutch
the EG
at
spray
the
as well.
end. TSM though, really relying on
okay,
Sim
but this
to
is
pull TSM
this
to
is like
these
just.
wins. I'm worried.
They
Yeah.
win one
And if
round.
anything, Wash is
Everyone's
just
got to
good at staying
rebuy.
activated around the
This
map,
could
too.
go really
Just,
badly
the
for them.
first mistake was not clearing towards the tuck corner.
Again, the
where
close smoke
Bones
was pretty
at the
good,
full line, or as
yeah.
a breach gets a free kill onto T-Dog. But if not, like them being able to, for TSM to take control of market and for Ions to set up a trip towards the staircase, they always
Okay, what a
anticipate
giant
some
round.
sort
4
of
people on each side
overcrunch,
can't buy.
from
But you look
TSM
at
with the
Washed
top that
and
they
they
run,
just
'cause they
have
like to
so
do that
many
in
ults.
challengers. And then once he sees nothing, he replaces the trips into better spots too.
Where are we?
Hold
Like
the
where
main site.
like how is anyone meant to understand
Damn,
what the hell
TSM
just
really
went
thought
on?
they were gonna only have Bones watch that left side, and they thought they could just overwhelm him, but it's a lot more trouble at A than TSM expected. They'll have a Nightfall if T-Dog even lives.
A lot of damage
6
into
HP.
the.
He
Yeah,
just
the
needs one to
trying
pull
some
the
good
ult,
stuff.
but how the swing from Wash gets
Fatal
traded,
goes in,
Nightfall,
follows the. Oh,
last second. And Wash.
as they follow the
leave
prowler, but we've
site,
been using all the
giving
prowlers there because that
TSM
happened at the
some security
beginning.
to get a plant down.
Bones doesn't have his
Rocket
Rocket
Kitty,
doesn't
thank you so much for the
retake either.
prime. Thank you for the 14 mums.
So he can't deny the plant and run it down here so that Iron could come up and meet up with him ASAP. So Bones feels like he needs to make a play because he's only got this Spectre. Oh my god.
Player standing.
Unfortunate timing.
Yeah,
but
dude,
still a
Imagine carried
trade
on
for
going with this
T-Dog.
one as well.
That's all TSM have to do.
All
is
right,
get
big
trades.
round for
The
TSM.
numbers
It
that they
makes it
have
pretty
right now,
open
it'll
now.
just be a
They're
save
kind of
from
back.
Ion. And TSM post timeout haven't lost, so
Masters
there's
winning
some
is
cope
good
for you.
champ points now. Yeah, the champ
It's,
points are
game all
way
over
better
again.
now.
Come back from a timeout and
Champ's points
trying to
make
find ways to bait out
sense.
util. It was
Only
basically
the top
watching
2 go through as
Juggernaut
well. So like
into
when we're
May
watching
between
playoffs of
Sim and
stage
King
2,
Zero, walling
we're
up
not
and
watching all of
sliding
those
and
like
jumping
pointless
backwards
games
in
when we
front
know
of
who's
the
going
site
to champs
so that,
anyway.
They waste out
Like everything's so much
utility
better
from
next
either
year.
ends. And then it comes down to power numbers available for TSM, perfect trades, and even taking more out of more than Watch could take. And they're able to just flood the site back. I mean, look at that.
That looked mental from the overview.
Yeah, just being able to be
He managed to
aggressive,
get
but
in the
also to not
middle
hesitate
of
in those
4
big
people.
moments where TSM really have to fight back and you're able to adapt well despite having a lot of Wash defenders.
Double
and
hero
they're
gun.
TSM able
Careful
to get
here.
the Nightfall and regain the site and just play from there.
better
TSM
crunch
just
here
have to
for
get
short.
comfortable.
Yeah. Full line paranoia, beautiful haunt. That's so nice of a run for TSM.
Dude, is this Gecko flash after the change just incredible here?
Gets healed back up.
Everyone's getting
1v1.
melted by
Sim
it.
with the overdrive. Has the speed and the spike, and wow,
33
Knights is gonna be
HP.
dead there. The
Okay,
decay
yeah,
is
it's
gonna
decay.
force Sim to fake the plant
Oh, I love
and
it.
still get the kill
And
at
the
the
spike
end
go
and show 'em
back.
how
It was
it's
nice
done.
though.
I mean, just a heads-up play from Knights, though, to throw the medal on top of that and go
Sim,
for the pre-fired spray. That was
15
so
to
close
5.
for him to be able to get
Holy
that kill
hell.
onto Sim. But for Sim to fake plant and go back for the fight,
That's 2 neon ults
that's a
already.
big break
Going for
play.
3.5.
I love that from Sim. And again, the amount of util, you talk, Ethos mentioned on the desk, the amount of util that could support King Zera to try to get a lot of value, at least on this map, it's really on TSM side. The fault line and the paranoia and haunt from both 7 T-Dog and GMD respectively allows your Sim to open up so many multi-kills, or so many kills on that last round.
Isn't it pointless to add top 1, top
TSM's
2
gonna
teams
pull
for
util
stage
at A
2 to
and
get
just
Chamas
give
points?
it up and
I mean, yeah, they're through
break
already.
down the doors, see who's gonna make contact from market, play off of any contact. But now that that smoke is dissipated, top mid, it's a lot more to worry about. So you have to adjust, looking through main. It's Knights that's gonna peek and spot a couple. Mainly knowing that Sim's in mid, you really gotta watch your back. So Wash have to reinforce market and get ready for that cutoff. The 7's fault lining, trying to enable Sim, and the flash that came out, Sim just got choked out by Washed. That's one option gone, but Knights
Fast
now
enough.
with the stabs in the back. Jeez, now TSM have the spike carrier having to do everyone else's job.
Doesn't
This
want to
round's looking
ult.
pretty
Trusts in the
close,
team to
and
close this
even
one
wanna
out. I think
invest
that's
the roll
fair.
under 2v4 if you're
Looking good
7.
position-wise.
Just have no map control and no idea where the next threat is coming from.
Bruh, the
and 7
stun
gets
as well.
stunned
Why
up
is
by
the whole
neon
kit
and
busted?
Wash pull through.
Why is the whole
Yeah,
kit
Sim dying was
busted?
huge there for Kane Zero to allow
Every
to,
single bit of this kit needs to get
start that
looked
fight
at,
from the
apart
back.
from the wall,
But it was just
maybe.
one of those moments where you're like, oh, well, why is Ziff getting shot in the back? Because Ziff was watching top mid in case the push was coming down. A ping came at the very beginning, understanding and hearing the rotate coming out from shops towards the right side mid. So they thought they were going to get crunch at some point. But then, because
Imagine Valorant had
T-Dog
some
was so
different events
hugged
like
and plugged into the
CSGO.
wall,
I mean, that's kind of what
it
the
allows
off-season
you to
is
sign
now,
off down
apart
to
from we
that
don't
pick,
have
and
all of
just
the
unfortunately there, TSM could get no control of the market
gambling
at that
kids
spot. So they go back into the
providing money for the events. Like, it's kind of better.
Oh, gets trade. That's worth, but that's good time being bought for Wash and mainly Bones to get in position to
Again, I'm like one of those people that think franchising is good, I think.
try to get around TSM, and the Prowler will force that breach back, and all the action takes place in elbow, and Kane gets 3 this round. Bones caught the arm of that fade, and C's gonna reveal him, and TSM bring down the numbers 2v2. But T-Dog still is a sheriff
Well,
with rifles on the site, and now he may not able to approach that. Now Nice is behind 1v1. We've seen a
running
ton
away,
of
we
these
got
kind
ult.
of 1v1 showdowns
Ooh.
in this matchup. GMD grabs.
Damn, tried to be
Spike
too
and
smart with it,
Knights
but then
closes it out.
kind of
6-3
like
now for Wash.
you only could have run to a certain place. So I feel like
was still deep inside elbow before he
Yeah, he tried to be too smart with it. It ended up being like not
lineup there
smart at
against
all.
Knights, but Knights continuing to be such a
You've only- I
nuisance
I
on these
would have been
lines. I mean,
surprised if
both
that
duel-
worked.
I mean, I mentioned Knights as a duelist, but pretty much at this point. But both Knights and Kane have been doing incredible jobs on the backstabs on TSM so far. I gotta say here, TSM are not looking the fittest right now.
Could have
in terms
waited a little
of,
bit for the peak, yeah.
their attack side, especially in the mid rounding or the end of these rounds. But Sim's doing an incredible job on these openers.
Nice is just out in the open. He's completely surrounded, and would at least like a first blood Nightfall though.
This guy's confidence is through the roof,
able
man,
to
and it's so
race the
funny.
market,
Dude, why are they
the
constantly pushing
trips,
through middle? Do we really have
and
no...
then smoke out the
Does our
back.
Cypher never luck?
Bones is just gonna Trying to see what he can get. Swinging solo. Maybe catch the spike carrier. And there's the thrash. There's so much chaos that Wash is putting out.
Man, look at it.
With a lot of ults too. The
Good pick.
overdrive,
Oh,
rolling
whoa,
thunder, thrash, you name it. It's out
Damn,
on
the
the field.
TP.
We're left in a 2v2.
He was so confident the TP went the other way.
With Wingman. Let me go check what's up. GMD.
Man, to stun here
Presence in
instead
this
of
corner will be
defusing.
known. And Thrash for the detain. GMD is really trusting 7 here.
Oh my God.
Those bullets just sailed past his head.
No way,
Refuses
man.
to
No
even get
way.
Holy cow, it's clutched by
GMG
7
walks
too.
on water, bro.
GMD
What
just
is
did his
this?
best song cosplay by just staying outside of the smoke.
How?
He hears the footsteps. He's calling out. He's in the smoke.
insanity.
Spray him. Do anything to try to save me. And 7 thankfully is moving there to get that pick. But for them to salvage that round, I mean, that was nice by TSM. But holy hell, how many times are they going to get backstabbed by somebody that finds a great timing behind them?
Oh my goodness.
There should be much cleaner rounds coming out from TSM when they're going
was
for
nuts.
the scaling. But Washed are so good to get these backstabs.
How are
TSM are not
TSM
letting
still in this
Wash
game?
get on any kind of streak, and they hurt their economy severely. You got Sheriffs, Bucky, a Hero Vandal for Knights. Knights just needs to continue holding down mid, because TSM try to get into B. Wash regaining control of market through mid was a huge part of their retake success.
Drop in a smoke.
Knights will already sense that TSM's lurk's been activated in mid, so keep your eyes peeled, because you could be faked out
Yeah,
on
this
either
one they're
side.
gonna win pretty legit though, right?
TSM though, just heading right into B with a camera to the left corner.
EP to question
And trips
mark
that you have
over
to worry
towards
about
the
if you want
left,
Sim to really
so
let
the
loose.
one-way can't be
Yeah, it's
held
getting pinged
anymore.
out too because of these continuous one-way smokes that's being thrown by the Clove by Knights, so they're expecting
The
someone
pressure
there,
over
so
towards
waiting for
B,
T-Dog
so
to
the
rotate
rotate
around,
comes in
take
from
a
A.
hot, confirm that the front side is cleared. There's no shenanigans coming through, and now they get the fight head to head. Sorry, against Knights.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, just Sim came through mid, got shot in the back. By Bones,
Oh god.
Bones will pick up the Vandal because of that, and this Bucky at close range. Kane getting 2 kills.
Oh
on
man.
this half by round, mostly a save.
Cracking me up.
It's huge for Washed, and now you get an intel thrifty out of that round.
What is going on?
I don't know.
Last
The haunt
round
was
in the
actually
half.
pretty good too. To like I said, to clear out the site, but
4-1.
rotates coming across. I mean, they at some
With the
point, there
neon
was
no
a- They were
util.
about to hit that, and the haunt already came through. I think Kane already rotated
Oh,
across
man,
to try
okay.
to help out with Knights.
So good.
Counter cages across too from Ion to not allow TSM to get full control in the back of the B site. So
This goes here.
just harder for TSM to hold out their ground towards B, and they're realizing that they don't have the best success, sorry, towards this B site hit. So all eggs in the basket for a 4-player hit towards A to start. Unless T-Dog could find something here. No, he's gonna meet up with the rest of the team.
I'm out of here.
Okay, Kane. Steady. 2 of his initiators. Kane just manages to swing without it. And a huge flash, and Wash
Yeah, timing of the
are
flash wasn't great
capitalizing on
here.
it, and they take down the Prowler, but T-Dog still gets
Dude,
a trade.
I love
so
how much they fight together though. I'll
still
give them
pretty much
that.
worst case scenario for
Just
TSM.
Everyone
8-4
swinging the
after
whole time.
Wash.
It's nice.
This is where we're gonna.
Would you
get to
prefer
see
more
Wash
official
the
events,
attack. Something here that
organized by another organizer? I mean, I would like another Masters. Tell you what, I'd actually honestly really like. I would. I actually think the free is okay, and I feel like
I don't think I was able to see too
the
much of it, to be
international or
honest.
like the internal
just
kind of
TSM doesn't
tournaments,
look as
like
coordinated on the map like
EMEA
Sunset,
region,
so many times in
like
challengers, I think they
Americas,
took a lot of
Pacific,
teams
like
to
the actual
limit,
seasons. I think they're pretty fun
in
now,
the final
just because
moments
everyone's so
of this
stacked.
map.
I would love a World Cup in this
It's like the
game.
fate here of the results.
I would love a World
Yeah,
Cup
how wrong
in the
was
off
everybody?
season, and I would
Yeah,
love an
dude.
First thinking this
LCQ.
is going to be a 2-0.
I feel like
right?
LCQ is still the best thing ever.
How wrong was everybody to think it was
Yeah,
gonna
that's
be
what
TSM
Fio was
versus
saying.
100 Thieves in the grand
LCQ,
finals?
like Last Chance Qualifier, is
That too.
the second best
crazy.
tournament after Gems. I swear it's so sick.
Not over yet. Pistols. It's been pretty even between these two teams, except Wash took the pistol here, and it's a good start from T-Dog, just peeking mid. Haunt sees no one else.
You hate LCQ? It's so sick
Kane's
to
facing
watch.
some trouble
And it
solo.
makes
He's
sense
pulled
because the
attention
other
of
teams that
3
have qualified
defenders.
to champs
He's
get
like,
time
"You
to
guys
practice
don't
for
push the B
champs.
site, I swear
Like
to
it all
God."
makes sense. You get rewarded for
maybe
being like a
Wash
top 3 team
had this
in your
mid-control,
region.
now they're still
And
trying
then
to
we
get
have
into
an
B,
insane
and
tournament to
all
watch.
this time being
Higher
bought,
stakes.
not really working
Where a
out.
team
Now you got
that
the
completely
spike in mid, this is
messed
scary.
up their season
All
can
very nicely done by
reverse
Kane at
that.
the beginning. But Kane still opens up the map. There's some over rotates that happen.
And then they
there
pretty
after
much
those
get
two
wrecked in
kills
the
from
champs
T-Dog,
tournament,
and
but it
now
doesn't matter.
A
'Cause
site's
that's what
fully
should
in
happen
control.
anyway.
I mean, even the Clove is still in range to smoke out shops. This 4 versus 3 from TSM definitely is not a guaranteed dub.
Only
with
one single LCQ
how
team has ever
important
won a
is
game at
these
champs. That can't be
post-plant
right.
scenarios for Washed, especially with their aim.
That is for
Keep
sure
some
just
points
randomly
stuffed
made
up
up.
The trip.
Well, stuff
What kind
out
of
one.
help is Ion gonna get? It all depends on how quick they can take care of Ziv. No, Ion didn't get any support on the flank, and Ziv still got a trade. So Washed only have 1 on the post plant, and it's mocking with no util, and this defuse is just gonna be held, so... Nice try, I guess. TSM with a chance to buy back a couple of rounds with the pistol.
And that's the thing, like, the trip only spotted 1 because it's really the only thing that you could do. So it's even nicer that Sim on the 1v1 was able to win that fight against the flank watcher, because then towards the end you don't know how many players
What's
are
on
actually
Wash? They got
playing back towards
some
the gate. So the
sick
attempt there from
players.
Wash was a good read.
They got some
Pushing
sick
back
players.
towards the spawn, sliding
They
through, just taking the fight against,
certain maps
I think it was,
they
Ziv,
have to play like a
back
team,
towards
but
the
other
gate.
than that, like
And then you just have 3 players.
they're
free
gonna
range
always lose Haven
towards the site
with how
for
they
the
play.
fuse.
But honestly, these other maps you can kind of just
There's some
rank
breathing
it.
room.
Oh, jeez. Well, Kane was put in his place quite quick. Trying to do his best to close the gap, and he gets closed out. TSM will still keep watching. We'll have to re-clear through A main. TSM then use Haunt to check
8-bit
mid,
Ducky, how we
and
doing? Yeah, we were
info
speaking
for
about it
TSM,
earlier.
Except now, the 2-for-1 with the Outlaw. Nothing stopping T-Dog, and the spike is down, so Knights will be on his way to go grab that, while Ion tries to keep the defenders at bay, but with the little HP he had, it's tough. TSM have a potential to take all 5 of their weapons into the bonus,
No peeking.
depending on what Knights can do with the Sheriff.
Always gotta love a twofer. That's a nice little shot there from T-Dog, and if you're looking at the HP, all of these kills so far, not a lick of damage being taken by TSM.
Yeah, we'd
That's
love to
lot
do a bit of
economy
damage,
that can
yeah.
Carry over the guns too.
There's one.
But this is still Knights we're talking about.
Wallbang on the second shot too, and
Ooh.
the fault line doesn't get
And you
Knights,
got some
and
high sense on you.
it's too much
Holy
to
hell.
look at. But hey, you deny at least 1 rifle.
Rare misses, but yeah, denying 1 rifle, but the other ones are still fully healthy at the end of the round. Seems though the fault line kind of missed here. I don't know if it was being used for elbow or something, because those 2 players on short were not stunned at all. And it was just a free kill for Sim. Full rifle in the second round, carries it over to the third, of course. And T-Dog in the last 2 rounds have been quite good to cover up middle. And now it's a little bit safer. You're placing the trips to have passive info towards market
Okay,
and middle.
let's see.
So you could actually add a little bit
Everyone
more
got
of that
heavy
pressure on
armor?
the
Okay,
extremities.
one person that can get 1 shot.
Oh, the Prowler didn't get the trip. Be something for TSM to deal with. We'll get orbs going.
There were 2 wins by
T-Dog went away
LCQ
from the
teams in
Nightfall.
2023, 4 in
Washed are
2022,
stuck in middle
4 in 2021.
with only
Yeah, dude, I knew that.
Trip
I knew that was
covering
just a
their tracks,
random,
and with their lurk heading towards
random
B.
thing.
We have a pretty forward push too from Ziv looking through his camera to get eyes on B main. So Wash will have to fight tooth and nail for this map control. And Kane is like 360ing, trying to get info, and he still gets a kill on 7. Neons are too quick, man. Now re-clearing through elbow to await them. GMD with a paranoia, T-Dog with nothing but outlaw. And trying to get a shot on the bones. 10
how's
HP.
he-
The box so sturdy to help him
Yeah,
out.
it's
too,
kind of
but
nice.
T-Dog
Weird
still
when
finishes
you
off
look at
what
the
he
minimap.
started. Advantage for Washed.
Wait.
Trying to get a plant. GMD allowing that to go through. And now he's in a bad position with his position revealed and now gone. It's just Sim. 1 versus 2 has the overdrive and some speed to work with.
I'm out of here.
trying to isolate a duel. Taking this step by step. Oh, walking his
Oh my
Whoa.
last leg and he
Whoa,
crushes it.
whoa,
At
6 HP.
for
If he
Wash.
started shooting earlier, maybe he gets it. Wait, that was kind of crazy.
That would have been some crazy shenanigans. Just
Yeah,
like we
that
saw
would
from
have been
Trust and Plug earlier
outrageous.
on against 100 Thieves on this map. But the 360, I mean, that's the standard thing you have to do here as a Neon. Just jumping around, doing the 360s, just very similar as just a jet dash into your own smoke, so that you could actually
Whoa,
get the
my
information for your
goodness.
team. If you fall, you're able
Imagine
to
it.
potentially get a trade, or if not, info where you can pivot based on the players that you find here. By finding that breach, you know, Seven is playing a line to support the fault line anywhere. And now TSM, I mean, it was a bonus round, so
Yeah, and it's pretty much this of who
not
can
too
buy
bad
next.
to come back into a big
So we
fight.
can say this. The
Even
light
Knights and the
armors.
rest of Wash here,
Either
still
way,
had
it's a
pretty
big round.
decent buy because of all these plants they've been getting.
TSM just ready to play off of Seven's fault line if Sim makes any contact and still has the overdrive. But now Sim gets fault lined himself, and it's a lot of Wash being able to take the initiative and TSM playing a more reactive style.
Trying to flash off cam potentially here so that Sim can get some picks.
Yeah.
Is dead in a flash. Sim continues to hold market. Be pushed out. Kane on his
Lovely
way.
little
There's
bait.
a crossfire too with Ziff. A huge double kill.
Yeah, money's gonna
TSM slowing
be
things down, and that
done for
reactive
them.
style has paid off, at least
Did
in
we
this
save him
round.
for the next 40 seconds? We might be.
Hoping to catch up to Washed as Ion and Mocking will save their weapons.
This is the first time actually I see a rare miss from Washed where they actually don't really clear corners when they're scaling up. They were so focused on trying to take Sim down.
Jafiv saving
just
strats. It's
Pretty much Ziff for those free 2 kills.
again, it's just
I was gonna
it's just
mention
meta.
the camera to spot, right? I think he was already
They tried the
ADS-ing to
meta,
look
it
back
didn't look
towards
good.
Tiles, but
Meta's changing.
with the walk
Okay.
up to just around the door, it was a free kill. So you didn't really need the flash camera for the peak towards the end on the crunch. Very nice.
Ion
Whoa,
Mocking.
whoa, what the hell is going
They
on
really want
here?
to keep these weapons because look where their economy is.
Yeah,
Like, they just
but
wouldn't be
even
able to buy.
TSM's money's not
So-
too bad. Like, you should just take the win here.
They hold their own. Hey, 2 away from Neural Theft 2. You got Thrash. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Is the TSM comeback real?
I
You guys
believe
in
it.
the chat, let us know.
I believe it. Yeah, let us know in chat. Let us know in chat, twitch.tv/soar. Spam your raises at the same time. Big shout out to you, Asus ROG, and to Intel, our main sponsors for this event, for those who they are presented by Soar. Second edition, continuing to be a banger. So we have some great matches to provide for you all.
Right, they got some okay guns.
Well, that's it, you
Got
talked
some
about
okay
the
guns. We've kind of got some
Weapons
low
that were
money.
definitely needed. You get to buy
Just
a
in
third
case.
one into it.
Money-
That's all the way down to
Sorry, not
0
money.
on
Oh,
top of that too.
it's almost
Try
there.
to leverage this because you still have a Thrash to work with.
Oof. Well, Knights only had a sheriff, so good bait. Thrash being used to clear sight. Nightfall from the
Yeah.
defense to crunch
You
into
hate to
mid
see it,
and
though.
Washed escape into the
Like, you're the
market.
solo smoker, you got a
It's only
sheriff.
trade. Now Prowler clears the market, so TSM get info, but just now getting kills as Washer extending out of the top of the site. And it's a 2v3 with Wash on the post plant with a flash remaining, but TSM have already come through market. Wash have to wrap around this pillar and work together. Bones is
Honestly,
waiting out
the
the decay.
Gecko could own it.
Back to full health. TSM making noise, gets Bones' attention, but he can't
Oh, okay,
do
nice
much
shot.
against that. And it's TSM closing the gap and
Oh, we
really
gave him a
ruining
chance.
Wash's economy.
Very nice from TSM to just play more passively towards Boba as well. Felt like they knew Wash was going to try to push through Boba and try to fight back against them, and Sim just gets a nice little opener on the person trying to swing back. TSM closing that gap now by 1. The 3 rifles that you bought into this one, I mean, Knights, you said he only did Sheriff, but you see what Knights could do with that Sheriff so far, but loses that 1v1. Sim, I don't know where he's at right now on the scoreboard, but remember when we were talking about the Raze play that he had so many entries, so many first
Wait, what?
floods. It was on this very map. Now he's doing the same thing here
They
as a Neon.
forced into the round before?
Yet
Ah, they messed up
somehow
their
TSM
money.
are still
There's
behind by one.
three guns, double sheriff. Now they eco
Can
again.
grow this lead with
Honestly, they can still win the eco
how
just
good
because
their
of the ult,
economy
though.
is. But
Heavy
Wash
armor on
have
it.
Thrifted them what, twice?
Feel
in
like they
this
just messed up big
series?
time.
So let's not count them out yet. Guardian 2 for Knights if he goes for a long-range duel into B main. Depends. Oh, T-Dog was looking towards the site instead of behind him through mid. There's no eyes in mid for TSM. And now Wash are hoping to maybe even wrap around the back
When
of the
is
site.
Paper
so Ziv
X
could be in
game?
trouble. I mean, he already
2
is.
days
He's
time.
25 HP. Neural Theft will help. Ziv had to go for that to give TSM a chance, which is funny to say considering they had a way better buy. And Knights is able to upgrade to a Vandal. And Knights putting that to work.
And has the ult too. This is such a big raid
Oh,
boss.
it's a nice shot.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that was
Shock is
just
gonna force him
absolute
into a
savior
duel.
Gecko
There's
flash.
the ult. And She Infinity is playing through main, so at least the ult gives you info of where the rest of TSM are, but it's
Get a
only
kill,
so
get
much
ult
Bones
might
can
actually
do with the
matter.
Sheriff not able to. Oh, there's a gun
Ah, it's
there,
unlucky,
but he
not in
doesn't have
time.
time to do it.
Nice shot.
Wait, he gets that shot.
Did he get that a
And
little bit
the
earlier?
defuse still goes
nice.
through for TSM to tie us up 9-9.
It's still pretty good round, but again, it's just
cow.
Neon all making it like
Sim
close.
has some words to say. He's like, I am not going down without a fight. And he is just body shooting everybody alive or dead pretty much in this map. But nice little push by GMD to cover up towards that B main, allowing that double backstab because
Him?
it
I mean,
looking
yeah, what's
very
he
good for
actually on now?
Washington to win it
On
first game, especially
27
again,
to
Knights,
13.
Vandal, ult, not dead yet there from the Clove. Allows them to get second life and really run that clock down. TSM on an eco, we haven't really seen them push aggressively like a Neon Breach would kind of do. Because so far, Wash has been just, or moving very quickly into a line of sight that gets picked off here from Kane Zero's dashes.
Damn,
Not just
Echoes, what the
walk
hell's that
contacting
about?
Right into
Even hit me with the old
good reads here
after.
by TSM.
That's
Gonna try to walk contact again, but there's still 2 players here.
At least Seven's gonna have support from Sim. Overdrive available too. It's a good stun from Seven and kind of no reaction as TSM just in
Oh
defense
boy,
mode.
dude,
and
this guy
that's when I guess Sim
is-
activates, using his teammate as bait. Where
Guys,
Seven gotta finish what you started.
he's
Okay,
popping,
confirms the
though.
kill on Knights. And that's a very quick TSM round to steal back the lead after an 8-4 half for Washed begun this map.
And just a small missed time.
29 to
from Kane,
14.
sorry. He went for the dash as Bones went out with the fault line, but actually went for the slide and what it shows himself to, I think that was 7. Just before
wait,
the
what
fault
is
line
this
hit
bait in
7.
the chat, man?
7 gets a free kill.
Don't even
Everybody's
fall
focused
for
to
it.
try to trade off against 7. Sim gets an easy 2K towards the end. Now you're looking at Wash gonna try it again, but potentially this time with a lot more tempo. The fault line's gonna go out towards Shop.
Okay, we're putting the breacher into this one,
flip
right?
the A site around potentially. Nope, back towards the elbow.
And TSM was so ready for this. We
Oh,
popped the
TSM
ult
is
anyway.
starting to run
Omen
away with
flash
this.
goes through. Oh,
Rolling
this
Thunder
is nice from
the
GMD.
offense to get Washed a leg up, but they don't got
Yeah.
bodies.
Now everyone can
Don't got
relax.
legs to stand on
Gecko's
anymore.
gonna
3
maybe
versus
be able to
5.
plant, and then you get Gecko
Washed
ult.
have-
Do you use
Washed have
it?
turned around deficits before, but this is also
I'd
a
be
4-round
tempted to
win
use it
streak
with
for
money,
TSM,
but then
and
you're
they're
all
feeling
in.
pretty rich after that. Knight's doing his best to delay and get
Whoa,
caught
don't
out
even
in
get
the
the chance
open
to
by
do
the
it.
breach, you till. And it's just Bones at 10 HP. Waving goodbye to this round. Maybe could have saved the rifle at 100 gold, but it's okay. For 100
Yeah,
credits.
nicely done from TSM.
And
His
TSM
double
up
hold
to
on short was
11.
awesome.
Can they close it out though? That's the big question for TSM.
Dude, another slide from Kane trying to get some space in. Is just instead of playing close towards the elbow, they're all the way towards the back. Look at this. Boom. Swatted. No chance, no opportunities for Kane to even react here. To choose
Him?
which
Yeah,
target that
he's
you want
taken
and try to
over.
take down through
He
that
really has
slide.
taken over.
And
The
TSM
crazy
now
levels
lead
as
by
well.
2. Such a strong defensive half so far. They've only given up 1 round, which was their bonus against Washed.
Am I streaming any
But looking
event tomorrow?
very
Nah, I
clean
think
here
it's
and
day off
finding
tomorrow.
every
I think I'm
single
recording
answer
stuff
onto
with
Wash's
Mini,
attempt
maybe.
to work the map.
I think that's what we said.
And now
Yeah,
Wash.
T-Dog just has to...
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I just say T-Dog has to be maybe quicker to retreat because he kind of got
Day
flooded
off,
in
day
market
off.
when he tries to hold it, but what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was gonna say right here that Kane trying to activate up towards middle. This is not something that Wash has been doing too much. And because they've been trying to focus so much on the A side and B side hits, they are trying to add a little bit more utility to try to get Kane to flank back towards Boba.
He shredded
Okay,
T-Dog
free
down
sight.
a bit. Thrash, no detain.
Ooh.
Good clear. Wash are going to want to recover that if they can. They didn't clear through Market, and here's Ion's lurk. It's huge.
I mean, yeah, everyone's been pushing straight through middle, so honestly, to have someone in this corner makes a lot of sense. We commented on it earlier that no one's like actually lurking for both teams, to be honest.
So unless Sim could go hero mode.
Raid boss still here. Oh, for God's sake.
The job easier. 1v2 for Sim. And he's taking down one pillar. Going for more pins. Going for the strike.
Okay, they said the heavy gun on this as well.
And Knights keeps Wash.
I thought he was going to win that. They got to be really careful. It's the classic. Win one person alive.
For TSM and what might be.
Everyone's got no money. 1-9 loss bonus maybe.
What breaks their back? What breaks the camel's back? The straw that breaks the camel's back. I figured it out. It's just always having somebody like in these positions that they just get a huge backstab onto TSM. And as you've mentioned, throwing out the neural theft with a double kill from Ions, that was a huge round to allow for Wash to really sit up here on the post plants.
Wash buying down to 0. Just so desperate to pull back the lead in their
well,
favor.
it's obvious which side they're fighting when
get all into this
when they do that.
They would be taking a big
Whoa,
risk
I haven't seen a
crossing
top mid for a
the
while.
Top of mid like this. Looking both ways before they do so, and they just see the fall line come from B and sliding across. The Neons are traded. As the dice fall, Wash just have the numbers, but TSM
Lovely trades from them. Everyone's together again.
able to get the trades they need. Wash remain with a number advantage, with Knights looking at the top site, and Wash taking shots from Market, but still secure enough to plant.
Big opportunity now to tie up the game. GMD has a Paranoid to work with, and they have a cage as well to try to scale back through this.
I'm playing through main, and Bone still has a flash, so
Just spotted GMD.
Wash just have to play smart. Mocking gets hit by the Paranoia, and TSM can't punish it. So they're just trying to draw where this third member is, or where the rest of the team is. And Nice is in the middle of all types of chaos, so off the flash contact. Bones and a 1v. There's a lot of 1v1s.
Oh, I didn't get a half.
Getting tapped.
Jesus
Smoke on.
Christ.
The jig is up.
This round was so
And it's Wash
close,
that tie it
man.
up 11-11 after a big force. And they'll still bring one gun to the next round.
Big 4K by
It's
Bones
gonna be the
to
same
that
thing
round.
now, but no one can buy
And
next.
Just great spacing that came out into pulse back here from Wash towards the end. Just really being separated, not everybody getting affected by the Paranoia thrown by GMD. They don't get the full value out of that. But then that slight mistake towards the end, the middle, and then everything just started just unraveling, and Spaghetti was definitely falling until Bones was able to save that round. He's also been activated so far. A duelist playing an initiator down to 24, 18, and 9.
33
Not
still.
somebody that I've been talking about a lot here on this map because I was so focused on Kane and what Knights has been doing in the past 2 maps. But this initiator is definitely doing his picking up the weight here when it comes down to, you know, they're trying to use utility.
Best
to
player at the
activate
moment from
Kane
Wash
Zero,
to Plug.
not getting
I'm
the
not
best
sure.
value out of Kane
I
Zero
would
because
say
of
that
because
Mikey
TSM
guy
is
looks
just
the best
in
from
great
Plug.
positions to just punish Kane. But
Maybe the
Bones is doing a good
Smoker,
job to pick
but
it up
probably Mikey.
right after and save these
Then
moments now
Wash,
for
I'm not sure because
Wash,
this
and
guy's the
you're
best
definitely seeing it here or
mechanical.
there.
he just plays
Minute,
plays Clover
just waiting
Reina
and anticipating
every
it right
time,
because
so he
of
can't
his-
really be the
these strong
best.
ults that T-Dog and 7 have.
Like
Now
this
you're
guy's kind of
forcing, the
underrated. I
attackers
think
to
this
make the
guy's
play.
kind of
There's a
good.
minute left on the clock.
This
Now
guy's a
you're
bit of a
trying to
beast.
Get a little bit more info, and you
No,
don't really
honestly,
have
they're
the
all
best
pretty good.
initiator to find info on your B takes.
Like this guy, if he got smart with like, what is this guy? 16, 17? This guy, if he's smart with like his next year or maybe 2 years,
I thought for sure he
has
died.
crazy
I don't even know
potential.
how he just
So he
got
probably is
rejoined
Knights,
his
but-
team.
Dude,
But there's
plot
all
armor.
types of Cypher util. Yeah, the plot armor is
30
huge.
seconds
Main character energy. TSM have all types of Sentinel util.
If he
though,
got smart,
on
you're
the
like
site.
smart with the
And
2 years of
Kane just
practicing.
jumped
I'm not saying
over
he's
one
dumb.
tripwire.
I'm just saying like he
Play
uses
will
the 2 years
continue.
well.
Rolling
Oh
Thunder
my
retake,
goodness.
4-7, 2 rolling thunders. As no one can move. 13
Dude, we
seconds,
can't get the
and
spike
Wash
down, I
has
don't
it
think.
planted,
Yeah,
and
there
this
it
is for
goes.
the
I think Sim
lead.
might have done it.
And Sim 3K that round, 2v2 Knights.
Holy
against
hell,
Zip and
Sim
T-Dog.
is
And it's TSM's defense that pulls
didn't
through
work.
match point, series point, grand final ticket on the line.
Oh, just great from TSM towards the end with the amount of ults. I was going to mention too, GMD has been holding on to this from the shadow for quite a long time. But the first stall with the Nightfall, and then the tethers are given to tell that the rotate's going at the tempos from Wash towards this A site. And then GMD TP's right into all of that util also that anchors up towards that
One
site. There was
chance.
no opportunities here for Wash to go for a plant. And look at this
They
last
shot-
round.
dude,
They have a
Neon
Thrash,
ult,
thankfully,
though.
and
Are they not fine?
But outside of that,
They got the fish ult,
24th round.
and you follow the fish ult with the neon ult.
Can the
Like,
ranked
you're fine.
demons
Surely.
turn this around in their favor with Knights with the Hero Vandal?
Oh, it's a tough one with the bye they've had. Wash have just locked down so much, very little saves. But Wash putting it all on the line after even just pushing TSM to this point. Prowler, Wash are forced to shoot it.
Okay, what pathing do we use?
Gonna know exactly what's up.
Why?
Thrash to clear the site
Oh my
yet
God.
again, going towards Market.
What, do you want to push through
Nino
market
shot
now?
down, no detains of TSM. Have to hold on, and they still bite back
By
against
this
Wash.
pathing.
The plant is barely secure, thanks to the smokes from Knights. We'll have a second life too with the ult. TSM 4v4. A lot of injuries on Wash side.
Paranara from GMD, that's the biggest thing for the retake.
Sim unaffected by the aftershock and now slides on it.
Oh my
Headshot
God, it blocked
tonight,
his slide.
But the ult is out. Sim has to stay focused, and he's on the
Damn,
chase.
dude.
And
Honestly,
that is all
different
she
pathing
wrote.
there, and I think they might have
TSM
done it. Shout out to
will walk to the
TSM.
grand
Like, if you go
final
back a
to
site
face
here,
Trust
clear back a
in
site, and then you
Plug
can
and
go
take
pick it
down
up in the
Wash
corner.
in map
Then you
3.
clear site, then you don't have to worry about going to a crossfire. Once you get the scan there, you're forcing into a smoke. You could get shot from back a site. There could be multiple here. Could even see from the top of here in terms of the rotate.
Like this storyline
it's just
Lemon Cube
not.
was not going to be the case. That
It's
somehow
unlucky.
the ranked demons of Washed.
Yeah, is it this Wash team or like the players in Wash
For the end of the cast.
got crazy potential?
Man, did he look good.
Yeah, Ethos.
And honestly, if
Did you
Sim
think TSM were
doesn't
gonna
just
pull
take
through at
over
the
like this,
end?
they
It was
win
so
for
back
sure.
and forth.
Oh man, I think that honestly TSM was looking a little bit shaky at first because it really looked like Wash was getting in their heads. They were getting behind them.
Okay, so we get
their
TSM against
util
Plug.
wasn't coming out all at the same time. That would leave a little.
You know, I
gap,
kind
a
of
little
think
window
Plug win
for
this after what I've
Wash
seen.
to potentially walk back in, and they almost always did. So if they left any holes again, your defense or the utility, you can almost guarantee that Wash will somehow be there and take advantage of that. And I feel like there's a lot of those gaps on their attack side. But then overall, I feel like TSM did kind of clutch up and kind of start playing aggressively as well. As you saw Sim, this guy took over. This guy completely took over.
100%.
Like,
Holy crap.
this guy showed that, you know, you don't have to be just a ranked player to be able to aim and just go lights out performance and just demolish everyone. Sim,
Yeah, dude, he was wrecking them. Like, I mean, he was 15 and 5 pretty early on, like in the first 7 rounds, maybe.
Insane. And it was such a great just back and forth battle. I also saw that TSM was playing so well at punishing Kane Zera.
NA
at first,
demons,
and
yeah,
then
there's a lot of NA demons.
everyone
Damn,
on that team
dude.
has the capability of becoming Kane
That's
Zera, except for
ridiculous.
Mocking. But everyone on that
39.
team
39 in
has
regulation.
complete control. No, Mocking's actually very good at clutching and closing out rounds too. So I think that a player like Mocking is very necessary.
Dude, I mean,
on a
even that's
roster
good
like
for a
that,
breach,
where
man, fair
everyone's
play.
going crazy, everyone's going ham, and then he's the one who kind of ties things together and make sure that some of the plays make sense.
You definitely saw that, right? In those moments on that second map, and even the jiggles that he had, I think, on Long, if I'm not mistaken, of even in that first map. It was so long ago, but yeah, definitely this is a team like we
He
mentioned.
diffed them,
it looks
yeah.
like it's a
He
Plug
diffed
team,
them.
but the core of it have been playing around and have been grinding like the tier 2, tier 3 scene for quite a long time. So I think to some it might be a surprise because they probably never heard about it, a team like this, and they're able to make this so close against a team like TSM. But they have what it takes for sure.
Yeah.
And we'll have one more match to go. Trust in Plug versus TSM.
How many
Two teams
multi-kill
that went
rounds
all
did
the
he
way
have?
up map 3 to
It was
get
kind
to
of
this
surprising when he
point.
didn't
We'll
get
have
multi-kill
potentially
rounds.
an interview, so Ethos,
Probably
that'll be all
like
you, but we gotta get that
14.
set up for you. So we'll see you guys after this.
Maybe more. I would say 14. 12. Damn. 6 2Ks, 4 3Ks, 2 4Ks. Okay, let's spam some ads and we'll see how long until the final. We'll be back in a bit, chat.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the For Those Who Dare Grand Finals event. We just watched TSM take down Washed in a nail biter series in a 2-1. It was absolutely insane. And joining me today, I have T-Dog, the new IGL to the team. What's up, Travis?
Yo, what's going on, Alan? How are you, bro?
I'm good, man. It's been a while, dude. You're looking good out there, dude.
I appreciate it, bro.
Man, I wanted to ask, what was your guys' how were you guys feeling going into that match? Did you guys think that Wash was gonna give you guys that much trouble going into that series?
Realistically, I was prepared for it. I know how good each one of those individuals are, even though they don't grind the game like, fully. Knights, Kane, Ion specifically are just like, top of their class for their age. When I was that age, I was doing nothing. At their age, they're all the way up, like competing with like challenger VCT level players. So we knew they had a lot of firepower, but I was confident that we were going to be able to 2-0 just off of the week of practice that we've had and the experience that we have as well. Just not getting rattled by these individual plays, these clutches that they have, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you've been around the scene for a minute. I even highlighted the fact that you're just a really versatile caller. Like, you know how to play against teams that play really structured and then teams that play kind of, a little bit more aggressive. So I saw that come out on Haven. You guys were really shutting them down. And I think that, we played LAN together, made a finals, all that, I remember you and me, so like, we have some reps in the past. I know how you work and how you function, but I want to ask, how confident are you going into this grand finals versus Plug?
I'm very confident. This is a team that not myself, but everybody, has played like before. Whether it's been that five together or them scattered around, they've been around for a long time, and they're a really good team. It's an off-season tournament, so we're trying to get what we can out of it, which is reps and develop chemistry with like a new five. I think a lot of teams have been getting like a lot of flack lately about that. With like the challenger stuff going on and this tournament as well. Got to remember it's an off-season event. Not a lot of these teams have time, but it is important to kind of like put your money where your mouth is and not come up short like some of these teams have, and VCL and how 100 Thieves did like today. But they're a good team. They're underrated, and I think it goes to show again the same three that I talked about: Kane, Knights, Ion. Some of those guys on the enemy team, specifically like Mikey, off the top of my head, like these guys are like really like top of their class individual skill. If they can get on a roster with some more experienced people, a coach, I think like a Bonkar situation is like pretty easy to think about, like Mata and Verno, that they're going to be up next, like the best in the game possible.
All right. Thanks so much, man. My last question for you is, how many Dr. Peppers have you had this series?
Oh man, well today it's brought to you by Chick-fil-A a little bit. We've had a good amount. If we're talking can total, we're probably looking at around like 6, 7 today. We got another BO3, so we might
Oh my
run
God.
we might run a couple another.
All right, man. Well, I'll let you get back to it. I'll let you wind down and get back to your teammates. But thanks so much for talking with me, dude.
Absolutely,
Appreciate
bro.
it.
Thank you guys.
All right, you heard it here first from T-Dog. And before I let you guys go, we have one more thing to do, and that is announce the winner of the second giveaway. Again, the giveaway is an ROG Strix Z890-A motherboard with an ATX form factor, bringing you a significant number of PCI slots, expansion slots, and peripheral ports, PCI-E Gen 5 support, and Wi-Fi 7 capability, and much, much more. All you guys got to do, again, is just type in RAISE into the chat at twitch.tv/SOAR. That is SOAR. Live in the US or Canada, be the ages 18 or up. And then, yeah, just type it. Type it. We're going to draw it. Perhaps it's already being drawn. I'm not even sure. Right now, we're on a delay. So what you're hearing right now is, it's already happened. But right now, look at chat. Look at chat. You might win. And yeah, just keep looking at chat. But thanks so much for stick around for that match, and don't go anywhere, because next up we have the grand final event between TSM and Plug. I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right, chat. Final best of 3 here. Dude, we're gonna get another sunset. I know we are. The comps sucked, not your team. You talk about 100 Thieves. I mean, the comps did they didn't suck that much. It was just how it looked as a whole. I would say it didn't look great. I wouldn't. There's nothing to worry about. That's all you have to know. The long break, I can get a power nap in. Yeah, maybe I should have, honestly. Am I able to adjust my sleeping patterns so frequently? I don't know. I just had a nap today. Do you know what it is? Every time I go gym, like I get real tired after I go gym. So if I need to like switch to NA schedule, I'll just sleep like after I go gym, and just hope to nap for a little bit. Then in the actual season, I'm so tired I can just sleep whenever. But normally I have issues sleeping, but in the actual season I'm I'm just permanently tired, I think. So it's a bit easier. I don't know, I heard it's not good for you though, so I wouldn't recommend it. But I've always had to do it for other jobs anyway. Energy drinks or coffee? I don't like coffee. Sometimes energy drinks, but again, I think it's like a bad slope having like loads of caffeine. Like I pretty much stick to the rule of just 3 hours after you've woken up, and like what, 6 hours before you want to sleep. There's like a 4-hour schedule normally where I have it. Did you ever expect your streaming stick to be the guy that literally streams everything? Yeah, that was always the plan at the beginning. There's like only one thing that I control, and it's like outworking people. So I'll always just try and do that. It's something that I've done for ages, like in every job I've had. It's like what I like to do. Yeah, bad impulse when it comes to it. Honestly, having just constantly having just like water next to you is pretty unreal. Like normally you just want to be drinking something, and that's what it is. I think always just having like water by you is always good. What I'd recommend. Tried that, it doesn't work. Okay, then I don't know what to suggest. I think it helps that I like water, I guess. Like I feel a lot better when I have water. Been gymming loads? Yeah, I've been gymming a good amount now. I just have way more time in the off season. So that's pretty cool.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the last match, the very final grand final of the grand finals of the For Those Who Dare tournament.
What's my routine? I just have leg day, pull push, and then just keep just going for him.
We have Lemon Kiwi and Van Silly. We've seen some insane matchups today, and this next match is going to be no less crazy.
But at the moment I've added cardio in, so I do like an hour and 15 these days.
Giveaway. And I know you guys were like, oh, I don't want parts. I don't want all this
Do I
stuff.
track my lifts?
This
Not
is a mod.
really, only
This is a
like
game
memory
where you
stuff.
can take it and use it right now. I don't know. Maybe some people didn't want a part. But here we go. We
I
have
don't
the
like write them
RNG
down or
Strix
anything.
XG27AQM
Am I just starting? I've always like kind of done it, just not consistently, just because work always ruins everything in terms of like a schedule.
And it's the perfect balance for every gamer. If you would like to enter, all you have to do is type the keyword RAZE. Also, to be
Raise.
eligible, raise. Yeah, raise. Also, to be eligible, you must be a lawful US or Canadian resident over the age of 18. If you are not,
Reveal my
you
gains?
get it.
Probably not, dude. Don't really care too much about that stuff. Track my macros? Nah, I just eat whatever.
Though, so enter that.
I eat whatever. When I'm bulking, I'll eat more. When I'm cutting, I'll eat
I
less.
haven't won yet, but I have a good
wonder
feeling about this
why.
one.
You know what? I'm gonna do it as well.
You don't think that they would like disqualify my name, right? They wouldn't like take it out of the drawing.
Always remember the muscle pain when you started. Yeah, Dom's the first time you start is brutal, and then if you keep it consistent, it's kind of fine. If you don't do it for a long time, you get wrecked.
18. I live in the US and / Canada.
You're also
And I'm
hosting.
typing-
Favorite food?
Oh.
I'm not even
But
sure,
yeah.
man. I'm
Anyways,
pretty
if you guys do want to enter,
simple.
make sure
Like
you do
mac
it
and
over at
cheese is just up there, dude.
twitch.tv/SOAR. And now let's get into
For God's sake,
talking
Man
about
City.
the final matchup between TSM and Plug. What are your guys' thoughts?
Dude, I don't
And
even know at this
TSM
point.
looked good. The TSM, I mean, didn't Sim just drop like a 40 bomb like
Yeah.
in the last map?
If not
Like,
at least close to it. The
I mean,
guy's
it's
freaking
technically,
insane.
guys, it was 36. It wasn't, it wasn't anything.
oh, okay,
crazy.
my bad.
Love
Rounding
mac
up, my
and
bad.
cheese, dude. You just can't get
36
wrong
still
with it. It's
pretty
just so good.
nice, and
Yeah.
it was a journey. Plug did have to upset 100 Thieves to be here. If you missed that, you may want to rewind
Actually-
during our breaks.
It was 39. Ethos.
Oh. Wait, really? When do you get the last?
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
Oh yeah, the last.
Ison uses GMT2. Yeah, they don't have daylight saving out here, so when UK changes,
Let's chill out,
it
right?
it stays the same.
Close, though.
Sometimes UK is like an hour.
That's almost as good as how I would probably do on that
Ahead.
exact game. So
Yeah.
I get it.
Wait, you've played Neon before? I only see.
But there's no point in doing daylight savings out here.
I've played
So we
Neon,
only get
but I'm
4
pretty sure
hours
I
of
bought the
daylight at the
Dragon
moment
Ball
anyway,
every time. I
or
don't
like
know how
5
to do it.
hours.
It's actually so difficult.
So it's like, what's the point?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I always get shot mid slide, so I don't know how these guys are like pulling off 3Ks, aces like this. That's just insane. It's out of
Favorite dessert?
my perspective, what I can understand about the game.
Don't know. Like honestly, a chocolate brownie is like pretty legit if it's done well.
Until today, I think right now you're
I would say that's
looking
up there,
at
kind of like
TSM
the
had to
cheesecake.
play like the whole series, right? It had to go to distance. Same thing.
Chocolate
for
brownie, but
Plug
like
in the
chocolate brownie
first
with
series
ice
against
cream.
Under Thieves, but the thing is,
That's kind of unreal.
Plug was able to sit behind.
Dude, there
and
was
wait for the series to finish.
the chocolate
So they got to
brownie
watch all
at
of
Champs
these rounds that
2021
were being
was
played here
crazy good
by
for 4
TSM,
days.
and they have a great opportunity
And then
to
it
be
fell
like, oh,
off.
we know how to fight
Like
against this, so
we started
we're gonna be
ordering
in a good
so
spot.
many that they started making them in bulk.
TSM got pushed
I did
to
the error of
I
telling
mean, yes,
people
it was a
about it, so then the
13-4
team
first
started
map,
ordering it.
and we thought, okay,
And
we
then
can
instead of it being
lean
like
back
fresh
after
made, they
Haven,
just started
maybe
like
this is a quick
reheating them up.
semifinal, But ooh, then
But
Wash
those
pushed
first
them
4
to the
days,
edge,
man,
and
oh
they
my god,
almost
it was so
kind of
sick.
reverse swept, I guess. It went what 13 to 10 or something crazy on the last map. Washed was a huge troublemaker for TSM, but they got to this point.
Yeah.
And it's not against 100 Thieves, so
Yeah.
Gotta
I mean,
gatekeep it. Yeah,
was,
dude,
I
I-
believe,
I
10, 13 second map, and then
I just
13,
started
11
talking
on
about it, started yapping about it, and then
And they were
that
actually
was the end of it.
trying like really hard. They were playing really fundamentally sound Valorant. Yes, they were still aggressive. Yes, they were still taking timings. But overall, they weren't just trolling like we saw in the very first series that we watched from them. And I think that just really goes to show that like these guys aren't just pushovers. They're not just.
How did
These guys
Under
actually
Fuse?
do
Dude,
wanna
I
play
guarantee
proper
the
Valorant.
Reddit's
And I
just
think that's something that
overreacting.
people can't take away from them anymore. And a lot of people maybe
They
were trying to,
consistently bulk and cut.
discredit their accomplishments by, like, oh, they're
It's
just
only
doing
something that
well,
I've started to do
yada, yada,
this
yada, but no,
year
there's
because I knew I wouldn't be able to
genuine,
cut during the
substance
season
behind their plays, their
because
decision-makings, and,
I don't
you
have
know,
time.
performance.
But I knew I might be able to bulk, so I thought I would try it.
Hitting the shots, really, that's the most important
It's
thing,
actually
but they're hitting
kind
the
of
shots and they're doing
surprising
it
how
in the proper moments. And I think that
I'm not saying
overall,
quick,
Wash really
but it's
impressed
easier
me
than I
throughout this
thought to
tournament.
like
It's not even with their
get the
full
weight
roster from
off.
Breakers, which is their
But I never
challenge
used to be able to
team, and
gain
I'm
weight, so it was like
definitely
really
watching
weird.
moving
But
to the next
I've
challenge.
started to be able to gain weight a lot easier now I'm older. And then now I can like shift my weight pretty, or it's like easier each way.
Two teams that went through the gauntlet of the open qualifiers to reach this moment right here in the grand finals.
Which event do I plan to go to in 2025? I'm not even sure. I'll see what
And Monty
Riot
said in
offer,
his interview
if any.
that he
If
much
they don't
rather
offer, that's fine
face
as well.
TSM or was expecting this, so they are prepared.
Did you ever
and these are
post a
gonna be
picture of
some
my
very
physique?
familiar
Nah, I
maps.
don't
TSM
like doing that
select
stuff.
Haven, which is the one they just 13-4'd Washed on, and Plug get to pick
I don't do it
Sunset,
for other people, I just do it for
where
myself.
They won that against 100 Thieves, so both, I think, a strong map set for both.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna mention,
Haven,
oh, yeah,
Sunset,
remember
of course.
Monty's,
Split as a
interview, like,
decider
hey,
could be
sometimes really
awesome.
good, sometimes we get stuck.
Yeah, they sometimes maybe good,
That's some good
sometimes
quotes.
maybe not so good.
Just trying to find my
is what he
censor button,
said.
couldn't find a good thing
Split
to
would be
say.
really nice.
But yeah, going back to the maps, it does make a lot of sense. As I mentioned before, I mean, you have a team like Plug that's very comfortable playing on Haven and Sunset. They could come out with different comps.
Find it hard to get enough protein on a cut. Dude, it's really lucky here. They got some awesome stuff. Like they got some good products out here. Like this skewer thing, it's basically just yogurt. I don't know what people call it out there.
I'm hoping to see a third map.
But it's like really high in protein. That's like really easy to eat.
Because they also used to love to play Split as well. But
Haven
I
and
don't
Sunset
know if
again,
gonna
yeah, it's non-stop.
go to that
At
third
least
map.
Haven's good though.
I feel that it might be an opportunity here for Plug to potentially even upset on a 2-0 just because TSM.
Of course, I'm going to be going to Paris. I don't know, man.
Wow.
And
I don't know, it
see
depends
in
if they
Agent
ask me.
Select here in a second what Duelist TSM
Yeah, I
opt
do,
for,
AM.
because they like the Jet, and that could be the difference of Duelist, right? Sim on the Jet, Jerwin on the Neon, who continued to run that on Haven, but Plug didn't look so good on Haven against 100 Thieves. They lost 13-6 playing that Neon, so Jerwin, had a hard time on that map, but maybe against Sim, against TSM, it'll be a different story.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think TSM, they do have Haven.
Those 5 hour. Wait, is that true?
But T-Dog's calling Haven is that type of map.
Only 5
where
hours from
if
here?
You do have a fundamentally
Wait,
more
is that
sharper
actually true?
team
That's
and
nuts.
You know what you're doing. That you saw
Pretty
with
good.
100 Thieves as well. You shouldn't be losing. You should be able to take map control, and you should be able to really make it difficult for them to get any headway into any site, into any parts of the map. So, if T-Dog can,
I think it's all
remain that
preference,
versatile
AM.
caller that I know
The
he
hardest thing, you
has,
just got to find
he
one
should
until
be
you
able
like it.
to, outcall this sort of newly formed team with a few days of practice, and should be able to come out on top on Haven at the very least, is my prediction. For the rest of the series, I'm not quite too sure, but I do know that what TSM struggled with against Wash was just the unsurmountable amount of firepower that they brought to the game. They were just demons, like aim demons, and I don't think that Plug is any less than that either. They have that firepower. If anything, they just might be a little bit more kind of structured and a little bit more put together than Wash, the less solo plays and a little bit more double pushes. But overall, the
Alright,
aim
let's see.
and the confidence and the aggressiveness will still be
Nothing
much
too
there.
crazy.
The same confidence and aggression that caused TSM problems on Sunset and on Ascent. So
TSM look good on this map,
I'm
though.
Really, I have no idea who's going to take this series. Really, I think they're both looking really good, but I would like to see Plug do well because they didn't make it out of Challengers group. So this would be really funny if they.
If I'm Plug
Yeah,
here,
TSM have a
I'm
chance to do the
spamming
funniest
C
thing, and
hits.
we're here to watch it all happen. Thanks, Ethos. We'll see
Like,
you
who's
after
meant
the
to
map.
stop me from taking
And
C
yeah,
here?
no Mikey
Breach?
Chamber. I thought, okay, they would have to go back to standard
Until they put
against
the
100
breach
Thieves,
there,
but not gonna
I'll
be the case.
rush C the whole
Here,
time.
Mikey's just gonna stick to his fundamentals and how to slow down TSM, especially Sim.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. If you're looking back at TSM side, they won that series previously against Wash, but it's not until Sim had to really much carry everybody into his backpack, and it was a small backpack, but he somehow managed to fit everybody in there for them to win like a 13-11 towards the end. So you cannot expect Sim to do that every single map, although it would be freaking awesome if he can. In the last 2 series, to just pop off and just not stop. But they definitely need a little bit more. Maybe not on this map though, because we've seen some really good anchoring coming out from GMD on the C side.
TSM on
playing
defense,
their gun rounds.
Plug on attack.
And that's where TSM's going to start, right?
We
They're
get the
looking to fight back
5.
into some
5
potential
goes
Plug
out.
aggression up towards B, across first and up at the fault line.
Recon to short.
But maybe this first
Recon in
dart
return,
is
get
already
shot.
pull a pivot away.
Yeah, it's
Once
nice
she
on
gets
the
scared on
play is cool.
A,
They got
do we
3
push
set up in
middle?
B, so They want to crossfire. That was one option, but it gives them easy access to A or C.
Seven's in trouble. He just has to kill one.
It is, and Seven already gonna get to call
Oh,
this
yeah,
out.
so
He's
much
not even on
trouble.
immediate retreat. I think he got grabbed well. There's, I don't know what happened.
I got stunned there.
Honestly,
Got
might
stunned. Okay,
might be the round done.
Stars on his side, and well, this round is not on TSM's side. Plug
Eternity Val, thank
gets
you
to
so much
just
for the
flood
tier
in
1
and
also.
barely
Thank you for
drop
that, dude.
anyone. Ziv just
Welcome
shooting
into
at a
the Slug Club,
distance,
thank you.
finished off Jerwin, and see how Plug, or yeah, how Plug look in the post plant.
Last player standing.
So
Pretty
far,
good
so good.
Yeah, Ziff is alone. Gonna be very hard to retake. I mean, he'll have a turret to maybe ping some player out when his cage comes down, but there's just too many players to
Yeah,
fight
impossible
against.
for this retake.
Nonetheless, this looks like a very similar
Itakuri,
pistol round
regen
result
shield. If
for
you die and
TSM,
get
just against their
revived,
previous,
stage
couple,
res or close
opponents, rather,
self
of
res, you keep
Just
the
trying to have
rest of
somebody
the
dance and
armor
play inside that smoke. This time
25
they
and the
had
25
Seven
reserve for
hiding inside
some
of it, gets
reason.
owned by the relay bull
Wait,
by
what do you
Jerwin,
mean?
And then two other players start to fast rotate
You saying
towards
that it
spawn,
goes
and
up
two
to
recent
25 and it
picks
doesn't
up.
like
Again,
use a
very
reserve,
similar
it like
things.
resets?
They'll probably watch that game here that TSM just had to play against Washed, and they're like, hey, they're weak side, they're playing Extremity on the A, they're having the player dance around in front of default so you can at least hold down and maybe reflit towards long, and then they play Flood retake before even using
It's usually
utility. It
50 on
just goes
reserve,
double
yeah,
up
that's what I'm
and try to
saying.
retake
Because then it
the
must
zone.
use one of the
Flood was
reserves
just
if
ready
you
for
push
that
it to
one.
25,
And,
25.
TSM are already gonna
Which
be
means
on
that
a
would
full
be
eco
how it
since
should work.
Sheriff.
We'll just have to keep an eye on these early round recons and just what
Yeah.
information we're getting.
Res with that is
Jerwin
interesting.
already
Like,
spotted
you know when you do like
at A
res
main,
for
not
money,
able to shoot that quick enough.
res when you have that shield
But that's what Seven's
becomes...
job is, to just collect
Res
information
makes
and
more
stay
sense.
alive. He wasn't so lucky last time thanks to the stun, I think, from Jerwin. Either way, Plug can now dial things back. And TSM have already started to scale up their jet here of Sim. Now this Aftershock is going to force him into the firing squad.
Yeah, this is nice
Jeez.
from them though. Clearing over towards middle, good. To Mildot, with the Prime, thank you also, dude. Thank you for the 13 months. That's why it's 25, 25 reserve. Yeah, it's definitely how it intended. It's cool.
GMD is thinking about. Thought he was going to go past the smoke. Meanwhile, Ziff is working on a flank through C.
This is on the new patch now. This is old
So,
patch.
Plug just have to overwhelm the site here.
Dude, GMD got
takes
GMD got a
down
double
with
here.
them, which is
We got to
huge.
push behind.
You got
Cypher's still
Seven working
alive
on a
though,
flank
so
too. Could be coming up
kind of
from
doesn't matter.
behind
They're gonna get info on
Bao.
both of this, or at least gonna hear the jump over.
Could be grabbing his weapon too. Just depends
Spike
on
planted.
the angle. No, you can't get anything because of the trip, and he just gets caught mid shock bolt.
You didn't think they
So
were
yeah, Ziff
close?
is
Why
gonna
wouldn't you
hope
jump
to,
it?
Get behind Bao here
Auf Wiedersehen.
and take his rifle into the next one.
I think he just wants to go fight here. They'll be able to fight rifles in the next, and he just wants to make it
Sim
expensive.
dropped the
too.
nuke.
Bulldog
Dude, he got
is
39 kills
not
on
worth
Sunset
versus
earlier.
1,000 credits with Bulldog versus the full rifle you could get here with the kill that he just got. So it's just unfortunate for TSM trying to go for that double flank, and it was being watched on both extremities by a trip. GMD letting 2 nice shots with the Sheriff, but it wasn't taking out Mikey, so those trips are always up. So Plug was always ready to react here on the information, and I was going to mention a clean anti-eco, but it ends up being quite expensive going into the next round. So they'll try to leverage Jerwin with the Bucky, maybe an early garage control.
Looks like Plug have been good at watching their flanks too.
Yeah,
Bao's
recon
gonna get
over
prepared for that.
towards 8. Gives him
We'll
full
just have a
control.
Sheriff into this
7's
round.
got
Full
his...
rifle buy, as you said, for TSM.
7's got his Odin out again. That was looking pretty good earlier.
From a distance, and there's Jerwin making this.
Oh my goodness, it looked like he
What
popped
a
him from
ping
far.
on someone at the back. And Jerwin's gonna
Yeah.
push his luck.
Bit too obvious when you made the sound of the Bucky earlier.
Now Plug has
Someone's
to be
close, they're gonna get in the
careful.
smoke.
TSM before they
Damn.
start to carve their way through.
Damn.
Both sides.
What is that
Straight
fuck
through
kill?
the cage and gets 3.
Dude, if I'm the Omen here, I'm
So
furious.
that'll get
You were all meant to
TSM
buy
on the
time for
board
me. And you
soon.
push, push,
Being able
push,
to carry
push.
all these rifles through is gonna be huge.
It's already made so much noise rotating across there for Bun Bao, but very, very nice for Sim indeed. A little bit of an overheat for Jerwin after they got map control.
I
And
mean,
his-
the whole thing
looks
was
like
an
he was either
overheat.
trying to pick up a Guardian
Oh, this
or
is
just
a
trying to
much
surprise
better
somebody
trajectory.
inside the smoke because he is also still a Neon with a Bucky. but there was 2 players inside there. Something that so far in these 2 matches that I've witnessed from TSM, or at least all the rounds that we've witnessed from TSM so far, they've been really good at isolating Neon and punishing Neons on slides when you're trying to do so much surprise attacks on the side of the duelist, and that allowed TSM to get a very clean retake in round number 3. Sorry, and even a lockdown ready for Xith.
Okay, first big buy rounds, and they go for a 4-1, and this kind of makes sense, right? They can use Killjoy ult to retake over towards C. Dude, we have 8 people. Not even. We're gonna have 9 people dueling this, maybe.
That's the beauty of getting a triple kill off a pistol.
Waited for them to get close, disrespect the smoke. Oh my goodness, GMD is farming people as well.
Just from being in sewers.
2 HP, 56 HP.
For Mikey, but at 2 HP and 56 HP, it's about outracing the defense.
Yeah, thank God you tanked the turret.
That turret, Mikey could have died, so lucky there. Still hoping to get the spike planted soon. Sherwin watches garage. Mikey will be safe for now.
Spike planted.
Using drone instead too. HP could have been called out to try to get a shock dart into sight. Breathing moments.
He probably didn't even need the lockdown, but you know, insurance is always nice.
7 is outrageous for this at the moment.
TSM matching us up, bringing the Odin, the Vandal over, and some good money is starting to accumulate on TSM side.
Yeah. It definitely looks like overkill, but the lockdown's still pretty good to funnel the players
Sim,
outside of the extremities.
Struggle. I think I don't know for sure in terms of Sim and like why he struggles so much in the Sentinels or Sen City stuff. Some of the setup wasn't there, but I would say the main thing was like, I think it's just a nerves thing.
Double nano swarm to do double damage. Well, you can play the lockdown and full retake.
And then that's just done from reps of like, you don't in tier 2 you don't get many reps of playing like LAN or outside of your comfort zone.
TSM lost Sim early through this route, and look, Plugger just stepping up the aggression, and Sim takes a step back and fires back even harder. The Plug are just trying to, I mean, they lost their best gap.
He tried to drone up to heaven, that's so funny.
So this is just kind of tough.
You can do it if you go to this fast.
7 hosing everybody down, putting out the fire. This is about to be 3 in a row for TSM.
Yeah, nicely done. Dude, yes, I mean Sim's farming. They kind of just taking tons of getting multi-kills. EMD into Sim. Ever since they've kind of stabilized money, they're looking incredible. Muted House with the 29 months. How was TSM versus Washed? It was good, to be honest. It was very close.
Plug not having a good opportunity.
Sim saved him a little bit on Sunset.
Really sit up here in the post line because they lose a lot of players in the process.
Muted House again. Appreciate the tier 1. Thank you.
Especially as you said, trying to utilize Jerwin to close these gaps. He's like instantly dead, getting 0 value.
You get revived and you keep whatever your reserve armor is. That's interesting. So Sage gets a small buff. Nice shot. Sage gets a small buff on that as well.
Now you know there's an op at A main, and Plugger still gonna push the issue, thinking, okay, he doesn't have a dash, he can't be that crazy anymore, right? The drone, is it gonna spot Teague?
When you die and get revived, the armor should be removed completely?
TSM,
nah, I don't think so.
Just being ready.
Why do you think that?
Could just play
it's
back
regen
too.
armor.
He's got a Hunter's Fury, he's got Shock Pulse, there's so much.
You're getting revived, it has a chance to regen.
Plug playing at such a disadvantage without their Neon, and playing that close with an op, and 7 even supports him. Could barely see anything though. Great paranoia out of Bow. And Teague has a fault line left, and the post plant's looking pretty shaky with an op still lurking around on the site. He just didn't clear this A short area, so Teague's gonna go down with the ship.
It's nicely done though. No matter what, you're getting traded. They can pick up the op, they can pick up the Odin.
TSM will still get to keep the op.
Yeah, and their money's really good. Dude, Sim stats are gonna be kind of incredible at this tourney.
It just goes for the whole 360 and being
a great first shot.
And being able to spot the last player to allow this trade to happen. But for Bun Ballot to get picked like that, that was an unfortunate miscom, or just missing the heads up play that he could maybe try to avoid the op and try to punish somebody else that's going to be out of position coming back from spawn. But
Is there any more games other than the tournament going on China at the moment? Nah, not really. On the 20... can't remember if there's a 29th or the 30th. I want to say 30th. There's a 4-team event going on.
maybe double ult around this half buy, especially if Joran gets good value out of it. This is looking to be probably a wall pinch back into the C choke.
But it's EMEA.
But the C is the main focus, but there's already like 3 players there already.
Yeah, Sim gets
Okay,
just
Joan
solo
goes in.
all
Let's see
day with
alarm
an
bot.
op.
They pop this at the same time, heading over
Now
towards
Plug
B.
Try to break into B, wrap around the back of Garage, and Jerwin
And
gets
what
to
is
steal
this?
away the Vandal and just be a true threat in the back line. But the threat is also in front of Plug. They lost their spike carrier, so they'll regain. They'll have a member advantage, but definitely not a health advantage. Sim is now on the flank with an op.
Dude,
He
this
drops
guy, when his
that,
instant
and
decision
Seven
making is
able to
like,
change out his... Oh, that's a stinger.
I think that's
actually,
another
so
thing as
not
well. Maybe
something
he was
wants to change out
overthinking
quite
too
yet.
much.
Just the Odin.
But like this guy had already
retake
4'd
one.
ahead of his
Quote-unquote,
next
just
kill.
the Odin.
Like I,
It's gonna own.
It's just, yeah, but
oh my god. I mean,
okay, well maybe.
it'd be good for it.
Maybe. Just gotta
two
be
shotguns,
quicker.
too.
Ah, see, told ya.
It's the classic though.
I wasn't worried.
How many times are we talking about
Nice
this?
and
Winning,
50 towards the end,
winning
though.
one
I
with one
just feel
person
that for
surviving.
TSM, there was a lot of gaps on how they were setting up on their defensive round. Yes, they had
Close
3
real
players here
close.
towards the C side, but the wall that's being thrown
This is a
towards
nice shot,
B,
though.
the turret cannot really see him in the first place, so it doesn't really give a chance here for Timmy to sound the alarm that there's going to be this crunch happening towards the C choke.
Then they started
But
to
they
realize
have
they're
to be
not playing
ready
over
for that,
towards B
especially
as
whenever
well,
the
and they can
Alpha
just
go
push their
all
way
the
through.
back to the window of the garage and spotting nothing in the back there. And it's great here for Plug.
Okay,
that they
3 people.
identified that
They can't
gap,
buy
and
next
that
with
was
it.
quickly taken away here by
Cage to
Jerwin
block.
to even put that player
Very
in the
pressure
garage,
that he
like,
could have
out
popped
the
over
line, but they just
towards
inched
short.
him and
That's
took him
nice.
down, so.
Oh,
Where we praise TSM in good
insta
positions
drone
from the
into
very beginning, they
Sovo.
get
Most
caught for the
people would
first time.
send it over towards C after this.
And a blind ult,
Ooh, he only
unfortunately
got
not
2
getting any
off.
pings or kills.
Does cost some movement. Maybe Plug could just
Oh
play
man.
off of that info. Rolling Thunder. Plug gonna go in mostly blind, and T-Dog's just already emerging out of the smoke, ready to throw hands with Plug. And it's Mikey with 3 that swings the round. You thought in Plug's favor, and it's just the Sim op remaining. You all know it because of that Mikey neural theft. But no more pings, so he's
A
gonna try
fast
and surprise them
reposition.
through Garage.
A great
Try not
trip.
to make any noise.
Ooh.
And now he wants them to make contact. He wants them to challenge.
Whoa.
Oh, he picks out Bow. Wait, this is so possible.
Damn.
36.
He
Sim
is
gets it
really
done.
on it
Sim
today.
is different right now, chat.
Really,
Sim
really
is
on it. We're
different.
reading setups and everything. That
is
was
such
awesome.
good play on
That
a
was so,
1 versus 2,
nice.
A beautiful clutch.
He has
And
the
he
EG
definitely
spray.
dared to win that. I mean, just jiggling
That's
out to get that.
funny.
I love that spray of the EG on the ground too. Be like, hey, you let go of this. I mean, watch this. Just the jiggle to force out that swing from the Omen. I mean, anything
Oh,
else.
this,
it was
this
good
is really
protocols coming
nice.
out from
Read
Plug.
it so
You have the
well.
Cypher, Mikey
This is
playing
what I mean.
contact,
Like when I
and
watched
as
him
he
over
gets
towards
spotted
long,
here, you're trying to
like
go for
he's
a
so
double
in the
swing.
zone. He
Sim
knows
spots
exactly
it,
what
just
he's
uses
doing.
the
Like he knows
core of the
exactly what he
wall
wants
as
to
the
do.
extra
Like
obstacle to
after he's got
isolate
like the
these
first
fights.
kill or first
And you're
jiggle or
playing against an
whatever.
op here, and you're also playing against Sim.
Just
I
pure
mean,
flow
that was
state. And I
clean.
wonder if like maybe he was overthinking himself in
call
other
a
events. I don't
timeout.
know.
For Trust and Plug
It's a consistency issue.
to figure out what's gonna
But
come
this
next
tournament
and
here,
how
he's just taken
they
over.
can go into these rounds more confidently, not just stealing away.
There's something
a
to
round
prove
here
now.
and
Yeah,
there.
that's also true.
It's TSM that are still pretty locked into this map, especially with the Sim op. Like, how do you react to that? How do you challenge that? How do you punish that?
Yeah, and he tried. I mean, the trip was a perfect play too for Mikey, but you're playing in the moment, right? You're planning, you're trying to set it up, you're trying to sound the alarm. I mean, he did even jump over to make some noise, so it's like everything was well played. But when you have a player that's on a heater like that, that's a
It's a
similar story
consistency
as-
issue, is
as
it line
last
issue?
series where
That's also
Knights
true.
and King could do no wrong, so whatever you're trying to do, there's just no answer. And the only thing maybe out of this one is the timeout to cool down
Dude,
TSM's hot
what
streak.
mad impact that
Also
is
with
as
how
well.
TSM's just
Breaks
hitting
that
every single one
econ,
of his
especially
shots.
with 2
And
rounds.
hoping that the timeout may force him to overheat a little bit more and Plug could salvage a couple of these rounds.
First time seeing mid control from Plug, or at least like sending the team there. Now smoking off B could be a fight for Garage with Alarmbot and Astra smokes there. No one actually watching that Garage window. Just Ziff kind of holding solo, and
Is they gonna
some
go back
delay.
into him?
The
How'd
fact
he
that
deal with the
Plug can gain
drone?
Immediate garage control, and meanwhile, Sim's gonna take this time to scale up through a log, and he gets pinged by the drone, and now has to leave, and at least gets to keep the op.
Yeah, D-Lug's confidence is way too
Drone
much.
From Seven's side actually cleared out towards garage and long C, so they know that there's nobody really leaning towards that side. for the first
My
util.
guy, you cannot be playing
So
like
he get
this.
3 peeks. That's the overheat I'm talking about, but he makes it out.
Wow.
He's going for
with
no
the updraft
scopes.
too, dodging out of some bullets that were just spraying through the smoke.
He's way too
Took some
confident right
damage,
now.
Could have been worse. Always could have been worse. And now
Jesus,
Seven is
that's just
gonna
a
own
straight
and
up
spray
crossfire.
through
Actual
B
crossfire.
main and Plug are
Timmy.
caught. There's one sheriff that's hanging around, and Ziff trades, and it's just Jerwin with at least a Vandal and the spike to salvage this
Neon man.
round and run over with 12 seconds left to see to plant.
Oh, dude, he's gonna go back
The
aggro.
gear rifle that he brought into this round here for
Oh, he
Blood.
doesn't go aggro. That's
Be
duelist
another
there.
thrifty for Plug. I'm ready. Jerwin, here's them running in, and okay, just the
Jesus.
1-2
Nice,
punch. Another
dude.
intel thrifty for
Kind of
Plug.
thought he was
Okay.
wrecked with his positioning,
That's
but
two-round salvage
chooses
from
the
Intel
off
Thrifties,
angle.
Man, that's just crazy.
Kind of.
Again, it's not a weapon that was
Yeah.
even picked up by Jerwin.
They'll be
Everything
aiming
from the
higher, I
spray.
guess, with the
It
swing.
looked like they were just going through the meat grinder.
Dude,
to
that was a
turn.
lovely
He gets
1v3
kill
though.
on top of that. But this, the
Not sure,
slide
not sure how that kills, but
and the balls
oh, he's
to play
really
out
calm
the
on
open
that.
Like that was just so nice there from Jerwin because
everyone's
he had
taking
no
turns of
escape.
just being
He's just trying to
insane.
use the logs as like a one-way, so that he shows only his head, and he did it perfectly. Because GMD did not expect for him to be out in the open. Sim was not in an angle to trade it out, but Sim will be in an angle here. Oh my
What? I thought that
Jesus.
hit. Okay.
Yeah, it did hit.
Shorty gets it done. And also, before that, Sim was like 12-6, so TSM putting a lot of eggs in the Sim basket. This Plug, look, hoping to drone up into B, or even recon, with Teague still alive. Gotta worry about Seven. I mean, Seven mowed them down last time with the Odin, and he's still getting into position, and Plug just now getting
You were just
established,
taking
and
turns of
they
just
don't wanna
duelist
let
feeling it.
anyone from TSM get a retake set up. So Plug get a successful plant and a 2-man advantage against Seven and Ziv, and now it's pretty cooked.
Superb utility from Plug to really enter towards that B site. One of those rare opportunities or rare moments where you had everything working in your favor for Plug, where I've praised TSM so good at shutting down Jerwin, trying to get entries. But this time there was the aftershock that pushes GMD out of position, the fault line and stuns that's keeping T-Dog in his tracks, the flash to push forward for the double kill. I mean, all that was so good here for Plug. And now TSM, I mean, if Ziff could save his weapon, it would be difficult, though. Never mind. Very easy. There's a Neon from the back. But 5-5 on the scoreline. This is still not really out of the game, but also not out of the fire for Plug. There's still 5 rounds that they have on the attack only. Where TSM was seeing what they could do on their attack side, seeing how good they were on activating attack side, how they could smother around the Astra utility on the hits. Trusted Plug has to be ready for those type of sight slams coming out from TSM, but not until these last 2 rounds are about to be played out here.
The
Sim
eco push over
was
towards
about to go
mid,
for an
maybe
outlaw,
get
but
some
he
ults
decides
on
to go
this,
for
we'll
a
see.
Phantom half shield to combine the next round, but still try to leverage him to push down on a crunch into middle.
TSM hoping to
Yeah, and they hear the camera.
Thrifty the same way that Plug have got now 2 Thrifties and Monty with First Blood. Punishing TSM scaling up through
Wait.
mid, and it's just
Gonna say,
all
did the
pins
camera not see the
falling
guy at the bottom?
in favor of Plug. And it's just Ziff with a classic, kind of like last round, left solo at C. And left behind at the party, so Plug from a Thrifty to a round 10 win to now a 3v1.
Pushes middle and gets a gun.
It's hoping to keep these rifles, but they're still in a pretty rich situation.
Yeah, for sure, for Trusted Plug. And Ziff is going to try to make it so they don't have too much money going into the next round. Especially the last round of the half, everybody could buy here for TSM. Even Sim could buy an op and maybe a half shield or glass cannon. But they are not giving any breadcrumbs here for Plug.
Good
Never mind.
reaction though. Okay.
Never mind, Jordan's just gonna jump out.
Jerwin's having a little too much fun with this.
Yeah, at
It's
least
just
saves it
gonna
for the next rounds.
Get
Okay.
out of dodge. And that'll be
See who
Plug with a lead.
wins the
after
half, or
a
if we just get a
4-2 start
6-6.
for TSM.
And that's an important kill too for Ziff to
Last
just
round
get.
before
'Cause
the switch.
now he has a rifle that he moves into the next round. He has a lockdown that's available too. I'm just trying to see, because you save your weapons, you have a Phantom, it's 1,000 credits. He got damage too, so he can't really go for a full shield rebuy if he needs to buy back into another nanoswarm. And
Okay, the
alarm
op is
button, as I say
out.
that, he could
And
just
I think we have a backup gun and an op here, right?
But these additions, Ziff and T-Dog, I mean, Ziff is really shining here on the defense.
Yeah, gonna take a shot and then has a backup
T-Dog in
rifle.
the past, I think was, what, top fragging on Sunset, I want to say, or second best. So I like how they're just being integrated by TSM, and it's going well, and Plug swiftly get into C. Usually it's Ziff solo holding, and they can just kind of depend on the lockdown, or let's see what this Hunter's Fury gets
Ooh.
first. And Sim is
No way, he goes forward with a shorty.
Sim is getting trolled by this op.
Spike
Hey,
planted.
he just hit the door.
Paranoia out. Plug is just gonna send Jerwin on the hunt, and he gets checked, he gets humbled, and Plug extending out to fight
All
through
pass
this
and
lockdown
send
against
to go
Destroy.
break the ult.
But at what cost? Plug lost their
Jesus.
entire team.
Yeah, it just felt like they were a
Sim
step
maybe
ahead in
missed the
terms of
first
just
shot,
having the
but he
ult
was gonna
here.
miss a second time. Mikey backpedaled and tried to go back for a re-hit it into
6.
Garage,
I
and
mean,
went
TSM
right
should
back into
be
Garage
pretty happy with
so
this.
Not being able to engage to a late flank, a late lurk into Garage, while the rest of them just funneled Plug into forcing to fight the lockdown. That was very, very nice for them to instantly pop it down here for Ziff.
It's on defense,
That,
yeah.
just move
Feel
it
like
at the last
how?
second.
I'd be so mad. There's 2 times I thought Sim had the shot. It just didn't connect. Well, what's your line? Oh, I would have hit on land.
Exactly. Exactly. But also, Seven's been a total nuisance with his Odin as well. Even though like Sim's been popping off with this op, it's so hard for Plug. I mean, they are scraping at the bottom of the barrel for these round wins, especially with 2 thrifties that they won. The
Hey, we're
Intel
keeping on the
50s that went
pistols for
on
this
their
one.
side
Oh, no.
For Trust and Plug. And that's what I meant about how gruesome it's been for Trust and Plug. To make this a 6-6 half, I mean, this could have been a whole different half if TSM didn't get thrifty the way that he did. Now they have the attack side, their strong side too, and Trust and Plug. They are, I mean, similar strategy, trying to fight back into a contact fault line, and somehow Jerwin just got picked.
They
Man,
they reuse the same
Everyone just gets
pistol.
dismantled there from
I
a
don't know
Plug.
about
We're
that
holding
one.
Garage, and T's trying to backstab.
As soon as they got the
dropping through into
first kill,
smoke.
they knew the second
We'll
one
have
was
Mikey
here.
to
They
play
watched the
off of.
pistol earlier. Dude, you can't reuse your same
Could get a
pistol in
lead
a
here if
tournament.
Things continue to go
Not
their
in a
way, and
one-day
they've just been
tournament,
mostly
surely.
left untouched. TSM just communicating so well to react to where Plug is trying to push from.
Almost looks like TSM was watching a game for Plug versus 100 Thieves when they were waiting on the sidelines.
Yeah.
Because Plug just set up the way that they did, and
Nice
then
spot from
how it
Van
was stopped
City.
by 100 Thieves before is that they had Cryo just holding back towards the T spawn to watch the Garage on the crunch that they were trying to do. So TSM just set up the same way, very similarly, but instead of waiting to react and counteract, they just pushed into the Garage and got an instant kill into Jerwin, where, I mean, Plug cannot do anything after that.
It's just good timing on Jerwin, and no trade for Plug. And Asus flawless to start off our second half. And still the 6-6 half tells us this could be really
Yeah, I
close.
mean, a 1-1
This is
pistol,
the
we
map
like that.
pick of TSM. So we'll see where they take us now with an Ares buy from 7.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm
Maybe hoping to
grenade
just
out.
pressure through Garage and using the KJ util to get attention, to get info and mid.
Here.
See how Monty's gonna hold them back. He's got no util.
Solo server on A.
This coming, maybe he could hear this
Absolute
coming.
nightmare. We always keep talking about.
He's
Dude,
already
I've seen
ready
it
to
so
leave the
much.
site.
And I didn't see it for a good amount of time, and now
Yellow
I've seen it
throwing
all
back.
the
We'll
time
confirm
over
for
towards
TSM
A.
that the site's
At least we
open.
leave nice and early.
Nobody hell, nobody default.
One down.
The smoke's not going to do anything because they've already confirmed that there's nobody there. The only thing that he might be afraid of is potentially
Spike
sewers,
planted.
but
Yeah, I mean, they're
I was gonna
allowed
say,
2
not
deaths.
really
Maybe
looking to
Killjoy
fight back
goes
in that
down in the
area. Now they go for
2v1.
the
That's
buddy-
about
buddy
it.
system for that, and to even support Ziff. Going to pull back.
Placing alarm
Maybe a
bomb.
cool flank, yeah.
Good enough. Because they have the alarm bot to watch the flank too, so that's going to work.
See Monty dancing with the Sheriff against the Vandal there from Sim. Got a late fault line from T-Dog. It's just a matter of time, and maybe Plug can keep TSM trapped in here. It seems like the plan. Bao is still holding from behind, and TSM are running towards Bao and Mikey. There's the paranoia, and there's the swing, and who is left at the end? It's still TSM.
Okay, I mean, they saved the 3 guns. That's all that matters. They get a really good bonus.
Paranoia throw by Benbao to try to push through and get those exits towards the end. I mean, you're trying to close the gap by turning the corner where people that are hit by that flash could probably just narrow that gap to be nearsighted to win those fights, especially with everybody from TSM exiting at that spot. It was an attempt.
I do watch the APAC games and the NA games. I just changed the sleeping pan.
You got 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, a Ghost. Half shields maybe could be the saving grace right now for
right.
Fight back.
Bonuses, like we said, decent. They save a good amount of money. What's that one?
Sim with one of those Vandals.
Late
At least
bounce land on A, so you can swing long at the same time.
Back with 2 flashes.
Cool.
The TSM, they like to pre-fire to like force someone to challenge them. Now you know someone's on the other side of the box, and there's more to worry
Holy hell,
about.
this guy is playing
Sim,
inhuman.
so mechanical. You challenge him, man, he will best you almost every
Jesus,
time.
Reven out here has been a
TSM
human
just win
decoy
every
once we get
duel,
full
and
flashed.
At least there was pushback from Plug this time. It wasn't just
Yeah, they kind of fell for the bait though,
kind of
heavy,
a
right?
awkward retake with no util. Still have a paranoia to work off of from Bao, but that wasn't used.
Tripwire destroyed.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to happen here for Plug. I mean, it's going to be hard to retake when they have no util to retake with and no bodies to retake with. That's the most important thing. I mean, look how you're running this block down. Too good of a damage here on the side of TSM.
Really convincing bonus.
That is, I mean, it's nice what TSM did. The walk contact up, jump spot forces out the first flash from Teague. But right after that, the first stall, I didn't like the repeat from Monsi to just try to crouch peek out to try to get information because he falls first. And then Jerwin gets caught in a 1v1 inside sewers. And then suddenly you have a 3 versus 1 inside the site where nobody's able to trade off each other.
Yeah,
you still had more
that
util coming
should
out from
secure
Teague
them kind
if
of
they're
running
gonna try
away
to
with
go
this.
for a re-hit.
The money's
Only
really
wasted
good.
out 1 flash when Sim was able to push up. And you forced out the updraft from
Sim?
Too, so there
Yeah,
was
he
still
needs to get
great
some line
utility
experience
in
somehow.
the pockets of Plug to be able to really, you know, push them back, trying to move forward.
But now you know that TSM are
He'll
hitting
probably get
that
another
A
trial
site
at one
quite a
point.
bit. So now Plug can just take a timeout and address this, because that was
Looks like
their
this
first
team
full
suits
gun
him for a
round,
good
and
amount of time though, so
Plug did try
they'll
to
do well on this team.
take these duels. It's just, it was tough to stop Sim and really the rest of the squad when you're being outnumbered, when you're looking at Plug being outnumbered, trying to hold back against this wave of damage.
Yeah.
So it's Plug having to retake how you want to go forward and how you're going to stop this win streak from TSM.
Well, it was a real gun round for the side of Plug. It was still a bonus round for TSM that was converted too. So now look at how you're flooding in terms of economy. Sim could even go for an attack op if he wants to, but I think after
Yeah,
this
you
timeout, still
might
wanna
be
go
a
with the
little bit
rifle.
right,
You know that
Griffer, but
Plug's
the
gonna go
timing of
with
it with the bad
an
event
eco
is
in
like
this round. You see a couple of sheriffs and half shields, even an outlaw maybe could have been good here for Sim because I've seen
One of
him
the
use it on
issues
this
as
map. I
well.
mean, we've both seen him use on this map previously against Washed, but they're just trying to leverage tempo instead to just really. It seems to work really well against Plug's playstyle. Just walk up contact and full bash execute.
Can be able to take the orb here and play off of a rolling thunder and see.
if 3 people hit from Plug, it's an
we can
eco,
draw
but
out at
maybe.
this moment, Sim dashing in. Okay, a scout. Sim took some damage and just couldn't finish that
Okay,
shot
nice
there
cleanup.
on T.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the numbers here though. They could
It's
really
just
benefit from
Monty with the
having
sheriff
a
in
smoke here.
1v3, but
Dude,
plenty
give
of
him a
HP.
smoke here on defense. They win this round.
Monty has a
4 HP.
drone and a dart.
And they even
Some
have a
darts.
smoke on the top of the boxes too. I think that's to set up a one-way. That would probably just spot the feed. I mean, the Astra smokes are kind of huge, so I don't know if it's gonna fully work it for its intent, because it's kind of too close to play for a suck. But, I mean,
Just
the
no one
outro's good
died
enough.
in sight for him to get a better gun.
Exactly. Oh, it was a nanoswarm, sorry, onto the spike. It wasn't even a star, so That's good enough. Gun gets picked up, but it's still a 3v1 here at that point.
Gonna go down with the ship. Oh no!
Nice shot as well.
Randomly, Ziff gets it. So 10-6. A lot of strong first map showings from TSM, but it's how they get to the finish line. And now Jerwin just bought an op, but pretty successful to just flood into C, and Plug have pushback. They're not just going for full retakes. They're taking people with them.
Trevor posted an hour 15-minute video saying he failed Pacific in Blood Chat.
Not too sure how the op is gonna work.
That's so funny.
The line for
Someone said that he did his own
corner instead. Catches GMD. I mean, GMD trying to do open
rain
things, but
thing.
just jumping across in the cubby where an open TP would keep him safe.
Oh, we dodged the ult on this.
Thunder from
Yeah, and we kind of hit our own team as well. Wow, is he not stunned going forward?
From TSM, knives out from Sim. Shots coming in. They haven't made it through the doorway. And TSM take a step back, and that's where Teague breaks back in.
Look at that!
And now
Look at that
swinging
wide
rebound.
swing. That was awesome.
Successful retake there for Plug.
Okay, they're kind of on the
And that's
boards.
the thing, unfortunate for
Two
Sim,
people
as good as he is
with
at
low
landing his
money.
shots with the operator, the thing that doesn't seem to get the best value is his blade storm. A couple of buddy shots, a couple of whiffs, not being able to really catch Teak, who was kind of caught out in the open towards the spawn. But Jerwin with this pick, at least now, as you called out the op coming here up for the defensive side, something that TSM will be ready for in the next. As a timeout was utilized by Trust and Plug to try to force out this operator.
Why did I want to put Paper X in S tier?
Realizing
Dude,
that Sim just
Paper
wants to
X.
go toe-to-toe with him, so not trying to leverage the whole
They're in S
walk
tier.
contact to dash in and execute.
Look at the patch.
Gonna play a little bit more traditionally now for a TSM default.
You could say it's their best chance to win a tournament this year or next year.
T-Dog, in case Jerwin wanted to extend forward. They don't know he has an op yet. Recon from the defense clears A main, and now TSM will test the waters with a trip in garage. So Sim can watch the window. And Mikey's just gonna walk right into the
Yeah, and
crosshairs.
this is the problem, man. This whole
So got the
team just
attention of
love to
someone
like
Bows,
dry
holding C by
re-clear
himself, and now
positions.
Teague and friends from Plug have to re-clear
This.
the team, and Sim already has that
1 HP
downloaded.
as well. Dude, he's so unlucky to not get a double. Don't try
You can
that
go and
again.
be bait, get info for Jerwin. And they got an attacker's lockdown just
Bring
in
on their
case
downfall.
someone
No, dude, I
supplied
like all the
defenses
players. I
and
hope
got to
they
the
actually
backside.
do
Don't
win
wanna lose
something.
anyone.
I kind of hope they stick
Here's
together. They're
TSM.
such a fun team to watch. It'd be a shame.
Now it's time to plant. Insert Sim. With the ops, it's a tough lane to push through. Unless Jerwin can get a good slide.
How long do you hold this for?
Free kill coming out
What's your
here for
patience
T-Dog.
like?
Sova's dead.
Really, right now is TSM has a lot of
Couldn't
money.
hold
to
it all
work
day,
with.
I
They
think.
know that Jerwin has an op. They know that Jerwin tried to use that towards the A choke at the very beginning, but they want to try to hunt him down. And so far, it seems that they might. let him
Artists as
live
a
for
team?
bit unless
Nah, I
Sim
don't think
wants to go
so.
for
He
it.
was streaming today, right? I think I saw. I saw a rare artist stream.
But Trust and Plug this time around, as soon as TSM's ready for the line that you're trying to get with the operator towards long A, and just go for the hit into B. Something that TSM hasn't really been doing in the first place, but as you've mentioned at the beginning of this round here, Lemon Kiwi, where you had Mikey just try to walk back inside the garage.
Nah, I'm not streaming tomorrow.
That was close. But that said, the smoke that was thrown by Button Bao was trying to make sure that they could try to leverage a little bit of map control on the side of the defense.
Dude, imagine that actually, yeah.
You have your Omen that's kind of left on an island alone on C.
He was
If there was
doing
gonna
an
be a full
EMEA
plunge
team
towards
ranking.
the
Oh
C
boy.
side from garage. So you're trying to throw a smoke, you're trying to reposition Mikey,
Jesus.
but they're still not ready for the sim op on the attack side, something that he just brought out on this map. That surprised even 2 players on top of that, and Plug has to be a little bit more meticulous on how they want to gain map control and leverage.
Yeah,
this
this
op.
is like last stand for them.
A lot of ults too on the defensive side. And TSM is encouraging
this
on
camera.
a map win. Could be fighting for that garage control yet again. And Plug leave that unwatched.
Camera taken out.
TSM will be ready to smoke it off anyway, and it's
I'm watching the China event
Sim,
tomorrow.
it's tough
It's
to
day
put him
after
in
for
a
me.
Bad position with the op, and now
Like,
the drone clears the trip.
what's the
Rolling
time?
thunder from Teague. As
28
there's
hours
the
or
plug
something?
coming through B from Plug. And it's just a trade. Plug had the jump and the surprise, and it's Zip that fires
Dude, this
back
guy's
and gets a
aiming
3K.
today as well.
And it's TSM that end with the
And they
number
go
advantage.
and get over
You have
towards
GMD
C with an
clearing
Astro.
C, so that's the spike being pulled in that direction. Plug did not benefit from that.
Yeah, way too much of a dangerous move to Rolling Thunder off or camera if people are moving up closer to B or off the trip. Because now you're running so many
he's
players
not
down towards
astroing
long B.
because of
There's
Neon.
no crunch coming back towards the garage.
doesn't matter that
Everybody's
much.
looking towards the same line because TSM's been really good at staying as a group and playing as a unit. And a retake's going to be impossible.
Last player standing.
Especially
Him
with
is an
Sam.
absolute
he already
menace.
showed us a 1v2 clutch with the op, and
His stats are gonna be
buy
insane.
1,000 ops if he wants to.
Pretty much.
Regardless of what happens here.
And that's what we mentioned before here, going into the second half. TSM just very, very good on working their attack side. Yes, we were talking about the value of the what the Astra's getting, but so far it's been a lot of the Sim and 7 duo that we've, you know, praised during the challenger scene over in North America, where 7 seems to be finding his groove more as an initiator role instead of you know, a cracked duelist at the very beginning when it was scouted out by, I think, 100 Thieves back then. And now just finding great use of his util around KO rolls, Sky rolls, this time playing even as a Sova.
5 chances and
TSM were in first map win potential in this
Triple.
grand final series.
triple frenzy. They
I
got to
think,
do
yeah,
something
just
crazy. They got
everyone-
so
all
many
these new
ults that they
additions
should
have
actually
found
be
really
able to be
great
fine
homes.
here. But
Like, you even think about Monty and Teague and
It hasn't gone
Mikey
great
from
on defense.
Blinn, who Trust and Plug are giving me a lot of hope. It just sucks we won't get to see kind of them flourish, and that gives them a lot of time to prepare for the next stage of
No way
challengers that
Sim
they
wins
haven't
this.
qualified for this
oh
time.
my
And
god,
a team that has qualified and a team that is doing well
He's
is
r-
TSM.
What's
in
going
the
on here,
Challengers
dude?
Playoffs, showing us how they're starting to reach that peak. But this is a map 1 TSM. We saw how exciting they were against their previous opponent, a 13-4.
yeah, we've been
kicking
talking about
things
it a little
off.
bit, Slim Tree.
But it's the next maps, and
The team love
by the
giving
toe,
them kills, though, to be
Backhold is
fair.
gone.
That's a
This
big
off.
ass toe.
Okay.
That's a big
150
ass
HP.
I mean, he's won them
Big
around
ass
though.
toe getting backed off there by Sim. But
The
this
good
is a
ult
great
rows
counter.
they go in
Throwing out the
here.
hat here for Mikey.
Recon in
After
front of the
Cosmic
wall to
Divide,
see if
he
anyone's
goes in,
pushed
coming
by.
close
We've
to
got
C
trips
side.
that no one can really capitalize off. That's an incredible molly.
Perfect though.
Ooh, Hunter's Fury from Monty just to let Plug settle in. Now Cosmic Divide. TSM hold their side of the real estate.
Jeez,
And as it comes
T-Dog
down,
tanked
Teague
that flash.
surprises them all.
He saw him through the wall
And now
early.
this is turnable for Plug. And just being this close with the Stingers is huge.
There's been a beast, but this should
Now
be
it's just
pretty
Sif on
hard.
the post plant. He has a spike in sight.
Oh boy,
He
one by
has
one
the
by one.
1v3 advantage. 1v3.
Oh god, they gave it to him.
Picked off-
They
picked up
absolutely
the
gave
op,
it to
and
him. They
it's
kind
a
of
clutch
summed
that
up the
ends
game a little bit.
map in TSM's favor, 13-7.
Oh,
Gave him
what a
3
clutch
individual
coming out there from
1-by-1s.
Zip. Another time where you need to somebody like your Sentinel player to just step up to the plate and get it done, dude.
I think Ziff had a really
was
good
clean
map.
on
He just
that
kind of
one,
got
and it was
outshone a
nice
little bit
idea
by
from TSM
Sim
towards the
going
end to
crazy again.
Try to stay forward up. It wasn't really planned for them, but there was just a lack of coordination from Trust and Plug to really retake in its full benefit.
And we have another map around the corner, and I don't want to waste any more time getting into it. Sunset, Plug's Choice, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
One agent for the rest of my life.
For the rest of my life, wow, it's a hard one.
To win or have fun?
I mean, probably Yoru. I mean, I think that's just the most fitting answer.
Well, if I was to choose one agent right now, of course it'd be Neon, because Neon is just broken. But after Neon nerf, maybe I'll probably just go with Cypher, who I've been playing for the longest time.
If I had to choose, just Reyna. Just have fun, and then I'm thinking about like me playing ranked or streaming. That means my coach would be forced to have me on Reyna. It'll be fun.
Man, I think after the buffs, I think I'd have to go with Phoenix, man. He's just a little too fun. 6 all orbs, unlimited flashes. If you keep getting kills, you can heal yourself.
Unlimited flashes.
Now with the Omen that's coming up, I think it's going to have to
Guys
be
getting all the kills.
Reach.
Yeah. Breach so far has maintained quite consistent. He's just
Breach.
undervalued at times just from meta
And
tweaks,
silly,
but
come on.
he's fine-tuned.
Vandal, Phantom, Sheriff, and Knife, right?
Vandal, Phantom, Sheriff, Knife.
I don't have Valorant running right now, but I can launch it for you.
Deagle is my Reaver Deagle, my OG. My Phantom is the Recon, the red and black, the Bang Zero one, shout out Bang, and then I'm on the blue Gaia Vandal, the Tree Vandal. Oh, my Knife, I'm on Reaver Karambit as well, so that's been getting me some good results.
Right now, I have the Arcane Vandal, the Doombringer Phantom, just because I'm trying to, get some clips with that too. But it's a nice Phantom. But otherwise, I'd be using Recon Phantom. For the Sheriff, I have the Doombringer Sheriff. The Knife, I have like the Battle Pass Cleaver. Like this current Battle Pass looks like a giant metal cleaver. I don't know what. I think it looks kind of cool. Like it looks dumb, but it's kind of cool. So I've been using it. I don't know.
My Vandal, I'm using Prelude to Chaos right now.
Okay, Chad, I'll be back in a little bit, right?
A mix between that, Kurnomni, and also the Primordium Vandal. For my Phantom, I'm using the Ruination in red, of course. Sometimes I switch between the Recon, depends on what I'm feeling for the day. Sheriff, I'm using the Ion Sheriff. And then for my melee, I'm using the Neo Frontier Axe, the best knife in the game.
Singularity Sheriff, Recon Phantom for my boy Sean. I'm not using the Vandal at the moment ever since the Phantom buff, but I have the Forsaken Vandal on. I have a random knife equipped called the Bubble Pop Light Stick. It's the red variant. I don't know why it looks good, so I've been using that.
Vandal, I have a few because I have them rotate. I have them on rotation as their favorite hit. But because of the Arcane line that just came out, I have the Arcane Vandal equipped. The Phantom, I think one that I like to go back to is the Champions Phantom or the Oni Phantom. Actually, no, I'm trolling. There's actually two skins that I love to use now because it tilts people off the face of the earth: the Minima Phantom and the Minima Sheriff. So I call it the Cybertruck Phantom and then just the Block Sheriff, and people just hate it. Especially I have a ride buddy on the Sheriff, so people want to pick it up for the ride buddy, but then realize it's a Minima Sheriff, then it just drop it. I like screwing with people's minds with that. Ooh, the Knife, I like the fans. So like the ones that got released in China, I think we were able to buy it recently. Like I said, I was going through my rotations a lot, but whenever I have a chance to get the fan, I'm putting the fan back up. So yeah, don't mess with me when you're playing against my Phantom in a new patch, because it's gonna be the Cybertruck Phantom for sure.
Cup it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the grand final, the final of the grand final. Today, it is the final of the event for the week-long event for those who dare grand final event, presented by Asus ROG, powered by Intel Gaming and hosted
That
by
was a
Thor Gaming.
perfect prompter read.
This guy can read. Let's go.
I was just thinking the word final. How many times can I fit the word final into one sentence? But before we continue with the grand final moment of the final event, let's talk about the final giveaway we have for you guys is the ROG Strix XG 27AQ MR gaming monitor. It's a 27-inch monitor with QHD 1440p IPS panel, 300 hertz with a 1 millisecond response time, and it's the perfect balance for every gamer. Brought to you by our presenting partner, Asus ROG. To enter the giveaway, all you have to do is type the keyword RAZE on the Twitch channel, twitch.tv/SOAR, SOAR. Only US and Canadian legal residents above the age of 18 are eligible.
And Ethos is disqualified, so you guys have a chance.
Yeah, what is
Get
up
in
with
there.
that? Why am I disqualified? What did I do? I want a monitor. That monitor looks sick. That monitor actually looks like the perfect
It's actually
balance
good.
for me. I'm a gamer. Speaking of perfect balance, let's talk about the map
Neon?
we just watched.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, let's talk about Neon.
Perfectly balanced. Let's not change her.
Yeah. No, Neon is perfectly balanced. Well, we actually just watched TSM beat Plug on map 1 without a Neon, using the old meta with the Jet. And I wanted to ask what you guys thought about that, because me personally, I was pretty impressed to see that, Jet time and time again is just putting down Neon, because Neon is just such a broken character. But I feel like the op presence on Sim is just so strong that you see him just put him down right there. It's just always going for those first picks. I think having that op presence, Haven is one of those maps where the op can absolutely take over an entire map. So go for it.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to say it's demolishing them for sure. I mean, we're having literally just another highlight reel of just Sim letting op shots. I mean, this isolating the 1v2 that I just glazed them for about a round and a half on that clutch. But overall, it was just nice to see TSM back on the attack side, where they dictated the tempo themselves. Or going into this whole, hey, Sim goes into, Vandal, create space, site hit, execution. And then once Plug pulled the timeout and pulled Jerwin out with an operator ASAP, then Sim said, you know what? I could actually slow down the tempo too, and we'll just go for op picks, and he's winning those fights as well. So I just think that it wasn't really around the comp of how TSM kind of played. Like there was no Astra recall smoke to put players into different spots. Like the Astra for me didn't give too much value, because you just had somebody like Sim just pop the hell off just like he did last series.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think that just in general, TSM is fundamentally a little bit more together. They have a little bit more time than Plug, and they were playing a little bit more together in general. And Plug wasn't really abusing those gaps that they were leaving and was being abused by Wash in the previous series. So I think that TSM, having just kind of those protocols, they were being allowed to set up and get in those positions where they were, they rehearsed those setups, they rehearsed those protocols, they rehearsed those reactions, and Plug was just letting them get away with all of that. So I think that was Plug's main mistake. If they can kind of, start to get into their disruptive mood like they did with 100 Thieves on Bind, then I think that TSM could run into a few more problems. But overall, this Haven map was just
see how Sunset looks.
And specifically Sim and Ziv, actually.
It's so hard for TSM to lose when Sim plays like this. This is definitely underrated as well. Bro only died 8 times.
Crazy as they want, and you'll just make sure to clean up all the mess afterwards.
You still gotta praise Plug for pulling off 2 thrifties, keeping it a 6-6 half despite that, but just not being able to crack down on defense. They only won 1 defensive round. But here's a bigger problem. Do
What's
we
on
trust
this for
TSM
the Harbor
outside
Cascade?
of Haven? This is
Same
exactly
width
the
as the
deja vu
Vice
of what
Wall.
happened in their previous series, where it went all the way to map 3. They started off 13-4. Wash came back on map 2. We went the distance on
change
map
that
3.
much?
And Sunset, or map 2, was the point where Plug came back against 100 Thieves. They dropped that map 1. So what do we think about Sunset?
I'm looking forward for that neon action.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of neons, Sim absolutely.
I'm trying to think how
just
much it
an
would change. I'm
insane
not even
performance last
sure.
map on the Sunset, but Jerome was also, he was
Ice
not
Rouge.
blanking.
Ice
He was
Rouge?
so good on neon. He was
With
creating
the
so much
Prime, thank you
spaces,
so
getting
much,
in
dude.
there, and he
Appreciate
was
that.
capitalizing
And
on
Mr.
all that
Scientist,
utility.
man, with the
This
tier
guy
1
definitely
also.
doesn't miss a beat. He definitely
Thanks for the
doesn't
8 months,
hesitate.
dude.
So I think that the one thing playing against
Thank
neon
you.
is if you hesitate on falling back and rotating and getting out of the way of that utility, you will be dead. You will be forced to take that
What?
fight right then and there
What are
against
some
the
of
guy
these
who's
things, man?
sliding
Why
at you,
didn't I
flying
just...
at you just like it's Apex Legends.
Dude, YouTube...
So
What
you
happened
make
to
sure that
YouTube
you-
chat, man?
if you
YouTube chat
do
used to
not plan
be
on
chill.
fighting at that moment,
No
on
crazy
site when
guys.
neutral flying
Now
at
the
you,
crazy
you
guys
just
are there.
book it the second you hear that sprint come online. I mean,
And even just on recency bias, though, if you're
YouTube is
looking at that
wild. It's
TSM,
really
they
wild,
were
Prodigy.
getting
You've been looking
spanked
over
by
that.
flank after flank after flank. So
Dude,
if
even
Sif
I'm
is
looking
playing
over
with
that.
Cypher, he's gotta
It's
do
three
a better job
deleted.
to at least find some sort of like camera timing, at least on middle, if it's not
Jesus.
being broken, and he's trying to move out with the rest of the team to just tap the cam to make
What
sure
happened?
nobody's
It's like the
getting
last week as
hit
well.
towards the back, right? Because they were getting owned by Washed for at least like full rounds on the timings of the Knight's push.
Complimented it once, yeah, it went to the head, right?
The push down towards middle.
That's
too, that
actually
came out
true,
from,
Prodigy.
From anybody else, I mean,
I gotta
they
learn.
gotta clean that up a bit. If not, we're going into map 3.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Monty's sticking to
Wait.
Gecko, yes, and
Same-
T-Dog with
same
Fade.
guy
That's the
went
big
from
difference
YouTube chat to
between these
Twitch
two
chat.
Squads. We have the Neon matchup. Ethos, what do you think about Gecko versus Fade, or what do you think about Sunset?
well, overall, Gecko has always been a great pick on Sunset, but again, with the changes, as I said before, you know,
Double
it's
ban,
not
the commitment,
as
yeah, man.
abusable with just the plant
You went
spam
for it.
kind of meta. I really like the fade from T-Dog in general, just because when you have that fade combo, not only can you use it to help.
Will I attend Champs
locate and
next
find
year?
people
I'm not
before
sure.
they reach Neon
If
combo,
they
you can
want me
also
to
use
go,
it
I'll go.
support with the Omen as well. For example, the 2 Omen ult and Fade ult combo is absolutely broken.
'Cause Game
We call
Changers
that Batman
was
from
really
my old
fun.
team. That thing is just
So
absolutely
I'm more
broken.
open
You
to it
fade
than I
ult
was
into a
before.
site and you just Omen ult right on top of them. They have no idea. There's also little crazy, cool little things that you can do with Fade.
Show
and I feel
match?
that
Oh,
just
man,
allows
show matches are
another
so
agent to
boring,
enter the
dude.
mix with combinations of util, and I think that TSM overall has some cooler, newer ideas on this map that we haven't seen as much before in the past, which is why I feel like TSM might have the upper hand and we might see a 2-0. But then again, trust and plug Jerwin, this guy, he's an absolute trailblazer. I'd love to see him pop off as well.
All right, do we trust
match with
in
the new
Plug, or
agent?
do
That
we
would be
trust
fun,
in
though.
TSM?
That
Tough
actually would be
question.
fun.
Thanks, Ethos.
If it had a
We'll
new
go into
agent, I'd
Sunset.
be in
Both
for it.
our teams have won this map,
And then
this
hopefully
was
it's
the
just
map
something you
3
can
that
use like a
TSM
Judge
had
or a
to
Bucky
close
for.
out,
That'd be
but
sick.
by the skin of their teeth, 13-11. So I was a big fan of T-Dog on that map, so I gotta agree with Ethos with the fade.
For sure, but if anything, chat, just agree with Shanks too in terms of that skincare routine. Rather, CeraVe is actually a very good moisturizing cream and soap for skincare routine if you're looking to have flush, clean.
Got a sub?
Asian
Yeah,
skin
there's
like
a couple of
Shanks,
gifters
like
earlier.
Ethos, like myself, go for it.
Damn, you just like threw yourself in there. I'm pretty sure you still use a bar soap for skincare, so I don't think you get to be
Oh
that
my
confident.
god.
It's a CeraVe bar soap.
Oh, okay. You get the
That's
pass, I
that's a
guess.
savage
Enough
flame, dude.
Free advertising for.
I don't think I've heard that as a flame. You still use a bar soap. It's kind of sick. Mr. Scientist Man, thank you so much. The gifted, thank you.
Gruesome gauntlet that we witnessed last weekend to play against the invited teams. Even one
Bar
of them
soap,
upset
bar soap is still
overseas, and
soap.
now
Yeah, I mean,
TSM,
yeah, you're not wrong.
potentially
There's some
here
good ones out there as
will
well.
be
I agree.
the invitee that
I just
wins
never
the whole
heard it
thing,
as a
or trust
flame.
and blood that comes in from the open qualifiers to win it all, and $8,000 for those who
Let's see where we
represented by
go.
Soar. And dare I say
TSM,
here,
1 map
Trust and
away.
Plug
Plug.
has
Maybe take us
definitely
to
an
split. We'll
opportunity here
see.
to push this into a map 3.
What was the pistols? 1-1.
Monty uses
1. Plug on
thrash a
defense,
lot
TSM on
to
attack, and
clear
we are
sight and
absolutely
not get
sending
too
it.
many
We found the
detains,
site
and
with
you
every
point out the
taken.
wingman. Not always getting
Get
the
over
plant,
towards
but use
site
it
and
as
haven't
a
had to use
space
too
creation
much.
tool, and
Still got fade eye,
that's
still
something
got
that
breach
TSM
damage, double
right now, they
flash.
seem to be. Well, I thought they were gonna have space and time to plant, but kind of hesitated and
Whoa.
flooded in through mid. Now the spike is dropped, and GMD and Sim 7 are still trying to find themselves, and you just got
How
Jerwin at the
has
back box.
GMD done that though?
This has just been such
I mean,
a
nicely
chaotic
done from
pistol
Plug,
round.
but I
That was
cannot
the
believe
last one remaining.
GMD is in the
This
middle
is
of the
exactly
site,
what
just
I'm
spinning
expecting
around,
here
killing
for,
everyone.
This map of Sunset,
How's he
where
done
you're
that?
playing Neon on Neon, and again, where you're trying to just activate as much chaos behind the Neon, and both teams are doing
What are we
such a
thinking?
good job.
2-1,
to
2-1 on the
just fight
pistols.
through
Why
that
have I
chaos.
added a 1 in the
This
middle
time,
here?
Won by Trust by Plug. A good start here on their map pick. Now to play the anti-eco, they have a couple of players playing a lot here on top mid. I mean, this is all reactionary on Teague to try to slow down on... Okay, never mind. It was going to be that case for 2 players up there, but looks like they want to focus on the extremities and play very passive information on middle.
A lot of resilience from these teams to
Why
play
did I
this-
leave
this
casting
long
matches?
and
I never
still give it
casted
everything
really.
they
I
got.
did a
Got
show match
$50,000
casting,
prize pool, and
and then
TSM
realized it
gonna
was way
let
too
everyone
hard for
be.
me.
Still a trip and 2 on the site, defending Bao and Mikey, especially with a Bucky sitting in the smoke with Mikey. TSM have to be careful. I don't think that T-Dog util even hit them, so here's Plug with the jump scare. And the Bucky gets 2 and T
that was a
with the
headshot?
third. TSM not able to trade. It's just GMD, and it's yet another round for Plug.
Very, very clean for Plug. This is going to be an Asus ROG flawless.
How hard is it compared to observing?
Right.
Casting's harder.
At least TSM now is able to get that plant on that second round, so that's going to build the econ and, you know, allow for you to get full shields in case you may think that Jerwin or somebody else might pull out an outlaw within this round here. So nice on TSM to be able to.
Would you consider hopping on the Platchat costume if they did it again? Yeah, but I would make sure it's on my Twitch and on their YouTube. I think would be the smartest way to do it.
I think he's just going to try to spot
Because they don't really have a Twitch, right? Their main thing's YouTube.
All right, now you lost vision in mid for Plug. T's just gonna watch from market.
Careful
So
here.
TSM gonna bait them while they set their sights on A. 7 getting into fault line position. Plug in trouble, and Sim delivering the final blow on Bao. That means Monsty still has a flash in his back pocket. Isn't gonna throw it quite yet. Wants Jerwin in position to react to it, but he has a Bucky, so could be a better choice. But if he just pops out of the smoke, he could surprise TSM. It's all about
No
timing,
way.
and there's the backstab from Jerwin.
GMD, no. He let so many die.
Well, get multi-kill too bad, and GMD left behind.
Yeah, you gotta kind of save
Bolts
the
in on
round.
left
You messed
side
up a
of the
little bit.
site, but T-Dog still has to make his way out of elbow. Monsty rejoins T. They're trying to approach this together.
Damn, nice shots from T-Dog. And he gets the plant down as well.
To give TSM the round.
Yeah, and just great patience for T-Dog too. Despite his teammates are falling down one by one, he is not looking to push out.
Brennan and Sideshow would have to not be streaming it. That's true. Yeah, I mean, casting it.
A way that the action
it wouldn't
calms
have
down.
happened,
They
really.
can isolate. They can play the 2v2 and use their direct comms here to make sure that they have the perfect trade towards the end for GMD and T-Dog. It was a little bit of a over.
Is it that common for UK people to be a coach in esports or a caster?
And there was so much noise being made.
Yeah, kind of. I think it's more just like this, the age group that we had at least that came over from CS. Like there was only like 40 good players from CS:GO or CS Source that moved to CS:GO. And then half of them left. And then everyone else, no one in the UK would like commit at all, me included. The norm was good players. And then everyone was like pretty toxic. And then so all the coaches that kind of coach now in terms of like Mini, Nilzinho, Weber, etc., Imi, they all pretty much just learn and were like some of the only remaining ones.
That could be how TSM fully take control of the site, or
So we just
even
kind of
play
learned
the
from
post plan, but
our own and everyone else's mistakes.
And GMD is going to teleport into the site off of that paranoia, and he blinded 2 on the site, and Plug are just stuck in the crossfire, unable to react.
It's insane that an agent can get out of that
Damage,
situation.
but still a very strong round for TSM.
There.
T-Dog will get also the plant and the orb for the Nightfall.
Face your fear.
The 4 versus 3.
Ado goes in and buys him a bit of space. That's about it.
Away. Jerwin's in the corner. And
Did
he's
they
just
wait
gonna
for the
regenerate
retake? Probably
to a
not.
healthier
I
state.
think they were just so
TSM
scared they
are
were just
gonna
gonna get
push
spammed
their
down.
luck. They do have GMD wrapping around.
What is that flash accidentally
As
messed
soon as
up?
that flash was thrown from the breach, it's GMD making his move behind, but Plug being
Yeah, this is
aggressive
a
and not
big,
wasting
big
too much
move from
time.
GMD.
GMD could just end this
Oh, damn.
quickly, and TSM are just gonna
Damn,
keep
that
them
was
trapped just
nice.
to make
Everyone
GMD look
distracted
good in the
so well as
3K.
well.
Yep,
Love
all
that from
backstab
GMD.
kills this
Fade
time,
ult and as well,
especially
and they
not in
didn't
those moments when
hear.
they're trying to shoot models in the back
See,
and
I don't know if
just
they used
some
any
outwits
util or if they just
from
like
the RNG.
ran over towards here to
Great
clear
lineup
it.
here from GMD
Either way,
trying to
it was
get
nice
all
for them
three
to
and
take
knock
space
them like
after
this.
ult
If
hit so
anything,
many.
though, that was great utility from GMD from the beginning to the end. When they didn't have really the haunt to work with, they went for the
Build
paranoia prowler and
1.0.
also the TP
10
into the
gifted
site to be
subs.
a
Holy
literal
hell. Thank you
body,
so much,
a
bro.
literal haunt to spot the area, to allow 7 to just
Following,
swarm through
been
and get a
following
double
along
kill.
for a while.
And for
Thanks
TSM
for
to
everything
get
you
2
do for the
rounds in a row,
Valorant community.
breaking
Keep
the
grinding.
for Plug.
Shout out to
Aggressive
you,
camera
Build
looking to be
One. Thank
placed
you
from
so
Mike
much
D
for
to
that,
try
dude.
to get some early
Chat, let's
info.
get a
That's
slug
definitely
oiler in.
gonna be
Thank
hurt
you
by
so much.
TSM.
If you got gifted, make sure you say
just gonna have to
thank
wait
you
it
as
out.
well to Build
Nobody's
1.0.
really watching towards
I
middle,
appreciate you
which is
doing
why
that, dude. Thanks for the
Sif is
kind
kinda
words
just
as well.
staying in his cam so he can watch the push down. And that's really what was missing, as we mentioned before we started this game.
Damn, thank you so much, man.
That was a cool camera from Mikey. TSM, fast plant, smokes in place. And now what's going to be their priority? The top of site, market, how do they split
The
their
real team
focus?
player. Yeah, well,
Already
legends.
some
Fair
noise
play.
being made from mid, and TSM just getting a head start before Plug can get set
Yeah, I
up.
mean, that is an
The paranoia
overheat.
is going to hurt TSM trying to take control
These are
of
all
market,
overheating
and
together.
T-Dog does what he can to trade out and do a lot of damage. TSM will be forced out of their positions off the aftershock from Teague.
Whoa.
Now it's just GMD
No
and
way he
Teague
got
in a
away with that.
1v1. And a not so decisive post plant for TSM. Spike.
Damn,
being
GMD's
halfway,
getting
and
some.
GMD reacts appropriately.
GMD's getting some numbers up. 3k into 3k, 1v3 on the board as well. They really kind of overheat. They really wanted to take some map control and then almost just gave them a lot of upgrades. It got pretty scary. Build 1 point as well. Thank you so much. Build 1.0 with the tier 1. He gives 10 before he's even subbed and then subs after.
Because that gave a full player advantage.
Thank
for
you so
Plug
much,
to
man. I
retake
appreciate you
that
so
site.
much.
And if it wasn't for GMD's instant double spray on his teammate falling down right next
Got
to
away
him,
with murder
that
making
was
out to
gonna be
main
a-
there.
a
Yeah, the
Plug
smoke was.
Intel thrifty again.
Smoke helped him.
I see Ziff at 12 kills. I don't know, but somebody on TSM already has 12 kills with 3 rounds in a row. They've
Yeah,
built
could be
themselves up a
GMD
nice
too.
lead. Oh, that
Zoning
too.
it up.
Got an overdrive from Sim. I'm waiting to see him hit those double digits.
He's done enough, right? The rest of the team's got to do something.
Surely, right? Look at Bao just trying to react off of his friend grabbing the orb, and Bao
Great
gets shot in
stun.
the face for it. And Jerwin fades
They
into
meant
the
to trade
shadows.
some of this stuff.
And you get
So
free
weird.
orb control.
Oh, he didn't even grab the orb. Yeah.
The tap really forced the fault line out of 7. They went relay build, pushed up, punished Banbao, and now there's no one-way supposed to be thrown on the defensive end, so great utility.
Yeah, now they know
That's
there's 2
potential
side
coming out
though.
from TSM to just pinch back into
Yeah,
the
you know he's there. Damn, they handled this well.
And the aftershock to get the defender out of that corner box position. TSM adapt.
The fade eye went
really
in like
well.
such a good
Alright, the
timing.
Plug like to lurk
Hit the
around,
neon close as the gecko.
even
As the
against
gecko
the
like
odds,
through his
so
utils, they knew
Mikey and
100%
Teague
there were
will
2 there,
keep
and that the
their
gecko was
weapons.
100% behind
State
the
of
box.
economy right now, and with 4 in a row from TSM, I'd imagine you may even want to call a timeout if you're Plug.
Yeah. I don't think it'd be a bad call here for Trust and Plug for sure to pull out this timeout. Because TSM's doing a good job slipping against the
There.
util that's being utilized by Plug in the very beginning. Plug themselves are not really adding too much info or pressure or early info grab towards middle. So the
Kurt does a lot of the
off,
shows as well,
Gamma
that's
just
true.
plays by
Yeah, it would be hard to
fighting
get a
against
plat
TSM
chat
in the
thing.
front of that A site.
Right, really just hired all of plat chat basically.
Oh. Wait, Teague handles that. But still, how are you gonna?
Is it
break
worth
down
to rewatch the 100
TSM?
Thieves games? I mean, if you want to get a
Offense
good
was
understanding of what
not
went
only
on,
relentless on our
I
previous
think
map
it's
of
okay to
Haven,
watch.
but continues to be very punishing. Even catching, was it Bao in the early round, trying to protect Jerwin on
lost,
the
yeah,
orb grab? and
lost.
Now we got the timeout we called.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try to do something off these 2 rifles that they saved. But now buys all the way down to 0, and there's still a stinger in the hands of Monsi.
Was it rough? Not if you watch the first map. If you watch the first map, you'll kind of be kind of hopeful. Then if you watch the other two maps, you won't be.
That early information back in the middle, just because they don't have like that Fade or the Silva. But they could definitely try to rotate Monsi around a little bit more, especially if you.
It depends what you want to watch.
Dizzy and refresh into like what 10 seconds before it could actually throw it again.
Nade shot? I don't even think he was watching, dude.
I'll say, I wonder if you could fight fight for the A orb and try to get Teague and Monsi their ult.
His stream's kind of crazy these days. His stream's getting good numbers.
But they definitely did get caught off guard by the line that 7-hand from Tiles in all the way across.
Him watch partying the actual season will be pretty interesting. I think he'll get a lot of viewers.
So they might just want to try to give that up
if he does it. I imagine he will.
Careful here.
Just because it's good content as well.
And try to fight back down towards the ram, gets fully cancelled out by the neon slide that Sim has on the other end. But yeah, they're gonna try to play this.
He's like the 5th most sub streamer right now, really. 50k subs. Wait, what? How?
But could involve Monsi in that equation. I think from the shadows from GMD is gonna stick this in the defensive spawn. He's got the attention of Sim. So, or he's got the attention of the whole squad. So TSM are in the defender's spawn, I guess. That was quick. Now they're wrapping around B. And Mikey could only do so much to hold the door.
I mean, you use in breach short.
A rolling thunder invested
Oh, it's kind of early. Beta Giant, did he get the reload off? I'm not sure he did.
And Zeph is trying to protect him in the crossfire.
They didn't really get too much from the breach short. What a shot. Made it look pretty nice in the end. Going, guys, not too bad.
We're just playing team deathmatch right after the flash after flash from both ends. And I think that all of that started, from that TP from GMD. He tried to get into a spot where technically it might not be heard, but he already had Mikey playing all the way back towards Boba. He pinged it out already. The instant rotate happens, the pinch from the back. And
these 30-year-old COD players.
Didn't get
Dude,
that kill
50k subs
Sim.
is
It was
mental.
still good enough to force Sim on the first slide, not allowing Sim to get more of a gap closer with his finger blaster back towards Boba.
Saffron Rice with the Prime. Thank you so much for that, dude. Thanks for using your Prime on me.
So the timeout looks like they're pretty good. They're able to iron things out a little bit more to be able to really catch TSM into and corner them into a sandwich.
Whoa.
Yeah, I got a great rolling thunder from the defense, but a great overdrive to add to that.
Okay, they take a bit of space over towards.
Man, TSM have barely
nice
left
shots.
the spawn, and they're just getting.
Yeah, they're looking alright at the moment. Back-to-back rounds.
Taking full map control. And against
God's
yeah,
sake.
the overdrive,
Look how hard that looks to deal with.
With back-to-back rounds to tie us up 4-4.
And T-Dot did a good job to just seize the neon in place, but just not enough bodies. Everybody was already full committed to walk back into B main. That's what we mentioned before, something that Plug wasn't doing too much here to try to fight back towards middle, and it's hard for them to do when you don't have a Fade or a Silva that's trying to recon dart or trying to eye to know if there's any pressure from TSM at that point at middle. So you
Do I know who the Rizzler is? Nah, it sounds like a Zoomer thing, man.
Try to activate the overdrive and see if we're able to catch TSM on a default, and they did so.
550k, Kai. Yeah, Kai's doing some nuts stuff though over there.
Just shooting through the smoke, and
every time there's like a new celebrity on there.
Ready to infiltrate into market with a nightfall in hand, but with T-Dog across the universe.
Okay,
so
where are we actually at? Because is their money not starting to get low? Yes, it is. 1, 2, 3. So I've got to start using these ults. At least these two. They've got fish ult to deal with.
Take control of market.
Market control, walk over towards site.
How will Mikey hold them back? If he could win a duel, he could activate the neural theft for the defense to figure things out. Mikey's gonna
bit of a team
his
hit.
Life.
Uh-oh.
Activates
Oh god.
T-Dog. Just not making too much noise, and Ziff has an important job in mid to cut
I felt like the
us off,
stun wasn't
calling
gonna
out
hit
that
him, and it
numbers
still
are
hit
in
him.
mid. And here's Jerwin.
Flash through the window would be incredible, yeah. Oh my god, yeah. TSM realized they have fish ults, so they want to go aggro.
Thrash, T-Dog will not be detained, but can't handle the
Can't even blame them that much for going aggro here.
Plug.
They just thought they were going to get wrecked by fish ult. I think they realized as well they had so much util because obviously they just reactively pushed over towards B.
corrected one of their weaknesses from the last series is, again, inserting players to be able to watch these flanks and these rotates happening towards market.
They're putting up big numbers on defense here.
Unfortunate that
This is about to be too many.
That he catches couldn't have the cleanest of shots to confirm the first kill, so it's easy for the other two to swing across. And when you're trying to flip the map and fight back the way that you did towards market, it was just unlucky as well. Another opportunity where they had first shot but couldn't complete that kill. Mikey wins it, hat comes out, and that just doesn't allow TSM to have the element of surprise with them trying to flip that map back towards Boba. So TSM,
it's pretty silent in the YouTube chat when NA games are on, but when it comes to Pacific, it's a big mess. That's true. The Pacific game we've been watching is Paper X, and everyone's flaming them at the moment. That's why.
Still a good chance. You got a neural theft from Ziff. And maybe if you help them out more on mid, if it is going to be a B hit, that there's more eyes, or maybe it's sit him in market instead of out in mid, or have someone ready to swing out with Ziff. So if you know Plug are gonna not flood through the top of site but through mid, just how can you support Ziff more? Still a very close game that we've had, so see how TSM move forward from here. When they were comfortable in a 4-2 lead, that has slipped away.
This goes here.
Okay, what kind of change-up do we have? There's been a lot of B finishes. It looks like as simple as going over towards A.
12 and 6. It's GMD that was 12 and 6, so you were right about that.
And as we mentioned that, he's still at 12 and 6, so he hasn't been able, to activate as much since the timeouts that came out from Plug, and especially with this round starting off, the Dizzy.
A whole G2 default would help them out right now. The breach, damage, smoke, and swing with Neon. Like that would get him a kill.
From the offense too,
They wanted to pick.
Teague's playing very far back. Plug are just gonna play for retakes and play through the mid cut at A. And TSM just wanted the orb. And they want to try and set up Ziff for a neural theft.
PaperX haters are PaperX fans who can't take the pain anymore. They've been consistently pretty good though.
They won't even hear the rotate back, so they stayed outside of the sound radius.
It sounds more like a you issue than anything else though. That's the thing. If you understand the game, you actually like damn. Pretty impressive that they did this for so long.
Fight here towards the B site.
Wow.
Ten's
That was
cosplay.
one on top of the spots. I thought he was smoked off. And he surprises TSM.
Oh my god.
Now they have to worry about Market
more.
and Bao, who just emerges from the smoke, and a flash on
Damn,
top
dude,
of
they
that
keep
Plug.
fighting together though every
So
single
well
time.
together to pick
Guess I'm
through
gonna change
TSM
something
before
up,
they
man.
out-rotated
Like breach
them.
damage here, neon swing, omen, or block vision, take top middle, or push back A. Anything.
Adding that extra set of paranoia to force to rotate outside the A site, to break that door, to force some players out there. Ben Bao, the only thing he had to do was play on top of tens, just play on top of the news box. And
why do you
free
support
kill in the
PaperX
first
if you don't
one,
like how
and
they play? Yeah, I think
just
that's the issue.
doing a
That
great
is
job
the
from
issue
that
though,
spot
isn't
too,
it?
hearing the full
It's
rotate from
like
TSM to allow his teammates to
they played like this
be
for so
prepared
long
for
and they
that
won
hit.
so much stuff because of it. Or like at
TSM
least
falling
got close
behind
to
now
like
on their
actually
attack
winning
side.
trophies because of it.
Timeout not being able to do too much, but
But then people use that to like flame
unless you
them.
break
But
this
it's like
strip
that's how they
early,
win
might
so
be a
much.
re-hit back into a Boba Crunch.
Okay, big change up in terms of top mids. That's what we were talking about. That's what we
Sounds
wanted
nice
to see.
too, is Sim harassing Plug, and they fight back with the full
Whoa,
line.
they lose
Man,
middle.
Sam is
We
able
insta want to
escape
contra
them
over
and get
towards
into
mids.
cover until Plug hunt them down.
No way.
So Sim and T-Dog missing important parts
Oh,
of this offense.
did you think he had a
The TSM are barely
slide?
secured on B.
Wait, did he not
With
have
the
a slide?
neural theft, they're gonna get a plant. How much time can you really buy with a Vandal and a Sheriff? 2 flashes though from 7. And you got Market left open. Cages at the top. As if hearing Mikey, the shots initially. TSM playing their lives and hoping to bait out for 7. Doesn't work out. Mikey's just smarter and better. And now Ziff in a 1v2. Just the play from main. And just not die.
Ooh, there's a nice attempt.
This is no
Tougher
problem.
said.
Yeah, this is way too many rounds
Easier
on
said than
defense. I'm pretty sure we're going to
Yeah,
split.
definitely. I think there was a little bit of a mistake, though. You're throwing out the neural theft. It's supposed to get information, and GMD just gets caught trying to pick up an extra weapon through the smoke.
How
The
late is
weapon
it
gets
here?
dropped.
Ooh, it's coming up to
You
5
just
a.m.
spray
It's
the
pretty
audio
late.
cue and you get the lucky kill there onto GMD. And you don't really give a chance for TSM to set up right after because they were just counting on GMD watching that spot so they could take a triple market control, it seems like. Because after, who was it that got caught there at that spot and tried to fall back? They were bouncing into each other. That was Ziff bouncing into 7, I think, that only had a sheriff. So one's trying to pick up a weapon. One's
Okay,
trying to run
last
away,
rounds.
getting
They
dashed,
gotta
getting
at
pushed
least
by
get
Monsoon,
5. Like
and they did
like
not
4
look
on attack
coordinated
is
in the
nowhere near
post plan
enough.
at all for TSM. Especially how both of them were together and were isolated towards the end, and now they're just trying to explode towards
Yeah,
the
just
side
giving
as
up.
they
Just
help
want to
them.
go for the straight up sight hands.
Timing of just the stun hitting Sim. And 7 gets a trade. Nightfall
Who's
happens for
nuts?
T-Dog and TSM want to take
That hit might
advantage
just
of that
work.
window. And with the smokes covering the site, Plugger's still gonna paranoia and try to push through.
No
They
way.
get chased away by, I think, a T-Dog Prowler or something. Stop Plug from infiltrating and retaking right away. So it's just a bit of chess match when it comes to util.
Oh,
And
the
a 1v2
reposition was
with the
good. They thought they were
spike
both
down.
there because they both
Ziff
saw
has been
util come from
discovered. He
here.
doesn't know who could wrap around the right side. He
Oh my god.
takes this time, duel by duel.
Wow, he was
That
on top of
step
this
and
as
he
well.
did.
Okay, they got
Holy
5.
clutch out of Ziff to end our half 7-5.
5 enough?
They
I
even
still
know
think
that
they
with
need
the
to win
cage that
pistol.
It's not in the radius of getting players the audio cue when they're walking inside that cage because they could just walk behind it. So he uses that as an extra obstacle, watches that side.
Tasking, what the-
both ciphers looked really good. Mikey just almost made that winnable there for Plug by getting that double and the hat. Towards the end, it's going to be Ziff that's able to redeem himself from losing that previous 1v2 in round number 11. And for TSM to keep that gap close and not let Plug really run away since the timeout that they called in round number 6 to string like 6 rounds in a row. TSM an important pistol round, pings already
alright.
towards the front side.
Louis them.
We're going to try to haunt here and try to get the fault line. so
AMD
that
14 to 9. Oh
Sim can
god, we
get
got
into
aggro on
tiles.
this. Oh, I like this. It's not the same
Plugger
pistol they
taking
use,
one
but it's
on
the same strat
pistols,
that they
and
use.
Sim is just head first right into the action. Head first,
Whoa.
6 feet under until
Whoa.
T-Dog just gets 4. Okay, let's watch T-Dog ace, I guess.
Got
And the
4 here.
spike is down,
I
and
mean,
Monty is a
it felt like
frenzy
they swung
of
at
all
the same
things.
time as well, did
He's
they
not gonna be
not?
able
At
to
least the
switch that
first
out
2
either.
did.
7's jumping around,
I
trying
think that
to
was
bait
just
him.
lovely from T-Dog.
Get it.
Damn,
Or get
dudes.
T-Dog, rather.
Yeah, must win pistol. They won it.
T-Dog.
And that puts him
I think they
halfway.
keep this
That's
nice
an
as well. They
ace,
get that
3
fatal
orbs away from
early
getting
on
a
potentially.
a nightfall into potentially their bonus round. And it looks like, again, an overkill with the overheat from Sim, but there was method behind that madness.
Yeah, he wrecked him.
All of that chaos that he creates, all that ruckus, and also getting a dink and damage onto another one, allowed that double push to break that trip and to not allow Plug to be ready for that swing out from T-Dog. Easy taps, everybody swung out one by one. Nobody wide swinging to break the crosshair placement, and TSM win a very big pistol round. Instantly has an opportunity to tie up this game right at this round.
Yeah,
We've
and
seen,
they're going to where he is as well.
Plug come back from worse. It's a fault line from 7 to stop
Oh.
the market push out of Plug, and it results in the
Dude, they
first
tunnel
blood, and
visioned on him
Mikey's
so
jumping
heavy.
out on his own. Plug getting all disconnected
incredible.
because of the chaos, not wanting to walk
He
into
got
the
he got
trap.
one at the
But
end.
it's too little, too late.
Everyone
Ace is
started
flawless
going
for
from
TSM
here.
to tie.
Breach damage, 2 people running
No
at you.
plans for Plug for the last 2 rounds.
He ended up being the bait in this one.
So yeah, they'll still have a healthy
A
pot
pretty
going into
decent
this one,
bonus.
but abysmal
Wait.
with what's left in terms of change.
What was this guy buying? Right, at least a bucky.
Staying back towards the spawn,
Sheriff, when
just
you had a
expecting
ghost? Wait,
another
what's going on?
TSM pinch fight potentially. There is a ping there going in towards
think
that.
someone dropped him, I
what
guess.
should be the one-way smoke usually being thrown just around.
Have
the
I watched
box.
Arcane yet? Nah, I still haven't watched it yet. The second one.
No cameras being thrown up on the
I'll
side
do it
of
at one
Plug.
point.
They're not really trying to go for an orb. They don't want to bait that out. They just want to put GMD and insert him towards a line where you can try to spot things aggressively. Even
Bro's
if
never
Prowler
gonna watch
spots
it,
at
don't
least
lie.
one
Nah,
orb
honestly
towards
will.
B main, and they could just focus on stacking the B site with this lower buy.
Yeah, Ziff is just looking
What am I
through his
watching at the
camera,
moment?
waiting
I just
for that entry
finished.
after the
Well, I
Prowler
just
got
didn't
shot, as
finish
you said.
season 3 of From. That was pretty
Plug
fun.
have Monty lurking.
People like kind of scary stuff. It's basically like Lost, but
Plug
slightly horror.
start the fault
Pretty good.
line. Neon Walls, kind of a delayed entry, so but then he still runs into a trip, and even with Jerwin's position discovery, I mean, that Aftershock's gonna hurt him, and probably Plug could have supported him better, but they were scared on how to enter the site. Now it's a 3v5. The potential thrifty for TSM, Sim with 3, and it's Teague on his lonesome. At least the spike was the last one to enter, so Teague is just playing.
These shots are so close.
Got the spike, but 4 for Sim. Holy cow.
You doing a day in a life vlog, bro? It's just me sitting down here and talking to you guys.
For the players that had Spectres, Outlaw in the hands of T-Dog, and we know what he could do with that. Watch in the middle when he played.
What do you want? Just a different camera angle or something?
Series. It looks like they're trying to set up towards the main. They're also pinging out all of that spot that it's potential free real estate for them to take.
From an Arcane season finale in one night. Nice, dude.
Back night. As much as they could towards the breach util, but none of that was possible until they actually inserted GMD towards A. So Plug didn't do a good job manipulating the map in their default. And TSM was just always ready for that, no matter what, on that previous round. Abysmal buy that you have for Plug.
Plug's still doing well at these lower buys compared to TSM. Still a close affair, but we'll see what the Overdrive can do for Sim. What can the Overdrive do for you? And Plug was 1-for-1, and 7 was an untradeable spot. He still does so much damage. Monty's at 30. Jeez. Huge impactful play out of TSM.
Dude, these are
and
some
GMD
convincing rounds at the moment. Look at this money.
And that was a hero play from GMD. And they're high risk, actually, to try to push through, because you already had somebody flanking towards the back. And
The
really
toxic in the CS days? Yeah, I used to flame quite a bit.
The Plug to really go back towards the spawn. Look, it was already T-Dog in that spot with the Outlaw watching that line. But GMD, I mean, he was on a heater in the first half. Able to get a double kill in this round. We respect it.
Yes, this should do.
Nico, or I guess a Thrifty, only had 2 stingers around the pistol that didn't pan out here for Plug, but at the same time, this is multiple rounds here on their attack side where they're not getting any plants at all, where technically you're playing with the Gecko here. You should be able to at least play post plant.
Now scaling back through mid. Plug have back of mid to worry about. They'll smoke off the one way, so I'm wondering if they're gonna push Jerwin back there.
The solo.
TSM are pinging it and trying to have a crossfire.
The solo spike B man. Scares me a little.
Smoke. And Jerwin tries to
getting
isolate
so
the one lane, and
this is a brutal defense. Oh my god, bro, he's feeling it as well. This day he's having today is nuts. RG Rojo, thank you so much, man. Appreciate the prime. Thank you for that.
After that kill here, Sim. Look down, spray it.
Asu's flawless. At least we get that.
At least we get that for sure. I mean, that is such a nice surprise play from TSM that caught Plug off guard. And unfortunately here, this seems to be a similar story of what we've seen in the first half. Where it was back and forth, it was close, but when TSM takes one side,
how do I say your name? Toke Blanche?
And on Haven, the only round that they lost
Toke Blanche, maybe with the prime, dude. How do I even say that fast bit?
But if anything here, TSM has converted their bonus, broken the econ for Plug for another time. And for the last time, we have Plug's
Thank you for the prime either way. I appreciate you.
Well, I mean, at this rate, if TSM closes it
Are they
out,
offering a Rolex to Sim? Yeah, it's nuts at the moment. He's really going for it.
Just not winning a single offensive round causes a lot of concern for Plug fans out there, and they'll have from the shadows bow. Is he thinking about doing something crazy? Now's the time to do it, but with Sheriff buys...
They're getting rolled on attack. They're getting really rolled on attack.
Get back there,
like the rounds aren't even close.
Pull off the biggest robbery. It's TSM that also have the overdrive in the back pocket. Outlaw buy from T-Dog?
Yeah, another time knowing that he could just...
I did 100 fees lose today. You know 100 fees are just watching this like, please Plug, at least win this.
Shield and
because you know people are going to type that. They're like, come on guys, at least just win the tourney.
Oh, getting the cross at the very least.
My ult's ready.
Putting the haunt down, plug. Got the orb.
At
Got
least
their
a
own
map.
overdrive, one away from Thrash, one away
At
from
least the map. Come
Girls
on.
Deft.
At least the map they beat us on, surely.
Plug, they could really start an avalanche if they play their cards right. But maybe that's just me coping.
Still a good call though, because they as they're trying to create this ruckus towards the B side, the camera's looking at an aggressive angle. But now there's a one-way, so you can't really spot if there's anybody tucked in that corner. But the idea is potentially to just refight for orb control on A, so you could
It
overdrive
probably
behind
goes
a
in,
Thrash from
clears
Monsi
middle.
and
Double
potentially
search
try to
over
do
towards
something
A
about
as
it,
well.
but
Wouldn't
TSM
laugh is
has
this
to-
timing like incredible. Spotted one more. Omen on
I
top
hear-
of that and
checks out
Breach.
Olo,
That's
gets punished, jumping
3,
around.
including Util. They don't know about one
Plug
more.
race after him to take advantage. And it's the overdrive. Jerwin takes his time, rewarded with a double
How are
kill.
you meant to take
one
this
member
guy
still on the
down?
site. He couldn't dance around the walls.
Ado
Oh,
hits
enough.
one,
Nightfall
and they know where the
retake
other is.
immediately from TSM.
30 seconds left.
2 versus 2. T gets hit, and he takes a step back.
A good reposition from the Breach, but
And Monty has
Spotted.
a
Oh, they
Thrash
spot
too.
both.
They wanted to just even clear off of that, play off of that.
Savage
He
thing.
Just saw
takes
them
a
both.
straight bullet.
Ziv saw them both, knows that both players are playing inside the site, but they have to be careful of this Thrash so they can't be as grouped up. So look at them spread at least
One enemy
as
remaining.
much as they could, and that's the Thrash gone.
Just a Sting at 12 bullets.
1v2 at 35 HP. Being held. The defuse being held. We're right next to the spike.
Bolted to
And
straight up
it's
stick
11
this,
for
but
TSM.
If they try something, I'll see it.
Yeah, I mean, again, just very nice from both players from TSM to walk up towards the elbow. If anything, that was going to be that play to try to leverage a Thrash around the Neon ult, but just catching the first guy, walking up, that's no smokes on the exec. And that also foils the plan of trying to take orb control because you forced out an early overdrive, you forced out early util as well, that doesn't give you as much on the post plant. It's all very nicely played and nicely done from TSM.
Yeah, Sims looks so good in this series. Just this whole
they
tournament.
lose the
Really glad
duelist.
we invited TSM. Now an overdrive. If definitely know the
I
Cypher
feel like
still
TSM
around
have
here.
got so many
Not knowing
first
where this
kills on
trip could be
defense.
with just
Jesus.
And Sim doesn't care. He can just shoot out
Look
a
at him.
distance. I guess.
Like this is a buy
Run.
round. It's a buy v buy round, and
Yeah.
it just looks like they're on eco with no armor or something.
Bro!
How many 4Ks has Sim had? I got Ace is flawless, so might as well
Nah,
pay
he's
the bills.
way too clean
TSM.
today. Not even
Give us another. Sim's at 20 kills.
his
Really,
actual
at this
stats
point
on
with
this
how Sim's been
tournament are
playing
just
the last
stupid.
two maps or last two series, we're basically playing in a simulation.
He did so much damage to this last guy as well.
Glad you're trying to
DMD only
impress
hit one
him.
bullet, I think.
I mean, I've impressed a lot of people with that jokes, I'm not gonna lie.
Yes.
12-7.
Why has he got the
Brink of
best laugh?
defeat.
Okay, we got
Plugs
5
buying what they
chances on this.
can. It's do or die. Still have the Thrash. Monty getting ready to throw it down the site. And then
Dude.
Market, T-Dog wins the shorty against Druin.
I'm telling you, they
Trade.
have
And
so
all
many
breaks
first
down in
kills.
Market, and Plug stands on top in that regard, but TSM flooding immediately off of Sim's contact with the overdrive. And there's no one
And the
home.
Spike's just
They have
out here
spike
sitting in the
control.
open though, and oh my goodness, they melted him.
TSM have
Every
control
single
of the
round on
series, and they
defense.
are your For Those Who Dare
Nuts.
champions. Big congratulations to TSM taking down.
Yeah, they played
Washed,
well.
and
Sims
now
on the
this.
redemption arc.
It was cool. It was great watching them.
I don't know if they wanted to say that. Like, I guess at this point, they definitely did call it here. Monty mentioned that it was going to be harder for them to play against TSM than it would be against 100 Thieves, and I guess we get to
TSM?
know why.
I mean, GMD had a pretty
From
good
the
map
first
though. We got to
series
give him
going
that.
into this one as well, seeing how Sim has been so good here with the operator, and they feared against the operator, and they didn't have an answer for that on the first map. The second map has been really
TSM, yeah,
around
I mean,
just Sim's neon
100 Thieves are
and
just like,
GMD's
man,
rifle.
they couldn't even get a map.
And Ethos, we were asking
Adding
if
fuel
we
to
could
the
trust
fire.
TSM outside of Haven, and our questions, our prayers have been answered. TSM close out a series 2-0. That was fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I think TSM ran a perfect just kind of push-pull, like, micro strategy here.
Yeah, they look too good. Like, honestly, if this guy is playing like this,
aggressive at the beginning, but the second that
it's hard.
Plug was trying to make a play with this breach neon, like for example here.
I wonder if like the setup is so much better than him, like better for him than it was on EG. I'd have to watch the EG Bonnie again.
Jerwin just hitting some nice shots, just dry.
Might just be the land thing also.
I think TSM was
Yeah, you could tell this was like pretty one-sided. I felt like a lot of these were on defense side.
The big break was that TSM wasn't allowing that util to get a lot of value and immediately taking those fights, but just 3 seconds later in a different position where the util is no longer there. And I think that TSM was doing a great job of avoiding, but then also just getting in their face before that utility can even come out. So I love that out of TSM. They seemed very proactive. They seemed very reflexive. And overall, I mean, again, Sim, this guy, he just single-handedly sometimes just mowing them down too. But everyone, honestly.
Yeah, no, it was all the time on buy rounds.
Any kills that Sim wasn't picking up,
Ewolf with the Prime. Thank you so much for the 3 months also, man. Appreciate the Prime usage.
Setting them up and Ziff holding the other side of the map, making sure that they can go ahead and do all the shenanigans that they want.
Yeah, I was a big fan of T-Dog.
He was not caring.
Especially getting so much value.
It gives a little bit. Honestly, the off-season events are fine. It's the main season that gets crazy.
Like, wasn't able to do that same thing in terms of information gathering with the flashes, the thrashes to get any kind of important.
Okay, we'll stick around for the interview because I imagine there's an interview coming.
The Fade agent ended up.
And then we'll head off for the night.
Dude, Sim dropped 60 kills in 2 sunsets.
Dude, he's doing the.
That's insane.
That is
kind of crazy.
He's so committed to the bit.
Man, this guy is so cracked. I think it comes to show where maybe it was jitters or something like that when he was trialing for EG and playing in the Sentinels tournament. But man, this guy still has what it takes. I'm excited to see what's going to come out here from TSM going into Challengers 3. If we're
happy for
T
T-Dog,
10, right?
yeah, it should be a good team for him. He's smart. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about from the videos that I've seen of him.
Has he re-pushed up into an angle, not having a dash available, and still getting kills?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a double-edged sword, though. Going crazy sometimes. But I mean, if you have the players that tie them down, I think that it's definitely acceptable. What do you think, Lemon Kiwi?
Yeah, I think TSM are doing just fine. They're going to playoffs. They're looking good. They're able to close out series and not choke at the end, and that's already a big improvement from how last Challengers went. I'm looking forward to seeing the future of Plug because they, upset a huge team to get to this point, and I'm going to be looking forward to hearing from TSM. You're going to interview them shortly, Ethos, so let's get that ready for you. We'll see you guys in a second.
Kitty Jam.
This guy. For Demon, I mean, sometimes like not like succeeding in your trial can be like something that motivates you as well. I'm not saying that he needs motivation because I think it was more just like a crumble than anything else, but. Either way, it's a good sign for Sim. He at least feels comfy with these guys. I think they're enabling him better, but dude was so in the zone today, it was outrageous. 100 Thieves? Yeah, we'll wait and see. Wait and see what the season has for them. I'll put it this way, they won't be trying to force Neon with the changes. And silly, of course, dude. Of course. Thanks for being you as well, man. It's always fun to watch, man. I always enjoy it. Am I watching any games after this? Nah, I'm gonna go sleep after this. I'm gonna reset my sleeping pattern for Pacific tomorrow. Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Well, technically tomorrow. Done in... what is it, 28 hours or 29 hours from now? So I'll just wake up a bit earlier and then sleep normal time tomorrow. Time is it here? 5:15 in the morning. Roughly, yeah, roughly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ethos, and this is the For Those Who Dare tournament. The grand finals has just concluded, and TSM are your winners. These guys have been absolutely amazing. They turned heads last season with their Ascension run, and this year, today,
Anyone know when the
they're telling
Spotlight
me to
series
keep
for
those
NA
heads
starting?
locked in on them
On the
because
6th,
they
mate.
are not wet blankets. They're not
6th
pushovers.
of
These guys
December.
are absolutely
6th of
looking
December to the
very,
7th to the
very good,
8th.
especially when they're
And
coming out on
then-
top of teams of like 100 Thieves.
Then it says the
Plug,
America's
and, of course,
Draw is
Mocking.
happening.
So, but today we have,
Which is weird
of
because-
course, the IGL T-Dog
But-
joining us.
But
Once
they
again,
already
what's
had
up,
the
Travis?
like seedings
Yo.
for it, but
How you doing, man? Congratulations, you are the champion, dude.
Yeah, it's a dope feeling. Happy that we were able to win. We had fun.
Yeah, were you? I wanna ask. You know, how were you like cheering? Like, were you screaming nice into the voice comms today, like in the grand finals, or were you just like a chill guy today?
Oh yeah, I'm always the hype man. Always keeping the energy up. I just want everybody to stay focused and focus on their crosshair and let me just be the puppet master that I am.
Yeah, I mean, you were definitely the puppet master, especially on that pistol ace, dude. Like, what happened there, dude? You were definitely aiming. Let's talk. And like, what?
We had a good play set up there. Once that happened, the game was automatically over. It was impossible for them to come back and win. But yeah, the energy was good. I think that we're making pretty basic errors. Sometimes just having like a little too much fun, or not reacting in time to someone saying something. But that's how it works when you haven't had a lot of time together as a team. So we're just gonna try to make sure this off season is efficient and get some good results like this. Win or lose, and just keep building forward towards the ultimate goal at the end.
Awesome. I'm sure this tournament win has definitely like boosted your guys' confidence. This is your guys' like first actual like tournament, right? As a
Yes.
the lineup, and you guys are looking really good. This is your debut, and you guys won. You guys absolutely killed it. There was a couple close games, close rounds, but ultimately, even with those errors, you guys were definitely adjusting and fixing those little things as you guys went. And I could tell you guys were tightening up a lot, especially towards the end of each game. So, dude, good job on you, man. Just one last question. Again, what's the Dr. Pepper count at now, brother?
What were we at, like 6 or 7 last time? I'm probably in double digits now, 10 or maybe 11. So it's been a great day. You know what I mean? It's been a great
for
day.
the day.
Hell yeah, man. Well,
Jesus.
dude, I'm gonna go let you celebrate with your team. Thank you so much for taking the time to interview with me, man. Enjoy that win, bro. You earned that $8,000.
TSM win, absolutely. Thank you, bro.
Absolutely, bro. All right, well, you heard it here first. Again, that was TSM T-Dog, the IGL, the brains behind the operation, behind all that firepower.
That was pretty
I'm
funny.
going to bring back in my wonderful talent back on the desk. We have Vansily and Lemon Kiwi. He's
Oh,
pretty
there he
chill.
goes.
Oh,
Dude,
well,
Vansily
okay, looks
just-
like I'm just going to bring back
Goodbye.
Lemon
Vansily just
Kiwi.
insta left.
It's
Vansily, you have to
me.
go to sleep.
This
It is
guy.
getting
Your
pretty late for
T-Dog
me.
had Dr. Pepper cotton candy. Did you like? I'm inspecting
I
this whole
saw
back.
that.
There's so
I
many
was going
distractions.
to ask. I was like, what does that taste like? I never tried Dr. Pepper cotton candy because cotton candy is its own flavor. And then you have Dr. Pepper on top of that. It's going to be kind of awesome, no?
Imagine with that $8,000, how much more Dr. Pepper flavored things he's gonna get.
Yeah, I don't know. You could probably
$8,000
build
worth of it.
like a cardboard fortress out of all the boxes that he has for sure. Oh man. But yeah, he's a chill guy, he's just a chill guy winning tournaments, calling, IGLing, acing, very casual. We'd love to see that. But
Yeah.
before we,
Okay, chat.
continue with the best
Someone
of
find
the
me to
end
rate.
to close, we have to give away a nice monitor.
Someone find me to rate.
Presented by
Someone find
our
me
presenting
someone to
partner,
rate.
Asus
Yeah, we're
ROG.
definitely getting
We are
tired.
giving away an ROG Strix XG27 AQMR gaming
Who's
monitor
online?
at
Who's online that's
27
gonna
inches
stay
of
online?
absolute
John QT?
beautiful display
Ooh, that might be a
goodness,
good one.
QHD 1440p IPS panel with 300 hertz, a 1 millisecond response time, and it's the perfect balance for every gamer. To enter, this is your final chance. Type the keyword RAZE in the twitch.tv/SOAR.
This is the right one. Did he
Twitch
change his
chat.
picture?
In order to be eligible, you must be a lawful U.S. or Canadian resident over the age of 18. Everyone type raise right now. I think we probably already do.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
I was gonna
'cause
say,
there
I
is a
swear
delay,
that's not
but
his
it
normal
will be
picture.
announced in the Twitch chat. Again.
Raise.
Woo,
Raise. Wait, I'm gonna type it in now because
R-A-Z-E.
they can't
DQ him, DQ him.
Don't DQ me. Let me get in there.
Dude, say that monitor name like 10 times fast.
Oh, dude, the ROG Strix
Rage
XG
Stigging on
27
Stiggy TV
AQMR
vibes, yeah,
gaming
exactly.
monitor. One.
Huge.
Oh my god.
Oh,
ROG
no.
Strix
I can't flame,
XG27
I can't flame other people for doing it.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm just
Bars.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
And
Okay,
Intel
chat, for
and
people,
Sword and everyone who's watching.
for people that are around, I will be streaming
The watch parties were super
in.
awesome too. Like I said, to give such a like
Is he gonna do it again?
spotlight here on the VCT off season for those who dare presented here by Soar, Asus, and Intel. But the watch partiers continue to bring the content. So namely here, Sliggy, Sean Garris, Shanks. I think Curry was doing some watch parties as well. So thank you guys so much. If I missed some, I apologize. Make sure
What
you
a
DM
nice
me
guy.
and send me your threats.
Okay, chat. I'll
But,
be
I'll give you
streaming
guys a
in
shout-out
again in
next time. But
28
that has been an
hours.
awesome last weekend
What is
and
the
grand
game?
finals day today. I
PaperX
think, we've
DRX.
seen,
I
you know, the
think is
potential
first,
of
but it
what
might be
TSM
second.
could bring in challengers coming up this
Either way,
weekend.
guys, thank you so
And
much,
then
everyone.
also
Thank you.
the
Say hi to
potential of
John
what
for me.
100
I
Thieves
appreciate
could
you
bring
all.
with the role
Shout out to the
changes
mods
going
as well
to
for
VCT
staying up as well.
2025. So I think this is also sick. And also the potential of the tier 2 teams competing to try to make it into
And for the 100 Thieves
Americas in the
fans,
following years.
don't worry
So
too
that
much.
in itself for me
Don't worry too much.
is more eyes
It's all
should come in
okay.
from the orgs, more
Alright,
support
peace,
should come
everyone.
in
Peace,
for tier
peace, peace,
2
peace, peace.
because there's such good talent out there that's still like buried that needs to be like found, and these events allows us to find the
YouTube,
diamonds
I'll
in
see
the
you
rough,
guys
to
soon as
find
well.
the
Thank you so much,
King Zeras and
everyone.
the
Peace,
Knights of
peace,
the
peace.
world. This has been a fun day, a fun event, and awesome to share with you guys too on the desk.
Yeah, absolutely.